bad news. Invincible and eternal, possessing the cosmic rules within my grasp. How utterly tedious. Good news. I have crafted a newbie role-playing system to masquerade as a novice and engage in thrilling antics. An astonishing performance that sweeps through countless realms is about to commence. Who among them can see through it? The celestial prodigies regard me as mere ants. Little do they know. With a mere flick of my finger, I could shatter the starry river, and a single breath could annihilate millions of gods and demons. How dare they provoke me? Once again I've accidentally stumbled upon an unparalleled divine skill worth millions of spirit stones. Observing the antics of the clowns as they are stunned into despair by my extreme counterattack, he secretly revels in delight, and Feng smirks wickedly. I wonder who the next unfortunate soul will be. How exciting! As an ancient calamity survivor with a millennium of cultivation approaches with murderous intent, he merely sighs. This fish is both plump and foolish. Chapter 1. You are already invincible. How am I to play? An Feng, F-grade aptitude, with a chaotic and utterly inadequate spiritual root, unqualified. The cold voice, akin to the frigid winds of the 12th month, sweeps across the faces of every young individual in the martial arena. A young man clad in faded sportswear, an Feng, stands before a colossal azure spirit testing stone. His countenance betrays just the right amount of disappointment and embarrassment. On the spirit testing stone, the light representing aptitude flickers dimly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, nearly negligible. Next, the admissions officer of the Qingyang sect barely glances at Feng, his tone laden with impatience. The surrounding atmosphere is rife with suppressed derisive laughter. Haha, F-grade. In this day and age, such a waste of space dares to join the fray. 3 years since the revival of spiritual energy, and even a pig would not be stuck at F-grade. Hurry up and scram. Don't waste everyone's time. An Feng, an existence that has lived for countless eons, regards this universe as nothing more than a plaything. Even the river of time is at his mercy. Invincibility is a mark deeply etched in the very essence of his soul. The solitude of billions of years has rendered him weary. One day, languidly reclining in the deepest reaches of the cosmos, he accidentally sneezes, causing the surrounding planets to explode into disarray. The lad who claimed to be the ancestor of the 10,000 Realms demonic path was also left battered and no longer wished to play with him. He vaguely recalls that boy, tear-streaked, mumbling, "You are already invincible. How am I to play?" An Feng could only indulge him in drunken revelry, allowing the boy to regain his vigor and return to torment the beings of his cosmic domain, hoping to battle again in 10,000 years, though the outcome is invariably the same. That boy must kneel. Alas, invincibility is the epitome of extreme loneliness and tedium, until his divine consciousness uncovers the distant memories of his homeland, that beautiful blue star, where spiritual energy has astonishingly revived for a millennium. Thus, he sealed away 99% of his essence, leaving behind an ostensibly ordinary vessel, one that conformed to the early standards of spiritual awakening in this era, and eagerly returned to this nascent little planet where spiritual energy had just begun to revitalize. He yearned to experience what it felt like to be a novice. Unfortunately, the inherent qualities of this body seemed to be excessively novice-like. "Esteemed steward, grant me another chance," Feng implored, his tone laced with an air of earnest supplication. "I may not have rested well yesterday, which impacted my performance." The steward furrowed his brow, about to reprimand him, when a young man clad in an expensive suit, exuding an air of arrogance, approached and scoffed. "Steward Wang, why waste your breath on such a worthless fool? Just expel him. Our Qingyang sect is no place for just anyone." This young man, named Zhao Teng, was the scion of a nearby cultivation family. With the resources lavished upon him by his clan, he was rumored to have reached the 5th level of qi refinement, standing out amongst this cohort of newcomers. Steward Wang appeared quite courteous towards Zhao Teng, nodding in agreement. "What young Master Zhao says is indeed correct." He turned to N.I. Feng and waved his hand impatiently. "Be gone. Do not linger here and be an eyesore." N.I. Feng chuckled inwardly. This novice experience was indeed exhilarating. The sensation of being berated as a worthless fool was truly a long-lost feeling. He feigned a demeanor of persistence, once more pressing his hand against the spirit testing stone. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible force, transcending the comprehension of this realm, subtly nudged the internal flow of energy within the stone. With a hum, The spirit-testing stone emitted a faint yet distinct tremor, its once dim glow flickering upwards, barely reaching the minimum threshold for E-grade qualification. Oh, both Steward Wang and Zhao Tong exclaimed in unison. E-grade. It is just sufficient to qualify as an outer sect errand disciple, Steward Wang mused, stroking his chin in mild surprise. Could this lad be exceptionally fortunate? Just moments ago, he was clearly at F-grade. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Tong's eyes, but then, as if struck by an amusing thought, a smirk of mockery graced his lips. Steward Wang, since he barely qualifies, why not let him accompany me? I happen to require a lackey to carry my belongings, and with that foolish demeanor, he should be quite easy to command. Steward Wang glanced at Zhao Tong, then at Feng, and nodded. Since young master Zhao has spoken, it shall be as such. Feng, from this day forth, you shall be an outer sect errand disciple of Qingyang sect, temporarily serving under young master Zhao. Thank you, esteemed steward. Thank you, young master Zhao. Feng immediately donned an expression of profound gratitude and astonishment, though inwardly, he was elated. The fish had taken a bait. Zhao Tong was clearly the archetypal minor antagonist, perfect for initiating his novice fishing journey. Ding. The system has detected the host's successful disguise and the attention it has garnered from the characters in the current world. The novice role-playing system is officially activated. Newbie task. As a competent novice, how could one not have an unexpected gain? Please, with Zhao Tong's assistance, acquire your first resource for cultivation. Task reward. Novice's gaze. Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. A system? Ah, indeed. To enhance this novice experience with authenticity, he had whimsically fabricated a system that conformed to the trends of this era. After all, what kind of novice would one be without a system? As for the system's functions, he would tailor them to his delight. Novice's gaze? Quite intriguing. It seems the days ahead will not be devoid of excitement. Chapter 2 Ding. Novice mission completed. You worthless fool. Could you not move a little faster? Do you wish to starve my divine hound? Zhao Tong bellowed disdainfully at Feng. Feng chuckled amiably. My lord, I am on my way. He carried a wooden bucket filled with freshly prepared meat, intending to feed the divine hound Zhao Tong had mentioned. To Feng's eyes, the majestic black dog, which bore a hint of the bloodline of the legendary howling celestial hound, was not much different from an ordinary mutt. Zhao, I'm coming. Feng jogged eagerly, but his foot inadvertently slipped on a patch of slick moss, and he dramatically tumbled. With a loud crash, the meat from the bucket flew through the air, some pieces landing squarely on Zhao Tong's pristine leather boots. Zhao Tong's expression darkened instantly, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot. You seek death, he roared, unleashing the full force of his qi at the 5th level of qi refinement, striking a palm towards Feng. A glint of brilliance flashed in Feng's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of panic, instinctively leaning back, inadvertently stepping on another patch of slippery moss. With a thud, he fell backward, sprawling on the ground. Zhao Tong's furious strike narrowly grazed his scalp, missing its mark entirely. Huh. Zhao Tong was taken aback, not expecting this incompetent fool to possess such fortuitous luck. Feng chuckled inwardly. The passive skill of the novice system, gaze of the newbie, combined with his precise control over power, was indeed a fortuitous match. His earlier fall, though seemingly clumsy, had perfectly timed and angled itself. Zhao, I did not mean to. Feng stammered, trembling as he rose, his face a picture of fear. Worthless. You cannot even handle such a trivial task. Zhao Tong seethed, yet feeling it inappropriate to strike a mere servant who could not defend himself, lest it tarnish his reputation. With a cold huff, he commanded, go to the back mountain and gather 10 stalks of 10-year-old Qingling grass for me. If you fail, do not return. Qingling grass, a common but low-grade spiritual herb, while not particularly precious at 10 years, would pose a daunting challenge for a newly initiated servant, especially in a mountainous area rife with low-tier ferocious beasts. This was clearly a deliberate act of humiliation. Why yes, I will go at once. Feng replied obediently, but his heart fluttered with joy. The novice mission had finally arrived. At the back mountain of Qingyang sect, Feng ambled leisurely. With his spiritual sense, he could easily perceive not only 10-year-old Qingling grass, but even a 1,000-year-old variety, should it exist in the mountain. However, he needed to play the part. He pretended to search, occasionally startling small creatures like rabbits and wild chickens, leaving himself in a comical state of disarray. Suddenly, Feng halted, his gaze drawn to an inconspicuous crevice in the rocks. Within it, faint waves of spiritual energy pulsed. Excitedly, he rushed over, clearing away the weeds to extract a vibrant green stalk of spiritual herb, exuding a delicate fragrance. Wow, Is this 100-year-old Qingling grass? Feng exclaimed in shock, his face a perfect blend of elation and disbelief. This 100-year-old Qingling grass was actually one he had moved from a spiritually rich area earlier. Using a little trick to hasten its growth, he carefully tucked it into his robe, then continued his arduous search for the 10-year-old variety. Soon, he stumbled upon a hidden tree hollow containing a small chunk of peculiar fragrant earth. Is this Shirong? Feng's eyes widened. Though not true Shirong, it was a special soil imbued with relatively pure earth attribute spiritual energy, remarkably effective for cultivating spiritual herbs, valued at approximately 3 to 5 low-grade spirit stones. This too had been conveniently placed by him. Thus, Feng continued to encounter serendipitous events. Whether it was nearly tumbling off a cliff only to find a mature Qiyang fruit at the bottom, or being chased by wild dogs into an abandoned cave, where he discovered several blooming yulan mushrooms on the cave walls. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Feng had exerted tremendous effort and finally amassed 10 stalks of 10-year-old Qingling grass. Naturally, he also held on to the 100-year-old Qingling grass, the Shirong, 3 Qiyang fruits, and 7 yulan mushrooms. The total value was estimated to exceed 20 low-grade spirit stones. Novice mission, completed with flying colors. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, Zhao Teng was growing impatient. When he saw Feng return, bruised and tattered, he was momentarily taken aback before sneering. "Oh, you actually came back. Where's the Qingling grass?" Gasping for breath, Feng presented the 10 stalks of 10-year-old Qingling grass. "Zhao, I have fulfilled your request." Zhao Teng took the Qingling grass, casting a cursory glance that revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This fool had actually gathered them. "Consider yourself lucky," Zhao Teng scoffed, preparing to belittle him further when suddenly, his nose twitched, and his sharp gaze fixated on the items in Feng's robe. "What do you have hidden there? It smells delightful." Feng chuckled inwardly. The bait had been taken. He hastily covered his robe opening. "Show me," Zhao Teng commanded harshly, lunging towards Feng's robe. Caught off guard, the contents fell to the ground. The 100-year-old Qingling grass, the Qiyang fruits, the yulan mushrooms, and the fragrant Shirong. Zhao Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this 100-year-old Qingling grass, and Qiyang fruits, and yulan mushrooms?" he exclaimed, his face brimming with greed and jealousy. These items, any one of which was worth far more than the task he had assigned to Feng. How could this fool stumble upon such fortune? Where did you acquire these?" Zhao Teng's voice trembled slightly. "I found them in the back mountain," Feng replied timidly. "Found them?" Zhao Teng nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had toiled tirelessly, and his family had poured countless resources into his training, yet he had encountered few fortuitous events. This fool, however, casually sauntered into the back mountain and collected such treasures? Why should it be so? These items will be kept in my possession. Zhao Teng's eyes gleamed with malice as he unceremoniously gathered all the spiritual herbs and materials into his storage bag. Feng could only look on with grievance. Unable to voice his anger, Zhao Teng felt a wave of satisfaction. Though he did not know how this fool had acquired the items, they were his now. He even graciously tossed a low-grade spirit stone to Feng, saying, "This is a reward for you. Be more clever in the future." Ding. Novice mission completed. Reward. Gaze of the newbie has been issued. Chain mission triggered. Newbie's counterattack. Defeat at least one outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement in the outer sect competition 3 days from now in an unexpected manner. Mission reward. Heavenly Ascension shoes. Feng took the low-grade spirit stone, his heart soaring with joy. The outer sect competition? Defeating a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement? The reward of the Heavenly Ascension shoes suited the novice theme splendidly. Zhao Teng, thank you for your generosity. Chapter 3. The outer sect competition of Qingyang sect. 3 days later, the outer sect competition of Qingyang sect was held as scheduled. In the martial arts arena, hundreds of outer sect disciples displayed a range of expressions. Some were anxious, others excited, while a few appeared utterly relaxed. On the high platform, several outer sect elders and stewards chatted and laughed, exuding an air of authority and confidence. As one of the favored contestants in this minor competition, Zhao Teng found himself surrounded by a throng of sycophants, brimming with confidence. His gaze swept through the crowd, quickly landing on the corner where a timid figure, Feng. "Coward. Humph, how dare this worthless fool participate in the competition? Such presumption." A scornful smirk curled at the corners of Zhao Teng's lips. In recent days, he had refined his cultivation, having plundered spiritual herbs from Feng, and he was utterly assured of his victory in this contest. Feng, acutely aware of Zhao Teng's scrutiny, instinctively shrank his neck, displaying a facade of fear. The effect of the newcomer's gaze seemed rather effective. The competition soon commenced. Most outer disciples had cultivation levels of the 1st or 2nd tier of Qi refinement, with those at the 3rd tier being the elite. The rules were straightforward. Draw lots to determine matchups, with victors advancing. Feng's first opponent was a robust young man named Li Hu, who stood at the pinnacle of the second tier of qi refinement and was also one of Zhao Tung's lackeys, having bullied the former servant disciples on many occasions. Kid, you're just unlucky to face me, Lord Hu. Li Hu sneered as he strode onto the arena, his muscles rippling and his demeanor menacing. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Haha, this waste, Feng, is in for a world of trouble. Li Hu is at the peak of the second tier, capable of killing an ox with a punch. This will be entertaining. Zhao Tung wore a look of gleeful anticipation. Trembling, Feng ascended the stage, his legs quaking. The match began with the referee's command. Waste. Prepare to be crushed. Li Hu bellowed, his fist like a massive hammer, hurtling towards Feng's face. Terrified, Feng shut his eyes and flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to block. Just as Li Hu's fist was about to collide with Feng, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Feng's seemingly feeble block struck precisely at Li Hu's wrist joint, causing the latter to feel a sudden numbness, diffusing much of his force. Simultaneously, Feng's foot slipped, and he stumbled backward, inadvertently colliding his head against Li Hu's chin. With a thud, the impact echoed. Li Hu was momentarily dazed, stars exploding in his vision as an overwhelming force surged from his chin. How could this Feng's head be harder than steel? He lost control and flew backward off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on Feng, still in shock and confusion. What just transpired? Li Hu was defeated in a single move? When did this waste become so formidable? No, it must have been mere luck. The elders on the high platform exchanged bewildered glances. Elder Wang rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom what he had witnessed. Zhao Tung's smile froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. What sheer luck? This is nothing but blind fortune. He seethed through gritted teeth. Feng, bewildered, looked at the referee and asked, Did I win? The referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and announced, Cough, cough, Feng wins. The crowd erupted in chaos. In the subsequent rounds, Feng's streak of luck appeared inexhaustible. His opponents, without exception, fell victim to bizarre coincidences and unexpected mishaps, inexplicably losing to him. Whether it was slipping and falling, being inadvertently knocked off the stage by Feng, or missing their attacks and injuring themselves, Feng always emerged victorious in the most laughable ways. This boy must be experiencing some sort of extraordinary luck, winning 4 consecutive matches purely by chance. I refuse to believe it. This is outrageous. Even the elders on the high platform began to take a modicum of interest in this extraordinarily lucky disciple. Finally, Feng stumbled his way into the top 10, and his next opponent was none other than Zhao Tung. Waste. Your luck ends here. Zhao Tung's face was ashen as he stepped onto the arena, his eyes glinting with malice. He could not fathom that Feng could possibly defeat him. Everything prior must have been mere coincidence. Young Master Zhao, please show mercy. Feng pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Humph. Seeking mercy now? Too late. Zhao Tung roared, unleashing his full power as a 5th-tier qi refinement practitioner, his figure darting forward like lightning, delivering a scorching palm strike aimed at Feng's chest. The force was formidable, accompanied by an undeniable intensity. Gasps of concern rippled through the onlookers, who worried for Feng. Feng still appeared utterly at a loss, watching as Zhao Tung's palm approached. Suddenly, he stumbled once more, leaning backward. This trick again. Zhao Tung scoffed internally, convinced Feng was resorting to the same old tactic. However, in that moment of backward lean, Feng inadvertently dropped an object from his grasp, a palm-sized token. The token hit the ground with a crisp sound, drawing Zhao Tung's attention, momentarily distracting him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Feng's seemingly collapsing body sprang back with surprising force, akin to a coiled spring. His head again struck Zhao Tung's chin with uncanny precision. This time, propelled by Zhao Tung's forward momentum and Feng's newfound strength. The impact was magnified several-fold compared to what he had delivered to Li Hu. A resounding crash echoed through the arena, even more thunderous than before. Zhao Tung felt an uncontrollable force surge from his jaw, darkness enveloping him as he was sent flying, soaring higher and farther than Li Hu, ultimately crashing against the outer wall of the arena with a thud, sliding down unconscious. The arena once again plunged into a profound silence. Everyone was petrified in disbelief. If Feng's earlier victory was attributed to luck, what could be said of this? To knock out 2 qi refinement practitioners in succession through such bizarre circumstances? This luck seems almost divine. On the high platform, an elder clad in a gray robe, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, his penetrating gaze landing on Feng, a glimmer of intrigue flickering within. This boy possesses a certain intrigue. Ding. The chain task of the newcomer's counterattack is complete. Reward: Ascendant shoes have been granted. Hidden conditions met. Divine selection triggered. Option 1. Develop discreetly. Reject the gray-robed elder's attention. Continue to grow in the guise of a servant disciple and seek the next fishing target. Reward: Stealth cloak. Option 2. Ascend directly. Accept the gray-robed elder's olive branch. Enter the inner sect and unlock a broader fishing map. Reward: Inner sect disciple token, personal version. Sect leader token, replica. With this token, one may act with impunity within the sect, wielding authority in critical moments. Feng gazed at the servant token that had inadvertently slipped from his grasp, then glanced at the gray-robed elder whose gaze was fixed intently upon him, a playful smile gracing his lips. This charade of playing the newcomer while fishing for opportunities is becoming increasingly entertaining. Chapter 4. The Lucky Elder. Feng silently contemplated. Option 2. Why hesitate? How could one possibly resist the thrill of directly entering the inner sect, fishing on a grander stage? The sect leader token replica? Now that sounds enticing. I relish the idea of wielding authority through borrowed power. Feng was thoroughly pleased with the system's rewards. Upon the elevated platform, the elder clad in gray robes exhibited a remarkable gleam in his eyes as he gradually rose to his feet. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire martial arena. This young man, Feng, possesses a commendable disposition and exhibits a notable foundation. I, Wang Defa, shall today make an exception and accept you as my registered disciple. Come, let us enter the inner sect for your training. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? Elder Wang intends to take that waste of a boy as his apprentice? A registered disciple? That is akin to soaring to the heavens in one leap. What extraordinary fortune has befallen Feng? First, he triumphed in the small competition, and now he has caught the eye of an elder. Zhao Tong, who had just been assisted to his feet by his companions, failed to catch his breath upon hearing this news, rolling his eyes back in a faint. Feng, however, immediately adopted a countenance of astonished delight, disbelief etched across his features. As he bowed deeply to Wang Defa, disciple, Feng pays his respects to master. Yet inwardly, he reveled in laughter. Wang Defa, the elder of lucky finds? Such a moniker carries weight. It appears this elder shall be my focal point of attention. Wang Defa stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this child shows promise. Come, follow me. With a flourish of his sleeve, a gentle force lifted Feng, propelling him toward the direction of the inner sect, leaving behind a sea of dropped jaws and countless gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion. Within the inner gate of the Qingyang sect, the spiritual energy was palpably denser than that of the outer gate. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, with celestial cranes soaring gracefully, embodying an ethereal atmosphere. Wang Defa guided Feng to a quaint courtyard and remarked, "This is my humble abode for quiet reflection. You shall reside here for the time being. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Disciples' Hall to register and receive your benefits as an inner disciple." "Thank you, master." Feng expressed his gratitude with another respectful bow. Wang Defa scrutinized Feng, finding him increasingly agreeable. Though his talent appeared unremarkable, his extraordinary fortune might indicate a unique constitution, perhaps one that remained hidden from immediate perception. Hone your skills diligently, and do not squander this opportunity, Wang Defa encouraged before retreating deeper into the abode. As Feng observed the elder's departing figure, he silently vowed, "Rest assured, I shall seize this opportunity with all my might." Ding! The host has successfully become a disciple under the inner sect elder. Unlocking a new map. Main quest released. The rules of survival in the inner sect. Establish a foothold within the inner sect of Qingyang within a month, and successfully earn the respect of at least 3 inner disciples. Evaluation criteria may include, but are not limited to, admiration, fear, jealousy to the point of frenzy, etc. Quest reward: 1,000 delight points for the newcomer role-playing system. Unlocking a new feature, emoticon library. An emoticon library? That could prove useful. It will facilitate my performances in the future. Feng feigned enthusiasm for the system's reward. On the following day, Wang Defa indeed accompanied Feng to the Disciples' Hall. The steward in charge of the inner disciples, upon seeing Elder Wang's presence, dared not show any negligence. However, when he beheld Feng's simple attire and sensed his rather feeble cultivation at the first level of qi refinement, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed his eyes. "Elder Wang, who might this be?" "This is my newly accepted registered disciple, Feng," Wang Defa replied nonchalantly. "Please assist him with the inner disciple formalities and arrange for his dwelling." Registered disciple? The steward mused internally, fearing he might have once again picked up a rough stone masquerading as a gem. Word of the inner disciple's news spread like wildfire. Soon, the The tale of a boy who stumbled into the top 10 of the outer sect competition purely by luck, only to be recruited into the inner sect by the lucky finds elder, circulated widely. As Feng followed a disciple tasked with allocating dwellings, he garnered many peculiar glances along the way. Look, there's that boy. I heard he's only at the first level of chi refinement and possesses a mixed spiritual root. Elder Wang must have misjudged this time, allowing such a character into the inner sect. The disciple in charge of allocation, named Zhang Yuan, who was at the 6th level of chi refinement, naturally bore no kind demeanor towards someone of Feng's connections. He pointed to the most remote and spiritually barren caves within a designated area, declaring, "There, as a newly initiated inner disciple, you may only choose from these few." Feng casually glanced over the caves, which indeed appeared to be quite dilapidated. He feigned innocence, scratching his head with a grin. "Brother, which one is a bit better?" Zhang Yuan, growing impatient, pointed dismissively. "They're all about the same. Just take that one. No one wants it, so it's quiet." He indicated the furthest corner, where the entrance was partially concealed by vines, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. "All right, thank you, brother." Feng cheerfully chose that cave and dashed toward it. Zhang Yuan smirked inwardly. "Fool, that place has terribly depleted spiritual energy and some peculiarities. Previous disciples reported issues with the flow of spiritual energy. How long can your luck last?" Upon entering the cave, the system's prompt sounded just in time. Ding. Newbie Halo, pseudo, has triggered the treasure-seeking effect. Feng pretended to explore the cave, knocking about here and there, when suddenly his foot slipped, causing his hand to press against a dusty stone wall. With a crack, he inadvertently activated a mechanism, revealing a small hidden compartment within the wall. Inside the compartment lay a jade slip and several medium-grade spirit stones. "What is this?" Feng exclaimed in delight as he picked up the jade slip and scanned its contents with his consciousness. Detailed explanation of the basic breath technique? And notes from a previous cultivator? This jade slip contained insights from a senior who had reached the golden core stage during their early cultivation of foundational techniques, along with several tips for practice of considerable value to disciples at the chi refinement stage. "I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich." Feng feigned excitement, tucking the jade slip and spirit stones into his robe, his face aglow with innocent delight. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by several inner disciples passing by, who had come to witness the farce of the favored disciple. No way, no way. He didn't even choose the cave himself, and he finds a treasure upon entering? How utterly unjust. The disciples who had hoped for amusement exchanged stunned glances. Zhang Yuan rushed over upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing the jade slip in Feng's hand, felt a twitch in his eye, mentally chastising himself. The news spread even faster. "Have you heard? That fellow named Feng randomly chose an abandoned cave and unearthed the cultivation insights of a golden core predecessor. Is that true? Such fortune?" In a luxurious cave within the inner sect of Qingyang, a young man sat cross-legged, listening to reports from his sycophantic underlings. He was Wang Outyin, the esteemed grandson of Wang Defa, a prodigious disciple of the inner sect. At 18 years old, under his grandfather's guidance, he had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of chi refinement. "Humph, it's merely luck," he scoffed. "I have seen many such wasteful individuals who rise through luck. They will soon revert to their true selves." Wang Outyin expressed his disdain. He could not fathom why his grandfather would accept a disciple renowned solely for their fortunate encounters, feeling that it belittled his own rigorous training. Feng's fortunate journey within the inner sect began the moment he settled into that dilapidated cave. Chapter 5, Brother, why are you peeking inside? In the days that followed, the disciples of Qingyang sect began to question their lives. Feng practiced the sect's foundational technique, Qingyang formula, and during meditation, he occasionally drooled or snored lightly while asleep. Yet, whenever other disciples assumed he was slacking off, they would unexpectedly witness the surge of spiritual energy around him, as his cultivation steadily and resolutely advanced. While meditating in the communal training room, he suddenly tilted, his head thudding against the stone tiles before the mat. Just as everyone anticipated an embarrassing moment, Feng sat upright with fervor, his eyes wide open, chanting, "I comprehend, I comprehend." Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from him, allowing him to break through from the first to the mid-third stage of chi refinement. The surrounding disciples gasped in disbelief. Is this even possible? A mere bow of the head leads to enlightenment? Ding. The host has successfully feigned enlightenment, with incredibly realistic acting, gaining 50 joy points. Feng chuckled inwardly. This newbie aura, Feng, combined with his own control to create some miraculous phenomena in cultivation, was astonishingly effortless. At the sect's task hall, inner disciples were required to complete certain sect tasks every month to earn contribution points. The least desirable task was cleaning the spirit beast garden, which Feng decided to undertake with a glance. The Qingyang sect's spirit beast garden housed several guardian spirit beasts, including a fierce scarlet flame demon tiger, known for its volatile temperament, sending shivers down the spines of any Qi refinement disciples who dared approach. Elder Su, in charge of the spirit beast garden, was an eccentric old man with a perpetually sour disposition towards everyone. Feng, armed with a broom and a bucket, arrived at the enclosure of the scarlet flame demon tiger. Upon sensing a human's presence, the tiger let out a thunderous roar, its menacing aura overwhelming. Feng, frightened, fell to the ground, accidentally dropping his bucket, spilling water mixed with stray weeds all over the tiger. Roar! The scarlet flame demon tiger became even more enraged, ready to leap out of its pen. Just then, a piece of dark, peculiar jerky, a special beast food infused with a trace of his original power, slipped from Feng's embrace, rolling to the tiger's feet. The beast sniffed it, its bloodthirsty glare faltering, and it licked the jerky before swallowing it whole. The once ferocious scarlet flame demon tiger suddenly appeared docile, even rubbing its massive head against Feng's leg, emitting a sound reminiscent of a purring cat. Feng, filled with delight, reached out to pet the tiger's head. What a big cat. Quite good, aren't you? This remarkable scene did not escape Elder Su, who happened to be patrolling. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The scarlet flame demon tiger, which he had to feed with utmost caution, had never been so tame before. How did you achieve this? Elder Su's voice trembled with excitement. Feng, bewildered, replied, I don't know. It seems to really like the food I gave it. Elder Su looked at Feng, his excitement palpable. A genius. A natural beast tamer. From now on, you will be responsible for caring for this scarlet flame demon tiger. No, the entire spirit beast garden is entrusted to you. Feng, huh? Ding. The host has unexpectedly soothed the guardian spirit beast, attracting the elder's attention, advancing the inner sect survival rules task by 1. Elder Su regards you with newfound respect. Joy points, 80. Upon hearing this, Wang Outyan's nose crinkled with frustration. Useless. Purely a stroke of luck. He gritted his teeth, determined to teach this oblivious junior a lesson. One day, in the inner sect's martial arts arena, Wang Outyan blocked Feng's path. Feng, I hear fortune has smiled upon you. Care to spar with me? Wang Outyan declared, exuding the overwhelming aura of a peak 7th-stage Qi refinement disciple. A crowd quickly gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Feng trembled. Brother Wang, I'm not your match. Enough chatter. Here is my attack. Wang Outyan seized the opportunity, launching a fierce fire sun fist toward Feng, the force of the punch formidable. In a panic, Feng stumbled, his foot slipping and sending him sprawling towards a nearby water pond. Wang Outyan sneered, thinking you can evade. Not so easy. He prepared to pursue. However, at that moment, his foot slipped on a puddle. Someone had knocked over a bucket, leaving the ground slick. Ouch! Wang Outyan stumbled, his energy faltering, and he lost control, crashing forward. Just as Feng was getting up from the pond's edge, Wang Outyan's powerful strike grazed Feng's clothing and slammed into the nearby rock formation. Boom! Stones flew in all directions. Wang Outyan, having overexerted himself, turned pale and nearly spat blood from the impact. Feng, still shaken, patted his chest. That was close. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. What incredible luck! Wang Outyan's full-force attack had nearly injured him, while Feng emerged unscathed. Filled with indignation and fury, Wang Outyan was about to retaliate when Elder Wang Defo arrived and intervened. Outyan, what nonsense is this? Feng is your junior. How dare you bully him? Elder Wang glared at his grandson, then turned kindly to Feng, asking, Are you hurt, Feng? This boy is simply reckless. Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine, Feng replied gratefully. Wang Outyan, witnessing his grandfather's concern for Feng and looking at Feng's harmless demeanor, felt his blood boil, nearly collapsing from rage. Ding! The host cleverly diffused the provocation, causing Wang Outyan to suffer a setback, advancing the inner sect survival rules task by 1. Wang Outyan regards you with newfound respect. Direction, jealousy to madness. Joy points, 120. Days later, Wang Outyan, increasingly enraged, found another opportunity. Learning that a new batch of female disciples had arrived at the sect and were bathing in the hot springs on the back mountain, he devised a plan to lead Feng there, hoping to embarrass him, preferably getting him caught by patrolling elders. Timing his approach, when Feng passed near the hot springs, he shouted, Feng, stop right there. Startled, Feng took off running, inadvertently crashing through a slightly ajar bamboo door. Beyond the door, mist swirled, revealing several graceful figures amidst startled gasps. Ah, pervert! Wang Outyan's heart soared. He was about to charge in to enjoy the spectacle and capture Feng when Elder Lu, patrolling the area, descended from the sky and immediately spotted Wang Outyin attempting to breach the female disciple's bathing area, with Feng curiously appearing behind him, shouting, "Brother, you can't go in. Wang Outyin, you have some nerve." In broad daylight, daring to intrude upon the female disciple's bathing area, Elder Lu roared. Wang Outyin stammered, No, it wasn't me. It was him. He was the one trying to get in." He pointed frantically at Feng. Meanwhile, Feng wore a look of feigned innocence and fear. "Brother Wang, why do you want to sneak a peek?" His expression made it seem as if Wang Outyin was the one unjustly accused. Several female disciples, wrapped in towels, peeked out, indignantly pointing at Wang Outyin. "It's him, sneaking around trying to break in." They had only seen Wang Outyin blocking the door. Wang Outyin had no way to defend himself and was promptly apprehended by Elder Lu, who sentenced him to a month of solitary reflection at the cliff of contemplation. Feng received gentle reassurances from Elder Lu, who advised him to keep his distance from Wang Outyin in the future. Ding! The host successfully shifted the blame onto Wang Outyin, allowing him to take the fall. Progress in the Intersect Survival Rules Task. 1. Elder Lu and several female disciples regard you with newfound respect, direction, empathy for the weak. Joy points, 150. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the main task of the Intersect Survival Rules. Task reward, 1,000 joy points. Emoticon library unlocked. In an instant, a dazzling array of emoticons appeared in Feng's mind, ranging from pitiful and shocked expressions to honest and bumbling ones, complete with dynamic effects. Splendid. This would certainly enrich the details of his performances in the future, Feng mused contentedly. In less than a month, Feng's outrageous streak of good fortune and his peculiar ability to bring misfortune to Wang Outyin spread throughout the Intersect. A segment of disciples began to sincerely believe that Feng was endowed with extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, the series of coincidences surrounding him could not be adequately explained. Conversely, Wang Aotan became the subject of ridicule among the Intersect disciples, opting to take detours whenever he encountered Feng, fearing the taint of ill luck. Chapter 6. The Advanced Coincidence Customizer. As time flowed on, news of a secret realm about to be unveiled began circulating amongst the disciples of Qingyang's sect, igniting a fervent excitement within the sect as disciples eagerly discussed the matter, hoping to be recognized by their sect and earn a coveted spot to enter the secret realm. The information circulating was clear. It was a cultivation cave left behind by a golden core stage cultivator. Have you heard? The Golden Light Cave. The legacy of the golden core ancestor. Just obtaining a fragment of its inheritance could lead to immense wealth. However, it was certain that the spots would be limited. It seemed that only the esteemed Intersect brothers and sisters would have the opportunity, right? Amidst the chatter, a name that left many astonished appeared on the expedition list of Qingyang's sect, Feng. The moment this news broke, the Intersect erupted in uproar. Feng? That guy who stumbled upon good luck? How could he be going to? It must be Elder Wang. Elder Wang is being excessively partial to this brat. Humph. A mere third-layer chi refining cultivator, relying solely on luck. What could he possibly achieve in the Golden Core Cave? What on earth was Elder Wang thinking to squander a spot on him? Upon hearing this, Wang Aotian, who was savoring tea, nearly shattered his teacup in rage. That lucky bastard. Yet, Elder Wang Defa remained unfazed. He had indeed pushed against the tide of descent to secure this opportunity for Feng. This child carries great fortune. Such an opportunity should rightfully belong to him, he asserted to the other skeptical elders. Feng then assumed an expression of feigned astonishment and trepidation, exclaiming, "Master, this is too precious. How could I possibly deserve this?" Enough of your protests. Elder Wang Defa waved his hand with a certain grandeur. Your fortune is your strength. Go forth without hesitation, regardless of what you acquire. It shall be your blessing. He even winked at Feng. Perhaps you might stumble upon something that would make even me envious. Feng chuckled inwardly. This old man has practically scripted my performance. System notification, a brand new high-standard role-playing stage, Golden Light Cave. Task issued. Thieves have their principles. Task objective. Acquire the most valuable treasure in the Golden Light Cave. Core requirement. Ensure that all onlookers believe that the host only obtained trivial items, thereby missing the true opportunity. Task reward. 2,000 joy points. Unlocking new system feature. Advanced Coincidence Customizer. Feng stroked his chin with amusement. The system is becoming increasingly entertaining. Coincidences are my forte. The day of departure soon arrived. A party from Qingyang's sect, led by Elder Wang Defa and another Intersect elder, gathered before the sect's grand hall. Aside from Feng, several elite disciples from the Intersect accompanied him, most of whom were at the late chi refining stage, along with two newly promoted Foundation establishment brothers. Disciples from other sects, such as by Shui Pavilion, Lian's sect, and Hundred Beasts Manor also began to arrive. An invisible tension hung in the air among the disciples of various sections. The entrance to the Golden Light Cave lay deep within a secluded valley jointly governed by the 4 sections. An elderly cultivator tasked with guarding the entrance succinctly announced the rules. The cave will remain open for 7 days. Within, opportunities and dangers coexist, and each shall meet their fate. Amongst the same sect, infighting is forbidden. As for other sects, it shall be a matter of individual prowess. The moment Feng stepped through the luminous gate, he felt a pull from the novice halo, false, as the new treasure hunting quest initiated. The random teleportation function has activated. I suppose I will be tossed near something remarkable. The scenery around him shifted dramatically, and he found himself amidst a dense primal forest. The spiritual energy here far surpassing that of the inner sect of Qingyang. Oh, who do we have here? A lone little pup from Qingyang sect? 3 disciples clad in the garb of Lian's sect emerged from behind the trees, all at the 6th layer of qi refining, their faces adorned with malicious smiles. 3rd layer qi refining? A plump lamb delivered right to our doorstep. Kid, hand over your storage bag, and perhaps we will allow you to leave intact. Feng exhibited just the right amount of fear, stammering, "Seniors, please spare me. I have nothing." As he spoke, he backed away in a panic. In his frantic retreat, his foot caught on a nearly invisible vine half buried in the mud. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism triggered. The 3 disciples from Lian's sect exclaimed, trying to run. One of them quickly moved, break his leg first. Just then, the ground beneath them emitted an unsettling sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharpened bamboo spikes, coated in glossy black venom, suddenly shot up from the ground beneath their feet. 2 of the disciples were caught off guard and were pierced by the spikes, falling to the ground with cries of agony. The leader reacted slightly faster, leaping back awkwardly, but still sustained a graze from a spike that drew blood from his arm. The positioning of these spikes was cunningly crafted, conveniently avoiding where Feng had unwittingly stood. Feng, however, was left dumbfounded, promptly letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Ghost! Ghost! There are traps! He tumbled and rolled, fleeing into the depths of the forest without a backward glance, his demeanor resembling that of someone who had encountered the Grim Reaper. The wounded disciples of Lian's sect could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the woods, gritting their teeth in pain. Damn it! This kid led us into a trap. It must be an ancient restriction. Count his luck. After running a considerable distance and confirming he was not being pursued, Feng leisurely dusted himself off and continued forward. The first step was complete, luring the pursuers into triggering pre-existing or perhaps slightly enhanced by the system mechanisms, a classic tactic. He began to wander aimlessly through the forest, muttering occasionally, "Where am I? Master, Elder Wang, how terrifying." His novice halo, false, guided by the system's treasure hunting protocol, subtly adjusted his path. After wandering for about an hour, he inadvertently stumbled into a secluded clearing. There was nothing remarkable about this clearing, save for a patch of grass in the center that was an unusually vivid green. Within the grass lay a peculiar little plant. It was entirely crimson, boasting 7 leaves, each resembling a tiny flame. System, target locked. 7 flame soul-nurturing grass, variant. Efficacy, can significantly nourish the soul. It is rare even in ancient times. Current world assessment value, inestimable for low-tier cultivators. System judgment, suitable for the ignorant and fearless to discover this high-value plot device. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with delight. Wow, this little flower is so beautiful. It smells wonderful. He carefully harvested the little flower, his face radiating the pure innocence and curiosity of a child. Perhaps he could present it to Master Wang, as he seemed to have an affinity for peculiar herbs. He was fully aware of the true value of this item. He casually placed the flower into an ordinary wooden box, tucking it close to his chest. Throughout his journey, he fortuitously avoided the disciples from various sects who were engaged in fierce competition over ordinary spiritual herbs or battling low-tier demonic beasts. His path was consistently favored by fortune, devoid of any hurdles. He picked up a couple of low-grade spirit stones or a common herb here and there, revealing a look of contentment as he treasured them. As time ceaselessly flowed, an indeterminate duration passed before Feng perceived a surge of energy ahead. Following this wave, he found himself amidst a dilapidated palace complex, seemingly the heart of the cave realm. The sounds of combat among disciples from various sects echoed from within the crumbling edifices. The legacy of the formidable figures must be hidden within. Do not obstruct me. Die! How dare you seize my jade slip? Disciples of the Bihue sect, assemble. Feng cautiously peered inward. Chapter 7. The 10,000 Treasures Ring. Inside the hall, disciples from 4 sects were embroiled in a chaotic melee, each showcasing their unique skills as beams of mystical light from techniques and treasures danced through the air, accompanied by shouts and roars. In the depths of the hall stood a worn stone platform, upon which lay a gleaming long sword, a vial exuding an aromatic essence, and a jade slip that shimmered with a luminous aura. The treasures radiated a resplendent glow throughout the hall. Feng scoffed inwardly. Truly, what a bunch of amateurs. This is amusing. How could such valuable items be displayed so conspicuously? System, target location confirmed. The 10,000 treasures ring is concealed within a secret compartment. Executing unexpected discovery plan amid battle aftermath. His gaze swept over the unremarkable stone wall on the left, cloaked in moss and grime, utterly inconspicuous. Feng inhaled deeply. Allowing a semblance of hesitation and trepidation to grace his features, it looks perilous inside. As if to validate his apprehension, two Foundation establishment cultivators collided violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave. One was a burly man from the 100 Beasts Manor, wielding a massive axe with his bare torso exposed, while the other was a female cultivator from the Bihue Pavilion, her flowing water sleeves and swift sword strikes harmonizing perfectly. Both executed their sex ultimate techniques with precision. The clash of formidable energies sent ripples outward. Alas, Feng was hurled by the shockwave, not out of the hall, but directly into the unremarkable stone wall. Bang! A dull thud resounded as he crashed against the stone surface. Moaning, he slid to the ground, clutching his shoulder in agony. The combatants within the hall merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their fray, engrossed in the struggle for the dazzling treasures atop the stone platform. Huh! What a pitiful fellow. However, upon the very stone wall Feng struck, a network of fine cracks quietly emerged. With a subtle cracking sound, a stone slab the size of a basin caved inward, revealing a small, pitch-black opening. From this aperture, a shadowy object tumbled forth, coming to rest beside Feng's limp hand. It was an unassuming ring, crafted from black metal, devoid of any luster, and devoid of any discernible spiritual energy. Feigning confusion, Feng opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the ring. What is this? He picked it up, inspecting it curiously between his fingers. Did it fall from the wall? How ordinary. Disappointed, he muttered under his breath, almost discarding it, yet hesitated and slipped it onto his finger. Well, at least it's a ring. Perhaps it's made of decent iron? He then groaned in pain, cradling his injured arm. No one paid heed to his insignificant discovery. All attention remained fixated on the treasures upon the stone platform, where the competition for the jade slip, the elixir vial, and the short sword intensified. System, mission thieves have their code, fraudulent edition, successfully completed. Target, the 10,000 treasures ring, has been acquired. All observers have been successfully misled. Pleasure points, 2,000. Advanced Coincidence Customizer function unlocked. The host may now design complex scenarios with multiple stages and chain reactions. A trace of smug satisfaction flickered in Feng's heart. I am indeed a genius. Splendid. This 10,000 treasures ring. He had sensed its concealed aura upon entering the cave realm. Just now, utilizing the system's assistance, he had subtly suppressed its outer barrier, rendering it seemingly unremarkable, and made slight adjustments to the wall structure, allowing everything to unfold seamlessly. Within the ring lay the lifetime's accumulation of a cultivator, insights into techniques, and several authentic treasures capable of making even a nascent soul master envious. Yet, at this moment, to everyone else, it was merely a shabby iron ring. And Feng dejectedly dragged his injured arm out of the hall. In the days that followed, Feng continued his scavenging journey within the cave realm. He discovered a few common spiritual herbs, a chipped low-grade spirit stone, and even a fragment of a broken low-tier magical artifact, all of which he carefully collected as if they were treasures. As the 7-day deadline approached, signs of instability began to emerge at the cave entrance, prompting the disciples of various sects to reluctantly withdraw one by one. Many bore injuries, some were jubilant, while others appeared despondent. The disciples of the Qingyang sect gathered before Elder Wang Defa. Master, I have acquired a spirit gathering pill, one disciple exclaimed, excitedly raising the vial snatched from the stone platform. Elder Wang Defa nodded with a smile. Well done, well done. Each has reaped rewards. It reflects your efforts and fortune. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Feng, who stood to the side, looking somewhat disheveled and dejected. He opened his hands to reveal a few wilted ordinary herbs and several chipped spirit stones. Master, I only found these, he spoke softly, a hint of shame coloring his voice. And this peculiar ring, it's utterly useless. He waved his finger, displaying the plain black iron ring. A few disciples couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, I knew it. What a waste of a slot. Just some weeds and a pile of junk. His luck has finally run out. Even disciples from other sects cast scornful glances at him. Is that the lucky one from the Qingyang sect? He looks like a beggar. Yet Elder Wang Defa's smile remained undiminished. He stepped closer, scrutinizing Feng's finds. This aconitum herb is relatively fresh. This fragment of star iron, though broken, still harbors a trace of precious metal energy. His gaze then fell upon the black iron ring adorning Feng's finger, a contemplative look crossing his face. Under the system's guidance, Feng subtly allowed the 10,000 treasures ring to emit a nearly imperceptible, fleeting essence, lasting but a moment. This ancient and profound aura could only be detected by someone of Elder Wang Defa's caliber, who was adept at uncovering hidden treasures. Elder Wang Defa's eyes narrowed slightly as his spiritual sense swept over the ring. No response. It remained a lifeless piece of mundane iron. Yet, could that fleeting sensation have been an illusion? He gazed at Feng's innocent, yet somewhat crestfallen visage. This ring, Elder Wang Defa began slowly. His tone, laced with curiosity, carried an air of returning to simplicity. Feng's eyes brightened. Really, master? But it doesn't even glow. Sometimes, the more ordinary an object appears, the more likely it conceals unknown secrets, Elder Wang Defa remarked meaningfully, wishing to avoid alarming others. Feng, the fact that you were able to bring these back is no small feat. Every experience is a form of cultivation. On the journey back to the Qingyang sect, silence enveloped them. Upon returning to the sect, as the other disciples dispersed to tend to their injuries or boast of their acquisitions, Elder Wang Defa summoned Feng to his side. Feng, once they were alone, Elder Wang Defa's demeanor turned serious. Let me have another look at that ring. Feng obediently removed the black iron ring and handed it over, saying, Master, if you like it, feel free to keep it. This object is of no use to the disciple. It merely fell out from the wall when he collided with it. His tone was imbued with genuine devotion. Wang Defa took the ring, scrutinizing it closely. He summoned his spiritual energy and attempted various methods of probing, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. The ring stubbornly retained its mundane appearance. However, the fleeting sensation he experienced in the cave abode brought to mind Feng's astonishingly fortunate luck. Could it be? He focused all his mental faculties, condensing a pure essence of golden core-level spiritual power into a single point, which he slowly infused into the ring. This was his most treasured identification secret, one he would not easily employ. Moments later, the ring remained dim. Just as Wang Defa was on the verge of giving up, Feng's little finger twitched slightly, and within the ring's inner wall, an exceedingly minute and intricately complex array flashed and vanished in an instant. It was so swift that, had Wang Defa not been in a heightened state of concentration, he would have scarcely noticed it. The array disappeared, yet in that moment, the vast and boundless aura that reverberated back from the ring sent a jolt through his very being. His hand began to tremble ever so slightly. This is no ordinary item. Elder Wang Defa's voice grew hoarse with excitement, for this was a shumi ring. Moreover, it was of an exceptionally high grade, cloaked in a supreme forbidden technique that concealed its aura. The method of concealment was nothing short of miraculous. He fumbled slightly, then bit his tongue to draw forth a drop of essence blood, which he smeared upon the ring while chanting incantations. A layer of soft, imperceptible radiance suddenly shimmered across the black iron ring. Wang Defa eagerly probed his consciousness into it. His eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. A mountain of spiritual stones, not of inferior grade, but of medium, and even a small pile of superior quality spiritual stones. Various rare ores. Ancient elixirs contained within jade boxes, dozens of jade slips radiating powerful auras, and several magical artifacts shimmering with dormant spiritual light. The wealth contained within was sufficient to sustain a small sect for 300 years without concern for resources. Chapter 8. The Prodigy's Masterful Performance. Elder Wang Defa's hand trembled slightly. He fixated on the seemingly unremarkable black iron ring in his palm, his breath becoming somewhat labored. As his consciousness delved into it, the vast storage space resembling a sea of stars, the dazzling treasures piled high nearly dazzled his aged eyes. Goodness! This is no ordinary shumi ring, Wang Defa murmured, his voice dry. This is evidently a mobile super treasury. The heaps of medium-grade spiritual stones, and even a few superior-grade spiritual stones that sent shivers down his spine, were enough to secure decades of resources for the Qingyang sect. Furthermore, the jade boxes containing elixirs, many of which he had only seen named in ancient tomes, each worth a fortune. There were also dozens of jade slips. A mere touch of his consciousness revealed the ancient Taoist essence contained within, far from being ordinary, and those few magical artifacts quietly hovering, their spiritual light subdued yet exuding a terrifying pressure. Wang Defa swallowed hard, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. He suddenly looked up at Feng, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What manner of monster has this boy reincarnated from? Such outrageous luck. Even picking up a stone could yield ancient divine iron. Most crucially, this treasure was freely offered to him. Wang Defa's mind replayed Feng's sincere and simple expression, that phrase, "Master, if you like it, take it," stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. This child not only possessed extraordinary fortune, but also a heart so pure, it was truly moving. Grateful and unassuming, splendid. Wang Defa praised inwardly. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, yet his face could not conceal his excitement. Feng, Wang Defa's voice trembled slightly. Feng blinked, revealing a look of bewilderment tinged with concern. "Master, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the ring? I don't understand. If I've caused you trouble." His cautious demeanor, as if fearful of making a mistake, warmed Wang Defa's heart. "Trouble? Ha ha ha." Wang Defa couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his mirth filled with exhilaration and pride. This was an immense surprise, a monumental opportunity. He carefully placed the Wanbao ring back onto Feng's finger, his expression solemn. "Feng, do you know that the value of this ring far exceeds your imagination? I can even assert that it is worth more than our entire Qingyang sect combined." Feng gasped in awe, his eyes widening, mouth agape in disbelief. "Ah, it's that incredible." Yet internally, he chuckled. Old Wang's acting is passable, albeit a tad exaggerated. Still, the emotions are on point. Wang Defa observed Feng's astonishment, feeling even more satisfied. "You, my child, are indeed deeply blessed. Such a treasure, concealed within the depths of a secret realm, was inadvertently dislodged by you. Is this not fate? Moreover, you thought of your master first upon acquiring it. This filial piety, I shall remember forever." As he spoke, Wang Defa's eyes grew slightly misty. Ding. Masterful performance successfully crafted the image of a truly filial disciple. Wang Defa's emotional value, 100, joy points, 300. Feng quickly lowered his head, assuming a bashful yet anxious demeanor. "Master, you overstate my worth. I am dull-witted. Were it not for your guidance into the inner sect and your patient instruction, I would still be a naive servant. I merely believe that good things ought to be given to you, master." These words brought immense comfort to Wang Defa's heart. He looked at Feng, finding him increasingly agreeable, feeling that he was indeed a precious disciple bestowed upon him by heaven. Good child," Wang Defa exclaimed, patting Feng's shoulder firmly. "Your intentions, I accept. However, the Wanbao ring is a reward granted by your own great fortune and should rightfully belong to you." He paused, his expression turning exceedingly serious. "Feng, I hereby formally declare that from this day forth, you shall be my one true disciple." "Ah!" Feng gasped again, his face a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. "True disciple? Master, I am but a novice with modest talent. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility?" He earnestly declined. Elder Wang Defa waved his hand dismissively. "No more protests. Your cultivation can be improved gradually. Talent, those who only regard surface-level talent are mere mediocrities. What I value is your fortune, and more importantly, your character. A true disciple represents the future hope of the sect and the legacy of my teachings. You are worthy," Wang Defa declared with unyielding conviction. He mused internally. With a disciple of such extraordinary fortune, how could my lineage not flourish? How could the Qingyang sect not prosper? "Disciple, I bow in gratitude for your guidance." Feng immediately knelt, his voice choked with emotion. Yet within, he calculated, being a true disciple is splendid, the privileges are higher, and I will have access to more new scripts. Old Wang's investment is certainly worthwhile. Wang Defa helped Feng to his feet, his smile radiant. "Good disciple, please rise quickly. As my true disciple, I naturally cannot neglect you." He pondered for a moment, scanning the treasures within the Wanbao ring. The sheer abundance of precious items momentarily dazzled him. He deliberately selected a few inconspicuous, yet exceedingly valuable items for Feng at this stage. This green-edged sword is a superior-grade magical artifact, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Take it for self-defense. Wang Defa's hand shimmered with brilliance, and a resplendent long sword of azure hue materialized before Feng. Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly reached out to accept it, exclaiming, "What a magnificent sword! Thank you, master." Indeed, this sword was exceptional. For a Qi refining stage practitioner, it was a true treasure. Alongside it, a vial containing 10 essence cultivation pills appeared, each capable of solidifying one's cultivation and enhancing spiritual power, greatly benefiting Feng, who was currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Another jade bottle emerged, and Feng joyfully accepted it. "This is wonderful. I was just lamenting my slow progress." Resources for cultivation are indispensable," Wang Defa remarked, producing a bulging storage bag containing 500 mid-grade spirit stones, along with various talismans and formation plates essential for cultivation. Utilize these first. Should they prove insufficient, do not hesitate to consult your master. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Feng exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Master, you are too generous. I shall strive earnestly in my cultivation, never to disappoint your high hopes. His expression of overwhelming gratitude filled Wang Defa's heart with warmth. Good child. With such determination, your master can rest easy, Wang Defa chuckled, stroking his beard. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the disciple hall to re-register your identity and select a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy, exclusively for true disciples. Yes, master. Feng replied respectfully. Wang Defa added a final admonition. Feng, you possess great fortune and have received this unparalleled treasure ring. Remember, wealth should not be flaunted. The secret of this ring must remain between us. Do not let a third party discover it, lest it attract unwanted attention and calamity. His concern for Feng was genuine. Feng nodded earnestly. I understand, master. Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed. He secretly vowed, fear not, my method of revealing will be utterly unique, ensuring they remain oblivious. Ding. The host has successfully ascended to the rank of true disciple and obtained a wealth of acting resources. Wang Defa's trust and affection for the host have reached their zenith. The chain task survival rules of the intersect has been exceeded. Evaluation. Perfect. Additional reward. 500 joy points. Unlocking the novice halo, pseudo, advancement feature. Luck focus. Beginner. This can slightly enhance the perception and discussion of the host's good fortune among those nearby, making it easier for coincidences to be attributed to the host's extraordinary luck. Oh, luck focus? How splendid. This will make future performances considerably easier. Requiring no deliberate guidance, they will conjure their own interpretations. Feng was quite pleased with this new function. Wang Defa offered a few more encouraging words before allowing Feng to return and rest, digesting the surprises of the day. Feng turned back multiple times, his face alight with gratitude as he departed. Once Feng had left, Wang Defa once again directed his consciousness into the black iron ring, his smile becoming uncontrollable, gradually transforming into unrestrained ecstasy. I've struck it rich. Truly, I have stumbled upon a treasure. No, my dear disciple has bestowed upon me a veritable mountain of riches. Ha! He envisioned the Qingyang sect flourishing under his guidance, becoming a renowned and powerful sect, all stemming from his keen insight in accepting Feng, this fortuitously gifted disciple. Meanwhile, other sect members within the secret realm, even those who had entered alongside Qingyang sect, were still patting themselves on the back for acquiring a few spirit herbs and pills. Who would have imagined that the greatest treasure had inadvertently fallen into the hands of a fortunate fool, who then naively offered it to his master? Foolish, foolish. Wang Defa shook his head, basking in the satisfaction of being the only one sober amid the drunken revelry of others. He remained blissfully unaware that he was merely a willing fish caught in Feng's grand fishing scheme, happily assisting in counting the bounty. Feng returned to his newly acquired, dilapidated cave dwelling, his heart buoyant. He toyed with the azure sword in his hand, glancing at the spirit stones and pills within the storage bag. Excellent, excellent. The quality of these items has indeed improved. The standards for the next act can be elevated. As a true disciple, his sphere of activity had expanded. The Qingyang sect, akin to a novice village, still held many delights to uncover. A smile crept onto his lips, one only he could comprehend. These fishing days were becoming increasingly flavorful. He eagerly anticipated the moment when other inner disciples, particularly that arrogant Wang Outyin, would learn not only of his serendipitous return from the secret realm, but also of his ascension to become Elder Wang Defa's sole true disciple, replete with abundant rewards, and the delightful expressions that would accompany such revelations. Hee, experience packs, here I come. Chapter 9, The Remnant Soul of the Ancient Heart Demon. Wherever Wang Outyin roamed recently, he was met with tales of Feng's legendary exploits. Did you hear? Senior brother Feng has been accepted by Elder Wang as his only true disciple. Not only that, but I also heard Elder Wang bestowed upon him a top-grade artifact, the Azure Blade, along with 500 mid-grade spirit stones. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. My heavens, that is more than my entire share over several years. Indeed, they say senior brother Feng's luck is unparalleled. I believe Elder Wang has truly struck gold. These discussions echoed in Wang Outyin's ears, igniting a blaze of jealousy and resentment within him. Why him? That useless fool. He seethed upon returning to his cave, slamming his fist on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. His face was a mask of envy and unwillingness. He, Wang Outyin, the beloved grandson of Wang Defa, a talented inner disciple, had now become a mere backdrop to Feng's fortunate rise, a laughingstock. Luck? Nonsense. He roared, his chest heaving with frustration. Were it not for my grandfather's favoritism, What would he amount to? In recent days, his cultivation had been plagued by restlessness, his spiritual energy sluggish. I refuse to accept this. I will not be defeated. Just then, amidst his tumultuous thoughts and burgeoning resentment, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh echoed in the depths of his mind. Ah, such intense obsession, such pure resentment, truly excellent nourishment. Who? Wang Outyin jolted in alarm, scanning his surroundings warily. The cave was utterly empty. Little one, no need to panic, the voice resumed, imbued with an ancient and sinister allure. I am but a remnant soul of the ancient heart demon, awakened from millennia of slumber by your grievances. Wang Outyin's heart quaked. Ancient heart demon, what do you desire? What do I desire? The voice chuckled softly. Naturally, I wish to assist you, to help you attain everything you desire, to crush that wretch who has stolen your radiance, to elevate you to the pinnacle of this world. Wang Outyin's pupils constricted slightly. Assist me? He was no fool. He understood that such entities were rarely benevolent. Precisely. The remnant soul of the heart demon speaks truthfully. Your innate talent is commendable. It is merely your temperament that lacks refinement, suppressed by that fool's fortune. But with my guidance, a mere luck-based waste can be extinguished with but a flick of your fingers. And who are you to warrant my trust? Wang Outyin steadied himself. I shall offer you a taste of sweetness first. I will impart to you a fragment of the soul-devouring technique. Practice it for a few days, and you shall see that my words are not false. The remnants of the ancient heart demon chuckled. Wang Outyin felt a technique manifest in his mind. Upon a brief trial, he was astounded by the remarkable speed of its operation. How is it? All I require is for you to assist me in recovering a fraction of my strength, and I shall provide you with a more complete technique, propelling your advancement. The voice was laced with seduction. Wang Outyin craved power, yearning to trample Feng beneath his feet. What must I do? He gritted his teeth. Very simple. My spirit is currently feeble and in dire need of nourishment. If you can procure a seven-flame soul nourishing herb, it will aid me in regaining a modicum of strength, thereby granting me sufficient power to guide you onto the path of true mastery, spoke the ancient remnant of a heart demon. The seven-flame soul nourishing herb? Wang Outyin furrowed his brow, recalling that his grandfather had mentioned these words upon returning from his secret expedition. This herb is exceedingly rare. It harbors pure yang soul energy, which is precisely what I require at this moment, the heart demon remnant elucidated. Wang Outyin's eyes flickered with intrigue. If Feng had indeed stumbled upon the seven-flame soul nourishing herb and had already presented it to grandfather. Very well, I shall comply. Wang Outyin's resolve solidified, no longer hesitating. For the sake of power and vengeance, he would stop at nothing. At that moment, Wang Defa was savoring tea with great delight, idly toying with a mundane iron ring. My keen eye for bargains truly prevails. Feng is indeed a harbinger of fortune. Wang Defa mused, filled with myriad thoughts. Grandfather. Wang Outyin's voice resonated from outside the door. Wang Defa lifted his gaze to see his grandson, a smile spreading across his face. Outyin, what brings you here? He set aside his jade tablet, observing his dashing grandson with pride. Wang Outyin inhaled deeply and said earnestly, Grandfather, I have encountered a setback in my cultivation. My spirit has been harmed, and I urgently require a seven-flame soul nourishing herb for healing. Otherwise, my progress could regress, and my foundation may be compromised. He fabricated a reason based on the heart demon's guidance. Seven-flame soul nourishing herb. The image of the crimson herb Feng had carelessly placed aside flashed in his mind. At that time, he had quietly derided Feng for being unable to discern its worth, mistaking a treasure that nourished the soul for an ordinary flower. Could it be that this was the will of fate? This herb was destined to belong to the Wang family for the benefit of his grandson? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled Feng's simple and honest demeanor, alongside the immense value of the myriad treasures ring. Surely, Feng would not mind relinquishing a mere seven-flame soul nourishing herb. Very well, Wang Defa nodded. Your junior brother Feng indeed found a similar spiritual herb not long ago. He intended to keep it for himself, but since you are in urgent need, I shall give it to you. He retrieved a simple wooden box containing the seven-flame soul nourishing herb from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Outyin. Take this for your healing. You must diligently cultivate and not allow your junior brother Feng to outshine you, Wang Defa remarked with a hint of significance. Wang Outyin accepted the wooden box, his heart overflowing with joy. Thank you, grandfather. I shall not disappoint your expectations, he expressed gratefully, turning to leave. Wait, Wang Defa called after him. Your junior brother Feng just arrived and is currently tending to the herb garden in the back courtyard. Go greet him and inform him of this matter, lest misunderstandings arise in the future. Wang Defa instructed, wishing for Feng to witness that his master was equitable. Wang Outyin, recalling his grandfather's directive and the heart demon's urging, steeled himself and replied, Yes, grandfather. He proceeded to the back courtyard, where he found Feng squatting by the herb garden, diligently loosening the soil around a spiritual herb, exuding an air of tranquility. Sunlight bathed him, rendering him particularly innocuous. Junior brother Feng, Wang Outyin began awkwardly. Feng turned at the sound, his face lighting up with a sincere smile. Wang Shixiang, you've come. He brushed the dirt from his hands and stood. In that fleeting moment when Wang Outyin and Feng locked eyes, the heart demon remnant, once brimming with pride and anticipation, let out a shriek of sheer terror. Ah, it's him. How can it possibly be him? The heart demon remnant roared frantically, its entire essence trembling violently, on the verge of disintegration. Thousands of years ago, the terrifying figure who had effortlessly reduced it and countless demons to ashes with a mere gesture, with eyes that regarded all life and cosmic order as insignificant. That nightmarish memory, buried deep within its soul, surged forth like a flood. No, it cannot be. How is he here? The heart demon remnant was consumed by disbelief. It could distinctly sense that the seemingly unassuming youth before it, merely at the third level of chi cultivation, was the embodiment of its ancient heart demon's dread. Wang Outyin, startled by the sudden upheaval in his mind, inquired, What's wrong with you? Silence. Fool, do you wish to perish? The heart demon remnant bellowed with all its might, its voice tinged with desperation. Quick, kneel, bow your head, address me as your master. No, call me your ancestor. Your great ancestor. Assume the most abject posture. The heart demon remnant was utterly deranged, sensing that with a single thought from the youth, its barely awakened remnant would instantly dissipate, with no chance of reincarnation. Wang Outyin was completely bewildered. The very entity that had just instructed him to seize the seven-flame soul nourishing herb for its restoration and to elevate its status had suddenly turned into a coward, demanding he kneel and address it as ancestor. To that useless Feng? Why, you must be mistaken. Wang Outyin stammered. Mistaken? You think this is a joke? The heart demon remnant shrieked. If you wish to avoid being obliterated, do as I command. Hurry. If you delay, we shall be annihilated. It even contemplated seizing control of Wang Outyin's body, but it was far too weak to accomplish such a feat moreover. Any slight movement before him would lead to its demise. Feng, observing Wang Outyin's ghastly expression and the strange hues shifting across his face, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Beep. Unknown weak soul fluctuation detected. Emotions extremely unstable, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Beginner's halo, pseudo, luck focus, basic, effect triggered. The other party appears to have misinterpreted the host's good fortune as some unspeakable terror. Oh, such a delightful occurrence. Feng offered Wang Outyin a more amiable smile. Wang Shixiang, you don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell? His smile, in the eyes of the heart demon remnant, was 100-fold more terrifying than the grinning demon of the abyss. Oh no, he has noticed us. He is going to strike. The heart demon remnant howled in despair. Do not kill me. Great ancestor, spare my life. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I am willing to serve you like a mule or a dog. Please, grant me a chance to live. The heart demon remnant frantically kowtowed in Wang Outyin's mind, its voice a wretched plea. Wang Outyin stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, utterly petrified. He glanced at Feng's innocent visage and then listened to the heart demon's abject supplication echoing in his mind, causing his entire worldview to shatter. What is happening? Chapter 10. It is the ancestor. It is the great ancestor. Wang Shixiang, are you truly all right? Were you startled by something just now? I noticed you were sweating on your forehead. Feng stepped closer. The heart demon remnant in Wang Outyin's mind let out a scream more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, he is coming. He intends to strike against us. No, ancestor, spare my life. Its sole thought was to flee. The farther, the better. It sensed, with each step Feng took closer, an invisible aura permeating the air, causing its very soul to tremble, threatening to evaporate its meager remnant. This was no mere luck. It was the primordial will of the universe paving the way for him. The laws of the myriad realms are bowing before him. You stay back. Wang Outyin shouted almost instinctively, his voice cracking. His mind was in turmoil, disturbed by the frenzied howls of his inner demons, and as he beheld Feng's countenance, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Oh! Feng halted his steps, displaying an expression of hurt and grievance, complemented by a newly minted pitiful animated emoji from the expression library, which was extraordinarily effective. Brother Wang, do you dislike me? This visage, seen through the eyes of the remnants of his inner demon, was far more terrifying than any malevolent spirit. No, not at all. Great One, please, calm your wrath. He does not harbor any disdain for you. He is in awe of you. Yes, he worships you with utmost reverence. Hence his incoherent excitement. The remnants of his inner demon rushed to explain, speaking as if reciting a spell. I just suddenly remembered I have pressing matters to attend to. Wang Outyin, disregarding the matter of the seven-flame, soul-nourishing herb, merely wished to distance himself from Feng at once. He awkwardly clasped his hands together and stammered, I, junior brother, I must take my leave. With that, he nearly fled in disarray, tumbling out of the medicinal garden, his figure a picture of chaos. Feng observed his retreating silhouette, stroking his chin, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Is this what it takes to frighten him away? His mental fortitude is lacking. Ding. The host's invisible intimidation has caused an unknown soul entity to suffer a mental collapse, instilling profound fear in Wang Outyin towards the host. Direction, indescribable reverence. Pleasure points 250. The aura of the novice's halo, pseudo, of fortune focus, beginner, continues to be in effect, and the target has equated your existence with great terror. Quite splendid. This halo effect has elevated to a new level, making even the act of provoking appear sophisticated. Feng felt immense satisfaction with the system's notification. Wang Outyin ran at a frenzied pace, only stopping to catch his breath once he had distanced himself, his complexion still as pale as parchment. Huff, huff. What on earth is he? Wang Outyin leaned against a tree, still shaken. What on earth? Is that how you refer to him? That is the Great One. An ancestor. A figure whose stature you could never hope to attain in 10 lifetimes, you fool. The voice of the remnants of his inner demon suddenly rose in pitch, filled with boundless anger and fear. The remnants of his inner demon was on the verge of madness from Wang Outyin's dense-headedness. Do you realize that just a single thought from the Great One could have caused our souls to scatter and never be reborn? Wang Outyin opened his mouth, still grappling with disbelief. But he is only at the third level of Qi refinement. Third level of Qi refinement? That is merely the Great One experiencing life, playing at being human. What do you know? The remnants of the inner demon roared, a true dragon. Even when disguised as a small worm, cannot hide its majestic presence. Did you not feel it earlier? That impulse to kneel and submit from the depths of your soul. Wang Outyin began to reflect. Indeed, he had sensed an inexplicable pressure, but it seemed more like his inner demon was progressively yielding. I. What do you mean I? Right now, immediately, at once. Adjust your mindset. From this day forth, Feng no, Great One, is the sole light in your life. The only faith. The remnants of the inner demon wore an expression of exasperation. You must devise every possible means to approach him, to ingratiate yourself, to serve him. No, to be a dog. To be able to serve him as a dog is the greatest fortune you could ever possess. Wang Outyin's lips twitched. To be a dog? He, Wang Outyin, a genius of the inner sect, the beloved grandson of Elder Wang, is to become the dog of that waste he has always looked down upon. This was more unbearable than death itself. What? You are unwilling? If you refuse, then we shall await the day when the Great One is in a foul mood and crushes us at will. Do not forget, there is still a trace of my aura on you. In the perception of the Great One, we are like fireflies in the night, clearly discernible. Should you perish, do not implicate me. The tone of the remnants of the inner demon turned icy. Wang Outyin shivered. Or do you think you can stir any waves beneath the Great One's gaze? Those petty actions of yours are likely as laughable to him as a child's game. The remnants of the inner demon continued to berate him. Wang Outyin fell silent. He could not deny that Feng's rise was riddled with too many incredible coincidences. Previously, he had attributed it to sheer luck, but now, with the inner demon's words, those coincidences seemed to carry an unfathomable significance. Then, what about that seven-flame soul-nourishing herb? Wang Outyin recalled the purpose of his visit. Eat. It must be consumed. The remnants of the inner demon declared resolutely. As soon as we regain a bit of strength, I shall personally serve as the Great One's dog. This left Wang Outyin speechless. Short-sighted. The remnants of the inner demon scolded. What is a mere soul-nourishing herb? As long as you cling tightly to the Great One's thigh. Not to mention the seven-flame soul-nourishing herb, even the 9 heavens immortal dew, the 10,000-year divine medicine. Should the Great One casually grant you a bit, it would suffice for your endless use. Consider this. He can casually produce such a vast storage ring for Wang Defa. Would he care about a trivial spirit herb? Wang Outyin's heart began to waver. Jealousy, reluctance, fear, and a glimmer of hope lured by the beautiful future painted by the inner demon intertwined within him. In the days that followed, Wang Outyin moved like a mere shell of himself, his mind filled with the inner demon's relentless teachings, coercion, and temptation. Listen, when you see the Great One, you must actively greet him, wear a smile, adopt a humble posture, and your gaze must be reverent. If the Great One has any commands, be prepared to leap into fire and water without hesitation. Remember, we are now grasshoppers on the same string. Only when the Great One is pleased can we survive. Do you understand? Wang Outyin was tormented to near the brink of collapse. He began to deliberately avoid an iPhone, fearing that a mere misstep or wrong glance might lead to his instant obliteration by the Great One, who toyed with the world. Meanwhile, an iPhone continued to enjoy his leisurely life as a true disciple, meditating and cultivating daily. In reality, he was exploring the new features of the system, occasionally assisting in the medicinal garden, actually experimenting with the newly unlocked plant growth effects, living contentedly. Elder Wang Defa grew increasingly satisfied with him, often imparting guidance, and more frequently reflecting on how he had taken in a treasured disciple. Chapter 11. Enrollment at Jianghua Academy. On this day, the inner sect of Qingyang sect suddenly became bustling with activity. A piece of news spread throughout the entire sect like wildfire. Have you heard? The largest cultivation academy in Jianghua City, Jianghua Academy, is expanding its enrollment ahead of schedule this year. Jianghua Academy? That is a renowned cultivation institution in the eastern region. It is said that the instructors there are all at least Golden Core realms. If one could enter Jianghua Academy for further studies, their future would be limitless. Our Qingyang sect seems to have secured some recommendation slots this time. The disciples of Qingyang sect were all filled with anticipation, discussing this explosive news, each hoping to obtain admission to Jianghua Academy, as that would mean stepping onto the path of top-tier cultivation in Huaghua. Jianghua City, a massive metropolis in the eastern region, boasts a population exceeding 100 million, and Jianghua Academy serves as the premier training ground for cultivation talents in the eastern region, renowned throughout the cultivation world. The influence of Jianghua Academy is far beyond that of a second-rate sect like Qingyang sect, which occupies a mere corner. The higher echelons of the sect issued an official notice. Qingyang sect has received 5 recommended slots for the entrance examination at Jianghua Academy. To ensure fairness, the sect decided to hold an internal competition in the inner sect 3 days later at the martial arts arena, selecting the top 5 disciples to represent Qingyang sect in Jianghua City for the examination. Upon the announcement, the entire inner sect erupted with excitement. Countless inner sect disciples viewed this as a golden opportunity to ascend to greatness. Even some disciples, who had long secluded themselves, emerged from their retreats, eager to partake in this fierce competition. Within Ni Feng's cave, he was engrossed in employing the novice aura, luck focus feature, playfully teasing a peculiar potted plant on the windowsill that had yet to bloom. With a mere flick of his finger, the spiritual energy surrounding the plant began to gather in a wonderfully intricate manner, culminating in a sudden explosion of glimmering specks of light that infused themselves into the bud. In the next moment, that dormant bud, which had remained silent for years, quivered slightly and gradually unfurled into a small flower resplendent with vibrant hues. Oh, the effect of this forced maturation is quite commendable. It could certainly be used to enhance our meals with various spiritual fruits, and Feng mused with satisfaction. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Important plot point detected. Jiangbo Academy enrollment. Main quest issued. The key to academia. Successfully obtain admission to Jiangbo Academy. Quest requirements. 1. Must emerge as a dark horse, securing a recommendation spot by triumphing in the inner sect grand competition of Qingyang sect. 2. Throughout the competition, enact at least 3 instances of extreme counterattacks leading to unexpected progression. 3. The final evaluation must conclude with, this individual relies solely on luck, proving to be of little use, yet astonishingly fortunate, leaving others speechless. Quest rewards, 3,000 joy points. Unlock new system feature, scene atmosphere editor, beginner. Feng glanced at the quest requirements, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. A dark horse? Extreme counterattacks? Luck to the brim? He chuckled softly. Isn't this just my daily routine? The system is becoming increasingly attuned to my nature. Scene atmosphere editor, beginner. Allows for minor adjustments to the environmental ambience, such as tension and excitement, public attention, or solemnity and slaughter, enhancing the immersion of the roleplay and the audience's engagement. This feature is splendid. In the future, I can customize the background music and lighting when I deliver a face slap. Feng eagerly anticipated the rewards. Jiangbo Academy. It sounds like a stage far grander than Qingyang sect. Surely, there will be more intriguing actors and spectators there. He began to look forward to the uproarious chaos that this seemingly unremarkable disciple of Qingyang sect, relying solely on luck, would stir up at Jiangbo Academy. At that moment, within Wang Outyin's cave, the remnant soul of the heart demon had also learned of Jiangbo Academy's enrollment news and the impending inter-sect grand competition. An opportunity, a magnificent opportunity has arrived. The heart demon remnant soul exclaimed excitedly to Wang Outyin. Wang Outyin sat listlessly within his cave, his eyes devoid of spirit. What opportunity? The chance to be trampled by that monster in Feng again. These days, he had been tormented to the brink of losing his temper by the heart demon. Fool, It is, of course, the chance to cling tightly to the elder's thigh. Just think, how exceptional is Jiangbo Academy's talent pool? The elder will be there to enjoy life. Surely he needs someone to serve him tea and water. And follow him closely. The heart demon remnant soul lamented his lack of ambition. If you can perform slightly better in the competition, without overshadowing the elder's brilliance, you can naturally enter Jiangbo Academy alongside him. I will do my utmost to assist you. Then, you'll be in close proximity to the elder. And what benefits could you possibly miss out on? Wang Aoyan's eyes flickered slightly. You mean exactly? This is undoubtedly the elder's test for you. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own fortune. The heart demon remnant soul continued to spin grand visions. Remember, your goal is not to vie for first place, but to become the elder's most loyal, most useful, and most perceptive lackey. Look at your grandfather Wang Defa. Isn't it precisely because he clung to the elder's thigh that everyone in Qingyang sect now gives him face? Wang Aoyan's breath quickened slightly. He had to admit that. While the heart demon's words were harsh, they did seem to hold a kernel of truth. If an Feng truly is that unfathomable, then perhaps becoming his follower is indeed a path to greatness. But how do I know he will accept me? Wang Aoyan still felt a twinge of anxiety. Show your sincerity. In the competition, give it your all, but at critical moments, know when to yield and create opportunities for the elder to shine. Do you understand? The heart demon said earnestly. A complex light flickered in Wang Aoyan's eyes. Rather than being completely overshadowed by Feng's brilliance and becoming a laughingstock, he might as well take a gamble. This was the philosophy the heart demon had been instilling in him. Gamble that Feng, this elder, truly needs a devoted lackey. And he, Wang Aoyan, was willing to become that lackey. Chapter 12. The host successfully executes an unexpected victory. Inside Wang Aoyan's cave, the seven-flamed soul-nurturing grass, obtained from Elder Wang, hovered in midair, exuding pure soul power. A stream of crimson light was drawn into Wang Aoyan's brow, effectively flowing toward the ancient heart demon remnant soul within his consciousness. Ah, how delightful! The heart demon remnant soul sighed contentedly, its ethereal form appearing somewhat more solid. This seven-flamed soul-nurturing grass is indeed a premium nourisher for the soul. While it may not restore me fully, it will enable me to employ some minor tricks. Wang Aoyan felt the heart demon's aura slightly strengthen, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. What are you preparing to do? What am I preparing to do? Naturally, I am paving the way for the elder. In 3 days, the inter-sect grand competition will commence, and the elder will undoubtedly venture to Jiangbo Academy to experience life. How can we not clear the obstacles for the elder and serve him? The heart demon remnant soul stated matter-of-factly. It chuckled darkly. With a little strategy, I can ensure those blind fools encounter a few mishaps, or even have you take care of a couple of them. Wang Aoyan's expression changed. Have me do it? What? Not willing? The heart demon remnant soul snorted coldly. This is a splendid opportunity for you to demonstrate your loyalty. I will secretly assist you, allowing you to win precisely at the right moment. Remember, everything is for the elder. Wang Aoyan clenched his fists, ultimately succumbing in resignation. I understand. Resistance? He sensed a modicum of the heart demon's power, and even dared not entertain such thoughts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial arena of Qingyang sect's intersect was now alive with a cacophony of voices. Nearly all intersect disciples had gathered here, save for a few who were utterly unable to extricate themselves. On the high platform, the sect leader Qin Jiangzi sat alongside several core elders, with Wang Defa prominently among them. Today, he radiated vitality, occasionally stroking his beard and smiling, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Feng in the crowd. Silence. An elder of law enforcement proclaimed loudly. The Jiangbo Academy enrollment competition, the sect selection, begins now. The first item, drawing lots to determine the order of battles. A massive jade lottery cylinder was brought forth, containing the name tags of all participating disciples. The disciples stepped forward one by one to draw their lots. When it was Wang Aoyan's turn, he took a deep breath and reached into the cylinder. In his consciousness, the heart demon remnant soul barked. Now is the time, the third from the left. Countdown 7. Wang Aoyan followed the instruction and drew a jade slip, which prominently displayed the name of Zhang Kuang. Ranked among the top 10 in strength among the inner disciples, Zhang Kuang, peak level of Qi refining stage 8, possessed formidable skills in the furious wind blade technique. Hiss. Brother Wang's luck isn't too favorable, facing brother Zhang Kuang in the first round. This should be quite a spectacle. Wang Aoyan maintained a calm demeanor, but his heart raced. Soon, several other formidable disciples drew challenging opponents, eliciting gasps from the audience. Then it was Feng's turn. He leisurely approached and casually retrieved a jade slip from the cylinder. The crowd craned their necks in anticipation. The jade slip read, Li Godin. Fli Godin? That fellow, who entered the 4th layer of Qi refinement 6 months later than Feng. Truly, Feng's luck is unparalleled. Li Godin, on the other hand, bore a pallid countenance. Nearly on the verge of tears. Why must he face this child of fortune? Elder Wang Defa, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his laughter. Ah, splendid, splendid. The sect leader, Qin Jiangzi, also smiled gently and remarked to Elder Wang Defa, your disciple is indeed blessed with remarkable fortune. Feng, seizing the moment, revealed a relieved yet somewhat embarrassed expression, clasping his hands toward Li Godin. Junior brotherly, I look forward to your guidance. Li Godin was at a loss for words. The grand competition commenced. The initial bouts were rather uneventful until it was time for Wang Outyin to face Zhang Kuang. Brother Wang, please. Zhang Kuang proclaimed, his demeanor haughty, clearly dismissive of Wang Outyin. Taking a deep breath, Wang Outyin heard the voice of the remnant soul of his inner demon resonate in his mind. Do not panic. This individual wields a broad and fierce sword technique. His old injury lies at his left waist, an opening for attack. The battle began. As anticipated, Zhang Kuang's strikes were fierce, summoning gusts of wind. Under the precise guidance of the inner demon, Wang Outyin narrowly evaded, occasionally countering with unexpected strikes that landed precisely on the weak points of Zhang Kuang's attacks. Brother Wang appears to be in fine form today. Indeed, Brother Zhang's moves seem to have been anticipated several times. As the fight progressed, Zhang Kuang grew increasingly alarmed, feeling as though all his techniques were being seen through, leaving him at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a powerful slash. However, Wang Outyin defied logic by advancing rather than retreating, delivering a palm strike to Zhang Kuang's left rib. Dreadful, Zhang Kuang thought, as the pain from his old injury momentarily incapacitated him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Outyin unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, executing the fierce sun fist upon Zhang Kuang's chest. Uffed, Zhang Kuang spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling out of the arena. Wang Outyin emerged victorious. The audience fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into an uproar. Brother Wang has won. Brother Zhang has actually been defeated. How is that possible? Wang Outyin stood in the center, panting slightly, a look of disbelief and joy on his face, while inwardly, he marveled at the prowess of the inner demon. The remnant soul proudly declared, humph, merely a trifling feat next. Zhao Taizhu, 9th layer of Qi refinement, specializes in the indestructible Vajra, with a weakness at the nape of the neck. In the subsequent matches, aided by the inner demon's covert assistance, Wang Outyin remarkably advanced, defeating numerous formidable and renowned inner disciples. At times, he displayed sudden flashes of insight to predict his opponent's moves. At other moments, he capitalized on their mistakes, and occasionally, he unleashed strikes that transcended his own abilities. The entire martial arts arena was shaken. Wang Outyin must have been concealing his talents all along. Elder Wang Defa, observing his grandson's performance, was left speechless, only to erupt into jubilant exclamations. Excellent. Truly remarkable. He is indeed the prodigy of our Wang family. He even began to suspect that perhaps his discerning eye in accepting Feng had inadvertently transferred some of Feng's extraordinary luck to his grandson. Amidst the cheers and adoration from the crowd, Wang Outyin gradually began to comprehend the true strength of the inner demon. At last, it was Feng's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Li Godin, trembled visibly, his face betraying a desperate wish to flee. Brother, please show mercy, he stammered, his voice tinged with a whimper. Feng offered a benign smile. Junior brotherly, let us keep it light. System notification. Preparing for the extreme counterattack roleplay task. Objective. Achieve victory in the most outrageous manner. With the sound of the gong signaling the start of the match, Li Godin took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and shouted, Leaf family shovel. He unleashed the family's earth-based technique, conjuring a yellow light in the shape of a shovel, aimed squarely at Feng. Taken aback, Feng's legs buckled, and he fell onto his rear with a thud, exclaiming, ouch. The yellow earth shovel was poised to strike him on the forehead. In that critical moment, in a state of sheer panic, Feng flailed his hands on the ground, attempting to rise. To his fortune, a pebble the size of a fingernail lay just beside his right hand. Pressing his palm down upon it, the pebble shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, unerringly targeting the open mouth of Li Godin. The pebble struck with uncanny precision, lodging itself in Li Godin's throat. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, hands clutching his neck as he erupted into a violent coughing fit, causing the conjured earth shovel to dissipate immediately. Tears and mucus streamed down his face as he gasped for air, pointing at Feng, utterly speechless. Feng, shaken yet bewildered, rose from the ground, dusting off his backside, and gazed at Li Godin with confusion. Junior brotherly, what is the matter with you? The referee and the elders on stage wore expressions of utter astonishment. Realizing the severity of Li Godin's predicament, The referee rushed forward to assess the situation. After considerable effort, the pebble was finally dislodged, and Legodin exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, tears continuing to flow as he stammered, "I concede. I admit defeat." The referee elder's lips twitched uncontrollably. In this match, Feng is the victor. The audience, initially silent, soon erupted into a cacophony of astonished chatter. Is this even possible? A stumble, a pebble, and oh, DM? I've never witnessed such an absurd victory. Feng's luck has transcended the heavens, beyond the realm of description. Elder Wang Defa, overwhelmed with excitement, slapped his thigh. What fortune! What fortune! Ha! The sect leader, Qinjiangzi, could only shake his head in bemusement. A wry smile on his face. Ding! The host has successfully performed an unexpected victory, displaying natural acting with no flaws. Task progress for the extreme counterattack. 1, 3. Joy points, for 100. Feng chuckled inwardly. This, advanced coincidence customizer, works effortlessly. He offered a shy smile to the crowd before quietly stepping aside, concealing his merits and fame. The gazes of the disciples toward him transformed from initial disdain and jealousy to profound respect and a sense of dread toward the unknown power he wielded. They began to ponder whether Feng's luck was, in fact, a manifestation of an incomprehensible strength. Chapter 13. Successfully advancing to the finals. The clamor of the martial arts arena did not subside due to Legodin's bizarre defeat. Rather, it intensified. Next, Feng will face Sun Hao. The referee elder announced with great volume. Sun Hao, a disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, renowned for his increasingly formidable technique, the layered wave palm, had taken the initiative to review several recordings of Feng's matches. With a cold smirk, Sun Hao thought to himself, "Humph, merely a series of coincidences. As long as I remain steadfast and deny him any opportunities, let us see how he can win." He stepped onto the stage and clasped his fists toward Feng. "Junior brother and I look forward to your guidance." Feng maintained his innocent demeanor. "Brother Sun, please go easy on me." Sun Hao unleashed a flurry of layered palm strikes, advancing steadily, seeking not a swift victory, but rather a flawless execution. Meanwhile, Feng, appearing clumsy in his evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoided several palm strikes, drawing gasps from the audience. Brother Sun is indeed seasoned. It seems Feng may not be so fortunate this time. As Sun Hao forced Feng back steadily, a triumphant smile crept across his face. Now's the moment. He seized an opportunity, launching both palms in a deadly execution of the layered wave palm, overpowering Feng and sealing off all avenues of retreat. Feng was taken aback, his foot twisted, and his body began to topple backward. It was over. Sun Hao's heart cried out. However, just as Feng was about to fall and Sun Hao's palm strength was about to strike his chest, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a loud crack, the sound of something breaking pierced through the air. Sun Hao felt the ground beneath him give way, and when he looked down, he was astonished to see the solid bluestone slab beneath him had inexplicably cracked. One of his feet was caught firmly in the fissure. The sudden turn of events caused the energy he had gathered to spiral out of control, forcing him to retract it with great difficulty, causing his blood to surge violently. Meanwhile, Feng, due to the excessive backward angle from his twisted ankle, narrowly evaded the chaotic force of Sun Hao's palm and fell flat on his back. He stared blankly at the sky before turning to see Sun Hao, trapped and unable to move, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sun Hao thought to himself, cursing fate. How could such a solid stone slab spontaneously crack? And at the very moment he unleashed his power? Why did it ensnare only one of his feet? The referee, equally bewildered, approached to assess the situation and, after much effort, managed to free Sun Hao's foot. His ankle was severely sprained and swollen, rendering him incapable of standing, let alone continuing the match. Thus, Feng emerged victorious. The referee's voice trembled slightly, betraying his own disbelief. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. If the previous match involving Legodin was deemed an accident, what could be said of this one? The stone slab cracked of its own accord, and Sun Hao just happened to step into it while injuring his foot? I declare that there is a serious issue with the quality of the martial arena's stone slabs. Feng's luck has evidently influenced the very ground beneath him. One disciple stammered. This is beyond mere luck. It is clearly an embodiment of the principle that words manifest into reality, a testament to one's thoughts becoming actions. Elder Wang Defa's eyes crinkled with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent. Indeed, Fenger is a harbinger of fortune." Ding. The host successfully orchestrated a venue mishap, displaying an innate talent for performance. Task progress for extreme counterattack. 2-3. Updated. Joy points. 550. Feng chuckled to himself. The advanced coincidence customizer is truly effective. I shall next endeavor to have my opponent's magical artifact self-destruct. He sheepishly scratched his head, offering Sun Hao an apologetic smile before quietly exiting the stage. In the upcoming semifinals, Feng's opponent was the meticulous and cautious Chun Mo, a disciple of the inner sect. Chun Mo, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was widely recognized for his skillful drizzling rain sword technique, which boasted formidable offensive capabilities. Having thoroughly analyzed Feng's victories in the previous rounds, he concluded that as long as he refrained from engaging in aggressive attacks, avoiding any unforeseen opportunities for Feng, he could gradually wear him down. Junior brother your streak of luck ends here, Chun Mo encouraged himself before taking the stage. The competition began. True to his strategy, Chun Mo's swordplay was as delicate as spring rain, not seeking to inflict harm but rather to entangle, leaving his defenses impenetrable. Feng, in a state of frantic response, appeared to be in constant peril, yet somehow managed to narrowly evade disaster at the last moment. As time passed, a sheen of sweat began to form on Chun Mo's forehead. He realized that regardless of his caution, Feng consistently found inexplicable ways to defuse crises. I cannot afford to prolong this any further. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened as he resolved to take a risk. He altered his sword technique, accelerating suddenly, aiming the tip of his sword at Feng's throat. Feng was taken aback and retreated hastily, but in his haste, he inadvertently kicked a small stone that had fallen to the edge of the arena during an earlier match. The stone shot upward with a whoosh. Chun Mo smirked, dismissing it as a trivial trick. However, the trajectory of the stone did not head toward Chun Mo, but rather ascended, striking the flagpole of the sect's banner suspended above the arena. The pole swayed slightly. Then, a plump pigeon, which had been resting at the top of the flagpole, startled and flapped its wings, releasing a warm, white droppings that fell with uncanny precision onto the unsuspecting Chun Mo, who was intently watching the stone's flight. Splat! The droppings descended at an astonishing speed, landing squarely on Chun Mo's right eye. Chun Mo felt a darkness engulf his vision, an indescribable stench invading his senses, causing his body to freeze in a state of alarm. Although Feng was in a state of panic, witnessing Chun Mo's sudden incapacitation, he instinctively lunged forward. The Qingfeng sword in his hand inadvertently collided with Chun Mo's wrist, which had loosened its grip on the sword due to being blinded by the bird droppings. Clang! Chun Mo's sword flew from his grasp, and Feng, propelled by momentum, collided into Chun Mo's embrace, and both tumbled to the ground. When the referee finally separated them, Chun Mo was on the ground, clutching his eyes and retching, having lost his will to fight. Feng, covered in dirt and confusion, rose with an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" Thus, Feng was declared the victor, though the referee's voice trembled as he announced it. The disciples present, including the elders on the platform, were collectively petrified. Divine intervention of bird droppings? A direct hit to the eye? I understand now. Feng is not merely fortunate. He is the favored child of destiny. The universe conspires to assist him. Indeed. Look at that pigeon. It did not relieve itself at any other time, but precisely then. The stone was not kicked at any other moment, but at that very instant. This is all the will of heaven. How terrifying. How astonishing. Elder Wang Defo was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly find words. Merely slapping his thigh and murmuring, "Heaven bless my disciple. Heaven bless my disciple." Ding. The host successfully directed a divine intervention of justice. With a plot that twists and captivates. Task progress for extreme counterattack, 3-3, completed. Joy points, 700. Feng was overjoyed. This script is so impressive. Even I admire my own ingenuity. Thank you, Brother Pigeon. I shall treat you to a feast later. Thus, Feng advanced to the finals in a manner that left everyone baffled, attributing it solely to the whims of destiny. Chapter 14 Scene Atmosphere Editor, Unlocked. Feng's opponent was none other than Wang Outyin, who had also surged through the rounds, demonstrating formidable strength. The atmosphere of the martial arena reached unprecedented heights after a brief silence. The finals. Feng versus Wang Outyin. One was the fated child of fortune, the other a prodigy of the sect. Both were disciples of Elder Wang, and this confrontation would undoubtedly be a battle of titans. Do you think Wang Outyin can shatter Feng's undefeated legend? It is hard to say. Feng's luck has surpassed all reason. On the platform, Elder Wang Defo watched with mixed feelings and anticipation as both his grandson and disciple stood in the finals. Wang Outyin faced Feng, his expression calm, yet his eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions. The voice of his inner demon whispered in his mind, laced with subtle flattery and tension. "Boy, remember my words. When the time comes, project your aura strongly, unleash your techniques fiercely. But in critical moments, Create an opportunity for your master to achieve a narrow victory. Ensure that he wins in a way that everyone believes he fought valiantly, nearly perishing, and ultimately triumphed by a mere stroke of luck. Wang Outyin took a deep breath. I understand. He no longer dared to question the words of his inner demon. He even believed that his advancement to the finals was permitted by this master, enhancing the drama of the spectacle. Junior brother and I, please. Wang Outyin spoke in a deep voice, unleashing the formidable aura of a peak 7th layer Qi practitioner without reservation. Feng revealed a serious, yet somewhat anxious expression. Brother Wang, please instruct me. The gong resounded once more. The finals have commenced. Wang Outyin bellowed, launching the first attack with a fiery sun fist, accompanied by a scorching gale of wind, hurtling directly towards Feng's face. Feng, in a fluster, deftly sidestepped. The wind from the punch grazing the hem of his robe, stirring up a cloud of dust. What a swift punch, gasped a disciple from the audience. Wang Outyin's relentless assault continued, combining fists and feet, each strike powerful and impactful, reminiscent of his grandfather Wang Defa's youthful prowess. Feng, akin to a fragile boat amid a tempest, struggled to maintain his balance, narrowly escaping disaster time and again, leaving the crowd on edge, fearing his imminent defeat. Yet, he always managed to evade the fatal blow at the last possible moment, albeit in a rather precarious manner. Brother Wang is exceptionally strong. Brother Ni has truly encountered his nemesis this time. He's relying solely on instinct to evade. But how does he always manage to dodge? Elder Wang Defa watched, his palms sweating, torn between pride for his grandson's bravery and concern for his disciple's perilous situation. In the arena, Wang Outyin, though unable to secure victory, felt an increasing calm within. He sensed that each of Feng's evasions carried an inexplicable rhythm, as if he had foreseen the trajectory of his attacks. Grandfather, truly unfathomable. Wang Outyin thought, deepening his reverence. The remnants of his inner demons incessantly urged him, yes, just like that, be even fiercer, make him feel the danger. Then, prepare for your next move, unleash your strongest strike, and succumb to the madness. Wang Outyin's gaze sharpened. He suddenly retreated a step, inhaling deeply as his entire being surged with spiritual energy, his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. Junior brother and I, receive my strike, burning heaven's inferno. Wang Outyin roared, flames igniting upon his fists, a wave of destructive energy radiating outward. This punch harnessed all his spiritual power, its might transcending the realms of Qi cultivation, subtly approaching the early stages of foundation establishment. This is bad. Outyin is going all out. Elder Wang Defo exclaimed. The crowd below also changed countenance, facing this earth-shattering punch. Feng displayed an unprecedented look of horror, as if struck dumb, standing motionless. It's over. This thought surged in everyone's mind. Just as Wang Outyin's fiery fists were about to strike Feng, suddenly, Wang Outyin's body jolted violently, his forward momentum halting abruptly. A flush spread across his face, quickly turning pale, as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering onto the arena. The flames upon his fists extinguished instantaneously, like candle flames snuffed by a gale. Ugh! Wang Outyin emitted a pained groan, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, hands bracing against the earth, trembling violently. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy became chaotic, hinting at signs of demonic deviation. Feng, due to Wang Outyin's sudden halt, found most of the terrifying force that should have engulfed him whistling past his side, with only a trace of the residual wave grazing him. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward a few steps, his complexion paling slightly, though he appeared relatively unharmed. What's happening? Brother Wang has succumbed to demonic deviation. He indeed suffered a backlash of spiritual energy, his meridians damaged, and has lost the strength to continue fighting. In this battle, Feng emerges victorious. The elder referee announced with great difficulty. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Then, a fervent wave of discussion erupted, more intense than any prior. Heavens! Brother Wang Outyin actually succumbed to demonic deviation at the last moment. Could this also be Brother Feng's luck? Indeed. Brother Feng's fortune is so potent that it causes his opponent to falter. This young man relies solely on luck, utterly ineffectual, yet his luck is astonishingly bountiful. Leaving us speechless, a seasoned disciple voiced the collective sentiment. This statement spread like wildfire, garnering unanimous agreement. On the high platform, Elder Wang Defa gazed anxiously at Wang Outyin, then at the bewildered Feng, shaking his head with a wry smile. The sect leader Qinjiangzi and the other elders exchanged glances, ultimately only able to smile helplessly. Feng, indeed, was an anomaly. Ding. The host has successfully orchestrated Wang Outyin's reasonable defeat, guiding public opinion to label it as reliant solely on luck, ineffective. yet extraordinarily fortunate, achieving a perfect evaluation. The main quest of obtaining a stepping stone for the Academy has been completed. Quest reward, 3,000 joy points. The system's new function, Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, has been unlocked. An iPhone, however, displayed a complex expression of lingering shock and fortunate victory. Bowing to the assisted Wang Outyin, "Brother Wang, I concede." Wang Outyin weakly glanced at him, his eyes filled with awe and relief. The remnants of his inner demons clamored for recognition in his mind. "Grandfather, how was this operation, little demon? I ensured you won in both a thrilling and reasonable manner, while also solidifying your status as the child of destiny. This is all the little demon should do." An iPhone secured one of 5 recommendation slots to Jiangbo Academy, while Wang Outyin, as the runner-up, also received a recommendation. An iFeng's identity as the child of destiny, a scion of the heavenly path, was thoroughly and undisputedly validated through this grand competition. Chapter 15, The Beginning of the Qingyang Legend. With the conclusion of the inter-sect competition, an iFeng's title as the child of destiny echoed through every corner of Qingyang sect. His series of astonishing and perilous victories were embellished by the disciples, spawning countless versions. Some claimed he was a reincarnated ancient powerhouse, temporarily stripped of his cultivation, relying solely on instinct in battle. Others asserted he must be the scion of the heavenly path, able to stumble upon treasures while walking and having the world assist him in combat. An iPhone welcomed this with enthusiasm, as the system's notification chimes cheerfully reported within his cave. Ding! The main quest of obtaining a stepping stone for the Academy has been perfectly achieved. Evaluation, phenomenal performance, successfully guiding public opinion, crafting the halo of a destined protagonist. Quest reward, 3,000 joy points. The system's new function, Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, has been unlocked. An iPhone examined the new function. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, allows the consumption of joy points to make minor adjustments to the environmental atmosphere of specific scenes, such as suffused with spiritual energy, filled with murderous intent, solemn and majestic, or capturing the attention of all, enhancing immersion for the role and audience. It can also assist in creating certain phenomena. Quite good. In the future, when playing the role of a high being, portraying an expert, it will be even more refined. An iPhone felt quite satisfied. Ding! A new main quest has been issued. The beginning of the Qingyang legend. Quest description. The host is about to leave a significant mark at Qingyang sect, but a true legend requires a splendid beginning. Before departing for Jiangbo Academy, please stage a miracle that will be remembered for a century within Qingyang sect, further solidifying and elevating your image as the chosen one. Quest requirements. The miracle's effects must cover the core area of the sect, attracting the attention of the sect leader and all elders, and ensure that over 90% of the disciples firmly believe in the host's extraordinary nature. Quest rewards, 5,000 joy points. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, upgraded to Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate, unlocking localized celestial phenomenon simulation capabilities. An iPhone stroked his chin. A miracle to be remembered for a century? Now that sounds intriguing. His eyes darted about. System. I wish to employ the Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, and the Advanced Coincidence Customizer to orchestrate a grand spectacle wherein a lackluster true disciple experiences enlightenment, evoking extraordinary phenomena that nearly overwhelm the spiritual veins of the Qingyang sect. 3 days hence, on an ordinary morning, in the vicinity of N.I. Feng's cave dwelling, in a clearing, suddenly, the sky darkens, and a visible vortex of spiritual energy materializes without warning, centered around N.I. Feng. Initially modest in size, the whirlwind rapidly expands, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What is that? A disciple from the outer sect, passing by early in the morning, points in astonishment towards N.I. Feng. It's senior brother N.I. He is cultivating. Good heavens! What kind of technique is this? How can it summon such immense spiritual energy? An increasing number of disciples are stirred, flocking to this scene. On the high platform, the sect leader Qin Jiangzi and several elders, engaged in discussion, also sense this unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Such a powerful gathering of energy. Qin Jiangzi rises abruptly, gazing towards the source of the tumultuous energy. Elder Wang Defa, trembling with excitement, exclaims, "It's Feng, It must be Feng, manifesting something astounding once again." The crowd hastens towards the spectacle. At this moment, the vortex of spiritual energy surrounding N.I. Feng has transformed into a colossal whirlwind, obscuring the sky and eclipsing the sun, while the spiritual energy within the Qingyang sect surges, reaching the standards of a top-tier cave paradise, and even continues to rise faintly. Above in the sky, the winds and clouds shift, strands of colorful radiance penetrate the clouds, cascading down like a divine miracle. On the ground, The grass and trees surrounding the clearing grow at an astonishing rate, with several ordinary wildflowers even emanating a shimmering spiritual glow. The scene atmosphere editor, beginner, activates with full force, compelling spiritual energy, a sacred solemnity, and divine favor all coalescing into the atmosphere. The advanced coincidence customizer ensures that this surge of spiritual energy flows perfectly, appearing grand without jeopardizing the foundational spiritual veins of the Qingyang sect. This is enlightenment. It is an immense opportunity. An elder exclaims in astonishment. Such a phenomenon I have only read about in ancient texts. It is the manifestation associated with those bearing great fortune, resonating with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Another elder is utterly shaken. Qin Jiangzi's eyes gleam with light, murmuring, "Heaven bless our Qingyang. Heaven bless our Qingyang." Elder Wang Defa's tears flow freely, continuously murmuring, "My disciple Feng is truly extraordinary. Truly extraordinary." Feng struggles to maintain his state of breakthrough, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down as if he bears tremendous pressure. The aura within him, as perceived by the onlookers, gradually climbs from the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement, slowly yet steadfastly ascending, until the clearing is surrounded by the entirety of the Qingyang sect's disciples. Boom. The vortex of spiritual energy around Feng suddenly contracts, vanishing entirely into his body. The seven-colored radiance gradually dissipates, and the sky returns to clarity. Feng, with impeccable timing, expels a mouthful of congealed blood, his aura finally stabilizing at the early stage of the fifth level of qi refinement. Weakly, he opens his eyes. Weariness and a hint of bewilderment etched upon his face. Did I just break through? He murmurs to himself. Feng Wang Defa is the first to rush forward, supporting the wavering Feng, his excitement rendering him speechless. Good child. You have truly astonished your master. Qin Jiangzi and the elders gather around him, their gazes fixed on Feng as if he were a rare treasure. Feng, do you realize the extraordinary phenomenon you have just invoked? Qin Jiangzi's voice trembles slightly. Feng, confused, shakes his head. Disciple does not know. I merely felt a sense of enlightenment during my cultivation, and then this happened. Ha! What a sense of enlightenment. Qin Jiangzi bursts into laughter, declaring this a divine omen. I announce that Feng, you are the hope of our Qingyang sect, the future sect leader. Ding. The host has successfully orchestrated the miracle of enlightenment, perfectly fulfilling all requirements of the task, the beginning of the Qingyang legend. Task reward, 5,000 joy points. Scene atmosphere editor, beginner, unlocks the partial celestial phenomenon simulation, beginner, function. A smile flickers in Feng's heart, though his expression remains one of simplicity and mild astonishment. The Qingyang sect is entirely abuzz due to Feng's miracle. His enlightenment and the resulting celestial phenomena quickly spread as tales, becoming an immortal legend among all disciples. Senior brother is truly the chosen one. If anyone dares say senior brother relies on luck, I shall be the first to confront them. Thus, the legend of Feng within the Qingyang sect gradually unfurls its curtain. Chapter 16. The Lickspittle tag has been successfully activated. Days later, outside the gates of the Qingyang sect, Feng, Wang Outyin, Chen Mo, and two other outstanding inner disciples who secured spots through the grand competition, Lu Fei at the 8th level of qi refinement and Zhang Lan at the 7th level, are all set to depart, while Elder Wang stands by, kindly observing the 5 exceptional disciples of the Qingyang sect. The sect leader Qin Jiangzi personally sees them off. Qin Jiangzi earnestly addresses the 5. Jianghua Academy is a premier institution in the eastern region, teeming with talent. You represent the honor of our Qingyang sect, so you must diligently cultivate and bring glory to our sect. Yes, we shall heed the sect leader's teachings. The 5 respond in unison. Qin Jiangzi then pulls Wang Defo aside, his expression grave as he whispers, Elder Wang, the journey ahead is long. I entrust everything to you. He pauses, lowering his voice further. Lu Fei, Zhang Lan, and Chen Mo are all exemplary disciples of our sect, and Outyin is your grandson, but... He glances at Feng in the distance, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Feng is different. He is a once-in-a-century, no? A once-in-a-millennium prodigy for our Qingyang sect. His safety is paramount. If danger arises, and if absolutely necessary, you understand my meaning. A flicker of resoluteness passes through Qin Jiangzi's eyes. Wang Defa feels a chill in his heart. He understands the sect leader's intentions all too well. He solemnly nods. Rest assured, sect leader. Even if I must risk my life, I will ensure Feng's safety. Only then does Qin Jiangzi relax slightly, patting his shoulder. The 6-member group boards the flying vessel prepared by the sect, embarking on their journey to Jianghua City. Within the vessel, the atmosphere is somewhat delicate. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan regard Feng with awe and curiosity, occasionally stealing glances at him. While Chun Mo remains taciturn, but his gaze towards Feng carries a hint of inquiry. The most significant change is in Wang Outyin, who currently displays none of his former arrogance, attending to Feng with utmost care and consideration. Shitty, this carriage is a bit bumpy. Would you like to lean against this cushion? Wang Outyin carefully offers a soft cushion. Feng smiles kindly. Thank you, Brother Wang. There is no need for formality. It is nothing at all. Wang Outyin quickly responds. In his sea of consciousness, the remnant soul of his inner demon is roaring with excitement. Yes, just like that. Show your utmost sincerity in serving the esteemed one. This is an immense opportunity. Wang Outyin feels a bitter pang in his heart, but dares not show any defiance. His fear of Feng has seeped into his very bones. As the inner demon spurs him on, he has completely succumbed. During a rest stop along the journey, Wang Outyin again eagerly presents a water pouch. Shitty, this is spiritual spring water that my grandfather specifically collected. It has calming and focusing effects. Would you like to try? Feng accepts it, taking a casual sip, then seemingly lost in thought about a cultivation conundrum. Murmuring softly to himself, in the chi refinement stage, it is said that one must adhere to the rules, but if, at a certain moment, one were to reverse the flow of spiritual energy briefly and then surge forward to breach the barrier, would that? The risks are too great. I fear it might sever the meridians. After finishing his words, he shook his head, seemingly dismissing this fanciful notion. Wang Outyin stood nearby, listening intently to the conversation. It felt as if the remnants of his inner demon had caught wind of the celestial decree. He swore he had never felt such sorrow, even towards his own parents. In his mind, the inner demon screamed, "Fool, why are you dawdling? This is your great ancestor enlightening you. Reverse your flow for a brief moment. Charge forward with the momentum. This is undoubtedly some long-lost ancient secret technique. Hurry and try it." A tremor ran through Wang Outyin's heart. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of chi refining, yet this step remained elusive. But reversing the spiritual energy, he hesitated. What nonsense. The words of the great ancestor cannot be wrong. Fortune lies in risk. Besides, with the great ancestor here, what is there to fear? Even if something goes awry, a mere breath from him could bring you back. The inner demon coaxed him gently, gritting his teeth. Wang Outyin glanced at the meditative Feng, feeling the stubborn bottleneck within him. I shall take the plunge. He quietly retreated to the side, carefully attempting to channel his spiritual energy in accordance with Feng's earlier musings. As he reversed a minuscule portion of his spiritual energy, and then fiercely surged forward along the orthodox path to break through the solid bottleneck. A soft pop echoed within him, akin to a bubble bursting. In the next moment, a wave of spiritual energy, far more potent than before, erupted from Wang Outyin. His aura soared, instantly shattering the confines of the 7th level of chi refining and stabilizing firmly into the 9th level, without even lingering at the 8th. Did I truly break through? Wang Outyin felt the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, his face betraying disbelief. He turned abruptly to Feng, his eyes reflecting not only awe but fervent admiration. Shitty, I have ascended to the 9th level of chi refining. It is you. Your words just now awakened me. Wang Outyin's voice trembled with excitement, nearly bringing him to his knees. Elder Wang Defa was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He stared, dumbfounded, at his grandson, then at the bewildered Feng. You mean to say you merely listened to Fenger mumble a few words and achieved a breakthrough? Lu Fei Zhang Lan and Chun Mo looked on as if witnessing a ghost. They too had heard Feng's musings and had dismissed them as whimsical nonsense, never anticipating that. At the opportune moment, Feng opened his eyes, feigning surprise. Oh? Wang Shixiang has broken through? Congratulations. I was merely rambling before, never expecting it would inspire you. Truly a coincidence. Internally, he mused. This advanced coincidence customizer, combined with the scene atmosphere editor, beginner, works remarkably well, indeed. Ding. Detection of Wang Outyin's adoration for the host has reached its zenith, significantly boosting loyalty. The loyal follower tag has been successfully activated. At that moment, Wang Outyin believed every word from Feng's lips, dismissing any notion of coincidence. To him, it was evident that the great ancestor, pleased with his performance, had casually offered guidance. Thank you, Shitty, for your invaluable guidance. This immense grace will be etched in my memory. Wang Outyin deeply bowed, fully convinced by the persuasion of his inner demon, his eyes brimming with fervor. The atmosphere within the flying boat grew increasingly peculiar. Wang Outyin's reverence for Feng deepened to the point of absolute obedience. Meanwhile, The others regarded Feng as a true deity, with Chun Mo even taking out a small notebook, diligently recording every word that Feng uttered, for they might indeed contain profound truths. Feng reveled in this adulation, leisurely continuing his scholarly, or fishing, journey at Jiangbo Academy. Chapter 17. The Humility of the Sword Sheath. The flying boat traversed the clouds for several days, the outline of Jiangbo City coming into view. Elder Wang Defa addressed the group. 300 miles ahead lies a rest station called Wangjiang Tower, a place for various cultivators to pause before heading to Jiangbo City. We shall first stop there to recuperate. All as the elder arranges, Qin Mo replied respectfully. Zhang Lan and Lu Fei nodded in agreement. Wang Outyin immediately turned to Feng. Shitty, what do you think? Feng was busy using the scene atmosphere editor, beginner, to craft an aura of travel fatigue around himself, albeit with a glimmer of yearning for the unknown in his eyes. Upon hearing Wang Outyin's question, he feigned a weak smile. I shall heed the elder and the senior brothers and sisters. This subtle change in expression was noted by Chun Mo, who diligently recorded in his notebook. Shitty's fatigue is not genuine. Rather, it is a fusion with the heavens, an understanding of the weariness of the world. The flying boat gradually descended onto the square outside Wangjiang Tower. Cultivators came and went in a constant stream, various flying boats cluttering the area. Among them, the Qingyang sect's vessel was hardly noticeable. Esteemed guests, please proceed inside. The attendants outside welcomed them warmly. Elder Wang Defa led the way, with Feng and the others following closely behind, just as they were about to enter the building. Make way, you blind fools. A haughty shout echoed from behind. A magnificent flying boat, surrounded by swirling sword chi, descended to the prime spot in the square. From the vessel leapt 7 or 8 young cultivators clad in uniform white robes, each bearing a long sword, their expressions filled with arrogance and considerable prowess. At the forefront, a young man in his early 20s, with a jade pendant inscribed with the characters Long Xing hanging from his waist, exuded a commanding sword aura. He was none other than Xie Jiying, the young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Whispers among the surrounding cultivators spread, is that the young master of the Divine Sword Manor, Xie Jiying, the Divine Sword Manor, a premier sect in the eastern region, had risen to prominence since the revival of spiritual energy, founded by the ancestor Xie Fei, who fortuitously acquired the ancient sword manual, the Qingping Sword Classic, establishing the manor and dominating with sword techniques. They were leagues beyond a secondary sect, like the Qingyang sect. Xie Jiying and his entourage strode directly toward the entrance of Wangjiang Tower, crossing paths with Feng and his group. Xie Jiying's gaze swept over Wang Defa and the others, a look of disdain crossing his face. Humph, who are these country bumpkins to obstruct my path? He sneered. Chun Mo, as the head disciple, was the first to respond sternly. Your words are excessively rude, sir. A sycophantic disciple beside Xie Jiying scoffed. Our young master calls you bumpkins. That is already a compliment. Just look at your shabby appearances. Could you possibly have crawled out from some backwater? Lu Fei and Zhang Lan flushed with anger, while Wang Outyin stepped forward, the aura of a 9th-level qi refining cultivator surging forth. You shall not bully us so brazenly. Now, with unwavering faith in Feng, and having been indoctrinated by his inner demon, Wang Outyin could no longer tolerate any disrespect towards him. Oh, 9th level of qi refining? In our divine sword manor, that merely qualifies you as an outer sect steward. Xie Jiying raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. Care to try your hand at a confrontation? The disciples behind him were all at the 8th or 9th levels of qi refining, with one even exhibiting faint signs of the foundation building stage. On the opulent flying boat, an elderly figure sat cross-legged, emanating the presence of a peak golden core expert, rendering Elder Wang Defa's newly attained golden core status insignificant in comparison. Elder Wang Defa stepped forward to restrain Wang Outyin, fully aware of the divine sword manor's might and wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. Young master, you jest. We are merely passing through to rest, he said, softening his tone. Feng, seizing the moment, displayed a hint of timidity, subtly retreating behind Elder Wang Defa as if intimidated by their imposing presence. Ding. Detection of a strong scene of arrogance and confrontation. Side quest activated. The humility of the sword sheath. Quest description. Young Master Xie Jiying of the Divine Sword Manor exhibits arrogance and scorn. As a competent novice, the host bears the responsibility to enlighten him that a sword, though sharp, easily inflicts harm upon its wielder, and that one who speaks too boldly may find their tongue ensnared. Task requirements. 1. It is imperative to publicly humiliate Xie Jiying at least twice due to his arrogance, all while concealing one's true intentions. 2. The manner of his humiliation must be rife with coincidence and dramatic flair, rendering it utterly ludicrous. 3. Successfully incite an uproar among the spectators. Task rewards: 2,000 delight points, 10 progress towards unlocking the scene atmosphere editor, intermediate, and a random assortment of expired itching powder. Itching powder? This item piques my interest. A barely perceptible smile graced Feng's lips as his gaze swept over Xie immaculate white robe. Seeing the members of the Qingyang sect capitulate, Xie smirked with satisfaction. At least you know your place. A gaggle of second-rate sect disciples daring to act pretentiously before him? He strutted past Feng and his companions, intentionally shouldering Feng as he went. With a startled ouch, Feng stumbled, as if losing his balance, and staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. In his hand, he had just retrieved a plain meat bun from his storage bag, intended to satiate his hunger. Due to this misstep, the bun slipped from his grasp. Tracing a graceful parabolic arc, Xie, with his head held high, basked in the reverent gazes of the crowd, preparing to stride through the doors of the Wangjiang Tower. The trajectory of the meat bun flew unerringly towards the proud nape of his neck. Thwack! A crisp sound reverberated through the air as the greasy bun landed squarely upon Xie meticulously arranged hair. Grease and meat juices trickled down, staining the pristine collar of his snow-white sword robe. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Xie halted in his tracks, his arrogance faltering. The disciples of the divine sword manor behind him wore frozen expressions of disbelief. Wang Defa, Wang Outyin, Lu Fei, Zhang Lan, Chen Mo, and all the surrounding cultivators stood agape in shock. Feng, flustered, pointed at the bun atop Xie head, stammering, "I am sorry. I didn't mean it. It just flew over by itself." Slowly, Xie raised his hand to touch the back of his head. Upon feeling the greasy residue and remnants of the bun, he resembled a powder keg ready to explode. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, shaking the tiles of Wangjiang Tower. He spun around, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on Feng, as if he intended to devour him whole. "You seek death." The surrounding cultivators were thrown into an uproar. Heavens! The young master of the divine sword manor has been struck by a bun? Was the lad's action intentional or merely an accident? Given his stupefied expression, it appeared to be the latter, yet his misfortune was remarkable. Of all people, he hit Xie? A spectacle was surely in store. Xie was notorious for his vengeful nature. Wang Outyin positioned himself protectively in front of Feng, internally exulting. What a stroke of genius. That bun was truly a masterstroke. So satisfying. Chen Mo hastily jotted down notes. Senior brother Ni's counterattack, as elusive as a shadow. A mere meat bun transformed into a weapon of triumph. Returning to simplicity, the essence of the Tao. Wang Defa quietly withdrew a communication jade talisman, poised to shatter it at a moment's notice. Ding! The host has successfully executed a surprise bun attack, creating a sensational scene with maximum dramatic effect. Task progress for the Sheath of Humility, 1, 2. Feng chuckled inwardly. The effects orchestrated by this advanced coincidence customizer, combined with the scene atmosphere editor, were seamless. Though the delight points were slightly fewer than anticipated, he looked upon the enraged Xie with a glimmer of expectation. Chapter 18. The Fury of Junior Brother and I. Beyond the mundane, Xie, the esteemed young master of the divine sword manor, had never endured such a profound humiliation. "You little bastard. I will slay you," he roared, his spiritual energy surging as his right hand formed into a sword-like shape, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed at Feng's throat. Wang Defa, startled, felt the surge of energy from the early golden core stage erupting within him, ready to intervene. Wang Outyin, too, shouted in anger, channeling his 9th layer of qi, prepared to sacrifice himself to shield Feng. Meanwhile, Feng presented an appropriately dazed expression, his legs trembling, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes brimming with despair. The scene atmosphere editor silently worked its magic, saturating the atmosphere with an aura of crisis, a life-and-death situation. At that critical juncture, was the dignity of the divine sword manor to be treated so disdainfully? A voice, cool as an icy spring yet laced with a lazy magnetism, resonated from within the Wangjiang Tower. The tone was soft yet unmistakably clear to all ears, as if imbued with an otherworldly charm, causing the deadly sword aura to falter just inches from Feng's face before dissipating like mist. Xie expression changed dramatically as he turned sharply towards the entrance of Wangjiang Tower. Wang Defa and Wang Outyin halted their movements, casting bewildered glances in the same direction. From within the tower emerged an ethereal beauty, a girl in her late teens, whose mere presence exuded an indescribable air of nobility and authority, silencing the bustling crowd. It was she, Luo Yun, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain, the holy maiden of the Luo God Palace. Heavens, how could she be here? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as whispers of disbelief spread. The Luo God Palace, one of the true top powers in the Eastern Domain, was a far cry from the upstart Divine Sword Manor. And Luo Yun, a once-in-a-millennium talent, was said to be merely 18 years of age, yet already at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, overshadowing all her peers in the Eastern Domain. Upon seeing Luo Yun, Xie Jing's fury froze, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features, though it was eclipsed by humiliation and indignation. Fairy Luo, this matter is unrelated to you, is it? This impertinent wretch has insulted me beyond measure. Xie Jing managed to suppress his rage, speaking in a low tone. Luo Yun cast a cool glance his way, her tone unwavering. To bully the weak in public, to resort to violence against a cultivator far beneath you, such is your style? If this were to spread, your father, Xia Wentian, the master of the Divine Sword Manor, would surely be humiliated. Her words struck at his very heart. Xie Jing's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. His father, Xia Wentian, the master of the Divine Sword Manor, was notoriously proud. Xie Jing found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a peaked golden core elder descended from the flying vessel, offering a slight bow to Luo Yun. What the fairy says is true. The young master was merely acting out of anger, without any ill intent. Luo Yun offered no comment, her gaze shifting to the fallen Feng, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. This seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat inept, chi refinement stage lad had managed to provoke Xie Jing to such a degree. And with a meat bun, no less. Intriguing. At this moment, Feng gingerly rose from the ground, overwhelmed with gratitude as he clasped his hands before Luo Yun. As he spoke, he hurriedly brushed the dust from his clothing, accidentally crushing the packaging of the expired itching powder beneath his touch. The minute, almost imperceptible particles wafted into the air as he patted his sleeves. Xie Jing, consumed by rage, felt further agitated by Luo Yun's presence. He observed Feng's expression of innocent victimhood, completely disregarding him as he dusted off his clothes. A surge of anger welled up within him. His hand transformed into a claw, and an immense force erupted. Silence. You worthless wretch. The white powder that had just drifted from Feng's sleeve, which was initially scattered by the wind, was abruptly drawn towards Xie Jing's face and neck by this powerful suction. As Xie Jing opened his mouth to reprimand, he was utterly oblivious to the nearly imperceptible powder. The powder silently settled onto his exposed skin, and some even found its way into his nostrils. Feng's forward lunge was abruptly halted by Wang De's grip. Luo Yunfeng narrowed her eyes slightly. She vaguely discerned some powder, but dismissed it, assuming it to be an ordinary medicinal powder that had fallen from Feng. The atmosphere momentarily grew tense. Suddenly, Xie Jing felt an itch on his neck. Instinctively, he reached to scratch it. Why is it itchier? Almost immediately, a relentless and unbearable itch began to spread across his face, chest, and arms where the powder had touched, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin or being pricked by innumerable fine needles, sharp and excruciating, intensifying by the moment. Oh, it itches. Xie Jing's expression began to contort as he could no longer restrain himself, scratching fervently. The more he scratched, the more he felt compelled to continue. The disciples of the Divine Sword Manor, witnessing his plight, hurriedly inquired, "Young master, what is happening?" It itches. It itches terribly. I'm going to die from the itch. Xie Jing's forehead bulged with veins, disregarding all decorum as he frantically clawed at his body. "Young master, quickly, have you been poisoned?" The disciples of the Divine Sword Manor were thrown into a flurry. The elderly man at the peak of the Golden Core stage hurried over to examine him, probing with his spiritual energy and finding that Xie Jing's internal energy was functioning normally, with no signs of poisoning. Yet, Xie Jing's symptoms escalated rapidly. His movements grew more erratic, and his body began to twist uncontrollably, emitting strange, gasping cries. "It itches. I'm going to die from the itch." While Xie Jing screamed, he began to jump in place, his hands slapping wildly at his body in a desperate attempt to alleviate the pervasive itch. To the onlookers, his frantic movements, coupled with his grotesque expression, resembled a bizarre and unsightly dance. Luo Yun chuckled, covering her lips. Laughter erupted like a tidal wave across the square. What is he doing? Dancing for the gods? The young master of the Divine Sword Manor has truly lost his mind. Such a dance, utterly captivating. No wonder he is a sword cultivator. Even in madness, he possesses such vigor. Elder Wang De stood agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Wang Ao Tian, equally bewildered, suddenly felt a surge of fervor in his eyes, his admiration for Feng reaching new heights. Incredible. This Xie Jing, under the influence of the master, has been made to publicly humiliate himself. Within his sea of consciousness, the remnants of his inner demon cackled. Impressive. Truly impressive. This master's strategy is to torment both body and spirit, rendering him a laughingstock, far worse than a mere beating. This is the essence of an overt strategy. No, the divine retribution of heaven. Surely, this lad has provoked the heavens, and thus he faces such repercussions. While the master merely aligns with the will of heaven, Shun Imo swiftly jotted down notes. The wrath of brother and I is not of the mundane. It does not manifest outwardly, but resonates with the heavens. The arrogance of the foe has stirred the wrath of the heavens, bringing forth divine retribution, leading to their disgrace. This is the pinnacle of victory without battle, a manifestation of the unity of man and heaven. Lu Fei and Zhonglan gaped, observing the frenzied dance of Xie Zhiying and then glancing at the innocent and bewildered An Feng, feeling their worldviews profoundly shaken. Luo Yun had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene. She looked back at An Feng, her gaze filled with deeper curiosity. This lad possesses peculiar abilities. Ding! The host successfully orchestrated a chaotic dance in the square, causing the young master of the divine sword manor, Xie Zhiying, to lose face and become the center of attention, igniting the atmosphere. Rock roll. Mission. The humility of the sword sheath has been completed. 2-2. Mission reward. 2,000 joy points. Scene atmosphere editor. Intermediate. Unlock progress 10. Random item. A pack of expired itching powder has been consumed. An Feng chuckled inwardly. This system's expired itching powder is remarkably effective. On his face, he donned an expression of confusion and fear, retreating slightly behind Elder Wang de Fa. Whispering, Elder Wang, the young master, he won't really be in any trouble, will he? Chapter 19, The Glory of the Team. Elder Wang de Fa gazed at his disciple, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. This fortuitous disciple truly stirs up waves wherever he goes. Just as he prepared to smooth things over, the elderly man at the peak of the golden core stage, his face ashen, helped the still frantically scratching and babbling Xie Zhiying to his feet. He clasped his hands toward Luo Yun, his voice hoarse. Fairy Luo, today's events have been a grave oversight on the part of the divine sword manor. We take our leave. With that, he and his equally pale-faced disciples clumsily boarded their flying vessel, departing from Wangjiang Tower Square. The surrounding cultivators erupted in uncontrollable laughter as they watched their retreating figures. The divine sword manor had truly lost face today. Xie Zhiying would likely never want to show his face again. Amidst the discussions, however, Luo Yun's gaze remained fixed on An Feng. She approached Elder Wang de Fa. Giving a slight nod, her voice melodious. Senior, this disciple of yours is quite interesting. Elder Wang de Fa dared not presume, quickly bowing in respect. My undisciplined disciple, An Feng, is a source of much trouble. I beg the fairy's forgiveness. Yet his heart was elated. To be praised in person by the holy maiden of Luoshan Palace, however peculiar it might sound, was an immense honor. Brother and I, this is the holy maiden of Luoshan. Wang Ao Tian urgently whispered from the side, his gaze toward An Feng brimming with implication. Inwardly, he shouted, the master is mighty. Even the holy maiden of Luoshan is captivated by his presence. This must be part of the master's grand design. Shun Imo fervently scribbled in his notebook. The heavenly maiden bestows favor, not for mere appearances, but in response to the resonance of the great Tao. Brother An is extraordinary, revealing his brilliance and attracting the attention of the eminent. An Feng's cheeks flushed slightly as he cupped his hands toward Luo Yun. His voice tinged with youthful shyness. An Feng, it is an honor to meet Fairy Luo. Thank you for your timely assistance earlier. Luo Yun regarded his innocent demeanor, the amusement in her eyes deepening. She parted her red lips, her voice laced with a hint of languid invitation. To meet is to share a bond. A few of us are also heading to Jiangbo City. If you do not mind, would you care to join me for a brief respite within this tower? To share a cup of fine tea? The holy maiden of Luoshan Palace, of such esteemed status, would extend an invitation to individuals from second-rate sects? Elder Wang de Fa was the first to react, his excitement palpable. Fairy's invitation is a tremendous honor for our Qin Yang sect. It is a rare opportunity. Lu Fei and Zhonglan were equally ecstatic, their cheeks flushed. To sit alongside the legendary Fairy Luo was something they could boast about for a lifetime. An Feng continued to play the naive newcomer, scratching his head and innocently asking, Elder, can we really? Luo Yun laughed softly, turning first to walk toward Wangjiang Tower. Of course, please. The steward of Wangjiang Tower had already been instructed to lead them to a windowed private room. Attentive maidservants brought forth fragrant tea and spiritual fruits. The two maidservants accompanying Luo Yun were both at the foundation establishment stage, standing quietly behind her, further emphasizing her noble status. The atmosphere grew momentarily tranquil. Elder Wang Defa lightened the atmosphere, stating, I have long heard of Miss Luo's extraordinary talents. Recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of the eastern region, To witness her today is indeed a stroke of fortune in 3 lifetimes. Luo Yun smiled gently. Responding modestly, Elder, you overstate my abilities. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. I have merely taken a step ahead. Her gaze shifted to an iPhone. Seemingly in casual inquiry, Taoist and I observe that your cultivation only reaches the 5th layer of qi refinement. Yet you managed to inflict such a significant defeat upon Xie. This is truly intriguing. Might I ask the origin of your meat buns and the powder? Feng chuckled inwardly, appreciating the girl's keen observational skills. He feigned embarrassment, saying, Miss, you jest. The meat bun is simply an ordinary one. I was not sufficiently nourished this morning and took it along casually. As for the powder, I am uncertain of its nature. It appears to be some wildflower pollen I inadvertently collected while gathering herbs in the mountains. I had no inkling it would prove so potent. As he spoke, he patted his storage bag with lingering trepidation, as if it contained some formidable weapon of mass destruction. Elder Wang Outyin could hardly contain his amusement, inwardly lamenting. Grandfather is performing again. What an acting talent. Meanwhile, Chun Mo jotted down notes. Simplicity is the essence of the Great Way, returning to the primal state. Even ordinary items can transform decay into the miraculous. Brother Ni's actions resonate with the natural principles of the heavenly Tao. Only a person of great wisdom could achieve this. Luo Yun, evidently skeptical of Feng's explanation, shifted the conversation, softly stating, I assume you all are here for the entrance examination of Jiangbo Academy? Elder Wang Defa nodded, indeed. Our Qiang sect has 5 slots available, and we hope some disciples will pass the examination and enter the academy for further study. Luo Yun raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip before continuing. The entrance examination of Jiangbo Academy is renowned for its rigor. This year, it seems there are some new elements. She tantalized the audience before elaborating, to my knowledge. The first challenge this year is named the Mirror of the Heart's Illusions. This mirror realm is an ancient treasure of Jiangbo Academy, capable of reflecting a cultivator's innermost thoughts, testing not only their cultivation level, but also the steadfastness of their Tao heart and their adaptability. The Mirror of the Heart's Illusions? Elder Wang Defa furrowed his brows. It sounded far more challenging than a mere arena competition. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan also displayed solemn expressions. Wang Outyin instinctively glanced at Feng, feeling reassured by his presence. Surely, with Brother around, no test would pose a problem. Luo Yun continued, within the Mirror of the Heart's Illusions, the environment is ever-changing. You may encounter your deepest fears or face temptations that are most difficult to resist. A moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation and failure. Moreover, it is said this examination emphasizes teamwork. Should any member of the team lag behind, it could spell disaster. Her implication was unmistakable. Among the 5 from Qiang's sect, Feng's cultivation was the lowest, ostensibly at the 5th layer of qi refinement. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan exchanged concerned glances. At that moment, Feng's mind was greeted by the cheerful chime of the system's notification. Ding. Important plot node detected. New main quest initiated. The glory of the team. Quest description. The Mirror of the Heart's Illusions test at Jiangbo Academy will be a severe trial for the Qiang sect disciples. As the concealed backbone of the team, the host is obliged to lead these novice teammates through adversity, ensuring they understand that following the big brother means there's plenty to eat. Quest requirements. 1. Ensure all 5 disciples of Qiang's sect, including the host, pass the Mirror of the Heart's Illusions test. 2. During the test, stage at least one dramatic moment of heroism that secures a thrilling escape, further solidifying the host's image as the child of destiny and the team's core. 3. Throughout the process, ensure at least one teammate's admiration for the host reaches unwavering levels. Quest rewards. 8,000 joy points. Scene atmosphere editor, intermediate, fully unlocked. And local environmental simulation functionality, unlocked. Feng pondered the system's task. Local environmental simulation? He turned to Luo Yun and inquired, Miss Luo, is there any, crafty way to navigate this Mirror of the Heart's Illusions? Upon hearing this, Elder Wang Defa spurted his tea. Luo Yun, however, chuckled softly. Regarding Feng with a knowing look, crafty methods, you say? If such existed, it would not be Jiangbo Academy. Nevertheless, clarity of heart and adaptability may very well be the greatest cunning. She raised her teacup to address everyone. It has been a pleasure conversing with you all today. Until we meet again at Jiangbo Academy. With that, she rose gracefully, accompanied by her maid, and departed. Elder Wang Defa sighed, truly. She is worthy of the title of Luo Goddess, so dignified. Wang Outyin leaned closer to Feng and whispered, Brother what do you think of this Mirror of the Heart's Illusions? Feng wore a troubled expression. It sounds exceedingly difficult. With my cultivation level, I fear I might drag everyone down. Yet, He was inwardly strategizing how to orchestrate a grand performance of team glory within this mirror of the Heart's illusions. Days later, at Jiangbo Academy, the square was teeming with flying vessels from various sects and families, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with diverse spiritual energy fluctuations and the unique restlessness of youthful cultivators. Under Elder Wang Defa's guidance, the group from Qiang sect arrived at the designated registration area. The Academy's steward, upon seeing the name of the second-tier sect, displayed little emotion. Proceeding with the routine verification of identities, Qiang sect, led by Wang Defa, with disciples in Feng, Wang Outyan, Chen Imo, Lu Fei, and Zhang Lan, all verified without issue. A cold gaze swept over, and Feng sensed it, turning to meet the resentful eyes of Xie Jing, the young master of the Sword Mountain Manor. The humiliation of that day's public dance was etched in his heart like a brand. He glared at Feng, transmitting a thought. Don't think hiding within Jiangbo Academy will spare you. The mirror of the Heart's illusions is a place where accidents can easily occur. Enjoy your remaining time well. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. Wang Outyan perceived the malice emanating from Xie Jing and shot him a fierce glare, his aura as a ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator subtly radiating. Chen Imo remained expressionless, yet his fingers tightened around his notebook. Feng, however, flashed a toothy grin at Xie Jing, his smile radiating an innocent and harmless quality beneath his deliberately crafted naivete. He mused inwardly, oh, is he here to give me some joy points? How delightful. I'm just afraid he wouldn't come. Ding. Strong malice detected from Xie Jing. Potential conflict imminent. Temporary side quest initiated. The Whisper of the Hound. Quest description. The young master of Sword Mountain Manor, Xie Jing, harbors ill intentions and seeks to undermine the host within the mirror of the Heart's illusions. Please ensure that he experiences the consequences of his actions, understanding that to steal a chicken is to lose the rice. Quest requirements. 1. Within the mirror of the Heart's illusions, ensure Xie Jing encounters at least 3 significant setbacks or public embarrassments due to his actions against the host. 2. Each setback or embarrassment must leave a lasting impression. 3. Ultimately, ensure Xie Jing's revenge plan is completely thwarted, delivering an irreversible blow to his Dao heart. Quest rewards. 3,000 joy points. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate. Progress, Unlock 50. And a random item. Misfortune Aura, one-time use. Effective on a designated target. A misfortune aura? This item seems tailor-made for the young Master Xie. Feng chuckled inwardly. Elder Wang Defa quietly instructed the group, do not pay them any mind. Personal combat is prohibited within Jiangbo Academy. Focus on preparing for the upcoming test. Yes, Elder. In the center of the Academy Square, a high platform was suddenly graced by the presence of an elderly figure clad in the robes of Jiangbo Academy. The old man emanated an overwhelming aura befitting a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, his voice resonating throughout the square, esteemed talents who have traveled from afar. I am Sun Baichao, the Vice President of Jiangbo Academy. I warmly welcome you all to participate in this entrance examination. He continued, this examination consists of 3 trials. The first trial is the illusory Heart Mirror Realm. No sooner had he spoken than the ground in the center of the square abruptly fissured, and a colossal ancient mirror slowly ascended. The mirror's surface did not reflect physical objects, but rather showcased a chaotic vortex, as if it could devour all that approached it. Sun Baichao elaborated, the illusory Heart Mirror Realm is an ancient treasure of our academy, manifesting as a miniature world. This realm will simulate appropriate challenges based on the cultivator's level. Your task is to complete the designated objectives within. He pressed on. This year's illusory Heart Mirror Realm simulates a scene of a demonic tide invasion, where you will enter in teams to defend a stronghold. Remember, within the Mirror Realm, anything is possible. The examination will test not only your individual prowess, but also your adaptability, teamwork, and fortitude in the face of despair. The duration is 12 hours. Those who successfully defend the stronghold or achieve the required contribution points before its fall will be deemed successful. Failure will result in elimination. Illusory Heart Mirror Realm, commence. Sun Baichao declared in a deep voice. With his command, the vortex on the mirror's surface began to spin rapidly, and beams of light shot forth from it, enveloping each newcomer participating in the examination. Feng felt a sudden flash before his eyes, followed by an unusual force pulling at him. He consciously suppressed his instinct to resist. Otherwise, the illusory heart realm might explode in the next moment. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a starkly different environment. The roars of demons echoed around him, and the thick stench of blood and malevolent energy filled the air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was standing atop a towering city wall, which loomed into the clouds, stretching endlessly. The wall bore the marks of dried, dark red blood, a testament to countless fierce battles fought. At that moment, a tide of black, demonic entities surged from the distance, an uncountable mass of creatures with varied forms. The dense demonic aura surged upward, casting the sky in a deep crimson hue. Wang Outyin, Chen Mo, Lu Fei, and Zhang Lan also appeared beside an iPhone, their faces reflecting the same shock as they gazed at the scene beyond the wall. Is this the illusory heart mirror realm? Lu Fei's voice trembled slightly. What a vivid scene. This demonic aura is almost overwhelming my chi si. Zhang Lan's complexion turned pale. Wang Outyin took a deep breath and turned to Ni Feng. Junior brother and I, what should we do now? His trust in Ni Feng had become blind. Meanwhile, Chen Mo quietly observed their surroundings, rapidly jotting down notes in a small notebook. Ni Feng, in turn, quickly consulted the system. System, is this the scene of a demonic tide invasion at the stronghold? It feels rather exhilarating. Ding. Scene loading complete. Current location of the host, Blackstone Pass, Segment 7 of the city wall. Team task, defend Segment 7 of Blackstone Pass for 12 hours, or achieve a total contribution of 10,000 points before the stronghold falls. Methods to gain personal contribution points. Slaying demons, contribution points awarded based on the level and strength of the demons, repairing defensive fortifications, healing allies, completing special events, etc. Ni Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Contribution points, how intriguing. His gaze swept below the city wall, where, apart from their 5 members from Qingyang sect, he noticed approximately 20 to 30 disciples from other sects, their cultivations ranging from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Clearly, the illusory heart mirror realm had scattered disciples from various sects and randomly assigned them to different defensive zones based on their strength. At that moment, a voice laced with malice rang out nearby. Oh, aren't these the esteemed disciples of Qingyang sect? What a coincidence to find you here. Ni Feng turned to see Xiejing from the Divine Sword Manor, flanked by 7 or 8 disciples, all wearing sinister smiles. Beside him were several disciples from smaller sects, evidently having temporarily allied with the Divine Sword Manor. Xiejing's gaze fell upon Ni Feng, cold as a viper. Kid, I warned you that accidents can easily occur in the illusory heart mirror realm. For instance, being torn apart by demons or accidentally injured by a comrade's spell. The disciples of Divine Sword Manor behind him also revealed their malicious smiles. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan grew tense, while Wang Outyan's fury ignited, stepping forward. Xiejing, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Do you really believe you can protect him with your mere 9th layer of Qi refinement cultivation? In this illusory heart mirror realm, dying is as good as being forgotten. Xiejing scoffed, his murderous intent unmistakable. Ni Feng tugged at Wang Outyan's sleeve, shaking his head while maintaining an expression that blended innocence with a hint of timidity. Senior brother Xie, we are all here to take the test. We should be helping each other. Xiejing laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. Help each other? With you worthless fools? Do you even think you deserve assistance from Divine Sword Manor? He turned to the surrounding disciples, proclaiming loudly, this segment of the city wall will be commanded by me, Xiejing of Divine Sword Manor. Those who wish to survive should obediently follow my orders. Any disobedience will meet my blade without mercy. His foundation establishment stage aura burst forth, combined with the prestige of Divine Sword Manor, managing to intimidate quite a few individuals. Several disciples from smaller sects echoed their agreement. We are willing to heed the orders of young Manor Master Xie. Young Manor Master Xie's swordsmanship is unparalleled. He will surely lead us to defend this place. Xiejing looked at Ni Feng with a triumphant glint in his eyes, as if to say, boy, do you see this? Here, I am the one in charge. Your time is up. Ni Feng chuckled inwardly. Excellent. The actors are in place, and the props are ready. Now, let the performance begin. System, let us activate a misfortune aura for young Manor Master Xie to whet our appetite. Ding. Misfortune aura, one-time use, has been activated on the target Xiejing. Duration, 1 hour. Effect, during this period, the target will encounter a series of unfortunate events, as if even drinking cold water would cause them to choke. At that moment, the roars of demons outside grew ever closer. The first wave of demonic entities had already reached the base of the city wall. Roar. Hundreds of low-tier demon wolves, fearlessly scaling the wall. Archers, prepare. Fire. A temporarily appointed foundation establishment cultivator shouted, and instantly, arrows rained down like a storm, interspersed with various spell lights, targeting the climbing demon wolves. Seeing this, Xiejing drew his Longxing sword, pointing it forward with a spirited shout, disciples of Divine Sword Manor. Heed my command. Follow me to slay the demons and showcase the might of our manor. He charged ahead, demonstrating the Qingping sword classic of Divine Sword Manor. A burst of sword light erupted, obscuring the sky as it struck towards the horde of demon wolves. Chapter 21. Slaying demons is our duty. Xiejing unsheathed his sword, the fierce sword light cleaving through the first wave of attacking demon wolves. How dare these low-tier creatures act so brazenly before this young manor master? He proclaimed arrogantly. As the sword light passed, one demon wolf was immediately cleaved in two, its foul blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Just as Xie was about to scoff, a demon wolf that had been weakly struck by his sword energy suddenly leaped back with a surge of strength, its sharp claws raking fiercely across his arm. Hiss! Xie cried out in pain, several bloody gashes appearing on his arm. Young Manor Master. The disciples of Divine Sword Manor exclaimed in alarm. No worries. It's just a minor injury. Xie gritted his teeth against the pain, his face ablaze with embarrassment as he felt the sting of humiliation. The ominous cloud of misfortune appeared to have truly begun its malevolent influence. In Wang Outyan's sea of consciousness, the remnants of his inner demons erupted in ecstatic screams. The opportunity has arrived. This fool is digging his own grave. Quickly, let us showcase our prowess. Let these wretched creatures attend to him. A subtle wave of mental energy quietly unfurled. Beneath the city walls, the chaotic pack of demonic wolves, previously engaged in their own battles, suddenly transformed as dozens of them had their eyes turn a menacing crimson, as if they had received some sinister command. They all pivoted in unison, charging recklessly towards Xie location with an unyielding ferocity. The howls of the wolves echoed, a cacophony of desperate madness. Feng cast a silent glance at Wang Outyan, who felt a shiver run down his spine. What is happening? Have these wolves gone mad? Why are they all targeting young Master Xie? The other disciples from various sects, upon witnessing this, turned pale and instinctively distanced themselves from Xie. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xie's scalp prickled as he beheld the dark mass of wolves charging directly at him. A pack of beasts, just in time. Witnessed the might of the Qingping sword classic from the Divine Sword Villa. He steeled himself, brandishing the Longxing sword in a bid to fend off the oncoming horde. However, the demonic wolves surged forward with reckless abandon, as if under the influence of some potent stimulant, disregarding their own lives. One wolf, its forelegs severed by the blade's light, clung tenaciously to the edge of Xie's sword, momentarily halting his movements. Almost immediately, 2 or 3 more wolves seized the opportunity, lunging at him with their sharp fangs and claws. Thud! Xie barely managed to evade, but his thigh and back were met with fresh wounds. The once pristine white of his sword robe now soaked in crimson, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. As he attempted to block another wolf's assault with the Longxing sword, he exerted too much force, and with a sickening crunch, the blade lodged itself deep within the wolf's formidable skull, rendering it impossible to withdraw. Panic washed over Xie. Without a weapon, he floundered helplessly. The disciples from the Divine Sword Villa rushed to assist, yet they too found themselves ensnared by the other frenzied wolves, unable to aid him. Young Master, we cannot hold on any longer, cried one disciple in despair. Anger and urgency surged within Xie as he witnessed several wolves breach his final defense, their gaping maws poised to sink into his neck. He could no longer maintain his facade of dignity and let out a chilling scream. Help! Someone save me! His cry, laden with terror and hopelessness, stripped away any semblance of the esteemed young master of a first-rate sect. The surrounding disciples exchanged apprehensive glances, their resolve wavering. Lu Fei glanced at Feng, uncertainty clouding his expression. Feng drew forth his Qingfeng sword and shouted, "Brothers, we must go to his aid." Upon hearing this, Wang Outyan immediately stepped forward. What junior brother and I said is true. It is our duty to vanquish evil. Yet within his heart, he reveled in the realization, indeed, our master is a mastermind. Xie is truly a worthless fool, begging for mercy so soon. Our sect shall surely gain renown through this opportunity. Chun Imo nodded in silent agreement, swiftly unsheathing his sword. Disciples of Qingyang's sect, follow me. Wang Outyan bellowed, leading the charge towards Xie. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow suit. Feng, in a fluster, trailed behind them, wielding his Qingfeng sword in a haphazard manner, lacking any semblance of strategy. Advanced Coincidence Customizer and Atmospheric Scene Editor activated. The demonic wolves, once focused on attacking Xie, seemed to have suddenly lost their sense of direction, or perhaps they sensed a new, delectable target. As Wang Outyan thrust his sword toward one of the wolves, aiming for its flank, the creature unexpectedly stumbled, contorting its body and presenting its throat directly to the tip of Wang Outyan's blade. Thud! A clean strike pierced its throat. Wang Outyan blinked in astonishment. Was that so easy? Soon after, a similar fate befell Chen Imo. His seemingly mundane thrust met with a wolf that charged blindly, its throat impaled by the sword's tip, penetrating through to its skull. Swish! Another wolf fell. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan quickly discerned the bizarre phenomenon. They merely needed to adopt an attacking stance, and the wolves, like moths to a flame, willingly hurled themselves onto their weapons. Are these wolves foolish? Zhang Lan remarked incredulously, dispatching yet another self-sabotaging wolf. Feng's situation was even more absurd. A wolf leaped high, intending to pounce on him, yet inexplicably twisted midair, its head colliding with the edge of Feng's sweeping sword. With a mournful howl, it collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Beep. The Qingyang sect team has slain a low-tier demonic wolf. Contribution points, 10. Beep. The Qingyang sect team has slain a low-tier demonic wolf. Contribution points, 10. Beep. The Qingyang sect team. In but a moment, the once menacing pack of wolves that had cornered Xiajing was decimated by the 5 members of the Qingyang sect with effortless precision. The remaining few wolves, sensing the tide had turned, let out reluctant whimpers before turning tail and fleeing. On the city walls, an eerie silence engulfed the scene. All present stared in disbelief at the quintet from the Qingyang sect, particularly the innocent-looking Feng, whose face was a mix of bewilderment and fear. What just transpired? Did those wolves collectively succumb to some curse? Why did they all willingly throw themselves onto their blades? What is the situation with these members of the Qingyang sect? Xiajing, bloodied and breathless, slumped to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity at the scene unfolding before him. He had fought desperately, only to witness the wolves fall as if made of paper upon the arrival of his rivals. Why? The disciples of the Divine Sword Villa around him were engulfed in a profound sense of shame. Wang Aoyan's admiration for Feng had reached new heights. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Junior brother and I, you are truly remarkable. The moment you arrived, those wolves flocked to their doom." Chun Mo quickly noted in his ledger, "The might of junior brother and I is beyond comprehension. His aura commands respect, causing evil to recoil and seek its own demise. This is the pinnacle of subduing an enemy without combat, beyond the reach of mere words." Lu Fei and Zhang Lan regarded Feng with expressions filled with awe and a hint of confusion. Feng scratched his head, a simple smile gracing his features. Perhaps those wolves were simply dazed from hunger? In his heart, he mused, the combination of the advanced coincidence customizer and the residual effects of the malefic aura, coupled with the underhanded machinations of that inner demon, yielded unexpectedly splendid results. His joy points had significantly increased. Beep. Temporary side quest. The Whispers of the Hound Progress. 1. 3. Xiajing has encountered a major setback and publicly humiliated himself. Xiajing's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he struggled to rise, glaring at the members of the Qingyang sect, especially at Feng. His eyes brimming with malice and resentment, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of incomprehensible frustration. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter a few words of acknowledgement, but found himself at a loss for speech. The disgrace was simply too profound. Chapter 22. To rescue one is to see it through to the end. Xiajing's expression was more ghastly than the blood staining his body, his gaze fixed on Feng as if he wished to devour him whole. The once subservient disciples of the Divine Sword Villa now regarded the members of the Qingyang sect with increasingly complex emotions. "Ah, the Qingyang sect appears to possess something remarkable," a disciple whispered to his companion. "Indeed, young Master Xie commands a formidable presence. He nearly fell to the demon wolf moments ago. Yet once they engaged, the demon wolves seemed to line up for their demise." Another replied in a hushed tone, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and skepticism. "Do you think we've chosen the wrong side?" The first disciple lowered his voice further, casting a furtive glance toward the Qingyang sect. Such murmurs quietly spread through the crowd. Xiajing, acutely aware of the unusual gazes directed at him, felt his fury rising to a boiling point. If he did not reclaim his honor today, how would he ever establish himself in the eastern region? At that moment, a thunderous and ferocious roar erupted from below the city walls. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of massive, black-furred bears, resembling small mountains, charged forth from the distant tide of demons. Their crimson eyes glowed with an even more savage and violent aura than that of the demon wolves. It's the ironclad demon bears," a perceptive new cultivator exclaimed. Each ironclad demon bear possessed at least the prowess of a peak chi refinement stage cultivator, their tough hides impervious to ordinary spells and weapons. Heavens! How can we defend against so many ironclad demon bears? The atmosphere atop the walls turned tense, with despair evident on many faces. Upon witnessing the emergence of the demon bears, Xiajing's eyes gleamed with a frenzied determination. He understood this was his final opportunity to salvage his reputation. "Just a pack of beasts dares to be arrogant before me," Xiajing roared, producing a jade vial from his robes and extracting a blood-red pill. As soon as the pill appeared, it emanated a potent scent of blood and a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. "It's the forbidden pill of the Divine Sword Manor. The Bloodfire Pill." A cultivator recognized the item and gasped. This pill could drastically enhance the user's cultivation for a short duration, but after its effects waned, one would be plunged into extreme weakness. Young Master Xie is prepared to gamble everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie swallowed the pill whole. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, surpassing the initial stage of foundation establishment and even hinting at a rise toward the mid-stage. His complexion flushed, his eyes bloodshot, and a fierce sword energy surged around him, as if he had transformed into a harbinger of death. The dignity of the divine sword manner shall not be tarnished. Die! Xie brandished the Longxing sword and leapt from the walls, plunging into the throng of demon bears. With a sweep of his sword, he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp sword light, instantly cleaving two of the foremost ironclad demon bears, their flesh torn and blood spurting forth. Roar! The bears, in pain, bellowed in rage and attacked Xie with renewed ferocity. However, bolstered by the effects of the pill, Xie's strength surged, allowing him to retaliate effectively against the onslaught of dozens of ironclad demon bears, even gaining the upper hand. The cultivators atop the walls watched in astonishment, soon erupting into cheers. Young Master Xie is magnificent. The divine sword manner indeed possesses profound depth. Those disciples from lesser sects who had previously wavered now expressed admiration. Reassured of the divine sword manner's reliability, Wang Outyin furrowed his brow. This Xie fellow is indeed transformed by the pill. Chun Imo noted in his notebook, the power of the pill is, after all, an external aid. Such forced enhancement will inevitably result in backlash. This is not the righteous path. Feng observed Xie performance with keen interest, musing, the effects are impressive. I only wonder how long this moment of glory will last. System, is the curse of misfortune still in effect? Ding. Misfortune aura, 1 time, remaining duration, approximately 5 minutes. The effects of the pill may yield unpredictable changes due to the target's consumption. A slight smile graced Feng's lips. On the battlefield, Xie grew ever more emboldened, his sword light leaving a trail of fallen ironclad demon bears in its wake. The wounds on his body, temporarily numbed by the pill's influence, felt no pain. Ha! All of you shall perish. Xie reveled in his long-lost power and the attention of the crowd. However, just as he struck down the 5th ironclad demon bear and prepared to pursue further, an unexpected wave of debilitating weakness surged through him like a tidal wave. The once thundering spiritual energy within him dwindled rapidly, comparable to a deflated balloon. What is happening? Xie face paled. He could distinctly feel the power of the bloodfire pill dissipating at an astonishing rate. What should have lasted half an hour was now fading in less than 10 minutes. No, my strength. How can this be? Despair erupted within him. Little did he know, the misfortune aura was secretly accelerating the side effects of the pill. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his previously soaring momentum plummeting to the initial stage of foundation establishment, leaving him even weaker than before. The ironclad demon bears, previously subdued by his presence, immediately sensed his change, their bloodthirsty gazes gleaming with renewed ferocity. Roar! Several ironclad demon bears lunged at the weakened Xie from all sides. No, stay away. Panic-stricken, Xie struggled to steady the Longxing sword in his grasp. He attempted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Despair enveloped him once more. He instinctively summoned the last vestige of his strength to issue a second, more pitiful cry for help. Help! Someone save me! On the walls, the crowd that had just been cheering for Xie froze in shock. What has happened? Did the young Master Xie's pill effects wear off? Just 3 seconds for a true man. How could it be so swift? Wang Outyan's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, An eye shitty. This scene, why does it feel so familiar? He scratched his head, puzzled as to why he felt compelled to speak. The remnants of his inner demons shouted in his mind. The Grandmaster is brilliant. His calculations always outpace me by 100 steps. No, 1,000. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan shared equally bewildered expressions. Chen Imo closed his notebook and gazed skyward, his profound eyes seemingly contemplating the truths of the universe. Heaven's way is a cycle. Who escapes its grasp? Those who flaunt their prowess shall be struck down. Truth be told, Feng donned a mask of surprise and sympathy. Oh dear, has senior brother Xie fallen again? Yet inwardly, he addressed the system. Is this script not supposed to change? Are we merely replaying the same scene? But I must admit, I enjoy it. Ding. Temporary side mission whispers of the Hound progress. 2. 3 Xie faces significant setbacks and publicly humiliates himself once more. As Xie teetered on the brink of being torn apart by the demon bears, Wang Outyan glanced at Feng, waiting for guidance. With a sigh, Feng expressed his resignation. Alas, to save a life is to see it through. Though senior brother Xie may not be remarkable, we cannot stand idly by as he faces death. Everyone, let us advance. Very well. We shall heed Shidi and I's call. Wang Outyin, invigorated, unsheathed his sword once more. The 5 members of the Qingyang sect charged once again into the fray. Interestingly, the ironclad demon bears seemed to have received some mysterious command, their targets shifting to peculiar and erratic behaviors as the Qingyang sect approached. One bear, poised to swipe at Xie Jing's head, abruptly redirected its massive paw mid-strike, landing a resounding smack on another bear's face instead. Ark, the struck bear, bewildered, quickly retaliated, engaging its fellow in a furious brawl. On the other side, Chun Imo thrust his sword, aiming for the eye of a demonic bear. The beast, seemingly still in slumber, tilted its head just enough to present its soft neck to Chun Mo's blade. With a swift stab, it was yet another fatal blow. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan once again reveled in the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly dispatching their foes. Despite their apparent vulnerabilities, the armored demonic bears consistently collided with them, or succumbed to unforeseen circumstances that rendered them defenseless. And Feng, in particular, was fortunate. In a panic, he swung his Qingfeng sword, inadvertently striking a charging bear whose massive head collided directly with his haphazardly thrust blade. The sword's tip precisely penetrated the bear's eye socket, burying itself deep within. Ding! The Qingyang sect team has slain a mid-tier demonic bear, contributing 50 points. Ding! The Qingyang sect team has slain a mid-tier demonic bear, contributing 50 points. Ding! The Qingyang sect team. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the once daunting horde of armored demonic bears was effortlessly vanquished by the 5 members of the Qingyang sect. The walls of the city fell once more into an eerie silence. In the plaza of Jiangbo Academy, all the cultivators gazed at the scene unfolding in the illusory heart realm, including Elder Wang Defa, who regarded the 5 members of the Qingyang sect with a look akin to that reserved for monsters, particularly at the panting and seemingly fortunate Feng. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 23, First Place, Qingyang Sect. The silence within the illusory heart realm was more unsettling than the howls of the monsters. All eyes were fixated on the 5 disciples from the second-tier Qingyang sect, especially on the seemingly harmless Feng. Wang Outyin trembled with excitement, leaning toward Feng, his voice cracking. Shidi. You are like a god of war descended to earth. Those demonic bears were like mice confronted by a cat. The remnants of his inner demons in his consciousness roared wildly. Grandmaster is impressive. Grandmaster is formidable. I knew it. Following Grandmaster, even the heavens must bow down. Chun Imo silently tucked away his notebook, gazing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, his eyes profound. The ferocity of demons cannot withstand the decree of destiny. Wherever Shidi and I stands, it is where destiny converges. This is beyond human effort. It is the manifestation of the great path. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan had become utterly numb, their gazes toward Feng filled only with a near-dazed admiration. Xie Jing staggered to his feet, his expression vacant, his eyes hollow, as if he had lost his soul. He looked at the Qingyang sect members, then at the corpses of the demonic bears scattered around, and finally at his own disheveled state and wounds. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and absurdity surged within him. Why, he muttered to himself. At that moment, all the cultivators within the illusory heart realm simultaneously beheld a massive luminous screen in their consciousness. On the screen, lines of golden text flickered. Contribution ranking for the first phase of the illusory heart realm. First place, Qingyang Sect, contribution points, 3,000. Second place, Luotian Palace, contribution points, 980. Third place, Wanshou Mountain Manor, contribution points, 920. 103rd place, Divine Sword Manor, contribution points, 350. The entire 7th segment of the city walls once again fell into a profound silence. Soon after, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Qingyang Sect? First place, 3,000 contribution points. Did they just encompass the entire wave of demons? Luotian Palace only managed 980. How did Qingyang Sect accomplish this? Divine Sword Manor, merely 350 points? Ranked outside the top 100. All eyes once again converged on the 5 members of the Qingyang Sect, their expressions akin to witnessing 5 prehistoric behemoths clad in human skin. Xie Jing, upon seeing that glaring ranking, felt darkness cloud his vision, a metallic taste rising in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered in despair. How could our Divine Sword Manor, the disciples of Divine Sword Manor behind him wore expressions of utter despondency, their previous arrogance completely evaporated. Wang Outyin, upon seeing the leaderboard, nearly leaped with joy, seizing Feng's arm, his words tumbling over each other. Shidi. Did you see that? First. We are first. This is simply. Feng offered a bashful smile, scratching his head. Luck, it's all luck. Everyone coordinated well. Ding. The host successfully led the Qingyang sect to the top of the contribution leaderboard, causing shock throughout the venue, significantly enhancing team cohesion and the host's personal reputation. Main quest, Team Glory progress significantly advanced. Pleasure points, 2,000. In the outside world, at the plaza of Jiangbo Academy, when the massive screen projected the leaderboard from the illusory heart realm, the entire plaza erupted in chaos. Elder Wang Defa gazed at the three bold characters of Qingyang's sect atop the leaderboard, alongside the astonishingly high contribution points, trembling with excitement. He struggled to maintain his composure as an elder, but in his long life, he had never experienced such a moment of glory, despite his efforts to appear calm. His lips betrayed him with constant twitching. Sectmaster, do you see what Elder Wang has brought to the sect? The gazes of the other sect elders and leaders around him were filled with shock, confusion, envy, jealousy, and a hint of existential questioning. Elder Wang, did your Qingyang sect summon some celestial being? An acquaintance from the Bishi sect approached, his tone dripping with envy. Elder Wang Defa feigned composure, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's merely the disciples' good fortune, just good fortune. Yet within, he was laughing maniacally. Huh? Fenger, my dear disciple, the Qingyang sect is about to achieve renown. The elder leading Divine Sword Manor, a peaked golden core elder, wore a face of thunder as he stared at the dismal ranking of 103, feeling a fiery shame wash over him, wishing he could sink into the earth. The elder leading Luotian Palace, a poised and elegant woman in palace attire. Initially satisfied with her sect's second place, couldn't he help but furrow her brow upon seeing the Qingyang sect's exaggerated contribution points. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes. Qingyang sect, an iPhone, she murmured the names thoughtfully. Within the illusory heart realm, atop the city walls, those disciples from smaller sects who had previously harbored hopes for Divine Sword Manor or doubts about Qingyang sect now exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Senior brothers possess great abilities. We seek your guidance. We are willing to follow your every command. The group that had previously been deferential to Xiejing now surrounded the 5 members of Qingyang sect with fervent enthusiasm, their obsequious demeanor starkly contrasting with their earlier disposition. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan, taken aback by such an overwhelming display, found themselves at a loss. Wang Outyin, however, puffed out his chest with a sense of pride, yet still instinctively looked to an iPhone for guidance. Observing this dramatic scene, an iPhone chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of innocence as he addressed the crowd. Everyone, please. We are here to participate in the test. We ought to help one another. As long as we unite our efforts, we will surely overcome any challenges. His words rang with sincerity, complemented by his earnest smile, evoking tears of gratitude among the disciples of the smaller sects in stark contrast to the arrogance of Divine Sword Manor. Senior brother is noble. Senior brother truly possesses a compassionate heart. Just then, the demonic energy in the sky thickened abruptly, as if an invisible behemoth was rolling through the clouds. Roar! Dozens of shadowy figures, flapping their enormous fleshly wings, descended from the swirling clouds of malevolence. These creatures bore resemblance to bats, yet possessed menacing claws and fangs, exuding a formidable aura indicative of the early Foundation establishment stage. Indeed, they were blood-winged demonic bats, demonic entities at the Foundation establishment level, and they arrived in such overwhelming numbers. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within the cultivators atop the city walls was instantly extinguished by a wave of terror. They had barely managed to survive encounters with the Qi refinement stage demonic wolves and bears, and now faced a horde of flying demonic creatures at the Foundation establishment stage. How could they possibly contend with such odds? Many turned pale, their legs trembling, even contemplating surrender. Those disciples from smaller sects, who had recently pledged their loyalty to the Qingyang sect, now scurried behind the 5 members of the sect, trembling uncontrollably. Senior brother, save us. Xiejing watched the diving blood-winged demonic bats, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished. He completely relinquished any thought of resistance, collapsing to the ground. Murmuring to himself, it's over, all is lost, Father, I am sorry. He began to question his life, doubting everything he had been taught since childhood. Why? Why had he toiled for years, consumed forbidden drugs, and exerted every ounce of strength, only to meet such a fate? Why could that unremarkable, even somewhat foolish an iPhone effortlessly achieve everything he had ever yearned for? In that moment, his resolve crumbled entirely. Ding. Temporary side quest whispers of the Hound progress. 3. Xiejing's resolve shattered. Vengeance plan utterly thwarted. Quest reward. 3,000 joy points. Scene atmosphere editor. Intermediate. Unlock progress 50. Full. Can be upgraded. Random item cloak of misfortune. 1 time. Used. Ding. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Beginner, has successfully upgraded to Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate. Feng felt a surge of joy within, though his face bore a grave expression as he spoke to Wang Outyin and the others beside him. These demonic creatures appear formidable. Let us do our utmost. At this moment, Wang Outyin's faith in Feng had transformed into blind admiration. He laughed heartily. Do not worry, junior brother and I. You rest. These mere bats are no match for me. With that, he drew his sword and charged forward. Chun Imo silently gripped his sword, his gaze calm. As though the Foundation establishment demonic entities before him were merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan, though still somewhat apprehensive, steeled themselves for battle upon witnessing Feng's composure, as well as the reactions of Wang Outyin and Chun Imo. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Feng's lips. System, activate the Advanced Coincidence Customizer and the Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate. Let us bestow a surprise upon these blood-winged demonic bats. The first blood-winged demonic bat swooped down at an astonishing speed, targeting Wang Outyin, who stood at the forefront. Wang Outyin focused intently, preparing to execute the Qingyang sword technique. Just then, the bat's trajectory inexplicably halted, as if the air before it had thickened, abruptly slowing its descent. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, whipped toward the blood-winged bat. Taken by surprise, the creature lost its balance mid-air and plummeted downward, landing directly upon the very tip of Wang Outyin's sword, which had already been thrust forward. With a muffled thud, Wang Outyin's blade pierced through the bat's neck with precision. The Foundation establishment stage blood-winged bat did not even have the chance to emit a cry before it perished instantly, its massive body crashing onto the city wall. A surge of pure demonic energy coursed into Wang Outyin's mind, and the remnants of his heart demon trembled with excitement. My lord, are you here to save me? Wang Outyin remained in a state of bewilderment, holding his sword in position. Did I just eliminate a Foundation establishment demonic entity? The disciples from smaller sects behind him, their eyes alight with newfound determination, drew their swords and charged toward the swarm of blood-winged demonic bats. Brother Wang is mighty. One disciple stuttered, shouting, Charge! Let us eradicate these foul creatures alongside Brother Wang. The previously timid cultivators from the minor sects surged forward, invigorated as if invigorated by a potent elixir, shouting fiercely at the diving blood-winged demonic bats. My goodness, why is this bat flying directly into my sword? A chi refinement stage disciple, witnessing a bat's claw coming toward him, panicked and closed his eyes, thrusting his sword wildly. Miraculously, the bat seemed to cooperate, lowering its head just in time for his sword tip to pierce its eye socket. With a cry of despair, the bat plummeted from the sky. The disciple opened his eyes, staring at the corpse of the bat beneath him, then at his sword, dazed and questioning his own identity and circumstances. I am at Chi Refinement Stage 6, and I just defeated a Foundation establishment bat in one strike. Surely I am not dreaming? Meanwhile, a female cultivator watched in exhilaration as a bat, charred by her spell, fell from the sky. Her spell was merely a basic fireball technique, insufficient to even severely wound a Chi Refinement Stage beast, yet the blood-winged bat succumbed as if made of paper, defeated in a single blow. Strange occurrences unfolded one after another. Some blood-winged bats, mid-flight, suddenly seemed to seize up, crashing directly onto the weapons raised by the cultivators below. Others unleashed demonic techniques that should have been immensely powerful, but inexplicably veered off course or diminished in potency to mere tickles. Even more astonishingly, two bats, in pursuit of the same target, collided mid-air, tumbling down disoriented, only to be overwhelmed by the onrush of cultivators below, who dispatched them mercilessly. Wang Outyin, now numb to the chaos, swung his sword relentlessly, each thrust meeting a blood-winged bat perfectly. The remnants of his heart demon emitted contented, euphoric sounds. What pure demonic energy! My lord, you are like a rebirth parent to me. I feel my vitality returning, as pure demonic energy flooded in. The once ethereal and faint remnants of his heart demon visibly solidified, the dark aura surrounding it growing denser. Chen Imo maintained his stoic demeanor, executing each strike with simplicity and precision, with each sword stroke claiming the life of yet another bat. His small notebook had reappeared in his hand at some point, and he scribbled rapidly, occasionally casting fervent glances at Feng, his eyes glimmering with an enthusiasm difficult for others to discern. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan, intoxicated by the thrill of battle, realized that as long as they kept pace with junior brother Feng, those Foundation establishment demonic entities, once an unfathomable challenge, were now easier to dispatch than chopping vegetables. Feng continued to play his role as the auspicious talisman, darting through the crowd in a state of chaotic evasion, occasionally landing a strike that fortuitously claimed the life of a bat. He chuckled inwardly, This advanced coincidence customizer is truly a miraculous scoring tool. Ding. The Qingyang sect team and allied forces have slain a Foundation establishment Bloodwing bat, contributing 100 points. Ding. The 7th segment City Wall team has slain a Foundation establishment Bloodwing bat, contributing 100 points. Ding. The notifications of contribution points surged energetically, resonating in the minds of all like the sweetest celestial music. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the once formidable horde of Bloodwing demonic bats had been utterly decimated by this group of primarily Qi refinement stage cultivators. Once again, a curious silence enveloped the city walls. Did we really do it? We actually held our ground. And we slayed so many Foundation stage demons. Haha, this is exhilarating. I've never felt so powerful in my life. Their gazes converged on the 5 members of the Qingyang sect, particularly on the still bewildered and shaken Feng. If previously they held the Qingyang sect in awe, now it was fervent admiration. Senior and I, you are our savior. Yes, with Senior and I, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Wang Outyin approached Feng, excitement bubbling in his voice. Junior and I, you are simply incredible. These demon bats seem to have come to deliver us a feast. Feng bashfully scratched his head. Oh, it's all thanks to everyone's combined efforts. Perhaps, maybe these demon bats just woke up on the wrong side of the bed today? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Woke up? What a joke. Clearly, it's because Senior and I possesses extraordinary fortune. Even the demons dare not approach. At that moment, the contribution leaderboard within the Illusory Heart Mirror Realm refreshed once again. Illusory Heart Mirror Realm Contribution Leaderboard. First place, Qingyang Sect. Contribution, 8,500 points. Second place, 7th Segment Wall Joint Team, Core, Qingyang Sect. Contribution, 7,800 points. Third place, Luotian Palace. Contribution, 1,850 points. Fourth place, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. Contribution, 1,620 points. 120th place, Divine Sword Villa. Contribution, 380 points. An increase of 30 points from a disciple who killed 3 demon wolves. Upon seeing this leaderboard, all the cultivators on the 7th segment wall erupted in excitement. My heavens, we actually ranked second, only behind our senior brothers from the Qingyang sect. This feels like a dream. Those disciples from smaller sects gazed at their sect's name appearing prominently on the leaderboard, albeit in a joint team format. Their eyes brimming with tears of joy. They never imagined that they, who were usually unremarkable within their own sects, could achieve such glorious results in the Jianghua Academy's assessment. And all of it was thanks to the Qingyang sect, particularly that seemingly harmless iPhone. iPhone looked at the jubilant crowd, then glanced at the leaderboard, pondering. It seems we cleared out the demons on the 7th segment wall. We need to earn contribution points elsewhere. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone laced with a hint of uncertainty. Dear brothers and sisters, it appears that all the demons here have been driven away. However, our comrades at other walls may still be engaged in fierce battles. Should we not lend them a hand? Upon hearing this, the once cheering crowd fell silent. Helping the other walls? They instinctively felt it might be a bit risky. But then again, with the senior brothers from Qingyang sect here, especially with the auspicious Senior and I, what was there to fear? A quick-witted disciple from a smaller sect shouted, Senior and I is right. With great power comes great responsibility. Since we have the strength to spare, we ought to assist our fellow cultivators. Yes, we will accompany Senior and I. Let us wipe out those demons and show the others our might. Wang Outyin naturally deferred to Feng, declaring, we shall follow Junior Ni's lead. Thus, under Feng's proposal, this contingent led by the 5 from Qingyang sect, gathered dozens of disciples from smaller sects, marched forth towards the nearby 6th segment wall with great fervor. At that moment, the 6th segment wall was embroiled in a fierce struggle. The defenders, comprising several moderately powerful second-rate sects, faced an unending onslaught of demon wolves and a newly emerged horde of ferocious steel-backed demon boars. These boars, with their tough hides and reckless charges, had already left several cultivators severely injured. The wall echoed with cries of despair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hold the line. We must hold firm. A mid-foundation stage disciple shouted hoarsely. We can't hold out much longer. There are too many demon boars. Another disciple cried in desperation. Just as they were on the verge of breaking down, an unexpected reinforcement surged from the rear. Friends of the 6th segment wall, do not panic. We have come to assist. Wang Outyin rode in at the forefront, his voice booming like thunder. Behind him was an imposing force of reinforcements. The cultivators at the 6th segment wall were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived. This is fantastic. We are saved. The mid-foundation stage commanding disciple felt a surge of hope upon seeing Wang Outyin and the others. But his spirits sank when he realized that most of these reinforcements were merely chi refining stage cultivators. Could they truly change the tide of battle? Yet, what unfolded next left him utterly incredulous. Wang Outyin and his group charged through the ranks like tigers among sheep. The steel-backed demon boars that had once caused them so much trouble now crumbled like paper before this force. One disciple from Qingyang's sect, Lu Fei, thrust his sword, and the demon boar, seemingly oblivious, presented its soft underbelly directly to him. Another female disciple, Zhang Lan, casually cast a spell, causing a boar to slip and collide with its companions, sparking chaos. And then there was the unassuming Feng, who appeared to be the weakest with only a fifth-layer chi refining cultivation. He seemed startled by a charging steel-backed demon boar, yelping as his sword accidentally flew from his hand. The blade traced a peculiar arc through the air, grazing the eyes of 3 demon boars, instantly blinding them and sending them crashing into one another, disrupting their formation. Miraculously, the sword returned to Feng's grasp. He clutched his chest, still shaken. The cultivators of the 6th segment wall, including the mid-foundation stage elder, were left aghast. What in the world was that divine maneuver? Ding! The host has successfully executed a miraculous blind kill, creating a dramatic effect that astonished all present. The glory progress of the main quest team continues to advance. Feng mused inwardly, not bad, not bad. The effects of this scene atmosphere editor, intermediate, are becoming increasingly vivid. With the arrival of this reinforcement, the pressure on the 6th segment wall diminished significantly, allowing them to stabilize their formation and initiate a counterattack. The contribution leaderboard saw the name of the 6th segment wall, joint team, rapidly ascend. Meanwhile, outside, within the Jianghua Academy Plaza, the elders overseeing the teams watched in awe as the projection of the illusory heart mirror displayed the army led by the Qingyang sect disciples sweeping from the 7th segment wall to the 6th segment, leaving a trail of fallen demons in their wake, their contributions skyrocketing, their expressions shifting to one of rapt fascination. Is the Qingyang sect on some sort of cheat? How on earth are they accomplishing this? Elder Wang Defa struggled to maintain a composed facade, yet inside, he was jubilant, feeling as though his life had reached its pinnacle at that moment. Chapter 25, Senior and I, please lead the way. The cultivators of the 6th segment wall were nearly in disbelief. The mid-foundation stage commanding disciple gaped, unable to close his mouth. This is resolved? He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was under some illusion. The steel-backed demon boars, which had previously forced them to fight desperately and suffer heavy losses, now lay before the reinforcements as soft as tofu. Wang Outyin sheathed his sword and looked triumphantly at Feng. Junior and I, what do you think? How's this for skill? He has now fully acclimatized to the rhythm of simply delivering the blade while the monsters meet their demise. Feng raised his thumb in admiration. Brother Wang, you are truly valiant. Within Wang Outyin's mind, the remnants of his inner demons burped contentedly, feeling as though his soul had solidified further. The commanding disciple of the 6th segment of the city wall snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached, bowing deeply to Wang Outyin, Feng, and the others. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your righteous intervention. Such kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. The cultivators behind him also bowed in gratitude and reverence toward the Qingyang sect members. Feng maintained his innocent demeanor. Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. We are all here to participate in the test, and should naturally assist one another. May I inquire if the monsters at your segment of the wall have been completely eradicated? The commanding disciple chuckled wryly. Most have been dealt with, thanks to you all. However, this tide of monsters seems endless. We cannot discern when it will cease. Feng's eyes twinkled with curiosity as he asked, and what of the other city walls? Do they require assistance as well? Wang Outyin immediately grasped the implication and thumped his chest, declaring, Brother I is absolutely right. Our team shall alleviate the burdens of our fellow Taoists. Onward, to the next segment of the wall. Indeed, to the next segment. Following Brother I, there will be feasting. The cultivators from the 7th and 6th segments of the wall had, at that moment, become fervent supporters of Feng, responding enthusiastically. Thus, this rapidly expanding coalition of sweepers, under Feng's inadvertent guidance, surged forth toward the 5th segment of the wall. 5th segment, 4th segment, 3rd segment, like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they passed, the monsters were obliterated, their wails echoing across the land. The disciples of various sects, who had previously been struggling and even despairing, reacted in remarkable unison upon witnessing this divine army descend upon them. First, they were dumbstruck, then they erupted into joyous dances, and finally, they bowed in reverence, crying out to join. Qingyang sect's brothers, you are my saviors. Woo, I thought I would perish here. Brother I, please take me with you. What kind of battalion is this? Invincible. The disciples from the Divine Sword Villa also found themselves swept up in this ever-growing tide. They observed the disciples of Qingyang's sect, particularly Feng's innocuous visage, with expressions of mixed emotions. There was jealousy, reluctance, but more so a sense of helplessness, along with a sliver of relief. Relief that they had also become part of this invincible legion, at least no longer fearing being torn apart by the monsters and eliminated from the test. As for their utterly withdrawn young master, Xiejing, he was like a wooden mannequin, lost among the throng. On the contribution leaderboard, the name of Qingyang's sect stood firm like a stabilizing pillar, occupying the top position, with the figures of contribution points morphing into a dazzling array of astronomical numbers. Meanwhile, the name of the coalition team from the 7th segment, Core, Qingyang's sect, trailed closely behind, and as more teams joined, the parentheses grew longer, nearly becoming unmanageable. In the plaza of Jiangbo Academy, Vice President Sun Baichao and a group of elders, leading the charge, gazed at the projection in the illusion heart mirror realm, where a coalition army swept from the 7th segment all the way to the 1st segment like a locust swarm. Their expressions had shifted from initial shock to a dazed reverence, as if witnessing a miracle. I have presided over the admission tests at Jiangbo Academy for hundreds of years. Yet I have never encountered such a sight, Sun Baichao murmured. An elder pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Ouch, this is not a dream. What kind of divine being is Qingyang's sect? Are they attempting to eradicate all the monsters in the illusion heart mirror realm? Another elder's voice trembled. At that moment, Elder Wang Defa could only feign calm, while internally he was fervently shouting, Feng, magnificent. Qingyang's sect's ancestral graves are smoking with prosperity. Meanwhile, in the illusion heart mirror realm, at the 2nd segment of the wall, the holy maiden Luo Yun of the Luo God Palace was leading her disciples in a fierce battle against a horde of swiftly flying, strangely attacking shadow demon bats. Clad in white as pure as snow, Luo Yun moved with grace, wielding a jade-green sword that danced like a dragon. Each strike was executed with precision, striking true at the monster's vital points. The disciples behind her, all of exceptional cultivation, coordinated seamlessly, forming a sword formation that repelled wave after wave of attacks from the bats. Despite this, faced with the relentless onslaught of shadow demon bats, they gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Holy Maiden, there are too many of these bats. Our spiritual energy is depleting rapidly. One of the female disciples from Luo God Palace gasped, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Luo Yun furrowed her brow, her icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Hold on. The Jiangbo Academy test will not be so simple. Though confidence resided within her, a weight of seriousness began to settle in. Upon hearing the latest contribution leaderboard, with Qingyang's sect's name sitting atop and the staggering contribution points following, even she found herself momentarily taken aback. Qingyang's sect? Contribution points, 98,000? A female disciple beside her gasped, Holy Maiden, how can their contribution points be so high? And that coalition team, their contributions are vastly superior to ours. The disciples of Luo God Palace turned their gazes, disbelief etched across their faces. As the leading power in the Eastern domain, their contribution points barely exceeded 20,000, placing them third. How could a second-rate sect like Qingyang's sect achieve such astonishing results? A flicker of intrigue crossed Luo Yun's beautiful eyes as she recalled the amusing youth from outside Wangjiang Tower, who had thrown a meat bun at Xiejing and made him dance awkwardly with an unknown powder. Could it be him? An absurd thought emerged uncontrollably from the depths of Luo Yun's mind. Just then, a thunderous battle cry resonated from the direction of the 1st segment of the wall. Charge. Annihilate these foul beasts. Brother and I said that after this wave, we will swiftly pass. For the alliance. No, for the completion of the test. Luo Yun turned her gaze toward the sound and beheld a dark mass of figures surging like a tide from the 1st segment of the wall, where the previously troublesome shadow demon bats fell like leaves in autumn. Leading the charge were those few disciples of Qingyang's sect. Wang Outyin forged ahead, his sword slicing through the air with great vigor, each strike possessing an inexplicable allure that drew the surrounding bats toward his blade. Chen Mo remained silent, his sword flashing like lightning, each thrust lethal, causing the bats before him to lose their ability to fly, awaiting their fate. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan fought with increasing fervor, their synergy astounding, as spells and sword light intertwined with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the youth named Feng remained amidst the crowd, occasionally flailing his sword in a panic, fortuitously dispatching a few straggling monsters. His presence, though seemingly inconspicuous, acted like a magnet, drawing everyone's attention. Watching this extraordinary team and their unfathomable combat style, ripples of emotion surged for the first time in the usually tranquil lake of Luo Yun's heart. The disciples of Luo God Palace beside her were utterly transfixed, nearly forgetting that they were still in battle. Those are the Qingyang sect members? How did they accomplish this? Those shadow demon bats are as fragile as paper before them. The leading figure, Wang Outyin, was noted to be at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. How could he be more formidable than their peak foundation establishment, Holy Maiden? And that in iPhone. Was he truly only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement? In the majestic halls of the Luo God Palace, the proud daughters of the heavens found themselves for the first time questioning their own strength and understanding. The United Squad, no, now a grand coalition, also beheld the team from the Luo God Palace. Huh, there are the Luo fairies up ahead, Wang Outyin exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Shitty and I, shall we go greet them? An iPhone replied with a shy smile. The Luo fairy possesses profound cultivation. Surely, she does not require our assistance. Despite his words, he led the large troop directly towards the direction of the Luo God Palace. The shadowy demon bats, which had originally besieged the palace, upon sensing the aura of this formidable coalition, shrieked in terror as if they had encountered their progenitors, promptly changing course to flee towards the united squad. Luo Yun, wielding the purple cloud sword, observed this comical yet astonishing scene before her, a rare look of astonishment gracing her features. She noticed an Feng fortuitously passing by not far from her, and the youth seemed to catch sight of her, stumbling slightly as a half-eaten spiritual fruit slipped from his grasp. The fruit traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, striking the head of the last shadow bat leader with impeccable precision. Smack! The bat leader, whose power rivaled that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, let out a wail and convulsed as it plummeted from the skies, landing squarely at Luo Yun's feet. In a daze, she delivered a finishing blow with her sword. An iPhone, in a state of panic, clasped his hands repeatedly towards Luo Yun. Luo fairy, I apologize. It was unintentional. It flew over by itself. The familiarity of his words, the well-known scene, stirred an unexpected response within Luo Yun as she glanced at the lifeless bat leader beneath her, and then at Feng's innocent face, the corners of her mouth twitching involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her demeanor as a saintess, though her voice betrayed a hint of unrecognized peculiarity. And no worries. Ding. The host has successfully showcased the miraculous effect of the spiritual fruit before the saintess of the Luo God Palace, further solidifying the image of the child of destiny and eliciting a strong emotional response from the target. The progress of the main quest, the glory of the team, has significantly advanced. With the unexpected demise of the last demon bat, the cacophony of roars within the illusory heart mirror realm came to an abrupt halt. The demonic energy in the sky dissipated rapidly, revealing an unprecedented clarity of daylight. All cultivators within the illusory heart mirror realm felt a wave of relief wash over them. The demonic tide has ended? Have we eradicated all the demon creatures? We have won. We have triumphed. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted, resonating throughout the entire illusory heart mirror realm. On the plaza of Jiangbao Academy, Vice President Sun Baichao leapt from his seat, his elderly visage radiating excitement and disbelief. We cleared it all. In the thousands of years since the founding of Jiangbao Academy, this is the first time students have completely purged the demonic tide invasion from the illusory heart mirror realm. The elders beside him were equally flushed with excitement, as if they were witnessing the birth of history. The contribution ranking within the illusory heart mirror realm solidified. First place, Qingyang Sect, contribution, 136, 500 points. Second place, United Sweepers of the illusory heart mirror realm, Core, Qingyang Sect, contribution, 129, 800 points. Third place, Luo God Palace, contribution, 23, 100 points. Gazing at the final rankings, silence enveloped all. Qingyang Sect had established an unprecedented record, one that may never be replicated. And at the heart of this accomplishment stood the young man named Feng, scratching his head and grinning foolishly at the complex expression on Luo Yun's face. Chapter 26. My cousin's second uncle's third nephew's classmate. The skies of the illusory heart mirror realm had completely cleared. The lingering demonic energy vanished without a trace, and warm sunlight cascaded down, bestowing upon the cultivators a sense of having returned from another realm. It's over, truly over. A cultivator collapsed to the ground, weeping tears of joy. We made it. More voices erupted in cheers. Wang Outyin embraced Feng's shoulders, his face flushed with excitement. Shitty and I, we did it. Cleared it all. Ha. Chun Mo quietly approached Feng, his eyes gleaming with indescribable brilliance as he pulled out a small notebook. The mirror realm has cleared, and the demonic energy has dissipated. The merits of Shitty and I are beyond the reach of mere mortals. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan gazed at Feng with admiration, feeling as though they were in a dream. Feng, in turn, wore a weary yet contented smile. Wonderful, it's finally over. Is everyone all right? Meanwhile, he contemplated. This time, The rewards should be considerable. I must delve into the functions of the scene atmosphere editor, intermediate. Luo Yun approached with her disciples from the Luo God Palace. Her cold gaze settling upon Feng, infused with a hint of curiosity, and perhaps a trace of unacknowledged admiration. Daoist and I, the remarkable feat of Qingyang sect is commendable, she remarked, her voice still icy, yet warmer than before. Feng returned the gesture with cupped hands. Luo Fairy, you flatter me. It was the collective effort of all. I merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Luo Yin did not respond. At that moment, a gentle white light enveloped all the cultivators. In the next instant, they felt the world spin, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the vast plaza of Jianghua Academy. Vice President Sun Baichao stood atop the high platform, his aged face aglow with unprecedented excitement and pride. His resounding voice echoed across the plaza. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully passed the first stage of the Jianghua Academy entrance examination, the illusory Heart Mirror Realm. A thunderous cheer erupted from the plaza. Sun Baichao gestured for silence. And when the uproar subsided, he continued, his voice trembling slightly. What fills me and the entire Jianghua Academy with pride is that you have made history. Since the establishment of Jianghua Academy, no cohort of students has ever managed to completely eradicate the demonic tide invasion from the illusory Heart Mirror Realm. Yet you have achieved it. Upon these words, the plaza erupted once more. Countless gazes turned towards the direction of Qingyang sect, landing upon the still bewildered Feng. Elder Wang Defa felt as if he were floating, overwhelmed by the envious, jealous, confused, and inquisitive looks cast by the leaders of other sects upon his group. Yet, in his heart, he was bursting with laughter. Ha! Qingyang sect will gain fame across the land. May our ancestors bless us. Fenger, you are the prodigy of Qingyang sect. The elder leading the Sword Mountain Manor wore a grim expression, observing his disciple Xiang's dazed state. Akin to a soulless automaton, he felt a lump of resentment lodged in his throat, wishing to whisk his disciples away from this painful place. Sun Baicao's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Feng, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. The examination concludes today. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall conduct the second stage of the examination in this very location. I urge all students to rest well and gather their strength. With that, Vice President Sun Baichao turned to depart. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the members of Qingyang sect exited Jianghua Academy. Elder Wang Defa waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence. Let us go. I shall take you to the finest restaurant in Jianghua City to celebrate. In Jianghua City, at the Fortune Pavilion, one of the most opulent establishments, frequented by dignitaries and profound cultivators alike, Elder Wang Defa reserved a private room and ordered a lavish spread of spiritual delicacies. Come, do not be modest. Eat to your heart's content. You have all performed splendidly today. Elder Wang Defa beamed, raising his cup in a toast. Wang Outyin was the first to respond, raising his wine glass. What the elder has said is indeed true. Especially you, junior brother, and I. I toast to you. Were it not for your efforts, how could we bask in such glory? Lu Fei and Zhang Lan also raised their glasses, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Feng. Meanwhile, Chun Mo quietly picked up a pair of his beloved spiritual vegetables for Feng. Feeling a bit bashful, Feng scratched his head and said, Senior brothers and sisters, you are too kind. This is the result of our collective efforts. However, in his heart, he was communicating with the system. System, please tally this round of joy points. Ding. Main quest of Team Glory has been exceeded. Reward, 15,000 joy points. Scene atmosphere editor, intermediate. Function of local environmental simulation completely unlocked. Ding. Due to the host's outstanding performance in the illusion heart mirror realm, triggering massive, high-intensity emotional fluctuations, additional reward, 8,000 joy points. Ding. The host's reputation as the son of fortune and favored child of the heavenly Tao is rapidly spreading, allowing for continued acquisition of joy points feedback. As night deepened, the Qingyang sect members settled down in the Fortune Pavilion. Wang Defa had specifically arranged for Feng to have the finest room. Local environmental simulation. This function is intriguing. It can alter weather, lighting, and even create minor terrain changes within a limited scope. Combined with the advanced coincidence customizer, it could yield even more delightful surprises. While Feng was lost in thought, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. Have you heard? Today during the entrance exam at Jianghua Academy, a prodigy emerged. Who is it? Speak up. A disciple from Qingyang sect, named Feng. It is said that when he stands there, even demons and monsters will take a detour. Is that for real? So exaggerated? Exaggerated? My cousin's second uncle's third nephew's classmate is in the illusion heart mirror realm, and he said he saw it with his own eyes. When Feng glared, a foundational stage demon bat fell dead from fright. I heard a different version. He sneezed. And all the monsters within a 10-mile radius foamed at the mouth and died on the spot. Is this even human? He is like a celestial being descending to Earth. Indeed, some say he is the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, while others claim he is the illegitimate son of the heavenly Tao, here to experience life. As Feng listened to the increasingly absurd rumors from below, a smile crept upon his lips. Truly, the essence of mortal life is what gives it vigor. He stroked his chin, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Ding! Detecting that the host's associated legends are spreading significantly, joy points gained. 500. Ding! Detecting that the influence of the host's title as the son of the heavenly Tao has increased, joy points gained. 800. Quite well indeed. As this reputation spreads, joy points flow endlessly. Feng felt elated and began to anticipate what amusing scenarios the second round of the test would bring. Meanwhile, within Zhonghua City, countless cultivators were discussing the same name, Feng. The Qingyang sect, which had previously been relatively obscure in the eastern region, suddenly gained immense fame overnight due to this name. Various sects and forces began to surreptitiously investigate this newly emerged prodigy. Chapter 27. Today's second round, the Heart-Wisdom Barrier. The next day, at the hour of Chun, the square of Zhonghua Academy was abuzz with activity, even more so than the previous day. Over the course of a single night, the name Feng, accompanied by various miraculous tales, spread throughout Zhonghua City. Have you heard? Feng from Qingyang sect, yesterday in the illusion heart mirror realm, killed over 10,000 monsters with a mere cough. Your news is outdated. I heard he killed monsters with just a glance. Whoever he looked at perished. Stop arguing. My great-uncle's friend's neighbor's son was at the scene. He said Feng didn't even lift a finger. He merely stood there. And the monsters lined up to crash into the city walls, crying out to sacrifice themselves for brother and I. Countless eyes searched the crowd for that legendary figure. When the Qingyang sect members appeared, the air in the entire square seemed to freeze for a moment. Look, it's the people from Qingyang sect. That must be Feng, right? He looks quite ordinary. What do you know? This is what is called returning to simplicity. True great figures are always so unremarkable. With a swish, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. Then, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. Brother and I, please allow me to pay my respects. I wish to receive a touch of your celestial energy. A cultivator rushed forward, attempting to kneel before Feng. Brother and I possess a family heirloom talisman. Please bless it. Brother and I, look at me. My aptitude is mediocre, but I wish to bask in your fortune. Please stand beside me. In just a short moment, the 5 members of Qingyang sect found themselves encircled by layers of people, with nearly all participants of the test desperately squeezing their way to Feng's side. The scene was more frenzied than the most fervent fan gathering in the secular world, with female cultivators continuously throwing flirtatious glances at Feng. Wang Outyan puffed out his chest, voluntarily assuming the role of bodyguard, and shouted loudly, "Don't crowd. Maintain your distance. If you disturb my junior brother and I, can you bear the consequences?" Lu Fei and Zhang Lan also anxiously flanked Feng on either side, feeling as though they were guarding an emperor on a procession. Chun Mo quietly stood behind Feng, his gaze sweeping over the frenzied crowd, jotting down notes. The masses are ignorant, only seeing the surface. Yet, the hearts of the people also align with the path of the Tao. Junior brother I has already gained momentum. Amidst the throng, Feng felt both flattered and somewhat at a loss, yet his heart was overflowing with joy. Ding! The host has become the focal point of the entire gathering, triggering a massive wave of admiration. Joy points gained. 1000. Ding! The influence of the host's title as the son of the heavenly Tao has further expanded. Joy points gained. 200. On the high platform, Vice President Sun Baichao observed the chaotic yet peculiar scene below, his mouth twitching slightly. How did this kid's popularity explode overnight? He stroked his long beard, took a deep breath, and infused his voice with spiritual energy, declaring in a deep voice, "Silence." The pressure of a yuanying stage cultivator swept through the square like an invisible tidal wave. The frenzied crowd gradually quieted down, but still, no one was willing to stray too far from Feng, forming a vast concentric circle around him. Sun Baichao surveyed this formation, his eyes twitching again. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Yesterday in the illusion heart mirror realm, the test was to evaluate your combat and collaboration skills. Your performances were truly remarkable. However," he shifted his tone to a serious one, "in cultivation, external strength is certainly important, but inner character is the foundation. Without a stable foundation, the path ahead will be fraught with difficulty." Today's second round is called the Heart-Wisdom Barrier. This round will not test your cultivation level, nor your spells. It will solely assess your Tao heart. Sun Baichao formed a hand seal, and the ground in the center of the square cracked open once more, slowly raising an ancient white jade platform. The platform bore no peculiarities, save for 9 jade pillars intricately carved with complex runes, emanating a faint aura that calmed the heart and mind. This is the 9 transformations heart wisdom array, personally presided over by me, Sun Baichao said, a hint of pride on his face. This array will draw forth the truest emotions from the depths of your hearts: fear, greed, anger, obsession, every kind of inner demon, laid bare. Only those with a steadfast Tao heart, unperturbed by external influences, can pass this round. I have said all that needs to be said. The elimination rate for this round may far exceed yesterday's. I hope you all heed my warning. With that, a flicker of confidence shone in his eyes. This heart wisdom array was his trump card, specifically designed to deal with those lacking purity of heart and with shaky foundations. It had always been spot on. The unexpected incident in the illusory heart mirror realm yesterday shall not be repeated today. He intends to demonstrate to these youngsters the rigorous nature of the Jianghua Academy's assessment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators below did not react with anxiety. Instead, they all crowded closer to an iPhone. Senior and I, my heart demon is rather overwhelming. I beseech your protection. Senior and I, my Tao heart is unstable. You are my anchor. Sun Baichao watched this scene, nearly gasping in disbelief. What is this? Are they engaging in pre-exam antics? What is going on with this cohort of disciples? Is this still the revered Jianghua Academy? The pinnacle of cultivation that everyone dreams of? Wang Outyin stood beside an iPhone, and within his consciousness, the remnants of his heart demon let out an excited cackle. Hee. The heart question array? Provoking heart demons? This is akin to flaunting a great blade before Guangong. Let me show you how it's done. Nourished by the demonic energy from yesterday, the heart demon's remnants had restored much of its vitality, its perception sharpening. It could distinctly sense that the array formed by the 9 specially crafted stone pillars was essentially a colossal mental force field, designed to evoke the emotions and desires of the cultivators through specific frequencies. To toy with human hearts before my presence? A mere display? Hee. Let me sprinkle a bit of my essence into the mix and showcase my prowess. A subtle yet extraordinarily pure demonic thought silently seeped from Wang Outyin's feet into the earth, spreading toward the intricate patterns of the 9-turn heart question array. Sun Baichao confidently activated the array from the elevated platform, sweeping his hand dramatically. The heart question barrier, commence. The 9 specially crafted stone pillars simultaneously illuminated with a gentle white light, and a peculiar wave of energy instantly enveloped the venue. All the cultivators felt a flash before their eyes, and their consciousness was drawn into a pristine white space. Chapter 28. History is once again being created. A disciple from the Flame sect wore a grave expression. He was acutely aware that his greatest heart demon stemmed from the terror of being bitten by a venomous snake during his childhood. Come forth. I am not the same as before. A mere snake shall not shake my Tao heart. He clenched his fists, rallying himself. The pure white space began to shift. Yet the horrific snake he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, it was a dazzling stage that emerged. At the center stood a snake clad in a sequined suit, adorned with a bow tie and sunglasses, upright and strutting about. As vibrant music blared, the snake seized a microphone and, with a magnetic voice, called out, "Hello. Friends down below, show me your hands." The Flame sect disciple stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. The snake swayed its plump waist, performing an exuberant snake dance while singing. Who brought you to my side? It was the round and bright moon, the round and bright moon. Uft. The Flame sect disciple felt a rush of blood surge to his head, nearly shattering his Tao heart on the spot. Is this my heart demon? When did my heart demon enroll in a singing and dancing training course? In another space, a disciple from the Clear Water Pavilion, renowned for her purity and grace, vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her deepest obsession was to surpass the sister in her sect who consistently overshadowed her. She thought, surely, the illusion will conjure that insufferable face of my sister. As the space shifted, her sister indeed appeared. Yet, instead of the usual mockery, she donned a chef's outfit, pushing a cart laden with a steaming bowl of snail noodles. Sister, are you hungry? Her sister smiled with a benevolent air. Try my newly developed Tao heartbreaking snail noodles. 1 bowl invigorates the mind. 2 bowls lead to transcendence. The rich and intoxicating aroma instantly filled the space. The Clear Water Pavilion disciple, inhaling that scent and witnessing her sister's peculiar smile, felt her stomach churn violently. She was uncertain about the stability of her Tao heart, but she sensed her dinner was on the verge of collapse. Luo Yun stood in her pristine white space, her expression serene. As the saintess of the Luo God Palace, her Tao heart had been tempered to be as steadfast as a rock. She awaited the arrival of the trial in silence. The space shifted. Yet no formidable adversary or enticing treasure materialized. Instead, before her stood an Feng, the boy squatting on the ground, intently directing a line of ants with a twig. 1, 2, 1. Left turn. March in unison. Oh dear, ant number 3, you veered off course. Tonight, you shall dine in fasting. Luo Yun. She watched as the ants obediently followed in Feng's commands, forming an orderly line, and an indescribable expression emerged on her typically composed face. She began to doubt whether the heart question array was malfunctioning. As for Feng himself, he stood in the pristine white space, a massive system panel materializing before him. Welcome to the Heart Question Array Backend Monitoring Center. You can view live broadcasts of all candidates' illusions in real time and interact by liking, tipping, and sending comments. Feng. He gazed at the panel displaying numerous split-window live feeds, each showcasing a myriad of bizarre and ludicrous scenarios. One cultivator was engaged in a wedding ceremony with his flying sword. A female cultivator was being pursued by a group of fluffy spirit bunnies demanding hugs. Xie Jing knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as he confessed to his broken dragon sword. Feng silently sent a rocket to the flame sect disciple, who was awkwardly dancing with the snake. Ding! The host successfully tipped, triggering a rain of cash in the target's illusion, causing significant emotional fluctuations. Pleasure points. 200. This heart demon certainly knows how to have fun. Feng mentally applauded the little brother residing in Wang Outyin's consciousness. As time passed, Sun Baichao, the vice dean, stroked his beard, wearing a satisfied smile. He observed the disciples seated on the ground, some furrowing their brows, some pale-faced, and others twitching their lips, and thought to himself, quite good, quite good. The formation is taking effect. Their reactions suggest that the heart demons have been drawn out. This trial should eliminate at least half of them. He even began to contemplate how to admonish those who were eliminated, imparting the importance of a stable Dao heart. After a joss stick's time, the first cultivator opened his eyes. His expression reflected a mix of survival from calamity, confusion, and speechlessness. Sun Baichao nodded. The first to be eliminated has emerged. Their temperament remains lacking. However, a white halo representing passage shone upon the cultivator. Sun Baichao. Soon after, the second, third, and 10th cultivators awakened, increasingly more of them opening their eyes. Each wore expressions akin to the first, as if they had just witnessed an extraordinarily absurd drama that had profoundly shaken their worldviews. Yet, without exception, each bore a shining white halo representing their passage. What's going on? Sun Baichao's smile froze. He hastily extended his spiritual sense to meticulously inspect the operation of the 9-turn heart question array. The array's energy was stable, its patterns bright and firm, and the flow of spiritual power was smooth. Everything appeared normal, without issue. But why did everyone pass? This is unreasonable. The 9 transformations heart testing array had been personally tested by him. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, renowned for their resolute minds, would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse it without a ripple of emotion in such a brief span of time. Could it be that this cohort of disciples are all exceptionally gifted individuals with hearts as steadfast as rock? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, all the disciples participating in the test opened their eyes simultaneously. In an instant, the entire square was illuminated in resplendent white light, as bright as day. Every single participant had succeeded. For the first time in the millennia since the establishment of Jiangbo Academy, the heart testing array had seen a complete pass. Vice President Sun Baichao stood atop the high platform, as if struck by lightning. He gazed down at the disciples, each wearing peculiar expressions, exchanging tales of what they had just witnessed, including one who claimed to have seen his father performing a pole dance. He glanced at the still operating heart testing array, feeling as though his worldview had shattered in that moment. Thud! One elder, overwhelmed by shock, faltered and fell from his chair. The square plunged into an eerie silence. Then, someone broke the stillness, shouting, "Brother and I, you're amazing. Even the heart demons must take a detour around Brother and I." Yes, in my illusion, a terrifying heart demon was about to appear, but when Brother Ni's figure flashed with golden light, the heart demon immediately knelt and sang conquered. Me too. Long live Brother and I. Thunderous cheers resounded once more, and all glory returned to the bewildered youth, who seemed to be pondering what had just transpired. Elder Wang Defa fainted from sheer happiness. Vice President Sun Baichao stood resolutely against the wind, unconsciously pulling out several strands of white beard, murmuring to himself, "History has been made again. Why is it him once more?" Chapter 29, the third test of the Dragon Gate, cancelled. The cheers from the square threatened to overturn the protective formation of Jiangbo Academy. Elder Wang Defa rolled his eyes back, blissfully tumbling backward amidst countless envious gazes. "Elder, quick, support Elder Wang." Several disciples from Qingyang sect scrambled to assist him. Yet Elder Wang Defa still wore a contented smile, muttering, "The ancestral master has manifested." On the high platform, Vice President Sun Baichao swayed, observing the fervent crowd below. Witnessing the youth revered like a deity, he felt his own determination fracturing, just as the 9 transformations heart-testing array had. Someone helped Vice President Sun down to rest. An elder of the academy could no longer bear the sight and shouted. 2 academy stewards swiftly flew forward, one on each side, supporting the dazed Sun Baichao and nearly dragging him off the high platform. His desolate figure resembled that of an elder abandoned by time. In the Jianghua Academy's Grand Hall of Deliberation, the highest decision-making venue of the institution, constructed from ancient soul-nurturing wood, the atmosphere was solemn and austere. Yet at this moment, it felt akin to an oil pot about to explode. "Absurd. Utterly absurd," bellowed a hot-tempered elder with a red face, slamming his palm on the table, causing teacups to rattle. "I refuse to believe that every disciple this year is a sage with a clear heart." His name was Lei Hua, the enforcer of the Academy's laws, known for his unyielding demeanor. Sun Baichao, sitting weakly to the side, appeared pallid. "Elder Lei, the formation is truly without flaw. I have examined it no less than 100 times. Everything operates normally." "Normally? How can it be normal if everyone passes?" Even that Xiejing from the Divine Sword Villa was tormented by heart demons, almost shattering his Dao heart. Yet he succeeded. "Tell me, does that sound normal?" Sun Baichao opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was exceedingly abnormal. Cough, cough. A serene elder, whose demeanor was as cool as moonlight, slowly opened her eyes. Her name was Jingyue, the custodian of the Academy's scripture repository, reputed to be skilled in divination. "Everyone, please remain calm." Her gentle voice tempered the atmosphere. "This matter may not be due to the formation." Elder Lei Hua snorted. "If it's not the formation's fault, could it be that the heavens have shown mercy, granting all a backdoor?" Elder Jingyue smiled faintly. "Perhaps, just so." Her gaze swept over the assembly as she continued. "I once divined the results of this entrance examination. The omens were extremely chaotic, shrouded by an immense fortune beyond comprehension." "Fortune?" Elder Lei Hua scoffed. "I only believe in strength. Talk of fortune is too ethereal." Just then, a figure appeared silently at the head of the hall. It was an elegant man who appeared to be in his middle years, clad in a simple blue robe. His restrained aura elicited a profound sense of reverence from all the nascent soul elders present. He was the president of Jianghua Academy, Yun Piaomiao. "President." All the elders rose in unison to pay their respects. Yun Piaomiao gestured for everyone to take their seats, his gaze warm, as if he could see through all. "I am already aware of the matters at hand." He turned his attention to Sun Baichao. "Elder Sun, you have worked hard." Sun Baichao bowed his head in shame. "President, I have thoroughly inspected the 9 transformations heart-testing array multiple times. It is indeed without issue." Yun Piaomiao shook his head. "This matter is not your fault. The heart-testing array is designed to probe one's true heart. Since they have passed, regardless of the means, it signifies that at that moment, their hearts have withstood the trial." He then addressed Elder Lei Hua. "Elder Lei, if we were to declare the results invalid now without any evidence, how would the outside world perceive Jianghua Academy? Would they say we cannot bear to lose, or that we cannot even control our own formation?" Elder Lei Hua's expression faltered, his mouth opened, yet he found himself unable to retort. Yun Piaomiao continued, rather than fixating on the process. "It is better to accept the outcome. For the first time since our founding, we have witnessed a complete pass of all participants in the first 2 trials. Should this news spread, it would only proclaim that Jianghua Academy has ushered in an extraordinarily rare golden generation." Elder Jingyue nodded slightly. "The president speaks wisely. It is better to accommodate than to obstruct. Yielding to the current situation is indeed the best course." Yun Piaomiao's gaze seemed to penetrate the grand hall, envisioning the young man still surrounded by admirers in the square. After a moment of contemplation, a knowing smile graced his lips. As for the 3rd trial, yesterday, the illusionary heart mirror realm was cleared. Today, the heart-testing array is rendered meaningless. I am curious, if we were to proceed with the 3rd trial of the Dragon Gate, would the gate, transformed from the remnants of an ancient true dragon's soul, swim over to that little fellow named Feng and beg him to enter? At this utterance, the elders in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions turning remarkably vivid. They imagined the scene, a majestic true dragon soul, akin to a puppy, pleading before a 5-layer chi refining youth. Hiss, that image is too beautiful to behold. Yun Piaomiao chuckled lightly, bringing finality to the matter. "It is settled then. Due to the outstanding performances of the students, far exceeding expectations, I hereby announce that all students who pass the first 2 trials shall be considered as having passed this entrance examination. The 3rd trial of the Dragon Gate is cancelled. Tomorrow at dawn, here, we shall hold the opening ceremony." Half an hour later, When Vice President Sun Baichao once again appeared on the high platform to announce this decision, the entire square fell into a silence that lasted for 10 breaths. What did Vice President Sun just say? Did I hear correctly? The test is over? Everyone has passed? The third trial is cancelled? After a brief moment of silence, a frenzy erupted that was 100 times more intense than any previous celebration. We did it. I have successfully passed the test at Jiangbo Academy. Woe is me, my mother will undoubtedly be overjoyed upon hearing this. There is no need to compete in the third round. How splendid. Countless cultivators embraced one another, tears of joy mingling with sweat, sparkling under the sun. Soon after, all gazes converged once more on a singular focal point. It was senior brother and I. Surely, it is his commendable effort. Indeed, the academy must have feared that senior brother and I would inadvertently disrupt the third round as well. Thus they opted to cancel it altogether. We are basking in the glory of senior brother and I. Senior brother and I. You are indeed a living embodiment of good fortune. Wang Outyin stood beside an iPhone, listening to the surrounding discussions, and excitedly conveyed through thought. Junior brother and I. Did you hear that? They have all come to understand. This is all you're doing. Shun Mo was fervently penning notes in his little book. Words manifest as laws. A single thought can command the world. The academy's regulations have been overturned. Junior brother Ni's realm is beyond our comprehension. A look of perfectly timed astonishment and disbelief graced an Feng's face, as if he too were the fortunate recipient of a pie dropped from the heavens. In his heart, the system's notification sound was incessantly flashing. Ding. The host's actions have indirectly led to Jianghua Academy modifying the testing rules, triggering an ultimate plot twist. The emotional fluctuation of the audience has reached its peak. Joy points, 30,000. Special achievement unlocked. Rule breaker, beginner. Achievement reward. Unlock the special item category in the system mall. Award item. Universal pass, one-time use. Universal pass can disregard the majority of restricted areas within Jianghua Academy. And Feng's eyes gleamed slightly at this reward. This is quite amusing. That evening, at the Fortune Pavilion, Elder Wang Defa had awakened, gripping Feng's hand, tears streaming down his face. Fenger, my dear disciple, you are truly the lucky star of our Qingyang sect. No, you are our ancestral master. His face was flushed from drink, his tongue slightly thickened. Elder, you have drunk too much, Feng said with a helpless expression. Wang Defa waved dismissively. I have not. I am quite clear-headed. In my entire life, I have never been this sober. He suddenly rose, exuding exuberance, declaring, this monumental joy must be immediately reported to the sect leader. Our Qingyang sect is destined to rise. Ha! Wang Outyin quickly interjected. Elder, what about us? Wang Defa waved his hand grandly. You shall remain here at Jianghua Academy. Diligently cultivate. You young lads. Listen well. From now on, Feng is the absolute core of our Qingyang sect. Should anyone dare to bully him, you shall be the first to charge forth. Yes, Elder. We shall ensure the task is accomplished. Wang Outyin and the others stood tall, chests puffed out. Finally, Elder Wang Defa affectionately patted Feng's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Fenger, do not fear anything at the academy. If you encounter trouble, seek out your senior brother Wang. If senior brother Wang cannot resolve it, just give him a glare. Feng. With the instructions complete, Elder Wang Defa could no longer contain his excitement, and that very night summoned a flying vessel, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky of Jianghua City, heading straight for Qingyang sect. In the elegant chamber, only 5 fresh faces, soon to embark on their academy life, remained. Wang Outyin gazed out towards Jianghua Academy, his eyes filled with yearning. Junior brother and I. Tomorrow we shall officially become disciples of Jianghua Academy. Feng nodded, a smile gracing his face. A grand entrance orchestrated by him had concluded perfectly. What new stage awaits in the forthcoming academy life? Chapter 30. The 9 Apertures Gathering Spirit Formation. The grand opening ceremony of Jianghua Academy commenced. Thousands of new students who had passed the test, donned in the academy's uniform azure robes, gathered at the main peak square, their expressions brimming with excitement and anticipation for the future. On the high platform stood Dean Yun Piaomiao, hands clasped behind him. He did not exert any oppressive aura. Yet all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him, and the once boisterous square fell silent. Today, you officially become disciples of Jianghua Academy. Yun Piaomiao's voice was gentle yet clear, resonating in the ears of every disciple. Among you are the pride of top-tier sects, as well as those of humble origins. But from this day forth, you share but one identity, that of Jianghua Academy students. His gaze slowly swept across the new students, lingering meaningfully for a moment at the position of the 5 from Qingyang sect. That fleeting glance landed precisely on Feng. Yin Piaomiao continued, you are a unique cohort. You have made history, heralded as Jianghua Academy's golden generation, a rarity in millennia. Some say this is due to your outstanding strength. Others claim it is because of the fortune that accompanies you. In an instant, all new students turned their eyes towards Feng, their gazes ablaze with admiration, mingled with awe and curiosity. Wang Outyin stood beside Feng, his chest held high, chin raised, feeling as though he were bathed in supreme glory. He seemed to proclaim to all, "Indeed, look closely, this is my esteemed senior, my junior brother." Chun Mo, head bowed, swiftly wrote in his notebook, "The trend is set. The dragon enters the sea. The gathering storm, all for this one person." Not far away, within the ranks of the Losen Palace, Luo Yun, clad in white, appeared as cold as the moon. She did not gaze at the spotlighted Feng, but instead observed with interest the proud demeanor of Wang Outyin beside him, a faint smile and contemplation flickering in her clear eyes. As the ceremony concluded, the allocation of dormitories commenced. A disciple clad in servant attire stepped forward, holding a jade slip, proclaiming aloud, "New student dormitories shall be allocated according to sect ratings. The A-grade courtyard is designated for Losen Palace, and the Beast Mountain Manor as the names of top-tier sects were called out. Those selected stepped forward to claim their dormitory tokens amid envious glances." The servant disciple's voice remained steady until the last. "Qingyang sect, C-grade number 2 courtyard." This announcement, though soft, was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. A moment of silence enveloped the square, soon followed by suppressed laughter from some senior students. "C-grade courtyard? Isn't that the place with the worst spiritual energy in the academy? Number 2 courtyard? I recall that no one has lived there for decades. It resembles a ruin. Ha ha ha. What golden generation, what son of fortune. In the end, they must still reside in a doghouse." These murmurs distinctly reached every new student's ears. The very same new disciples who had just revered Feng now bore expressions of peculiarity. Just then, several senior students clad in student council attire strode over with imposing presence. The leader, a strikingly handsome figure, stood tall, yet his eyes radiated an indelible arrogance. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him revealed he was in the late stage of foundation establishment. Its senior brother Lei Qianjue, the vice president of the student council. A new student recognized him, gasping in awe. Lei Qianjue approached, his gaze sharp as lightning, coldly sweeping over the 5 from Qingyang sect, finally settling on Feng. "Fortune?" A disdainful smile curled at his lips as he addressed his companion. "I only believe in strength. The academy's resources have always belonged to the strong, not to those who rely on mere cleverness." His companion immediately caught on, raising his voice mockingly. "Oh, isn't this the famed son of the heavens? What's this? Are we preparing to move into a doghouse at our academy?" Another attendant burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I reckon all his good fortune was spent during the entrance examination." The upperclassmen around them erupted into uproarious laughter, their mirth piercingly sharp. "What are you saying?" Wang Outyin fumed, his spiritual energy surging as he stepped forward, ready to retaliate. However, Feng extended a hand to restrain his arm, shaking his head with an innocent and guileless smile plastered across his face. He addressed the attendant with a calm demeanor, stating, "It's all right. Having a place to stay is quite sufficient." With that, he boldly took the lead, striding toward the legendary dilapidated courtyard. As Wang Outyin observed Feng's retreating figure, his anger dissipated, replaced by profound admiration. Truly remarkable. Such composure in the face of humiliation. This must be a new test set forth by the master. He silently cheered, hastening to follow. Chun Mo, Lu Fei, and Zhang Lan trailed behind them in silence. The B courtyard, nestled in the most secluded corner of the academy, bore the marks of neglect. The door was rotting and creaked ominously as it was pushed, nearly collapsing. Inside, weeds thrived, cobwebs clung to every surface, and the air was thick with a putrid dampness. The spiritual energy was so thin it was nearly negligible. It was uncomfortable to even reside in such a place, let alone cultivate. The onlookers, witnessing the dismal scene, reveled in their derision. Standing at a distance, Lei Qianjue crossed his arms, watching coldly, eager to see disappointment and regret etched across Feng's expression. As Feng stepped into the courtyard, he surveyed the area as if it were an exotic attraction. Upon reaching the center, his foot seemed to disturb something loose beneath him. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, stumbling forward and crashing to the ground with a solid thud. This fall prompted an even louder uproar of laughter. "Ha! What a spectacle! The child of destiny has tripped over flat ground. It appears his luck has truly run dry." Lei Qianjue's lips curled into a cruel smirk, reveling in the moment. Yet, in the next instant, all laughter came to an abrupt halt. Where Feng had fallen, his palm rested upon a dusty, loose tile. Beneath it, intricate and ancient formations, nearly worn smooth, were etched into the stone. As a trickle of spiritual energy inadvertently leaked from Feng's body, it infused the formation. A soft hum resonated, followed by a thunderous rumble as the entire courtyard quaked violently. The ground beneath Feng collapsed, sending dust spiraling into the air. Before everyone's eyes appeared a profound entrance, radiating a gentle glow, leading underground. A thick, almost tangible mist of spiritual energy surged forth like a fountain, enveloping the decrepit courtyard in an instant. The richness of this energy surpassed that of the courtyard by 100-fold. The square fell into a stunned silence. Everyone rendered speechless, jaws agape. The attendant responsible for dormitory allocations, akin to having seen a ghost, scrambled to the edge of the newly formed chasm. Gazing at the spiraling mist, feeling the pure essence of energy, he trembled with excitement, his voice quaking. This is the legendary 9 apertures gathering spirit array, personally arranged by the founding ancestor of the academy. The entrance to the array is actually here. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All the newcomers, including the schadenfreude-laden upperclassmen, regarded the dust-covered Feng with wide-eyed wonder, as though he were a creature of myth. Lei Qianjue's smile had long since frozen. He felt as though an invisible hand had slapped his face repeatedly, leaving a burning sting. He had come to witness a farce, yet from a simple fall. His opponent had unearthed a legendary cave. Feng dusted himself off, scratching his head, his expression a blend of innocence and trepidation as he turned to the nearly frantic attendant. "Brother, can we still reside here? I hope this doesn't count as damaging public property?" The attendant, snapping back to reality, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, stammering, "Of course. This is your opportunity at Qingyang sect. A tremendous opportunity." Unable to bear the scene any longer, Lei Qianjue shot Feng a venomous glare, his eyes filled with malice as if wishing to devour him whole. With a contemptuous huff, he dramatically flicked his sleeve and stormed off. Chapter 31. Gather 10,000 contribution points within 3 days. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the spiritual mist into the courtyard, the entire space seemed to awaken. The underground 9 apertures gathering spirit array operated silently, and the dense spiritual energy coiled into visible white tendrils, swirling around the courtyard, each breath invigorating. Wang Outyan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, feeling his cultivation advance significantly after just one cycle. He opened his eyes with excitement. "Junior brother and I, this place is nothing short of a celestial cave. It surpasses the finest cultivation grounds in Qingyang sect by immeasurable amounts." Lu Fei and Zhang Lan wore expressions of sheer joy, realizing that a night of cultivation here equated to days of arduous effort elsewhere. Chun Imo stood beside the entrance of the energy-spewing array, eyes closed in contemplation. As his notebook floated before him, recording automatically, spiritual energy flows like a tide. The resonance of the Tao emerges naturally. This is not a matter of geographical advantage, but rather a harmonious union. Where junior brother and I resides is indeed a paradise. Feng yawned as he emerged from his room, stretching lazily. "Let us go. It's time to select our cultivation techniques at the scripture pavilion." As the group exited the courtyard, they encountered numerous newcomers whose gazes were a complex mix of envy and jealousy, but none dared to openly mock them any longer. The scripture pavilion of Jianghua Academy stood as a 9-story ancient pagoda constructed from unknown dark green stones. At its entrance sat an elder with flowing white hair, eyes closed, emanating profound energy. Newcomers were permitted to select techniques on the first floor using their identity tokens, limited to 1 hour. The elder did not lift his eyelids, yet his voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. As Wang Outyan and the others presented their tokens and prepared to enter, a group of figures with ill intentions blocked their path. They were none other than Lei Qianjue's lackeys. The leading lackey, named Zhou Kong, wore a mocking smile as he addressed the Qingyang sect members. "Oh, aren't these the esteemed gentlemen residing in the celestial cave? Here to select techniques, are we?" Another individual, arms crossed, cast a disdainful glance at Feng, sneering, "Some folks may have been lucky enough to find a good place, but selecting techniques isn't a matter of luck." "Precisely. It's all about strength and comprehension. Trash deserves only to practice trash techniques." Wang Outyan's expression darkened, and he barked, "Are you looking for trouble?" Zhou Kong let out a cold laugh, releasing a faint aura of initial foundation stage cultivation. "What's this? Are you looking to fight?" Wang Outyan, "Don't think that just because you stumbled upon some good fortune, you can run rampant in the academy. You." Wang Outyan reached for his sword. "Brother Wang," Feng interjected, maintaining his innocent smile, "we're here to select techniques. There's no need to stoop to their level." He circumvented Zhou Kong and the others, being the first to step into the scripture pavilion. Zhou Kong and his companions were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the other party would ignore their provocations, leaving them feeling as though they had struck a fist into cotton, which was quite unsatisfactory. What pretense? Zhou Kong spat disdainfully and followed suit into the pavilion. The first floor of the scripture pavilion was vast, with towering shelves resembling a forest, filled with an array of martial arts manuals, ranging from the yellow rank to the profound rank. Most of the new students crowded around the area designated for high-quality profound rank texts, meticulously selecting their choices. Zhou Kong and his group deliberately positioned themselves in front of the finest section of martial arts manuals, casting cold glances at the members of Qingyang's sect, preventing them from getting close. Wang Outyin and the others were infuriated, their teeth gritting in frustration, but were halted by Ni Feng's silent gaze. Ni Feng seemed utterly unfazed by Zhou Kang's provocation, embodying the curiosity of a newcomer to the city. He touched the material of one shelf, then picked up a copy of detailed explanation of basic sword techniques, engrossed in his reading. Wow, this shelf is made of ironwood, so sturdy. Oh, the little figure illustrated in this book strikes such a peculiar pose. His naivete drew scornful glances from many around him, and Zhou Kong and his companions laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha. Look at his foolish expression, so absorbed in detailed explanation of basic sword techniques. Truly a bumpkin, it's hilarious. The remnants of the inner demon in Wang Outyan's consciousness screamed vehemently. The path is profoundly simple. Return to the essence. This esteemed one is comprehending the most fundamental swordsmanship. What do you mundane beings understand? Chun Mo swiftly jotted notes. Great wisdom appears foolish, concealing skill within clumsiness. Finding the truth in the ordinary. Junior Brother Ni's actions serve to enlighten us, urging us not to aim too high. Ignoring the crowd, Ni Feng meandered with the members of Qingyang's sect until they gradually arrived at the most secluded corner of the scripture pavilion. Here, the shelves were thickly coated with dust. Cobwebs hung in abundance, emanating a musty odor. The books on the shelves were mostly tattered and appeared to be neglected. Approaching a shelf, Ni Feng seemed to choke on the dust, his nose itching. Ah, achoo. He unexpectedly unleashed a thunderous sneeze. The sound startled all the cultivators on the first floor, causing them to turn and stare. The force of his sneeze seemed excessive, shaking the already precarious ancient shelf violently. Clatter. From the top of the shelf, a dilapidated, almost coverless ancient tome made of beast skin lost its balance and fell from above, landing squarely on Ni Feng's head. Ouch! Rubbing his head, Ni Feng held the book that had struck him with an innocent expression. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter louder than before. Ha! It's killing me with laughter. Did he just get hit by trash techniques? The chosen one has selected a piece of chosen garbage. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Zhou Kong clutched his stomach, nearly in tears from laughing. I can't take it anymore. Today has truly opened my eyes. Trash and rags, a perfect match. Wang Outyan's face turned crimson, itching to draw his sword and charge forward. Amidst the uproarious laughter, a cool, moonlit aura descended quietly from above. All laughter ceased abruptly. The crowd turned to see a female elder clad in a simple white palace robe, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura, standing at the staircase, quietly observing them. It was Elder Jingyue, the guardian of the scripture pavilion. Elder Jingyue disregarded everyone else, her gaze firmly locked on the tattered beast skin tome in Ni Feng's hands. She approached slowly, her steps measured, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Standing before Ni Feng, she scrutinized the ancient tome, her typically placid visage betraying a hint of uncontrollable astonishment for the first time. The celestial star guiding technique. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she had encountered something utterly extraordinary. How could this legendary, long-lost supreme technique that chooses its master automatically be here? The entire first floor fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was stunned by Elder Jingyue's words. Supreme technique? Automatically chooses its master? Zhou Kong and the others' laughter froze on their faces, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Elder Jingyue took a deep breath, seemingly to calm the turmoil within her heart. She turned her gaze to the crowd and slowly explained. This technique was acquired by our founding ancestor of Jiangbo Academy during his wanderings in ancient ruins. It is not an ordinary technique. It possesses no rank or grade and cannot be cultivated through conventional means, relying solely on an ethereal connection for comprehension. Once understood, one can harness the power of the celestial stars, wielding boundless might. Its value far exceeds that of all the heavenly grade techniques in this scripture pavilion combined. Her words struck like thunder, resonating in everyone's hearts. All eyes once again converged on Ni Feng, their expressions transitioning from scorn and ridicule to sheer astonishment, horror, and numbness. Again this happens. Zhou Kang's face shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green, ultimately paling to a ghostly gray. He felt as if countless invisible hands were slapping his face repeatedly, leaving it stinging and numb. At that moment, Lei Qianjue rushed to the scene. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, he witnessed this bizarre spectacle, and after hearing the recount from a nearby disciple, his handsome countenance darkened, as if rain could drip from it. Elder Jingyue no longer regarded anyone else. Her complex gaze was fixed on an iPhone. It seems it has chosen you. She shifted her tone, her voice regaining its coldness and authority. Although this technique is fated to you, the Academy has its rules. Any disciple claiming an item valued over 10,000 contribution points must compensate the equivalent contribution points. The celestial star guiding technique is priceless. I shall decree that it is worth 10,000 contribution points. She looked at an iPhone and slowly said, "You have 3 days. Within 3 days, gather 10,000 contribution points, and this book shall belong to you. Otherwise, it must be returned to its original place, awaiting the next fated individual. 10,000 contribution points. 3 days' time." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Good heavens, 10,000 contribution points? Even the toughest task for new students yields only a few dozen points, right? Gathering 10,000 points in 3 days? That is utterly impossible. It seems this stroke of good fortune is visible yet intangible. All the new students believed that Ni Feng's luck had finally run out. The corners of Lei Qianjue's mouth curled into a cold arc. He leaned toward the pale-faced Zhou Kong and whispered, "Go greet the task hall. I want to see how he gathers these 10,000 points in 3 days." Chapter 32, Cleaning the Spirit Beast Garden at the Back Mountain. Elder Jingyue swished her sleeves and departed, leaving the entire scripture pavilion in a state of shock. 3 days, 10,000 contribution points? How could that possibly be accomplished? This is it. It's truly spiraled out of control. The divine skill is slipping away. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire new student area and even across the entire Jiangbo Academy. An iPhone. The boy who had just created countless miracles and was hailed as the son of destiny had suddenly become the Academy's greatest laughingstock. Everyone awaited to see how he would return the celestial star guiding technique in disgrace 3 days hence. Inside the Bingzi No. 2 courtyard, Wang Outyin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. What are we to do, junior brother and I? 10,000 contribution points in 3 days. It's a daunting task even for the old students of the inner courtyard, let alone us newcomers. He scratched his head in distress, exclaiming, "This is clearly a scheme concocted by Lei Qianjue and his gang." Lu Fei and Zhang Lan wore expressions of worry, sighing heavily. Only Chun Mo sat cross-legged beside the surge of spiritual energy at the formation's core, contemplating deeply. After a moment of reflection, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Ni Feng, his expression calm and resolute. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. A female disciple from the Luotian Palace stood at the entrance, respectfully announcing, "Esteemed brothers of the Qingyang sect, our saintess has come to pay a visit." As her words fell, Luo Yun's exquisite figure appeared at the doorway, dressed in a light blue gown that accentuated her snow-like skin and orchid-like grace. Her presence instantly cleared the anxious atmosphere within the courtyard. "Luo Fairy," an iPhone rose to greet her with a smile. Luo Yun stepped into the courtyard, her gaze sweeping over the group before landing on an iPhone. In a gentle voice, she remarked, "I have heard about the matter of the 10,000 contribution points. If you do not mind, Luotian Palace has some surplus contribution points that we can lend you, to be returned later." Upon hearing this, Wang Outyin and the others' eyes brightened. The Luotian Palace was affluent, and for them, 10,000 contribution points might indeed be trivial. However, an iPhone shook his head with a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Luo Fairy, for your kind offer, but I wish to try on my own." In his heart, he was secretly calculating. This young lady's ice heart glass body has slight imperfections, causing her cultivation speed to be rapid, but her foundation somewhat unstable. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for a serendipitous encounter where she might discover a sun-melting grass, which, when combined with her own techniques, will perfectly remedy her flaws and solidify her foundation. Luo Yun observed the clarity and confidence in Ni Feng's eyes, momentarily taken aback, but then she ceased to press further. "If that is the case, I shall not intrude." With a slight nod, she turned to depart. From a nearby pavilion, Lei Qianjue stood leaning on the railing, taking in the entire scene. Upon witnessing Luo Yun actively reaching out to Ni Feng, his handsome visage twisted in a surge of jealousy and rage. Luo Yun, he clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. What is it about that Ni Feng that makes him so special? Keep a close watch on him. I want to see how he manages to turn the tables. He commanded coldly to his companion, Zhou Kong. At Jiangbo Academy, in the task hall, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. A massive luminous screen floated in the center of the hall, displaying a flurry of tasks. As Feng and his companions approached, Zhou Kong, a trusted aide of Lei Qianjue, eagerly greeted them. Ah, are these not the brothers of Qingyang's sect? Here to take on tasks? He positioned himself in front of the screen, pointing to several lucrative tasks while sincerely advising the nearby newcomers. Dear junior brothers and sisters, let me remind you, these tasks are no walk in the park. Did you see? The hunt for the Blackwing Mountain Wolf King offers 500 contribution points. But that Wolf King is at the mid-foundation stage, incredibly ferocious. An older student fell to it last year. Newcomers must not walk into their doom. As soon as he finished speaking, a senior disciple stepped forward and snatched the task. Zhou Kong then pointed to another task. And this one, escorting medicinal herbs to Luyun City, offers 300 points. It seems simple, but bandits abound along the way. Without late foundation strength, you'd be nothing but a meal delivery service. Another senior disciple quickly accepted that one too. Wang Outyin watched the performance unfold, his frustration boiling over. It was evident that Lei Qianjue's people were deliberately monopolizing all the high contribution tasks, leaving them with no opportunities. Finally, it was Feng's turn to step forward. Zhou Kong's smile morphed into a facade of feigned sincerity and mockery as he pointed to a dusty corner at the bottom of the screen, nearly forgotten. Junior brother and I, your luck is unparalleled. Those violent tasks would tarnish the identity of a chosen one. He read aloud from the task description. Why not try this? Clear the Spirit Beast Garden in the back mountain for 3 days, with a reward of 100 contribution points. This is the safest task. Absolutely no risk to life. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire task hall fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into uproarious laughter. Uft, clearing the Spirit Beast Garden? Isn't that just shoveling dung? Ha! The chosen one is going to shovel dung for spirit beasts. This is monumental news. 100 points? 100 points over 3 days? He'll need to shovel 30 times to gather 10,000 points. That'll take 90 days. By then, the vegetables will be rotten. The mocking jeers and derisive laughter crashed over the 5 from Qingyang's sect like a tidal wave. Wang Outyan's eyes burned with fury, nearly drawing his sword on the spot. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan were equally flushed with shame and indignation, gripping their swords tightly. Chen Mo, however, silently committed the faces of those who mocked them to memory. Yet amidst the scornful gazes, Feng appeared utterly unfazed. He focused intently on the task, nodding earnestly. All right, little by little, we'll take this one. His tone was sincere, as if he truly believed this was a commendable choice. At this, even Zhou Kong was momentarily stunned. He had prepared a barrage of ridicule, now stuck in his throat. And I, brother. Wang Outyin was frantic, wishing to dissuade him. This was clearly a trap, a blatant humiliation. But when he met Feng's gaze, all his words vanished. That look seemed to carry a mysterious power that brought a sense of peace. Taking a deep breath, Wang Outyin gritted his teeth and declared loudly, all right, what is shoveling dung? I'll accompany you. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I'll brave it with you. Chen Mo quietly stepped forward to register the task with the steward. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire academy, the 5 from Qingyang's sect collected 5 specially crafted iron shovels and several large wooden buckets, heading towards the back mountain. Their silhouettes, in the eyes of most, became a complete farce. Yet in Luo Yun's view, they represented an increasingly dense fog. The world saw it as humiliation. Little did they know. It might be a profound method to temper one's will. Feng's journey surely bore deeper significance, Chen Mo mused internally. Leading the way, Feng engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the system in his mind. System, activate the Advanced Coincidence Customizer. Target, Back Mountain Spirit Beast Garden. Keywords, turning waste into treasure. Astounding discovery. Oh, and use the Scene Atmosphere Editor to enhance the scent. The contrast should be strong for dramatic effect. They soon arrived at the Back Mountain Spirit Beast Garden. Before they could approach, a complex odor, a mix of grass, earth, and various animal droppings, assaulted their senses, making one feel dizzy. The garden was overseen by a lethargic steward who lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at them before pointing offhandedly. New arrivals? Go over there. The pigpen of the Black Jade Spirit Boar is the foulest and most troublesome. It's yours to handle. Following his finger, Wang Outyin felt darkness descend before his eyes. It was a vast pen enclosed by black stones, a muddy pit filled with a dark, viscous liquid mixed with rotting grass, nearly covering their ankles. Dozens of robust, pitch-black Black Jade Spirit Boars frolicked within, emitting contented grunts. The nauseating stench, rich to the extreme, nearly coalesced into a tangible shockwave that struck them head-on. Chapter 33. Unearthing the Earth Vein Agarwood Iron. Wang Outyan's countenance turned an ashen green. He pinched his nose tightly, feeling as if the foul odor, dense as a solid, was penetrating his body through every pore. Is this truly the work of a human being? His voice emerged through clenched teeth, barely suppressing the urge to retch. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan were not faring much better. Their faces were pallid, their stomachs churning violently, struggling to refrain from vomiting on the spot. The dozen or so black jade spirit pigs, seemingly aware of their disdain, lazily rolled over, presenting their backsides while emitting a series of contented grunts, splattering black muck in the mire. How outrageous! That gang of Lei Qinjue. I will have my revenge. Wang Outyan seethed with fury. Brother Wang, Feng's voice interrupted him. Feng picked up a specially designed wide-headed shovel, his face still bearing that honest and simple expression, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Now that we are here, let us finish quickly and return to our training, he said, and to everyone's surprise, he was the first to roll up his sleeves, take a deep breath, hold it, and step into the mire that threatened to engulf his ankles. Shitty, Wang Outyan watched Feng's retreating figure, his rage doused, as if doused with cold water, leaving only a sense of frustration and admiration. Gritting his teeth, he too grabbed a shovel. Damn it, it's just shoveling dung. I'll accompany you. Feng waded through the mire, alternating between deep and shallow steps, diligently shoveling the muck mixed with filth and decayed grass into a wooden barrel. His movements were earnest and meticulous, as though he were engaged in a sacred task. A few senior disciples who had come to observe the spectacle stood at a distance, pointing and laughing. Look, look, the favored child of heaven is shoveling dung. This scene, I could laugh at for a year. Ha ha. Just then, Wang Outyan slipped, seemingly stepping onto an unusually slippery patch of muck. Ouch, he exclaimed, losing his balance, and amidst the jeers, he toppled forward. Splash! With a dull thud, he plunged into the mire, sending a wave of filth splattering all over him. Ha ha, I can't breathe from laughing. Even shoveling dung can lead to a fall. Wang Outyan propped himself on the muddy ground, attempting to rise. At that moment, as his palm pressed down, an unusual sensation coursed through his hand. It was not the soft, slippery squish of muck, but rather a hard, smooth surface, even exuding a hint of warmth. Curious, he lowered his gaze and began to scrape away the surface muck. A stone, entirely black and roughly the size of a human head, emerged. What is this? Feng inquired, his face a mask of curiosity as he joined Wang Outyan in excavating the stone from the depths of the mire. The stone was heavy, covered in a layer of black filth, appearing rather unremarkable. Wang Outyan frowned, tapping it with his shovel. Clang. A dull, metallic sound resonated. Is this obsidian? Wang Outyan scoffed. His face twisted in disdain. This thing was common and worthless. Throw it away, it's disgusting. Is that so? Feng blinked, seemingly reluctant to part with it. He extended his similarly filthy hand and rubbed it against the black mineral. At that moment, as his palm brushed the surface, an indescribable, peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted from the stone, spreading without warning. Initially faint, the aroma possessed an unparalleled penetrating quality, instantly dispelling the years of stench that had lingered in the pigpen. In its place emerged a refreshing, intoxicating scent. Immediately, the once unremarkable black stone began to shimmer with visible golden light, flowing like a breath, swirling within the stone in a mesmerizing display. What is this fragrance? Wang Outyan inhaled deeply, astonishment etched across his face. How delightful! How could such a pleasant aroma exist in a pigpen? Lu Fei and Zhang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Mo dashed forward to Feng, his usually calm demeanor now rife with intense emotions. Fixating on the stone, his lips trembled as if he beheld an unbelievable treasure, flowing light within, extraordinary fragrance washing the marrow, color akin to dark jade. Weight like refined gold, he murmured to himself, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his body jolted, eyes wide, pointing at the stone, his voice quaking with excitement. This is not merely a stone. This is earth vein agarwood iron. Earth vein agarwood iron. Wang Outyan was utterly bewildered. What on earth is that? Chun Mo took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart, though his voice retained a tremor. According to legend, only at the nodes of spiritual energy veins, where the earth's essence nourishes, can the black jade spirit pigs, after centuries of consuming a myriad of spiritual herbs, possibly condense a trace of heavenly material within their bodies. This substance is none other than earth vein agarwood iron. He regarded Wang Outyan with gravitas, articulating each word. This material is the supreme ingredient for forging earth-grade treasures. In the outside world, a single tael is worth a fortune, yet it is often beyond reach. Our Jianghua Academy's artifact refining pavilion once offered a 10-year bounty for a single tael of earth vein agarwood iron, yet it went unfulfilled. Chun Mo's gaze fell back upon the massive mineral, struggling to swallow his saliva. And this piece, it weighs at least 10 jin. Boom. Wang Outyan Lu Fei. and Zhang felt as though something had exploded in their minds, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Tenjin, 1 tael worth of fortune? How much is that? Wang Outyin began counting on his fingers, but after a long while, he surrendered. All he knew was that they had struck it rich, a fortune unprecedented in history. After a brief silence, Wang Outyin was the first to react. His eyes turned crimson, unleashing a howl that was scarcely human. Flinging aside the shovel and diving into the mire, frantically clawing at the ground with his hands. Mine, all mine, earth vein agarwood iron. Lu Fei and Zhang, as if awakening from a dream, screamed and charged into the pig pen, joining the frenzied treasure hunt. Over here, there's another one. Heavens, this one is even bigger. We struck gold. We are rich. The entire pig pen transformed into a bustling mining site. One piece after another of earth vein agarwood iron, shimmering with golden light, was unearthed from the depths of the muck. Some were as small as fists, while others rivaled grinding stones. The dense, enchanting fragrance coalesced, rising skyward, almost forming a colorful cloud above the pig pen. Within mere moments, a small mountain of earth vein agarwood iron, weighing over 100 jin, had piled up before them. The steward of the spirit beast garden had long since been alerted by the commotion and the intoxicating aroma wafting from their direction. As he stumbled over, upon seeing the luminous pile of earth vein agarwood iron, his vision darkened, and his legs nearly gave way, almost collapsing on the spot. Earth vein agarwood iron. So much trembling. He retrieved a communication jade talisman, summoning all his strength to shout, "A great event has occurred." The spirit beast garden on the back mountain. A great event has occurred. In no time, several powerful auras rushed forth from the depths of the academy. At the forefront were the influential elders responsible for the academy's resources. Upon witnessing the diminutive hill composed of earth vein, sandalwood iron, and the 5 disciples of the Qingyang sect, who resembled muddy little monkeys. Even those with the cultivated minds of the nascent soul stage gasped in astonishment, their beards trembling with excitement. "Heaven bless our Jiangbo Academy! Heaven bless our Jiangbo Academy!" exclaimed an elder, tears streaming down his face. Another elder, responsible for the artifact refining pavilion, immediately threw himself upon the heap of ore, caressing each piece of earth vein, sandalwood iron as if it were a beloved, murmuring, "With these, our pavilion shall forge 10 earth-grade magical treasures." 10 indeed. At last, the elder who appeared to hold the highest rank turned his gaze toward the youth, equally caked in mud, who was looking at them with a face of innocence. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to imbue his voice with authority, yet the thrill of excitement was impossible to suppress. "This is a monumental achievement. The Qingyang sect disciples, Feng and Wang Outyin, have discovered a rich mine of earth vein, sandalwood iron, rendering an unparalleled service to our academy." With a grand gesture, he proclaimed with exuberance, "Let it be known, not merely 1,000 contribution points. For this merit, a reward of 100,000 contribution points is more than fitting." Meanwhile, within the A-class cave abode of Lei Qianjue, he leisurely savored a cup of spirit tea while listening to Zhou Kong's report, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, they truly went to muck about?" "Indeed, President. The entire academy is abuzz with news that Feng has become the greatest laughingstock." Lei Qianjue nodded in satisfaction, lifting his teacup and gently blowing upon it. Just then, a panicked disciple rushed in. "President, no, this is bad." Lei Qianjue furrowed his brow. "What is the commotion about? Has the sky collapsed?" The disciple, panting heavily, exclaimed in horror, "On the back mountain, in the spirit beast garden, Feng and the others have unearthed a rich vein of earth vein, sandalwood iron in the pig pen." With a splutter, Lei Qianjue expelled his spirit tea. Leaping to his feet and seizing the disciple by the collar, his eyes blazing red. "What did you say? Repeat that." The disciple, terrified, stammered, They dug up earth vein sandalwood iron, forming a small mountain. Several elders are present, ready to reward them with 100,000 contribution points. Boom. The sound reverberated in Lei Qianjue's mind, his vision darkening. He released his grip, staggering back a few paces, his handsome visage contorted with rage and jealousy, rendering him grotesque. "Impossible, this cannot be." He let out a low, beast-like roar, striking out with his palm. Bang! The table beside him shattered into splinters. Chapter 34. Unaware of Wang Shidi. "Are you willing to engage in battle?" In the mission hall of Jiangbo Academy, the enormous contribution point screen became the epicenter of a storm within the academy. As the screen refreshed, at the pinnacle of the newcomer leaderboard, 2 characters emerged, etched like a brand. Feng. 100,000. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. A cup of tea in the hands of an elder student fell with a crash, shattering into pieces. "Am I seeing things? 100,000? What a jest!" The record of the Academy's Dean Yun Piao in her freshman year was only 3,000 points. Wasn't he it? My heavens. After 3 arduous years of tasks, risking my life, I have accumulated less than a fraction of what he has. After the silence, a tumult erupted like a landslide. This is no mere favored child of heaven. This is as if the very Father of heaven had descended. From this day forth, should anyone dare claim that senior brother and I relies on luck, I shall be the first to take offense. This is not fortune, this is destiny. Before the scripture repository, Feng and his companions approached, greeted by countless gazes of reverence, envy, and fervor. The crowd parted to form a path for them. The elder with white hair slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now resting on Feng, no longer devoid of emotion, but imbued with a hint of inquiry. 10,000 contribution points have been deducted. Feng smiled innocently. Elder, I have come to claim that manual. Elder Jinghua stepped forward, personally presenting the tattered ancient tome made of beast hide into Feng's hands. Her expression was complex. This item is fated for you. It is your opportunity. She then produced a crystal-clear token. This is the Wandering Token. With it, you may enter the second floor of the scripture repository at any time without restriction. Gasp. The surrounding newcomers inhaled sharply once more. The second floor of the scripture repository. That is a privilege reserved for third-year disciples. This is an unprecedented boon. Elder Jinghua regarded Feng, speaking slowly. The path of cultivation is long. Luck is, at times, a part of strength. Her words were a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Feng accepted the token and the ancient tome, maintaining his harmless appearance. Thank you, Elder. In the B-class courtyard, shrouded in spirit mist, armed with substantial contribution points, the Qingyang sect team underwent a remarkable transformation. Wang Outyin, excitedly addressing a jade slip, exclaimed, "The crimson flame-burning sky sword. An earth-grade lower-tier sword technique. Ha! I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Feng, munching on a spirit fruit, pointed to another manual with a mouthful. "Senior brother Wang, doesn't your spiritual root possess an earth attribute? Look at this. Lava body refinement technique. Although it is merely a high-grade mystery technique, it claims to solidify spiritual power and stabilize the foundation." Wang Outyin paused, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are right, junior brother and I. The foundation is everything." He decisively abandoned the ostentatious earth-grade sword technique in favor of the manual Feng had inadvertently recommended. A similar scene unfolded with Liu Fei and Zhang Lan, both opting for the most suitable techniques and elixirs rather than those of the highest tier. That night, Wang Outyin sat cross-legged, practicing lava body refinement technique, feeling waves of scorching, substantial power flowing through him, every vein undergoing repeated tempering. Within his sea of consciousness, the remnant soul of his inner demon let out a euphoric, eerie laugh. What pure fire and earth power! Master, you truly are my rebirth parents. As Wang Outyin's cultivation progressed, the remnant soul of the inner demon visibly solidified, transforming into a 3-inch tall, indistinct shadow figure. Seated in the center of Wang Outyin's sea of consciousness, in his room, Feng handed the wondrous star induction technique to Chun Mo. Brother Chun. "I see you often gazing at stars and writing things I cannot comprehend. This book is adorned with stars. I thought you might like it." Wang Outyin, Liu Fei, and Zhang Lan were all taken aback. That was an unparalleled technique. Worth a fortune. Chun Mo extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as he accepted the ancient tome made of beast hide. Words unspoken, he bowed deeply to Feng. "I understand." That night, the stars shone brilliantly. Chun Mo sat cross-legged, opening the wondrous star induction technique. The instant he grasped the technique, he felt an unprecedented affinity, as if this manual intrinsically belonged to him. His consciousness sank into it, the power of countless stars pouring into him like a raging river converging into the sea. His awareness detached from his corporeal form. Drifting into the boundless depths of the cosmos, he witnessed the birth and death of stars, the revolutions of galaxies. In the deepest, darkest void of the universe, he discerned an unfathomably vast and indistinct figure. The figure lay casually, as if time and space had frozen around it. He could not discern its features, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity and reverence emanating from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, that figure seemed to sense his intrusion and slowly turned its head. Boom! Chun Mo was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He glanced towards the adjacent room of Feng. His eyes devoid of the previous speculation and admiration, replaced instead by a near-religious horror. Trembling, he scribbled a few words in his notebook. He is not the son of the heavenly Tao. He is the heavenly Tao itself. In the A-class courtyard, within the lair of Lei Qianjue, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a tempest. Several subordinates hung their heads in despair, not daring to breathe. Useless. How can a lucky brat intimidate you all like this? Lei Qianjue slammed his palm onto the jade table, shattering it into powder. You've tarnished the reputation of our discipline hall. His authority had been severely undermined following the bizarre incident involving the excrement removal and mining. President, right now? Outside they say that luck trumps hard work, a subordinate murmured. Silence. Lei Qianjue's eyes burned crimson, flames of jealousy and rage igniting within. Luck? I will show everyone that in the face of absolute power, luck is utterly worthless. He abruptly turned and accessed the Academy's internal forum. A post quietly appeared on the homepage of the Academy forum. On fortuity and strength, what lies at the foundation of Jiangbo Academy? Posted by Lei Qianjue. The content of the post was eloquent and logically sound, yet laced with a sharp malice. It did not name names but insinuated that if the Academy's culture devolved into opportunism, with everyone fantasizing about ascending through nebulous luck, it would be the greatest insult to all disciples who bled and toiled in their training. This post ignited a spark, instantly kindling the flames of jealousy in many senior students. Senior Lei is right. We've endured a year of seclusion and training, and he merely stumbles and receives accolades. Is that fair? On what grounds? Just because he is lucky? I refuse to accept this. We demand a duel between new and old disciples. We must personally assess the true abilities of this so-called chosen one. Yes, let him fight. Let us see if he is a horse or a mule. The public sentiment exploded instantaneously. In the courtyard of the Luotian Palace, the maid beside Luo Yun was red-faced with indignation. Saintus, these people are shameless. They are clearly envious of Senior and I. Luo Yun held a white piece, gently placing it on the board with a crisp sound. A barely perceptible smile curved her cold lips. How will he respond? In the B-class courtyard, this is outrageous. That despicable Lei Qianjue. I will confront him. Wang Outyin glared at the post on the forum, trembling with rage, ready to storm out. Brother Wang, please calm down, and Feng urged. Observing the heated comments on the screen, his face maintaining a simple smile, he composedly typed a line at the bottom of the post. What the senior said holds merit. Strength is indeed crucial. I look forward to exchanging knowledge with the seniors. This reply was instantly elevated to the top comments. He has caved. Look, I told you he was nervous. As soon as it's time to fight, he resorts to pretty words. Exchanging knowledge? Perhaps he is just hoping to beg for mercy. Ha. Wang Outyin, glancing at Feng's reply, felt anxious, yet he dared not question Feng's decision. Just then, a highlighted announcement appeared at the top of the forum, following a discussion by the student council to promote the exchange between new and old disciples and enhance their cultivation. A duel will be held 3 days hence at the central martial arena of the Academy. Upon the announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Shortly after, Lei Qianjue's account posted a second message. To warm up for this exchange, I, the top enforcer of the student council, Zhao Hu, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, wish to challenge Wang Outyin of Qingyang sect. Does Brother Wang dare to accept? At the end of the post, he specifically tagged Wang Outyin. The provocative challenge aimed squarely at Feng's most devoted and impulsive supporter. Instantly, the eyes of the entire academy focused on Wang Outyin. Chapter 35, Cross-Stage Challenge. Brother Wang is impressive. 3 days later, at the central martial arena of Jiangbo Academy, a sea of people gathered. On the observation platform, Lei Qianjue, clad in white martial attire, stood at the highest point, surveying the crowd below. Beside him were key members of the student council, all bearing haughty expressions. He reveled in the sensation of being the sole arbiter of this judgment. They're here. The people from Qingyang sect have arrived. A shout rang out from the crowd, causing all eyes to converge on the entrance of the martial arena. Feng and his 4 companions walked forward under countless gazes. Humph, they really dare to come. Weikong sneered beside Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as a towering figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena stage. The newcomer stood 8 feet tall, muscles bulging like a dark tower, shouldering a massive axe wider than a door. Zhao Hu of the student council's enforcement team. His fierce gaze swept across the spectators, locking onto Wang Outyin. Qingyang sect, Wang Outyin. Come forth and meet your doom. Wang Outyin's face paled slightly. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly. This guy looks formidable, he whispered nervously. Feng produced a crimson apple from his storage bag and handed it to him, smiling broadly as he patted Wang Outyin's shoulder. Just think of it as a warm-up. Losing is no big deal. Here, eat an apple to soothe your throat. Wang Outyin stared at the luscious apple in his hand, then glanced at the demonic-looking Zhao Hu on stage, momentarily at a loss for how to express himself. In his sea of consciousness, the 3-inch-tall inner demon was gleefully dancing, emitting silent shrieks of excitement. Hee. This is splendid. This is splendid. This lad is as robust as an ox. His spiritual awareness must be abysmally weak. Just wait and see. I will orchestrate an unexpectedly brilliant performance for you, ensuring Outyin wins in a most bewildering and graceful manner. Wang Outyin took a deep breath and swallowed the apple whole. His anxious heart actually began to calm considerably. All right, I'm going. He leaped into the air and landed steadily on the arena, facing off against Zhao Hu from a distance. Below, the senior disciples erupted in cheers. Senior Zhao is mighty. In 3 moves, incapacitate him. Let him know that the Qi refinement stage is just that. Don't think that a stroke of luck allows him to challenge the foundation establishment stage. The new students, however, wore expressions of concern, anxiously sweating for Wang Outyin. Can Brother Wang do it? The opponent is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Wang Outyin drew his long sword, pointing it at Zhao Hu. Come and fight. Zhao Hu smirked, no longer wasting words. He unleashed his legs with tremendous force, his massive body launching like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Wang Outyin. The great axe, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, came crashing down. Wang Outyin's pupils constricted sharply, feeling an overwhelming gust of wind press against him, nearly robbing him of breath. He dared not confront it head-on, sidestepping awkwardly. Boom. The axe struck the arena, shaking the reinforced blue stone tiles violently. Zhao Hu's assault was unrelenting, his axe techniques bold and aggressive, each move more ferocious than the last, each strike faster than the one preceding it. The arena was engulfed in the swirling shadows of axes, accompanied by the howling winds. Wang Outyin found himself utterly overwhelmed, relying solely on his agility to withstand the onslaught. Teetering on the brink of disaster, narrowly avoiding the deadly gusts of the axe. Ha! Useless fool. Is dodging all you can do? Zhao Hu laughed maniacally, intensifying his assault. The senior students in the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Good job, Brother Zhao. That brat can't hold on much longer. 10 moves at most. On the elevated platform, Lei Qianjue wore a satisfied smirk at the corner of his mouth. This was precisely the kind of crushing defeat he desired. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone how laughable and utterly fragile the concept of luck was in the face of absolute strength. Defeat. Zhao Hu roared, seizing an opening when Wang Outyin faltered, unleashing his ultimate move. Giant Spirit Slash. He leaped high into the air, wielding his axe with both hands, channeling all his spiritual energy into the blade, descending like an unstoppable meteor with an overwhelming momentum. This strike sealed off all avenues of retreat for Wang Outyin. The newcomers below gasped in astonishment, and many female disciples even shut their eyes in horror. Wang Outyin's face turned ashen, with no means of escape. He steeled his resolve and raised his long sword to block with all his might, just as the massive axe was about to fall. And the sword and axe were on the verge of colliding in a moment of utmost tension. Zhao Hu's fierce gaze suddenly flickered with a momentary daze. He felt as if an invisible, venomous needle had stabbed sharply into his consciousness, causing excruciating pain and a momentary lapse in focus. Consequently, his once unstoppable downward strike faltered imperceptibly. Though it was but a fleeting instant, in such a deadly confrontation, it was a fatal flaw. Wang Outyin instinctively thrust his sword in retaliation. This strike was merely a desperate counter in the face of impending doom. However, Zhao Hu, just stabilizing from the mental sting, unconsciously tilted his body slightly. This movement, intended to adjust his center of gravity and continue exerting force, inadvertently exposed a precise gap in his protective spiritual energy beneath his armpit, perfectly aligning it with the tip of Wang Outyin's sword. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Outyin's long sword pierced through Zhao Hu's protective spiritual energy without hindrance, the sharp blade slicing through flesh and skin on his shoulder. In agony, Zhao Hu's grip faltered. With a clang, the heavy axe slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Wang Outyin himself was momentarily stunned. He gazed at his sword plunged into his opponent's body, then at the pained and bewildered expression on Zhao Hu's face, his mind blank. What just happened? Did I actually strike him? He had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he twisted his wrist and positioned the long sword against Zhao Hu's neck. The arena fell into a profound silence. The wind itself seemed to cease. The cheers, gasps, and murmurs of the crowd caught in their throats. Their eyes bulged in disbelief, jaws agape as they stared at the astonishing scene unfolding on the stage. A mere 9th-level Qi cultivator had defeated a peak mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. On the high platform, Lei Qianjue's smile froze completely, gradually transforming into a shade of deepening fury, until it was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. After a brief stillness, the new students erupted in unprecedented, earth-shattering cheers. He won. Brother Wang won. My heavens. A cross-stage challenge. Brother Wang is incredible. One newcomer, flushed with excitement, pointed at an iPhone. who was preparing to grab another apple, shouting hoarsely, "It's Brother Knee's apple. That apple. It had been blessed." Yes, that's right. Eating Brother Knee's apple allowed him to defeat the peak of Foundation establishment. "Brother and I, give me another one. I'll offer 100 contribution points. I'll offer 200. The entire new student area went utterly wild. Listening to the fervent chants of "Brother and I" is amazing. Lei Qianjue felt a rush of blood surge to his head. It was as if an invisible hand were mercilessly slapping his face, leaving it burning with indignation. He could no longer maintain his composure. Stepping forward, his figure flashed like lightning, instantly appearing on the stage. He helped the dazed Zhao Hu to his feet, his icy gaze as frigid as ancient ice, fixed intently on Feng below. Well done, Qingyang sect," he articulated slowly, his voice simmering with suppressed rage. "Since you are so adept at theatrics, I shall take the next match myself." His gaze pierced like a sharpened blade towards Feng. "Feng, do you dare to battle me? Let us sign a life and death contract." Chapter 36, Life and Death Contract. Life and Death Contract? The words life and death contract echoed like a thunderclap in the air above the martial arts arena. The audience was plunged into stunned silence. Everyone believed they had misheard. A late-stage Foundation establishment vice president of the student council, a prominent figure in the academy, was challenging a mere 5th-level chi cultivator, a new student who had only just enrolled, to a life-or-death duel. This was not a sparring match or a challenge. It was a blatant, unrestrained act of bullying. Preposterous. An elder in the observation area sprang to his feet, unleashing the overwhelming aura of his nascent soul stage, bellowing, "Lei Qianjue, as vice president of the student council, how dare you lay such a deadly hand on a new student? What kind of decorum is this?" Another elder's face darkened like thunderclouds. "Get down here at once. This matter ends here." Yet, Lei Qianjue showed no fear in the face of the elder's fury. He produced a medallion inscribed with the character for contract from his robe and held it aloft. "Elders, please calm your anger. The student is merely adhering to the academy's rules." His voice was icy, resonating throughout the arena. "According to the rules of Jiangbo Academy, Article 372, to resolve personal grievances, a life and death contract may be signed for a duel, provided both parties consent, and no one may interfere." "You." The elder was so furious he could hardly speak. This was indeed an academy rule, intended to prepare disciples for the cruel laws of survival in the harsh realm of cultivation. However, this rule had never been applied to two individuals with such a vast disparity in strength. Lei Qianjue's gaze, like that of a venomous snake, remained fixed on Feng, using the academy's regulations to coerce and humiliate him. All eyes converged on the young man still standing in the audience. Everyone assumed he would refuse. As long as he shook his head, uttered a single no, the farce would end. He would preserve his life, and at worst, be ridiculed as a coward. However, under the scrutiny of thousands of gazes, Feng lifted his head. He looked at the ferocious Lei Qianjue on the stage, and the honest expression on his face took on an unprecedented seriousness. He slowly nodded. "Since Senior wishes to engage in dialogue with me, I accept." His voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear in the vicinity. Boom. The entire martial arts arena erupted. He accepted? Insanity. This Feng had undoubtedly lost his mind. Did he realize what he was saying? A 5th-level chi cultivator agreeing to sign a life and death contract with a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Was he courting death? "Brother and I, you're crazy." Wang Outyin was the first to react, grabbing Feng's arm with urgency, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Don't be impulsive. You can't agree to this. It's a death sentence." Lu Fei and Zhang Lan were equally aghast, their faces drained of color as they urgently attempted to dissuade him. Yet, Feng discreetly winked at Wang Outyin, his gaze tranquil and profound, laced with a hint of amusement. Strangely, Wang Outyin felt a sense of calm wash over him. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification chimed in Feng's mind, joyfully announcing, "Ding! A special side quest has been successfully triggered, the legend of overcoming the strong with the weak." Quest requirement: defeat Lei Qianjue in the late Foundation establishment phase, in front of all teachers and students with a cultivation level of Qi refinement, 5th layer. Quest reward: 500,000 joy points. Special title: Miracle Creator. Feng chuckled inwardly. 500,000 joy points? This Lei Qianjue is truly a benevolent soul. When Lei Qianjue realized that Feng had indeed agreed, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept away by an overwhelming wave of ecstasy. He had anticipated needing to employ considerable persuasion, never expecting this young man to be so foolish, arrogant, and oblivious to his imminent demise. To completely sever Feng's escape route, and to make his own victory all the more glorious, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Very well, bold indeed. Lei Qianjue burst into a thunderous laughter that echoed across the arena. Since it was a life-and-death duel, it should come with a grand wager. He slapped his storage pouch with fervor. For this battle, I am willing to wager my entire fortune, 30,000 contribution points, and my lifebound artifact, the Earth-tier low-grade purple lightning sword, as stakes. Pointing at Feng, as if gazing at a corpse, he declared, should you win, all of this shall be yours. Gasps erupted. 30,000 contribution points. An Earth-tier artifact. This was nearly the entirety of a top disciple's years of accumulation. Lei Qianjue has truly lost his mind. He was wagering everything he possessed for a guaranteed, crushing slaughter. This astounding wager ignited a fervor among the spectators. The betting had commenced. A well-informed disciple shouted. The Lei battle has officially begun. Almost all identity tokens glimmered with a faint light, a virtual betting interface materializing before their eyes. Lei Qianjue victory, odds 1, 1001. Feng victory, odds 1, 1000. The stark disparity in odds clearly reflected the collective judgment of the crowd. Need one even think? Bet all on Senior Lei. I wager 500 points. Though my profit will be a mere 5, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Free contribution points. One must not refuse. Ha ha. I will wager my entire living expenses for this month. In an instant, over 99 of the disciples placed their contribution points without hesitation on Lei Qianjue. The total contribution points wagered on Lei Qianjue surged like a rolling snowball. I wager 10,000 points. All of it. Wang Aoyan's eyes burned crimson as he staked every last point he had just received on Feng's name. I am all in. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan exchanged glances, resolutely making their decision. Shun Imo silently placed his entire 20,000 contribution points into the bet. To those around them, their action seemed akin to throwing contribution points into water, producing not even a ripple. On the observation platform, in a secluded corner, Luo Yun watched the frenzied betting unfold. A flicker of hesitation passing through her clear, beautiful eyes. Logic dictated that this was a duel devoid of any suspense. Yet, her mind incessantly replayed the myriad impossibilities wrought by that young man, digging through waste to uncover mines, sneezing to inadvertently strike a divine skill, crafting a victory across tears from a mere apple. Saintus, a nearby maid whispered. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun seemed to arrive at a decision. Her voice was icy. Wager 10,000 contribution points entirely on Feng. The maid gasped in astonishment. Saintus, that is a whole 10,000 points. Wager. Luo Yun uttered a single word. The maid dared not dissuade her further, only feeling a pang of sorrow as she placed the hefty sum on the name with a staggering 1,000-fold odds. This seemingly minor action did not create a major stir, yet it caught the attention of several discerning individuals nearby, drawing whispers of surprise. On the arena, a golden scroll materialized, coalescing from spiritual energy. Life and death contract. Young man, your luck ends here. Lei Qianjue's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin as he gazed at Feng. He was the first to draw forth a drop of his essence blood, merging it into the scroll. Feng stepped forward as well, similarly releasing a drop of his essence blood. The moment both droplets mingled within the scroll, a brilliant golden light erupted. The ancient and imposing power of the contract instantaneously bound the two, leaving no room for retreat. Lei Qianjue regarded Feng as one would a cold corpse. By this time tomorrow, in this very place, it shall be your time of death. Chapter 37. Light beneath his feet, invulnerable to all laws. The next day, at the martial arts arena, before dawn, the venue was already overflowing with eager spectators. The news from the previous day had swept through Jianghua Academy like a tempest, leading to the suspension of all classes, from freshmen to graduating seniors. Even the academy's servants flocked to witness this absurdly mismatched yet monumental life and death confrontation. Above the arena, amidst the clouds, several figures flickered into view. The dean, Yun Piaomiao, stood with hands clasped behind his back, flanked by Jingyue, Lei Hua, and other core elders of the academy. Their presence intensified the already oppressive atmosphere below. Boom. The tolling of a bell signaled the arrival of the decisive moment. A bolt of purple lightning descended from above, and Lei Qianjue's figure crashed down in the center of the arena. He donned a splendidly radiant upper-tier robe, the purple cloud robe, wielding the earth-tier artifact. The purple lightning sword, its blade crackling with arcs of electricity. The full force of his late foundation establishment cultivation radiated unreservedly, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon the crowd. Those of lower cultivation felt their breath catch, their faces paling. What an overwhelming aura. Today, Brother Lei is truly furious. With such pressure, Feng likely cannot even stand. As the crowd murmured, Feng ambled leisurely through the entrance. Clad in the slightly faded disciple robe of the Qingyang sect, he carried a blue steel sword, a mere piece of mundane iron obtained from the Academy's weaponry store. Behind him, Wang Aoyin and the others appeared tense, their palms slick with sweat. Upon ascending the arena, Feng offered a simple, hearty smile to Lei Qianjue. The striking contrast evoked an inexplicable sense of unease among the onlookers. System, Feng silently invoked. Scene atmosphere editor, intermediate, power set to maximum. Advanced coincidence customizer. Target locked on Lei Qianjue. The theme of the script shall be called Heaven's Fury and Human Resentment. Lei Qianjue observed Feng's seemingly imminent demise with unmasked murderous intent. Have you finished your last words? He asked coldly. Feng scratched his head. Senior, could you please expedite this? I have plans to go to the back mountain with Brother Wang this afternoon to forage for wild vegetables. Seeking death, Lei Qianjue ceased his idle talk, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Thunderclap, sword technique. In the next moment, he reappeared before Feng. His purple lightning sword transforming into a frenzied serpent of electricity, accompanied by a deafening roar, it lunged straight for Feng's heart. The sword had not yet descended, yet the fierce sword aura had already distorted the very air. How swift! It was over. The crowd below erupted in exclamations, as if they had already witnessed Feng being pierced through by a single strike. Just as the lightning serpent was about to engulf Feng, a sudden crack resounded. A bolt of ghastly white lightning, thicker than an arm, appeared out of nowhere from the clear blue sky, without any warning. This lightning seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, disregarding space and distance, striking with an extraordinary speed and precision upon the raised purple lightning sword of Lei Qianjue. A blinding flash erupted, and Lei Qianjue trembled violently, his hair standing on end as wisps of smoke rose from his body. His once assured sword technique disintegrated in an instant. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed upward, their minds blank, fixated on the still clear sky, devoid of even a single cloud. Lei Qianjue himself was in a daze. He stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of his strike. Feeling the numbness coursing through his arm, his face etched with disbelief. What was happening? He roared inwardly. My thunder sword technique can summon the power of lightning, but that is supposed to be invoked after the sword move, drawing upon the spiritual energy of thunder in the world, not being struck directly by lightning. It must be a coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. Lei Qianjue suppressed his shock, attributing this to some bizarre accident. He activated his technique once more, his eyes growing more ferocious. This time, I will see what luck you possess. He exerted force in his legs, channeling spiritual energy into his feet, ready to charge at Feng with greater speed. However, just as his right foot lifted to step down, a crisp cracking sound resonated. The seemingly indestructible arena tile beneath him, capable of withstanding the full force of a nascent soul cultivator, suddenly fissured without warning. Lei Qianjue's foot stepped into the void. Sinking deep into the gap, his forward momentum abruptly disrupted, he stumbled, almost falling in a most undignified manner. If the first incident was shocking, this time, the entire audience was left dumbfounded. A disciple rubbed his eyes, incredulously stating, "Am I seeing things? Brother Lei's foot is stuck in the tile? Isn't this arena reinforced with arrays? How could it crack? Could it be due to years of neglect?" Lei Qianjue struggled to extract his foot from the tile, his handsome face turning a deep shade of crimson. Humiliation. This was an immense disgrace. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once clear sky darkened without warning. Massive clouds gathered from all directions, casting a shadow over the arena. A fierce wind howled, lifting dust and debris, producing an eerie wailing sound. Strangely, the swirling sand and the cutting wind seemed to possess their own sentience, all converging towards Lei Qianjue on the arena. In an instant, he was buffeted by the wind, his clothes billowing wildly, struggling to keep his eyes open. In stark contrast, Feng stood in his 3-foot space, serene and calm, as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dark clouds, enveloping him in a gentle beam of light. He stood there quietly, resembling a divine apparition. Amidst the tempest, Lei Qianjue fought to stabilize himself, while Feng, illuminated by the light, appeared almost sacred. One was trapped in a storm of chaos, while the other basked in tranquil paradise. This surreal scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of all present. This must be divine retribution. What heinous act had Lei Qianjue committed to incur such wrath? Even the heavens could no longer bear witness. Look at brother and I. A radiant glow emanates from beneath his feet, impervious to all. This is the true manifestation of destiny. I was wrong. I should not have bet on Lei Qianjue. My contribution points. The tide of public opinion turned decisively in that moment. Those who had previously mocked Feng and lauded Lei Qianjue now felt the sting of shame upon their faces. Above in the clouds, Elder Lehua's eyes bulged like brass bells, pointing at the bizarre scene below, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Dean Yun Piaomiao's lips twitched involuntarily. He turned to Elder Jingwei, known for her divination skills, and asked hoarsely, Jingwei, during the entrance examination, you predicted that a colossal fortune, too immense to fathom, would overshadow the augury. Is this what you meant? Elder Jingwei gazed at the disheveled Lei Qianjue being buffeted by the wind, then at the radiant and iPhone, a deep and bitter smile spreading across her exquisite features. Dean, I cannot predict such celestial phenomena. On the arena, Lei Qianjue, his hair wildly disheveled in the gale, resembled a madman. He exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing a thunderous roar. I do not believe it. This is coincidence. All of this is coincidence. An iPhone. If you have the courage, do not hide behind your tricks. Face me in a fair battle. Chapter 38. Huh? How did I just break through? Lei Qianjue's roar echoed amidst the storm. Face me in a fair battle. The purple arcs of lightning surrounding him flickered wildly in response to his intense fury. This bizarre celestial phenomenon, these consecutive accidents, were all orchestrated by an iPhone. As long as he closed the distance, as long as he unleashed absolute power to crush him, victory would surely belong to him. Die. Lei Qianjue poured all his spiritual energy into his legs, his figure transforming into a blurred purple shadow. Hurtling toward an iPhone, he intended to engage in the most primal and savage of brawls, tearing this infuriatingly handsome youth to shreds. The audience held their breath, their hearts in their throats. He was going in for close combat. It was over. No more coincidences would save him. In the face of absolute speed and strength, that youth was doomed. Observing the frenzied charge of Lei Qianjue, a look of perfectly timed panic appeared on N.I. Feng's face. He seemed utterly paralyzed with fear, stumbling backward, his steps chaotic and uncoordinated. Don't come any closer, he yelled in terror, scrambling backward in disarray. In his frantic retreat, his right foot inadvertently kicked a small stone, no larger than a fingernail, shattered by the earlier lightning strike. With a whoosh, the tiny stone followed a trajectory defying the laws of physics, tracing a peculiar arc as it shot upward. Its target was not Lei Qianjue, but rather a blue insect, leisurely flapping its wings as it passed over the arena. Buzz! The unfortunate insect had no time to react before the small stone struck it squarely. It flipped in the air, its flight path abruptly altered, spiraling downward in confusion. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjue was halfway through his charge, preparing to inhale deeply to unleash the spiritual energy within his dantian. His nostrils were directly aligned with the descending insect. In the next moment, the disoriented insect, perfectly on target, dove directly into Lei Qianjue's open right nostril. Ugh! Lei Qianjue's forward momentum abruptly halted. He felt a furry object wriggling and struggling deep within his nasal cavity. A wave of indescribable acidity and suffocation surged through his nasal passages, striking directly at the crown of his head. His mind went blank, and the momentum propelling him forward dissipated instantaneously, leaving his internal spiritual energy in a state of disarray due to this unforeseen intrusion. Cough, cough, cough. Instinctively, he attempted to expel the intruder, yearning to rid himself of the pest. Yet, the flying insect seemed equally alarmed, desperately burrowing deeper. The onlookers below stared in astonishment. What has happened? Why has he stopped? Why does Brother Lei's face appear so flushed? Is he about to collapse? Has something entered his nose? Just as Lei Qianjue felt as though he might suffocate, that overwhelming sensation reached its peak. An uncontrollable impulse erupted from the depths of his being. Achoo! A thunderous, earth-shattering sneeze erupted from his mouth and nose. This sneeze, infused with the colossal spiritual energy that had just been stirred, yet instantly spiraled out of control, formed a visible wave of white energy. The offending insect, along with a stream of crystalline mucus, was propelled a dozen meters away, crashing to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. However, Lei Qianjue's troubles had only just begun. This tremendous sneeze struck like a heavy hammer upon the already volatile cycle of his spiritual energy. He felt an excruciating pain in his dantian, as the energy within him surged like a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably. The impenetrable protective aura surrounding him began to flicker violently, oscillating between light and darkness, revealing countless minuscule cracks. Below, N.I. Feng's eyes sparkled with realization as he grasped the fleeting opportunity for victory. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a powerful roar. Take this. He hurled the seemingly ordinary azure steel sword, retrieved from the weapon storehouse, with all his might. The sword wobbled through the air, akin to a drunken man, spiraling slowly toward Lei Qianjue, its trajectory both clumsy and painfully slow. The disciples below were left dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? A bankrupt version of heavenly immortal descending? I could throw a rock with better accuracy. Has he given up all hope? At that moment, Lei Qianjue was engulfed in the agony of his spiritual backlash. He regarded the sluggishly approaching sword with disdain and contempt. He wished to evade it. But the energy within him was uncooperative, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean effort. He sought to reconstitute his protective aura, but it resembled a deflated balloon, utterly incapable of restoration. He could only watch helplessly as the battered sword swayed its way before him. Then, with a faint yet almost imperceptible chime, the tip of the azure steel sword fortuitously struck the fluctuating protective aura, precisely at its most vulnerable, inconspicuous fissure, one newly formed by his monumental sneeze. Bang! Like a balloon pricked by a needle, Lei Qianjue's protective aura, capable of withstanding 1,000 troops, emitted a sharp, mournful cry. In a spectacle witnessed by thousands of stunned eyes, it shattered, transforming into a myriad of purple motes that dispersed into the atmosphere. Poof! With the protective aura breached, the backlash of spiritual energy intensified, coupled with the preceding series of bizarre and relentless assaults, struck by lightning, ensnared by the ground, buffeted by the wind, and invaded by an insect. His once indomitable spirit was utterly obliterated. Lei Qianjue tasted blood in his throat, and a crimson spray erupted, painting a tragic arc in the air. His eyes rolled back, the last remnants of confusion, resentment, and boundless perplexity lingering within. He toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, unconscious. The once famed azure steel sword clattered to the ground, its blade unmarred. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The wind ceased, the clouds dissipated, and warm sunlight once again bathed the scene. All gazes turned to Feng, who bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. As if he had exhausted every ounce of energy, his expression one of disbelief as though he were questioning the very fabric of reality. They then glanced at Lei Qianjue, sprawled on the ground, unconscious and in a pitiful state. The world had seemingly transformed into a still, absurd tableau. Time passed without measure. The elder referee's figure materialized on the arena, as if teleported. He crouched down, extending a trembling finger to check Lei Qianjue's breath, assessing his injuries. Spiritual backlash, a fractured spirit, and unconsciousness. Though his life was not in peril, without 10 days to half a month of recuperation, recovery seemed unlikely. The elder slowly rose, regarding Feng, opening his mouth as if to speak, but uttering not a single word. He inhaled deeply, channeling spiritual energy into his voice, which felt parched even to him, to announce to the crowd, this battle. He paused, as if expending every last bit of his strength. Feng, victory. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant golden light erupted from Feng, without warning. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing the chi refinement stage, soared skyward, enveloping the entire arena. Amidst the stunned and numbed gazes of all, Feng's cultivation began to ascend at rocket-like speed. Chi refinement stage 5, breakthrough. Chi refinement stage 6. Chi refinement stage 7. Chi refinement stage 8. Ultimately, that aura stabilized at the pinnacle of Chi refinement stage 9, just a step away from foundation establishment. As the golden light faded, Feng felt the surging spiritual energy within him, his expression morphing into one of further bewilderment and innocence. He scratched his head, glancing at Wang Aotian below, and then at the elder above, asking in confusion, how did I just break through? Chapter 39, World Editor. How did I just break through? Feng's voice, though quiet, struck like a boulder in the still arena. If the earlier unfathomable victory was akin to adding a splash of water to a pot of boiling oil, then this sudden breakthrough, from Chi refinement stage 5 to the complete mastery of stage 9, was akin to hurling a volcano into that boiling pot. Boom. The entire arena erupted in chaos. Wait, he broke through? Winning led to a breakthrough? And a 4-level leap at that? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? I have toiled for 3 years, moving from Chi refinement stage 5 to 6. He jumps from 5 to 9 in the time it takes to sneeze. An upperclassman, eyes bloodshot, pointed at the innocent-looking youth on the stage, letting out a cry of despair, only to roll his eyes and faint from the shock. Many others, too, fell into a state of numbness following their extreme astonishment. Their worldview, on this day, was forcefully subdued, repeatedly ground into dust, and then reassembled into a shape utterly incomprehensible to them by a youth named Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task of defeating the strong with the weak. Reward, 500,000 joy points. Awarded the special title, Miracle Creator. Miracle Creator. When this title is worn, the absurdity of all coincidental events experienced by the host is increased by 20, and the probability of others feeling awe toward the host is 50. Feng reveled in the surging joy points within him, his heart blooming with delight. At that moment, the identity tokens of all present vibrated simultaneously. The underground betting pool of the academy had settled. My contribution points. I've lost even my underwear. A disciple howled in despair as he stared at the zeroed-out figure on his token. Woo-woo, I will never gamble again. I will never oppose Brother and I again. Thousands of disciples who had wagered on Lei Qianjue experienced the true meaning of financial ruin in that instant. Meanwhile, Wang Outyin stared blankly at the dizzying array of numbers on his token. 1 million? Tens, hundreds, thousands, oh my. 10 million contribution points. He trembled with excitement. His voice quivering with tears. Brother and I. We struck it rich. We are millionaires. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan embraced each other in a whirlwind of joy and tears. Incoherent in their elation. They had never dreamed that one day they would possess such a fortune that could only be described as astronomical. Chen Imo gazed at his token, silently stowing it away, then lifted his gaze toward the boy basking in sunlight, his eyes devoid of speculation, replaced only by a fathomless reverence. On the observation platform, in a corner of the goddess palace, the saint and her maid stared at the numbers on their tokens, their voices trembling uncontrollably. 10 million. Our contribution points have multiplied 1,000-fold. It has become 10 million. Luo Yun's cold, autumn-like eyes quietly observed the boy on the stage, scratching his head, seemingly perplexed by his sudden breakthrough. The corners of her lips, which had been frozen for millennia, finally, uncontrollably, curled upward into a faint smile, enough to overshadow 100 flowers and captivate all living beings. Luo Yun murmured softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Truly intriguing. Above the clouds, Elder Lei Hua trembled with rage, pointing downward. He barked, "This is madness. Utterly absurd. This boy must be employing some form of demonic sorcery. The dean must investigate thoroughly." Dean Yun Piaomiao, however, paid him no heed. He gazed at the absurd and shocking scene below, first silent, then suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! Excellent. What a marvelous an iPhone." His laughter resonated like a dragon's roar in clear skies, echoing throughout the academy. Trapped in a bottleneck, standing at the threshold of life and death, achieving enlightenment in a single moment. This is the mark of great perseverance, granted only to those with immense fortune. This boy is not the shame of Jiangbo Academy. He is its fortune. Yun Piaomiao's voice rang out like a final decree, sealing the fate. His gaze swept across the crowd as he announced loudly, "From this day forth, Disciple Ni Feng is promoted to core disciple of Jiangbo Academy. His status shall be equal to that of an elder. Within the academy, any sacred training grounds, any library lofts, he may enter freely, without restriction." Boom. This announcement struck with more impact than any preceding event. Core disciple, equal to an elder. This honor has never been conferred in the thousands of years since the founding of Jiangbo Academy, and it was bestowed upon a new student who had barely enrolled for a few days. Below, several of Lei Qianjue's loyal followers, upon hearing this announcement, felt their legs weaken and collapse to the ground, their faces ashen. They understood it was over, completely over. The elder referee waved his hand, and two attendants stepped forward, dragging the unconscious Lei Qianjue away like a dead dog. Everyone knew that this once mighty vice president of the student council, after this battle, had been utterly crushed. His resolve shattered, his cultivation regressed, and he had become the greatest laughingstock in the history of Jiangbo Academy. His once dominant faction had crumbled in this farcical duel. From this moment on, Jiangbo Academy would know no more of Lei Qianjue. Only a legend of a human calamity remained. On this day, Ni Feng's name was forever enshrined. He was no longer merely a favored son of the heavens. He had become a walking miracle, a living legend, a man capable of summoning thunder. All students, whether new or old, when they looked upon him, found no trace of jealousy or disdain left in their eyes. Only an extreme fervor of admiration and a deep-seated awe remained. They feared that a single glance too long might invoke a thunderbolt to strike them down. The Qingyang sect team also rose in prominence as a result. As Wang Outyin walked along the corridors, every disciple he encountered, regardless of their cultivation level, would stop at a distance, respectfully bowing and addressing him as Brother Wang. This unprecedented treatment filled him with pride, and he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. That evening, in the second courtyard of Bingzi, amidst the ethereal mist that enveloped the courtyard, the atmosphere grew heavy. Wang Outyin, Lu Fei, and Zhang Lan sensibly remained in their respective rooms to cultivate, unwilling to disturb the solemnity. At the stone table in the courtyard sat only Ni Feng and Chen Imo Brother and I. Chen Imo set down his teacup, his usually calm gaze now holding an unprecedented gravity. "Brother Chen, is there something on your mind?" Ni Feng asked curiously, munching on a spirit fruit. Chen Imo paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Throughout today's battle, I kept observing Lei Qianjue. His thunder sword technique, though a form of thunder magic, is far too violent, lacking in purity, especially at the end, within the tempestuous electric force he exuded. I sensed a trace of demonic energy that did not belong to him. Chunimo raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Feng. That demonic energy is faint and concealed, yet it bears a resemblance to the remnants of the heart demon I sensed within Wang Aoyin's sea of consciousness, but is more refined, more peculiar. This matter may not be simple. Feng's hand, which had been gnawing on the spirit fruit, paused slightly. He gazed into Chunmo's earnest eyes while his mind conversed with the system. System, replay the battle footage of Lei Qianjue in slow motion at 100th speed. Focusing on analyzing the energy fluctuations. Analyzing ding. A trace of high-level demonic seed's parasitic presence has been detected within the target. This presence shares the same origin as the heart demon remnants within Wang Aoyin's consciousness, but is more elusive. A flicker of amusement danced in Feng's eyes. Interesting. It seems this academy conceals more than I had imagined. Yet his face retained its innocent demeanor as he nodded at Chunimo. Brother Chun, your observations are indeed meticulous. However, with the dean and the elders present, this matter should not concern us, right? Chunimo noticed Feng seemed unconcerned and chose not to press further, though the worry in his eyes lingered. After bidding Chunimo farewell, Feng returned to his room alone. The immense joy points caused his system panel to shimmer with an unprecedented brilliance. A gigantic, tantalizing pop-up filled the entire panel. Ding! Joy points reserve has reached the threshold. Would you like to spend all current joy points to unlock version 20 of the system, the world editor, basic? Feng stroked his chin. He approached the window and pushed it open. Outside lay the undulating mountains of Jianghua Academy, resembling a slumbering behemoth under the moonlight. The spiritual energy remained abundant, and the night breeze felt particularly refreshing. Although he had resolved a minor issue within the academy, the pervasive sense of ennui and invincibility within him had hardly diminished. His gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains, casting its sight toward a more distant and expansive world. Life at the academy was merely a beginner's village. He murmured to himself, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips that only he could comprehend. The resurgence of spiritual energy surely heralded the arrival of more exhilarating narratives, did it not? Chapter 40. Activating the World Editor. Having become a core disciple, Feng's identity token was replaced with a piece of warm, white jade, intricately carved with a cloud motif, granting him the highest level of authority. Jianghua Academy, Alchemy Repository. The place was heavily guarded, a zone previously forbidden to newcomers. Feng confidently led Wang Aoyin and a few others inside. And the guarding disciples at the entrance did not even pose a question, they simply bowed respectfully. Inside the repository, the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, with rows of jade shelves filled with various alchemical vials. An elder, stationed at the center of the repository, sat cross-legged. Upon sensing an entrance, he slowly opened his eyes, and, upon recognizing Feng, a flicker of complexity passed through his gaze. Feng wandered about leisurely, as if in his own vegetable garden. He approached a jade shelf, casually picked up a white jade vial, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. The vial bore 4 gilded characters: Dragon Blood Body Refining Pill. Junior brother and I, this is a fine treasure, Wang Aoyin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, lowering his voice. An earth-grade low-tier pill. It can significantly enhance physical strength and costs 5,000 contribution points for just one. Feng frowned slightly, took another sniff, then disdainfully recapped the vial and returned it to its place. He turned to Wang Aoyin and said, "This pill smells like burnt sweet potatoes. It must taste awful." Wang Aoyin gasped. The elder, sitting cross-legged, twitched at the corner of his eye, his mind ablaze with turmoil. Burnt sweet potatoes? The Dragon Blood Body Refining Pill. Primarily composed of dragon bloodgrass and supplemented with 36 types of Yang Fire attribute spiritual herbs, required 49 days of meticulous refinement to complete. If the alchemist mismanaged the heat even slightly, a trace of fire poison would remain within the pill. This fire poison was exceedingly subtle, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. While it could enhance the body, it left hidden dangers deep within the meridians. And indeed, the odor of this poison bore a resemblance to that of burnt sweet potatoes. This youth could discern the most minute flaw in a pill merely by scent? No, it was impossible. This was not mere olfactory perception. It was destiny. He was using his incomprehensible fortune to directly perceive the intrinsic efficacy of the pill. The elder's mind rapidly formed a flawless logical loop, and his gaze toward Feng transformed from scrutiny to profound reverence. Wang Aoyin harbored no doubts about Feng's words. He immediately retrieved an identical Dragon Blood Body Refining Pill from his storage pouch, tossing it into the nearby waste pill recycling bin without a second glance. If junior brother deemed it unpalatable, it must surely be worthless. He patted his chest in relief, glad he and tea consumed it. Feng pointed casually toward an inconspicuous corner, where a pile of porcelain vials labeled as miscellaneous lay. That one smells decent, like sugar beans. Wang Aoqian dashed over. Seizing a vial labeled Peiyuan powder, the most basic pill for the qi refining stage, priced at 10 contribution points per large bottle. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 10 bottles on the spot, even tasting one, feeling a gentle and pure medicinal force unfold within him, utterly refreshing. Indeed, junior brother and I has a discerning eye. This efficacy far surpassed that of the so-called dragon blood pill. The elder observed this scene, his lips twitching once more. The Peiyuan powder was something he had personally crafted during his leisure, intended for regulating his own spiritual energy, though of low grade. Its purity was incomparable to those domineering pills. This young man could even discern this. After departing the alchemy repository, an iPhone led the group back to courtyard B2. Arriving at the core of the 9 orifices spirit gathering array. I am quite curious about what lies beneath, an iPhone remarked innocently. He gazed at the ancient and intricate array patterns on the ground, extending his hand to press against them. His palm met the cold stone wall. Ding. Activating World Editor, Beginner, Law Insight Function. Activation, an iPhone silently intoned. An invisible consciousness, transcending the laws of this realm, silently probed into the core of the 9 orifices spirit gathering array through his palm. Before his eyes, the scene instantaneously transformed. He beheld a vast, ethereal space composed of spiritual energy at the heart of the array. In the center of this space, a withered figure was bound tightly to a stone platform by countless chains of pitch-black, demonic energy. The figure was emaciated, with disheveled white hair, its aura faint like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet from him emanated a once magnificent sword intent that once gazed down upon the heavens and earth. Surrounding him was an endless surge of demonic energy, akin to a boiling ocean, relentlessly battering his form and assaulting the barriers of the grand array. The founder of Jiangbo Academy, Feng's consciousness lightly brushed against one of the demonic energy chains. Buzz. An exceedingly subtle tremor resonated throughout the 9 orifices spirit gathering array. Within a quiet chamber deep in the academy, Yun Piaomiao, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her gaze. The 9 orifices spirit gathering array had exhibited an anomaly. Her consciousness swiftly swept across the entire academy, ultimately focusing on the small entrance of courtyard B2. Could it be related to that young man again? At the entrance of the array's core, Feng withdrew his hand, a perfect blend of bewilderment and confusion adorning his face. He turned to Chun Mo beside him, uncertainly stating, "Senior brother Chun, I think I just heard someone sighing from below." Chun Mo's body jolted at this revelation. A sigh? He instantly recalled the peculiar demonic energy surrounding Lei Qianjue, and then considered the suddenly appearing entrance of the array, rich in spiritual energy beyond the norm. A complete chain of clues thundered into formation in his mind. A sigh? Beneath the array, there lies another world. The source of demonic energy may be related to this. Lei Qianjue's corruption by demonic energy was no mere coincidence. Dark currents swirl within the academy. Junior brother and I, with his unparalleled fortune, has already glimpsed the heavenly secrets. He is warning us in this manner. Seeing the understanding expression on Chun Mo's face, Feng nodded with satisfaction in his heart. A brand new, grand narrative gradually unfurled within him. The novice savior unexpectedly rescuing the founder of the academy. This play should earn quite a few joy points. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite, and a play must be performed scene by scene. The first step is to enhance the strength of my core group of companions, especially that young lady from the Luotian Palace. Her physique presents an excellent entry point. That night, as silence enveloped the deep night, a previously dormant section of Jiangbo Academy's internal forum, titled Exotic Flowers and Rare Herbs, suddenly erupted with a new post after months of stillness. The poster, an iPhone. Post title, Assistance Needed. Today, while foraging for wild vegetables, I discovered a small red plant resembling cockscomb. Is it edible? Attached is a picture. The content of the post is rather simple, featuring only a single accompanying image. In the picture, a plant of vibrant crimson hue, its leaves resembling flames, and crowned with a flower that appears to be delicately carved from blood jade, lies peacefully upon a slab of blue stone. Its appearance is extraordinary and undeniably otherworldly. This is none other than the rare and exceptional spiritual herb, Yang Ronkeo, capable of flawlessly remedying the deficiencies of the Luoyun cultivation method, thus aiding in the establishment of a flawless Tao foundation. Chapter 41. Does Miss Luo like it? Consider it a gift. Feng's post was akin to a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. However, the resulting reaction was not awe, but a deluge of ridicule. Am I seeing things? A core disciple, foraging for wild vegetables? Ha ha ha, this is absurd. Shouldn't they be sequestered in the spirit-gathering array, diligently cultivating? Look at that plant. It resembles a feather duster, exuding a strong, earthy odor. Even our spiritual pig would disdain it. This is hysterical. The chosen one has such taste? Just yesterday they were deified, and today they return to the simplicity of rural life? In a mere incense stick's duration. The forum's comment section exploded with over 1,000 replies, with 99% steeped in mockery. Within the serene and elegant courtyard of the Luo God Palace, the maid, Xiaoya, flushed with indignation, presented a shimmering jade tablet to Luo Yun. Holy maiden, look, they are mocking brother and I again. These people are utterly outrageous. Luo Yun, engaged in the meticulous polishing of her sword, merely cast a fleeting glance, unfazed. Boring, she remarked coolly, seemingly unperturbed. Xiaoya, anxious, insisted, but their words are so harsh. They even claimed the wild vegetables brother and I foraged are merely fodder for pigs. Luo Yun's movements faltered momentarily as her gaze finally settled upon the enlarged image. Just one glance caused her cold, clear eyes to widen in shock. The hand that had been polishing her sword froze in midair. The plant, entirely crimson with flame-like leaves and a blood jade flower crown, lay quietly on the blue stone slab. Its form identical to a depiction from an ancient alchemical text etched in her mind. This is not a coxcomb flower. Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. This is Yangranqiao. The supreme technique she cultivated, the Ice Heart Sutra, combined with her innate ice heart glazed body, allowed her to progress at an extraordinary pace. However, such a potent physique also intensified the cold energy within her, akin to harboring an ancient ice block within herself. On every full moon, the chilling energy would surge, causing unbearable suffering. To eradicate this affliction, one must seek the legendary Yangranqiao, a treasure said to grow along the veins of earthly fire, absorbing pure yang energy. Only by harmonizing the cold energy within her with Yangranqiao could she achieve true balance and establish a flawless Tao foundation. For her, this herb held value far surpassing the wandering star technique that Feng had obtained. Xiaoya, observing the sudden change in her holy maiden's expression, queried, "Holy maiden, what is wrong? Is there something wrong with this plant?" Luo Yun offered no reply. Her heart was tumultuous with a storm of thoughts. What a coincidence! Foraging for wild vegetables, and chancing upon this rare Yangranqiao. Moreover, it was fortuitously seen by her. She was incredulous. A series of absurd yet vivid images flashed through her mind. Spiritual fruit crushing the demon bat leader, stumbling out of the spirit-gathering array. Sneezing and accidentally striking a supreme technique, a pebble causing a backlash of spiritual energy from Lei Qianjue. Was all of this merely luck? An outrageous and bold thought, uncontrollable in its emergence, sprung from the depths of her heart. Could he possibly know of my cultivation deficiencies, of the suffering born from my ice heart glazed body? Is he employing this means to assist me? Once this thought took root, it could not be repressed. Yet, with it came a potent surge of pride, inherent to her celestial lineage. To accept such a seemingly charitable opportunity? To bow before a youth who appeared younger than herself? Luo Yun's heart was in disarray. She gazed at the image of Yangranqiao, her eyes filled with unprecedented conflict and struggle. The flames of contention had ignited within the forum. Wang Outyin, witnessing the derisive remarks, exploded with fury. He promptly replied beneath Feng's post in bold, red letters. "You unseeing, uncultured commoners know nothing. Open your eyes and behold. This plant, while seemingly ordinary, harbors divine essence. It is undoubtedly an ancient artifact long lost to time. If you lack discernment, do not embarrass yourselves here." His retort only drew further ridicule. At that moment, a familiar idea emerged. Zhou Kong, formerly Lei Qianjue's top follower. Zhou Kong replied sarcastically to Wang Outyin. "Wang Outyin, you truly are Feng's most loyal lapdog. You can elevate a mere weed to the heavens. Impressive indeed." Wang Outyin erupted in anger. "Zhou Kong, you a defeated lackey. Dare to speak here. If you have the guts, provide your cave address. I will dismantle your den right now." Zhou Kong retorted with a sneer. "Oh, are you embarrassed now? If you have the ability, tell your master to stop foraging and take a few steps outside." Their exchange on the forum escalated. A war of words attracting countless spectators, the tension mounting. Luo Yun rose slowly, having made her decision. Regardless of Feng's intentions, she must obtain the Yangranqiao. Yet, out of pride, she could not accept such a gift without reciprocation. Returning to her chamber, she retrieved an ancient tome emanating a faint azure light from an exquisite jade box. Silent Sword Shadow, a mid-tier earth-level technique, was a precious relic from her early trials, albeit not entirely compatible with her cultivation path. Clutching the sword manual, she exited the courtyard. In the courtyard of the second section, upon seeing Luo Yun's silhouette at the entrance, Wang Outyin immediately sprang up with a start. "Miss Luo, what brings you here?" Luo Yun disregarded him. Her icy gaze fixated on Feng, who was crouched on the ground, intently observing a colony of ants relocating. Hearing her voice, Feng turned, his face lighting up with surprise. "Miss Luo, you've come." He eagerly picked up the Yangranko, wrapped in leaves, from the nearby stone table and offered it to her. "Miss Luo, do you also fancy this coxcomb flower I foraged? Everyone says it's unattractive, but I find it quite beautiful." Luo Yun, gazing into his clear, innocent eyes, found her prepared words caught in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she extended the silent sword shadow towards him. "Taoist and I find this herb to be quite remarkable, and I wish to exchange it for this mid-tier Earth-level sword manual." She intended to gauge Feng's reaction while preserving her final vestige of pride. However, Feng merely glanced at the radiant Earth-level technique and waved his hands repeatedly, as if he had encountered something too hot to handle. No, this is far too precious." Sincerely, he thrust the Yangranko into Luo Yun's hands. "If you like it, consider it a gift. In any case, I am at a loss as to how to consume this item. Leaving it unused would be a sheer waste." His swift and decisive actions, coupled with his tone that suggested an inherent understanding, made it seem as though he was casually offering a mere weed plucked from the roadside. Luo Yun held the warm, radiant Yangron grass in her hands, her entire being frozen in place. She gazed upon Feng's innocent and harmless countenance, which bore a hint of relief as if he were congratulating himself on successfully parting with something trivial. At that moment, her heart wavered violently once more. Did he truly not know what this was? Or had he ascended to a realm so elevated that he regarded Earth-level techniques as inconsequential, viewing rare materials as mere wild grasses? Either scenario left her profoundly shaken. She clutched the Yangron grass tightly, its warmth spreading from her palm and enveloping her heart. She was convinced that Feng was no ordinary individual. For the first time, ripples of gratitude stirred within her long-frozen heart. She solemnly bowed to Feng, etching this act of kindness into her memory. Having spoken, she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused, casting a glance back at Feng. Her voice cool, yet carrying an unexpected gentleness. "As a token of reciprocity, allow me to offer you a word of caution. On the night of the full moon, 3 days hence, there may be unusual occurrences at the sword trial cliff behind the academy." With that, she made no further delay, her figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 42, Starfall Mysterious Iron. As Luo Yun's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Wang Outyin finally regained his composure. He looked at Feng, his face a portrait of anguish and confusion. "Junior brother that is a mid-grade Earth-level technique. How could you refuse it when even Fairy Luo offered it for exchange?" Feng, engrossed in munching on an apple, replied indistinctly, "That would not suit you." Wang Outyin was taken aback. "Not suitable for me. But it's an Earth-level technique." Feng finished his apple in a few bites and gestured towards the book left by Luo Yun, titled Silent Sword Shadow. "Take a look at that." With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Wang Outyin picked up the sword manual, feeling its icy touch and the sharp aura that emanated from it. Feng leaned closer, pointing a finger at a section of the technique's diagram that illustrated the meridian pathways for channeling energy. "Observe here," he said casually, as if critiquing a street vendor's artwork. "This method emphasizes an unexpected and unconventional approach." He then pointed to Wang Outyin's dantian. "The lava body refinement technique you practice follows a bold and forceful path, akin to molten iron. If you were to mix ice water with molten metal in a single pot, what do you think would happen?" Initially, Wang Outyin dismissed it. But as he compared the energy pathways of the technique with the circulation of his own lava body refinement technique, his complexion turned pale. It was not merely a contradiction. It was a complete divergence, a clash of ice and fire. Should he attempt to cultivate this method, the collision of these two disparate energies within him could lead to severed meridians at best, or a catastrophic explosion of his dantian at worst, resulting in immediate madness. Gasping, Wang Outyin felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, his back damp with cold sweat. When he turned back to Feng, the admiration in his gaze had transformed into a reverent awe, as if he were beholding a deity. "Junior brother you are truly remarkable." Feng waved his hand dismissively and retrieved another apple from his storage bag, offering it to Wang Outyin. "Here, have an apple to calm your nerves." Meanwhile, he was contemplating his next move. "Brother Wang, your sword is rather brittle. The last time you fought that Zhao Hu, I feared it would shatter." Wang Outyin nodded vigorously as he accepted the apple. "Indeed." Feng stroked his chin, as if recalling something. "In the back mountains spirit beast garden, I believe I saw a dark iron nugget buried in the corner of the pig pen. It looked quite sturdy. Why not check if you can dig it up and forge a sword from it?" Wang Outyin was taken aback. Even the remnants of the heart demon in his sea of consciousness couldn't help but scoff at Feng's peculiar taste. Though filled with doubt, Wang Outyin dared not question Feng's words. All right, I will go right away. He dashed out of the courtyard, heading straight to the spirit beast garden in the back mountain. Upon arriving at the corner Feng had mentioned, he began to excavate the ground, which was a mix of fodder and dirt. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he encountered a hard object. With immense effort, he finally dragged out the item. It was a large chunk of iron, the size of a grinding wheel, completely black and reeking of pig manure. Shouldering this unsightly iron nugget, Wang Outyin made his way, albeit skeptically, to the forging pavilion at Jiangbo Academy. Inside the pavilion, the heat was stifling, and the sound of clanging metal echoed incessantly. A stocky elder with singed eyebrows and beard, bare-chested, was wielding a massive forging hammer. Upon seeing Wang Outyin enter with the black iron, he frowned in disdain. What rubbish are you bringing me? Elder, I found this, Wang Outyin stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. And I was hoping you could help forge a sword from it. The elder glanced at the iron nugget and grew even more impatient. Ordinary iron, covered in pig dung? It reeks. Toss it aside. Wang Outyin pleaded repeatedly, but the elder remained adamant. With no other options, he placed the iron nugget in a corner, preparing to leave. At that moment, the elder had just finished forging a piece and carelessly hurled his hammer. Clang! The red-hot hammer landed squarely on the black iron nugget. In the next instant, a clear and resonant sword hum unexpectedly erupted from within the ordinary iron. The surface of the iron nugget began to crack, and a brilliant light, as dazzling as a river of stars, burst forth from the fissures, illuminating the entire forging pavilion. A heavy, ancient aura filled the air, and the elder's previous impatience froze in place, replaced by sheer shock and fervor. He hurriedly approached the now transformed iron nugget, extending a trembling hand to caress its surface. This luster, this aura, this is no ordinary iron. This is Starfall mysterious iron. The elder's voice sharpened with excitement as he abruptly turned to Wang Outyin, his gaze intense enough to seem as if he wished to consume him whole. Boy, where did you get this? Wang Outyin, unnerved by the elder's piercing stare, stuttered, I dug it up from the pig pen in the spirit beast garden. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed dramatically, pounding his chest in despair. Waste of heaven's treasures. Waste of heaven's treasures. Suddenly, he grasped Wang Outyin's shoulders, his eyes gleaming. You are incredibly fortunate. No, you have stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. To encounter such a divine object in my lifetime is already beyond regret. Wait here, I will personally forge a legendary weapon for you. For the next 3 days and nights, the flames of the forging pavilion never extinguished. The stocky elder, consumed by mania, locked himself in the forging chamber, working tirelessly. 3 days later, as he emerged from the chamber, wearied yet triumphant, he cradled in his hands a sword. It was a heavy sword, entirely dark red, broad in blade, adorned with natural starry patterns. The sword had yet to be unsheathed, yet an overwhelming and formidable aura, as heavy as a mountain, surged forth. Upon receiving the sword, Wang Outyin was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of bloodline connection. The lava forging technique within him began to operate autonomously, resonating intensely with the heavy sword. A treasure of the earth ranks upper echelon. Moreover, it was a fated heavy sword that harmonized perfectly with his cultivation method. The elder, gazing at his creation, was filled with obsession and pride. He waved his hand dismissively and said weakly, The materials are your own. I shall only charge you 10 contribution points for my craftsmanship. Now be gone. Do not disturb my slumber. Wang Outyin, wielding his new sword, felt an unprecedented surge of power within, his eyes brimming with tears of exhilaration. Upon returning to courtyard number 2, he fell to his knees before Feng, who was watering the flowers in the yard. Junior brother and I. His voice trembled. His face flushed. You are my rebirth parents. From this moment forth, my life, Wang Outyin, belongs to you. In his sea of consciousness, the heart demon, which had solidified considerably, mimicked Wang Outyin's actions, prostrating itself before the void in reverence. Grandmaster, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am in awe. So much so that my very soul feels as if it might flee. The pure earth fire essence contained within this divine iron would bolster my strength if I could absorb even a trace. Thank you, Grandmaster, for the sustenance. Feng set down the watering can and helped Wang Outyin up, patting his shoulder as if recalling something. A few days ago. Did not Fairy Luo mention that 3 days hence, tonight, there would be unusual happenings at the sword testing cliff on the back mountain? You should go check. It may be your fortuitous encounter. Wang Outyin was taken aback, then nodded vigorously, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Chapter 43, The Sword Enlightenment Grass. Wang Outyin, brandishing his newly acquired heavy sword, lava, hastened toward the back mountain. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him. The sword felt like an extension of his very being, weighty yet perfectly attuned. Junior brother and I mentioned that the sword-testing cliff held his opportunity, and it could not be mistaken. His feet seemed to take flight, swiftly bringing him to the solitary, towering cliff. The sword-testing cliff was a place where the disciples of the academy often engaged in swordplay, its walls scarred with varying depths of sword marks. However, today, a markedly different aura permeated the area. Visible streams of condensed sword energy erupted from the cliff's summit, stirring the very winds and clouds. Wang Outyin looked up, his eyes glimmering with excitement. At the pinnacle of the cliff, a small grass, scarcely a foot tall, swayed in the breeze. This grass was translucent, its leaves akin to razor-sharp blades, crowned with a bud resembling a diminutive azure lotus. Countless streams of sword energy emanated from that bud. The sword enlightenment grass. Wang Outyin's heart soared with joy. He had once encountered a record of this in an ancient tome. It was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth, an unparalleled boon for sword cultivators. Consuming it would allow a practitioner to enter a state of sword enlightenment, drastically enhancing their comprehension of the sword path. Just as he prepared to leap to the cliff's summit, several graceful figures landed nearby. The foremost among them, clad in pure white, exuded an air of frosty elegance. None other than Luo Yun, the saintess of the Luo God Palace. Wang, my friend. Upon spotting Wang Outyin, Luo Yun's cool gaze momentarily tightened. Wang Outyin was taken aback and halted, cupping his fists in greeting. Fairy Luo, you have also arrived? At that moment, another group hurriedly approached along the mountain path. Dressed in uniform silver sword robes, their demeanor haughty, they were disciples of the divine sword manor. The leading disciple's eyes immediately fell upon the bud of the sword enlightenment grass atop the cliff, his face lighting up with ecstatic delight. However, upon noticing Wang Outyin, that elation swiftly transformed into fury. Pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Outyin, he barked, "You audacious fool. This is an opportunity discovered by our young master, Xie. Before entering closed-door cultivation, how dare you covet it?" Wang Outyin frowned, utterly perplexed. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly the opportunity Junior brother and I instructed me to seize. He said it was meant for me." The disciple from the divine sword manor was so incensed by Wang Outyin's bold retort that he could only laugh in disbelief. "Your junior brother and I? What is he even worth? Does what he say hold any weight?" Wang Outyin's eyes flared with indignation. "You shall not insult my junior brother and I." He slammed his heavy sword down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "What my junior brother and I says is more accurate than the edicts of heaven." The atmosphere grew tense as both parties stood on the brink of conflict. Meanwhile, the sword energy emanating from the sword enlightenment grass intensified, clearly reaching its final stages of maturation. Several formidable presences began to emerge from the surrounding woods, evidently drawn by this peculiar phenomenon, sword cultivator prodigies lying in wait, their eyes glinting with intent. A more piercing and malevolent sword light sliced through the air from a distance. The newcomer landed in front of the divine sword manor disciples, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to Xie, yet his eyes were far more sinister, revealing his mid-foundation cultivation level. "Master Xie." The divine sword manor disciple quickly bowed in greeting upon recognizing him. The newcomer was none other than Xie Jing's cousin, Xie Zhilong, a core disciple of the divine sword manor. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated fiercely on Wang Outyin. "Is it you, the one from Qingyang sect, who has shattered my cousin's resolve?" Upon spotting Wang Outyin, his eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent. A cruel smirk curled upon his lips. A mere chi refinement stage underling dares to lay claim to such a divine artifact? Get lost. Before his words had completely left his mouth, he pointed his finger like a sword, and a green flying sword shot forth, piercing toward Wang Outyin's throat with deadly precision. This strike was swift, accurate, and lethal, embodying the decisiveness of the divine sword manor's techniques. "Come at me." Wang Outyin, far from frightened, felt elation. He had awaited this moment for far too long. The lava forging technique within him surged into action, a torrent of searing, formidable energy flooding into the heavy sword named lava. He did not evade nor attempt to parry. Facing the lightning-fast flying sword, he merely bellowed, bringing his heavy sword down in the simplest, most direct, and unembellished manner. This strike bore no intricate variations, no dazzling sword light, only pure, unadulterated power, heavy as a mountain, overwhelmingly domineering. With a resounding clang, akin to a battering ram striking a city gate, an explosive sound erupted. Everyone expected to witness Wang Outyin's heavy sword being deflected, his figure sent flying. Yet the scene that unfolded left all present utterly aghast. The shimmering green flying sword of Xie Zhilong, upon colliding with the unsightly heavy sword, was as if struck by a descending mountain. The green flying sword emitted a wretched wail, its brilliance extinguished instantaneously, akin to a kite severed from its string, sent hurtling away into the unknown. With his prized flying sword injured, Xie was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting blood. An irresistible force surged back through the connection between the sword and his consciousness. His right hand, which clutched the sword, was instantly torn, blood pouring forth. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, his face as pale as a sheet. One strike. Merely one strike. The swordsmanship prodigy of the divine sword manner, Xie, at mid-foundation level, was utterly defeated. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon the formidable Wang Outyin, who brandished a heavy sword with an air of majesty. Could this individual truly be in the Qi refinement stage? In that moment, as everyone was rendered speechless by the awe of his sword, the sword lotus-like Wujian grass at the cliff's peak fully bloomed. A crisp, transcendent sword intent swept across the battlefield. Wang Outyan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, seizing the ripe Wujian grass from the cliff's summit and landing gracefully on the ground. He glanced at the surrounding crowd, who were all in a state of astonishment, tucked the Wujian grass into his embrace, hefted his heavy sword, and let out a thunderous laugh. "Ha! Thank you all for your hospitality." Without granting anyone a moment to react, he turned on his heel and dashed away, his speed akin to a wild bull breaking free, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. At the sword-testing cliff, only a bewildered assembly of talented sword cultivators remained. Xie Zhilong's face turned ashen as he clutched his bleeding right hand, trembling with rage yet too intimidated to pursue. That single strike had left an indelible shadow in his heart. Luo Yun watched Wang Outyan's retreating figure, then glanced at the visibly distressed Xie Zhilong. Yet she did not intervene. A profound light flickered in her icy eyes. "Saintess, are we truly allowing him to take the Wujian grass?" asked her attendant, Xiaoya. With a hint of reluctance, Luo Yun slowly shook her head. She turned and led the disciples of the Luotian palace away, leaving behind a whispered murmur. "Let us depart. This Feng is even more unfathomable than I had anticipated. What exactly does he intend to do?" Chapter 44, The Soul Breaker of the Deadlock. Wang Outyan, exuberantly carrying the imposing heavy sword, Lava, returned to the number 2 courtyard of the Bing district. Upon entering the courtyard, he bellowed with delight, "Junior brother and I have returned." Feng was crouched in a corner of the courtyard, intently directing a swarm of ants, attempting to form the character for handsome. Upon hearing the shout, he looked up, surprise etched across his face. Wang Outyan, presenting the Wujian grass he had plucked from the sword-testing cliff as if showcasing a treasure, carefully held it before Feng. "Junior brother and I, behold, this is the opportunity you spoke of, the Wujian grass." Feng took it, brought it to his nose, and frowned at the scent of fresh grass, casually tossing it, the precious Wujian grass, enough to drive all sword cultivators mad, traced a graceful parabolic arc in the air before landing squarely in the arms of Lu Fei, who was practicing his swordplay in the courtyard. Immersed in his training, Lu Fei was momentarily stunned as the grass struck him. Feng called out to him, "Senior brother Lu, aren't you a sword user? Here, take this. It looks quite rejuvenating." Lu Fei looked down at the Wujian grass radiating a crisp sword intent that sent shivers through his soul, rendering him utterly speechless. "Is this the Wujian grass?" His voice trembled, almost disbelieving his own eyes. Wang Outyan, standing nearby, proudly thumped his chest. "Of course. Junior brother and I said it was for you. So take it." Lu Fei gazed at Feng's innocent visage and then at the supreme treasure in his hands, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. Without uttering a word, he deeply bowed to Feng. He then sat cross-legged and swallowed the Wujian grass in one gulp. Buzz, a surge of sword intent, 100-fold more potent than that experienced at the sword-testing cliff, erupted from Lu Fei, soaring skyward. He instantly entered a state of profound enlightenment, surrounded by swirling sword energy, and his cultivation level ascended dramatically. The cohesion of the Qingyang sect's team reached an unprecedented zenith at that moment. As night deepened, Feng lay in his room, feeling somewhat bored. The novice village tasks should be entering their second phase. He opened the system panel, eyeing the tantalizing option that glimmered enticingly. World Editor, Beginner. System, slightly expedite the energy flow rate of the grand formation downstairs by about 0.01. Command confirmed. Adjusting the energy flow rate of the 9-aperture gathering spirit grand formation. A wave, invisible to the naked eye and imperceptible to the mind, quietly emanated from Feng's room, merging into the depths of the earth. In the number 2 courtyard of the Bing district, at the core of the formation, a withered figure bound by countless chains of demonic energy seemed to sense something. The surrounding tumultuous demonic energy, due to the change in energy flow rate, formed an exceedingly minute, fleeting vortex. A strand of black demonic energy, finer than a hair yet exceedingly pure, followed this vortex, finding a slight fissure, and silently leaked out. This strand of demonic energy, akin to a drop of ink in clear water, instantaneously tainted the spiritual energy surrounding the number 2 courtyard. In the number 6 courtyard, a new student was meditating. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy he was absorbing turn violently aggressive, like needles piercing through his meridians. What is happening? He was struck with terror, attempting to expel the brutal spiritual energy from his body. But it was too late. The black threads intermingled within the spiritual energy swiftly invaded his sea of consciousness. He let out a piercing scream, his eyes turning crimson, as sinister black patterns emerged on his face, causing him to succumb to madness, spewing forth fragments of flesh mixed with black blood. A similar scene unfolded in several other courtyards within the Bing district. The entire new student area of the academy was engulfed in panic overnight. The next day, the academy forum erupted into chaos. Something terrible has happened. Over a dozen people in the Bing district went mad last night. They're all lying in the Dan hall now. I heard. They say it's due to the spiritual energy problems in the number 2 courtyard. What kind of energy problems? That place is a cursed ground. An unparalleled demon is being suppressed beneath. An ID named Justice's Fist, a disciple who was formerly Zhou Kong, a follower of Lei Qinjue, jumped in to shout. I've said it before. That Feng is a calamity. His fortune stems from siphoning the academy's ley lines. Now that he has drained the ley lines, the great demon beneath is about to awaken. He will be devoured in return. This statement ignited the fears within everyone. Indeed, it must be so. His luck is far too abnormal. This is undoubtedly the work of a fiend. Thoroughly investigate the number 2 courtyard. Drive out Feng and his group. Reseal that accursed place. Fear swiftly morphed into fury. A throng of disciples, incited by Zhou Kong and others, surged toward the No. 2 courtyard, surrounding it tightly. Feng, come out. Return us a safe environment for cultivation. Just as the conflict was on the verge of eruption, several overwhelming presences descended from the sky. The academy head, Yun Piaomiao, accompanied by core elders such as Lei Hu and Jingyu, arrived on the scene. Yun Piaomiao's expression was grave as he ignored the clamoring crowd, his gaze firmly fixed on the entrance of the formation, which was continuously spewing forth spiritual energy. He could distinctly sense that within that spiritual energy lay a thread of demonic energy so pure that it sent chills down his spine. This Elder Lei, whose countenance drastically changed. What a domineering, demonic energy. Yun Piaomiao remained silent. He divided a thread of his consciousness, cautiously probing into the depths of the formation's entrance. He sought to uncover what lay beneath. However, as his consciousness barely penetrated within 3 feet of the formation's core, an ominous surge of darkness, as profound as ink and seemingly capable of devouring all, violently rebounded outward. Thud! Yun Piaomiao was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body swaying slightly in the air, his complexion instantly paling. His formidable consciousness was, astonishingly, injured in that fleeting moment. Dean! Elder Jingwei exclaimed in shock. Elder Leihua, undeterred by the peril, also split his consciousness to probe within. The result was even more dire than that of Yun Piaomiao. He emitted a stifled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Every elder present, without exception, who attempted to investigate, was met with the same fateful backlash from that terrifying demonic aura. Their consciousness is wounded. Yun Piaomiao's expression turned gravely serious. He finally became convinced that the legend, which existed solely within the Academy's most ancient records, was indeed true. Taking a deep breath, he issued a command in an unequivocal tone. Seal off the entire Area B. All disciples, retreat immediately. Prepare to forcibly evacuate Area B2. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kong and others revealed smug smiles. Wang Outyin, in a state of alarm, opened his mouth to protest, only to be restrained by Feng. Just as everyone presumed that Feng and his companions would be hastily expelled, the youth who had appeared to be merely a spectator approached Yun Piaomiao with an innocent expression. He lifted his chin, his eyes bright and clear, his tone imbued with a childlike perplexity. Dean, I'm quite comfortable here. I don't wish to move. Yun Piaomiao furrowed his brow, ready to rebuke him. But Feng scratched his head and muttered in an even more bewildered tone. Moreover, I feel like the person sighing below is about to give way. This seemingly light remark struck Yun Piaomiao's heart like a thunderclap. He abruptly lowered his gaze, fixating intently on Feng's innocent visage, a tempest of emotions surging within him. The one sighing? About to give way? Indeed, he could sense the presence of the founder. He could perceive with clarity the core secret that even Yun Piaomiao himself could not touch. In that moment, all doubts, coincidences, and legends coalesced in Yun Piaomiao's mind into an extraordinarily lucid line. This youth was not a harbinger of disaster. He was the variable. He was the one foretold by the omens, the singular person capable of breaking the deadlock. Observing the pallid faces of the elders around him and the fervent disciples below, Yun Piaomiao made a decision that could alter the fate of Jiangbo Academy. He would gamble. He would stake the entire future of Jiangbo Academy on this unfathomable youth. Chapter 45. The Black Jade Spirit Pigpen. Yun Piaomiao gazed at Feng, and with a sudden flourish of his sleeve, a gentle yet irresistible force propelled all onlooking disciples, including the elders, backward by 100 feet. Unrelated individuals stepped back. Dean. Elder Leihua attempted to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a cold glare from Yun Piaomiao. An invisible barrier of spiritual energy enveloped Yun Piaomiao and Feng, isolating them from all external sounds and prying eyes. Zhou Kong and the others stumbled, gazing at the barrier with expressions of bewilderment and reluctance. Within the barrier, Yun Piaomiao's demeanor was more solemn than ever. He regarded the bewildered youth before him, his voice hoarse as he began to speak. Child, what I am about to disclose is the highest secret of Jiangbo Academy. He paused, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Beneath this place lies not an ordinary demon, but a heart demon sovereign from beyond our realm. In years past, our academy's founder, Elder Yun Songhai, in a bid to fend off the invasion of the heart demon, utilized his unparalleled cultivation and spirit to forge this 9 apertures spirit gathering formation, which barely succeeded in sealing it here. Now, thousands of years later, the formation's power is waning, while that heart demon sovereign continually absorbs the essence of the earth, on the verge of breaking free. Should it escape, the entirety of Jiangbo Academy and the surrounding area will be transformed into a realm of demons, with untold suffering for all living beings. Upon finishing, Yun Piaomiao's gaze bore into Feng, scrutinizing his every reaction. Feng, upon hearing this, visibly displayed terror upon his honest face. His eyes widened, and his body involuntarily retreated 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Didin, such a perilous matter. I'm just at the chi refinement stage. His voice trembled, tinged with a near hysterical panic. I can't be of any help. Please, find another elder, someone powerful. Yun Piaomiao, observing his profoundly cowardly demeanor, felt not disappointment, but a burgeoning spark of hope in his eyes. He stepped forward, firmly placing his hands on Feng's shoulders. No, you are our only hope. His voice resonated with an undeniable conviction. The heart demon sovereign's power can corrupt all, eroding the soul. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the backlash. You witnessed the fate of myself and the other elders. But you alone. Yun Piaomiao's gaze was piercing. Your fortune is so immense that even the heavenly path takes notice. Your very existence embodies a rule. That demonic aura cannot corrupt you. It cannot harm you. Only you can approach the core of that formation unscathed. Feng, dizzy from the intensity of the moment, still wore an expression of helplessness, exclaiming, I can't do it. I don't know how. Yun Piaomiao inhaled deeply, realizing he must bestow upon this lad an identity and responsibility he could not refuse. He abruptly dispelled the barrier, reappearing before everyone. His gaze swept across the hall, over the skeptical elders and the fervent disciples. Then, summoning all his spiritual energy, he proclaimed an announcement destined to be inscribed in the annals of Jiangbo Academy. In the name of the 8th Dean of Jiangbo Academy, I hereby appoint the new disciple Feng as the guardian of the formation. He shall bear full responsibility for addressing this crisis of the demonic aura from the earth. Within the academy, all resources and personnel, from the elders to the lowest servants, are to be commanded by the guardian of the formation, without exception. At this proclamation, silence descended upon the assembly. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone felt as though their ears had betrayed them. To assign a freshly admitted disciple, one fortunate to the point of absurdity and only at the chi refinement 9th level, to manage a crisis that could determine the academy's survival, and to grant him authority equal to that of the dean? After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of uproar ensued. Madness. The dean must be insane. This is a jest with the fate of the entire academy. Guardian of the formation? Does he even comprehend the essence of formations? He can't even distinguish the various attributes of spiritual energy. Elder Leihua was the first to leap forward, trembling with rage, pointing at Yun Piaomiao and bellowing, Dean, think carefully. This act is utterly preposterous. I vehemently oppose. I oppose as well. Please, retract your command. Several core elders simultaneously stepped forward, vehemently voicing their dissent. Yet, Yun Piaomiao merely cast them a cold glance. My mind is made up. Should anyone refuse to comply, they shall be dealt with as traitors. His words were resolute, silencing all opposition. The elders' faces turned ashen, yet they dared not speak further. All eyes once again converged upon the instigator of this tumult. Feng's face was a picture of astonishment and confusion as he glanced between Yun Piaomiao and the surrounding elders, whose predatory gazes seemed to hunger for his very essence. Ultimately, as though driven by an inescapable force, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Very well, then. Clearing his throat, he appeared to be adjusting to his newfound role. He surveyed the gathering, then extended his finger to begin calling names. I require assistance. His first point of reference was Wang Outyin. Brother Wang, step forward. Without hesitation, Wang Outyin straightened, marching boldly to stand behind an Feng. Brother Chun, Brother Lu, Sister Zhonglan, you too. The trio immediately stepped forth, their expressions solemn. An Feng's gaze then traversed the crowd, landing with precision on the delegation from the Luotian palace. He pointed to the breathtaking figure clad in white, exuding an aura of ethereal coldness. And you, Fairy Luo, I require your aid as well. This declaration elicited yet another wave of astonished gasps. This audacious lad was truly daring. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Luotian palace. Upon receiving this unexpected summons, Luo Yun momentarily froze. Then, a flicker of understanding ignited in her cool, clear eyes. He was indeed orchestrating a grand design. Every action he undertook was meticulously calculated. His intent was to draw into his narrative all those who had intersected with him and witnessed his miraculous feats. Holy maiden, you mustn't. Her attendant, Xiaoya, urged in alarm. This is far too perilous. Yet, Luo Yun merely shook her head gently. She did not refuse. Instead, she inclined her head slightly in Ni Feng's direction. Very well. With graceful steps, she approached Ni Feng, flanked by two attendants, amidst a sea of inquisitive glances. She was determined to witness firsthand what this young man had in store. Ni Feng regarded the assembled savior squad from Jianghua Academy with satisfaction, nodding in approval. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a crumpled piece of beast skin paper and unfurled it before the group. It was a whimsically drawn map, painted with vibrant mineral pigments, depicting mountains represented by circles, rivers illustrated by wavy lines, and a square marked with a pig's head, annotated with the words, Home of the Pig. Pointing to the map, Ni Feng began his analysis with utmost seriousness. I sense that entering from here and here, the presence of the heart demon lord beneath is particularly formidable. He indicated two areas marked with skulls on the map. However, he then shifted his focus, decisively placing his finger upon the square depicting the pig's head. If we dig down from this pigsty, I believe we can circumvent the most potent demonic energy. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan exchanged bewildered glances, their mouths agape. Xiaoya, Luo Yun's attendant, nearly burst into laughter, only to stifle it, her face turning crimson. Even the typically composed Chun Mo paused, his grip on his notebook faltering as he beheld the child's scribble of a map. Luo Yun observed Ni Feng's earnest profile, noting the crystalline confidence in his gaze, and her usually tranquil heart surged with tumultuous ripples. Absurd. Yet it was precisely this extreme absurdity that instilled within her an inexplicable sense of belief. In the midst of this peculiar silence, a resounding affirmation shattered the tension. All shall heed Brother Ni's arrangements. Wang Outyin bellowed, brandishing a newly acquired iron shovel, thrusting it forcefully into the ground, his eyes brimming with unwavering faith in Ni Feng. If Brother Ni says to excavate the pigsty, we shall breach the pigsty. Thus, under the mixed gazes of confusion, strangeness, incredulity, and even a hint of anticipation from all within the academy, including Yun Piaomiao, the newly appointed guardian, Ni Feng, led his motley crew, comprising a swordsmanship prodigy, a talent for deduction, and the holy maiden of Luotian Palace, into what might be deemed the most haphazardly assembled savior squad in history. Armed with shovels, they marched forth, resolutely toward the pigsty of the Black Jade spiritual pig, a sight that had birthed countless miracles. Chapter 46. Elder, are you hungry? At Jianghua Academy. In the rear mountain by the Black Jade spiritual pigsty, the air was thick with the distinctive melons of fodder, earth, and something indescribable. Yun Piaomiao and the assembly of elders floated in midair, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they watched below. Thousands of disciples were gathered at a distance, craning their necks, their faces etched with confusion and bewilderment. Under the scrutiny of the masses, the newly appointed guardian, Ni Feng, stood at the center of the pigsty with his savior squad. He pointed to a slightly sunken patch of earth, the very spot where Wang Outyin had previously unearthed Starfall Black Iron. Here, he asserted confidently, dig down. Wang Outyin, wielding the newly acquired iron shovel, which he referred to as a heavy sword named lava, had his eyes alight with enthusiasm. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the earth-grade weapon high, aiming it at the spot indicated by Ni Feng. Watch this. Beside Luo Yun, Xiaoya's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Leaning closer to Luo Yun, she whispered in a voice barely above a whisper, Holy Maiden, are we really going to watch them use a divine weapon to excavate a pigsty? Luo Yun remained silent, her cool, water-like eyes fixated on Feng's profile, observing his naturally earnest demeanor as the strings of reason in her mind snapped once more. Wang Outyin was undeterred by such thoughts. He knew that what brother Ni said carried more weight than even his grandfather Wang Defa's words. With a boisterous shout, he flexed his muscular arms, and the heavy lava sword descended with unstoppable momentum. This strike was devoid of any spiritual force, relying purely on physical strength. However, the sharpness and weight of the earth-grade divine weapon were not to be underestimated. Thud! The heavy sword plunged into the ground with a decisive force, slicing through the earth as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, embedding itself deep. The onlooking disciples were left in a state of disbelief. Such a waste. This is sheer extravagance. One lamented. I weep for my lifelong dream of owning an earth-grade treasure, only to see it used as a shovel. Yet, Wang Outyin reveled in the task, utilizing the heavy sword as a lever to upturn vast quantities of soil. With another powerful strike, he brought the sword down again. Boom, boom. On his third swing, a crisp sound, akin to the shattering of glass, resonated from deep within the earth. The ground beneath Wang Outyin cracked, fissures rapidly radiating from the point of impact. Then, to the astonishment of all, the surface collapsed with a thunderous roar. Yet, rather than clouds of dust or surges of demonic energy, a soft, white light emanated from the newly formed circular opening, which measured 3 yards in diameter. An ancient stone staircase, carved from a single block of stone, spiraled downwards into an unfathomable abyss. Beneath the staircase, no trace of malevolent energy was felt. Instead, a gentle aura of spiritual light enveloped the area, pure and serene. A safe passage leading to the core of the earth had been unearthed just like that, in midair. Yun Piaomiao and the assembly of elders were collectively rendered immobile, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They stood there, mouths agape and eyes wide. As if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, their minds rendered utterly blank. Elder Lehua extended a trembling hand, pointing at the astonishing entrance below, his lips quivering. Yet not a single word escaped his mouth. They had exhausted every possible means, even risking injuries to their consciousness, yet they could not penetrate an inch into the abyss. And yet, it was a mere chi refinement stage boy who, with a gesture towards a spot in the pigpen, had instructed another chi refinement stage boy to strike thrice with his sword, and thus it was breached? What in the world is going on? Feng brushed the dust from his hands, his expression one of undeniable certainty. He turned to his teammates, who were now as still as statues. Let us descend and see for ourselves. He was the first to take the step onto the stone stairs. Wang Outyin, hefting a heavy sword caked in mud, followed closely, his face adorned with a look of triumphant expectation. Chun Mo dutifully jotted down a line in his notebook. The mysteries of fate are unfathomable. Shidi embodies fate itself. Luo Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and joined the others. She must witness, with her own eyes, the absurdity that lay at the end of this journey. As the group descended the stone steps, the spiritual energy around them thickened, nearly coalescing into droplets. However, simultaneously, a terrifying demonic intent, suppressed yet palpably haunting, loomed over them like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily upon their hearts. After what felt like an eternity of descent, they emerged into a vast underground expanse. The space was limitless, its ceiling adorned with countless luminous crystals, resembling a boundless galaxy. At the very center of this expanse lay a colossal ancient formation, riddled with fissures, flickering ominously between light and shadow. Upon a high platform forged from black mysterious iron, a figure sat cross-legged. Now, he appeared emaciated, his white hair cascading down, bound tightly by innumerable chains thicker than a man's arm, the other ends of which were embedded deep within his body. It seemed as though he had been in a state of meditation for eons, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, despite this, an overwhelming, majestic sword intent radiated from him, silently clashing with the surrounding torrents of malevolent energy. Through the cracked formation, one could vaguely discern, in the deeper darkness, a pair of enormous eyes, akin to blood-red lakes, slowly opening. Within those eyes resided a tumult of brutality, malevolence, chaos, and an insatiable hatred for all that exists. Founder, ancestor, Luo Yun gazed at the figure atop the platform, her voice dry, her heart quaking. At that moment, the frail figure seemed to sense the presence of the living. He slowly, laboriously, lifted his head. What a visage it was! An aged face, marred by countless wrinkles, eyes that had lost their focus, the tip of his nose gently exhaling breath, lips cracked and parched. Yet, when his gaze traversed past Luo Yun, past Wang Outyin, and finally settled upon Feng, those murky eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliance that pierced through the ages of darkness. It is you. A raspy, ancient voice, filled with boundless excitement and relief, reverberated throughout the space. The variables of fate. I have waited 1,000 years for you. You have finally arrived. The terrifying pressure contained within that voice caused Luo Yun and the others to feel as if their very souls were about to kneel in submission. Yet an Feng, standing at the forefront, remained unfazed. He curiously observed the trembling elder on the platform, then performed an utterly unexpected action. From his storage bag, he leisurely retrieved a large crimson apple, wiped it on his clothing, and extended it forward, donning his signature innocent smile. Elder, are you hungry? The underground space fell into a profound silence. Even the demon lord beneath the formation, on the verge of awakening, seemed momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. The ecstatic expression on Yun Songhai's south face froze in place. Amidst this eerie silence, a roar erupted, akin to an enraged bellow from the depths of the abyss. The demon lord below, sensing a potentially fatal threat, went into a complete frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black tendrils, formed from the purest essence of demonic energy, surged forth from the fissures of the formation like venomous serpents, descending upon the group on the stone steps, where the demonic energy passed. Space itself emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Yun Songhai's countenance shifted dramatically. The essence of the heart demon lord's energy was lethal to the touch, capable of obliterating both body and soul. He clasped his hands together, the last remnants of his sword intent coalescing into a golden barrier that enveloped them all. However, as soon as the barrier formed, it began to tremble violently under the relentless assault of the black demonic energy, fissures spreading like spider webs across its surface. Crack! The golden barrier shattered. Thousands of demonic tendrils surged forth, piercing the formation towards every individual. The breath of death tightened around their throats. Luo Yun's face turned ashen, instinctively activating the ice heart technique, only to find her spiritual power stagnated, as if frozen in a river. It was over. In that moment of imminent peril, the boy standing at the forefront, who had just offered the apple, seemed momentarily taken aback by the sudden upheaval. His hand trembled, and the half-eaten apple core, marked by his bite, shot from his fingertip. It traced a crooked, erratic arc through the air before, in an astonishing coincidence, striking precisely at the thickest of the demonic tendrils that lunged toward an Feng. The place where it struck was no random point, but rather the weakest joint in the tendril's flow of energy. Screech! The once mighty demonic tendril emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In the blink of an eye, its massive form began to collapse from the point of impact, dissipating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the ether. The tumultuous sea of demonic energy paused momentarily. On the platform, having exhausted the last vestiges of his sword intent, Yun Songhai, who had felt utterly despondent, now gazed wide-eyed at this scene. His murky eyes bulging like copper bells. His lips quivered, an overwhelming tide of emotion surging within him, more tumultuous than the sea of demonic energy itself. That was not power. It was not any form of spiritual energy or divine ability. It was the Tao, the path of simplicity, the return to essence. Utilizing the most ordinary of objects to perform the most casual of actions, yet striking precisely at the heart of the demon's essence, exploiting the flaw in the Tao. What level of terrifying understanding of the heavenly path had this boy attained? He was not a mere variable. He had come to impart the Tao to this realm. An Feng, oblivious to the elder's thoughts, beamed with delight upon witnessing his attack succeed. He resembled a child who had just discovered a new continent, turning his head with exuberance to shout at his bewildered companions behind him. It fears this. It fears being struck by hard objects. Everyone, quickly lend a hand. Use stones to pummel it. As he yelled, he bent down to seize a fist-sized shard of rock from the ground, summoning all his strength to hurl it with fervor. Whoosh! The stone traced a crooked path through the air, just as it was about to collide with another tendril of malevolent energy. It appeared to be inexplicably nudged by an invisible hand, veering sharply to bypass the hardened magical shell and striking precisely at the weakest point of the tendril, where the dark energy flowed most tenuously. Bang! The tendril erupted like a firecracker packed with explosives, bursting into a cloud of black mist. It worked. It truly worked. Wang Outyin was the first to realize this. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his magma great sword into the ground, bent down to pick up a larger stone, and, emulating an Feng, bellowed as he launched it forward. Luo Yun observed the absurdity unfolding before her, while her maid, Xiaoya, had completely given up on rational thought. Chun Imo silently inscribed a line in his notebook. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Stones shatter the magic. Then, expressionlessly, he too picked up a stone. In that moment, within the subterranean space that suppressed the foreign demon lord and determined the fate of the entire academy, an unprecedentedly ludicrous, yet magnificent scene unfolded. Stones rained down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless fragments of rock were hurled forth with great vigor by the crowd. Each stone seemed to possess its own sentience. Some made sharp turns midair, striking from behind to hit the energy core of a tendril. Others executed strange drifts, slipping through the gaps between two tendrils to strike at their connecting roots. And some even performed a stunning secondary acceleration in mid-flight, catching up to a fleeing tendril and striking it with force. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly. The once menacing tendrils, which had seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth, were now like a hornet's nest besieged by countless unruly children, retreating in disarray, emitting mournful cries, and bursting apart. Roar! Under the formation, the Heart Demon Lord let out a roar of utter fury. This was an unparalleled humiliation. It ceased to divide its ineffectual tendrils and instead concentrated all the dissipating dark energy along with the impending power of its core source into a singular mass. In the darkness, a colossal demonic visage gradually materialized, obscuring the sky. This face, composed of pure chaos and malevolence, abruptly opened its abyss-like maw, enveloping the entire space in an unassailable, terrifying suction. It aimed to devour everything here, along with the precarious formation that held it at bay. It was over. On the high platform, Yun Songhai's face drained of color. It was enraged. It intended to self-destruct its core and perish with us. In this moment of utmost despair, the boy who had been acting like a commander suddenly turned to his most loyal soldier beside him. An iPhone pointed at the gargantuan demonic face, exerting all his strength to issue a command that made everyone think he had lost his mind. Brother Wang, now's the time. Use your head. Charge at it. Wang Outyin was momentarily taken aback. His mind barely had time to process the rationality of this command. He only knew that it was a directive from his junior, and thus must be executed. All right, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder, as the magma body refinement technique surged to its zenith, his skin turning crimson. Waves of heat radiating from his body. He launched himself from the ground, like a searing cannonball, resolutely ramming his head into that colossal demonic visage. Just as Wang Outyin was halfway through his charge, a tremor coursed through the diminutive remnant of the heart demon lurking in the depths of his consciousness. An incomprehensible, yet profoundly familiar command resonated within its very essence. Devour it. The tiny eyes of the heart demon's remnant exploded with unprecedented greed and desire. It emitted a piercing shriek, filled with boundless ecstasy and savagery. Thank you, Grandmaster. Mine, mine, all mine. In the next instant, it surged forth from Wang Outyin's consciousness, transforming into a minuscule black streak, racing towards the immense demonic face. It opened its nearly imperceptible mouth, and then, to the astonishment of all, including Yun Songhai and the Heart Demon Lord, it lunged toward that gaping maw to devour. As the large and small mouths met in midair, there was no cataclysmic explosion, no world-shattering impact. An uncanny scene unfolded. The gigantic demonic visage, capable of consuming all, froze in place at the moment of contact with the minuscule black streak. Its core, formed from the source magic core, seemed to be locked onto by a natural enemy, forcibly separated by an irresistible law of power, transforming into a stream of light that was uncontrollably swallowed by that tiny mouth. Burp. The heart demon remnant landed on the ground, satiated, and let out a satisfied belch. Immediately thereafter, its body began to swell, twist, and transform at a visible pace. A new aura, far older, purer, and more terrifying than that of the Heart Demon Lord, began to brew and ascend from it. Chapter 48, Heart Demon Lord, Ancient Meaning. I pay my respects to the Grandmaster. The streak that had devoured the Demon Lord's essence writhed and twisted painfully in midair, emitting a mournful wail. Brilliant black light erupted from within it, illuminating the entire subterranean space as if a demonic realm had descended. Two utterly distinct auras intertwined chaotically within it. One was the residual pure brutality and chaos of the Heart Demon Lord. The other exuded a profound, ancient authority imbued with absolute order. A fragment of will that Ni Feng had unwittingly infused while flicking away an apple core. This, on the high platform, Yun Songhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling as he lost the ability to speak. He had lived for thousands of years and had never witnessed such a bizarre sight. A heart demon remnant, so minuscule it was almost negligible, had actually devoured a lord? This defied logic and overturned established laws. Luo Yun's icy visage was now etched with shock. She gazed at the struggling light in the air, looking at the boy who remained innocently expressionless, feeling her decades of cultivated worldview disintegrating inch by inch. Ni Shidi instructed me to charge. There must be a reason behind it. Wang Outyin clutched his head, rising from the ground, feeling as though his consciousness was being boiled in scalding water, tumultuous. Yet when he looked at Ni Feng, his eyes still brimmed with blind, irrational trust. Feng observed the struggling light in the air, speaking as if to himself, yet also addressing the soul within that radiant struggle. His voice was soft, yet it pierced through the chaotic energies, directly imprinting upon the very essence of the heart demon. Not enough. You require a more solid foundation. World editor, beginner, initiated. Throughout the subterranean realm, the residual demonic energy beneath that colossal formation seemed to respond to the command of an unparalleled sovereign. It transformed into countless black threads, forcefully extracted from every fissure in the formation, converging into a towering, all-encompassing black tornado. The vortex spun wildly, compressing with fierce intensity. Ultimately, above the remnants of the heart demon's soul, coalesced a sphere of energy, no larger than a human head, so dark it appeared capable of devouring all light. This orb hung silently, not a shred of energy escaping, yet causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet by several degrees. Feng extended his index finger and casually tapped the pitch-black energy sphere, as if merely indicating a direction. The orb, which encapsulated the entirety of the Earth's demonic essence, transformed into a streak of light, silently shooting towards the radiant transformation above. Boom. The moment the energy sphere merged with the light, a true tempest commenced. The anguished shrieks of the luminescence abruptly ceased, and its frenzied expansion instantaneously halted. In its place arose an extreme contraction. All black light, all demonic energy, all force, collapsed frantically towards a singular point at the center. It was as though a miniature black hole had been birthed in that spot. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a young man clad in a black robe floated serenely in midair. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Wang Outyin, yet devoid of all innocence and recklessness. Imbued instead with a divine majesty and sternness, he slowly opened his eyes, pools of darkness that rivaled ink. However, when his gaze fell upon Feng, that boundless authority and severity instantly transformed into the purest, most devout subservience. He flickered and silently descended to the ground. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he knelt before Feng, reverently, on one knee. His forehead nearly brushed the earth. The heart demon sovereign, Gui, salutations to the Great One. His voice was deep and magnetic, each word imbued with reverence originating from the depths of his soul. Wang Outyin stared at the demon king, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, pointing at him, then at himself, utterly bewildered. How can he look just like me? Shitty, is this my long-lost brother? Chen Mo's notebook fell to the ground with a thud. The maid Xiaoya, beside Luo Yun, had completely abandoned all rational thought, her mouth agape, as she stared blankly. The sound of clanging echoed. Upon the high platform, as all demonic energy vanished, the black chains that had bound Yin Songhai for millennia lost their source of power, fracturing into mere scrap iron. Yin Songhai was free. Trembling, he stood from the platform, his body extremely frail. Yet his eyes brimmed with the fervor of survival and an indescribable gratitude towards Feng. He descended from the platform, approached Feng, and adjusted his tattered robe. Then, before this seemingly mere youth, he performed a profound and solemn bow. Young friend, the grace of saving my life and restoring me, Yun Songhai shall never forget. Luo Yun quietly observed this scene, watching the newly reborn Gu Yi, whose aura was even more terrifying than that of the previous demon lord, humbly kneeling at Feng's feet, not daring to lift his head, observing the legendary founder of the academy performing the utmost reverent act of gratitude before Feng, then glancing at the youth, who throughout the ordeal maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In that moment, her heart, once as solid as rock and as cold as ice, shattered with a crisp sound. It became evident that there was no such thing as the favored child of the heavens. There were no great bearers of fortune. A stumble could lead to divine formations because such formations were merely the backyard of his home. A sneeze could unveil divine arts because those arts were akin to scrap paper in his eyes. He did not exist within the rules, blessed by the heavens. He was the heavens. He was the deity who established the rules. Feng helped the trembling Yun Songhai to his feet, his face adorned with that trademark, endearing smile. A trivial effort, do not mention it, old sir. He brushed off the dust from Yun Songhai's garments, as if suddenly recalling something, curiously glancing at the still kneeling Gui. However, old sir, I perceive that the origins of the previous demon lord appear rather extraordinary. He scratched his head, his tone casual, as if discussing what to have for dinner. It gives me the impression that he might merely be a vanguard. Those words, light as a feather, caused the newly liberated Yun Songhai's complexion to drain of color once more. They made Luo Yun, whose worldview had just been reshaped, feel her shattered heart quiver violently once again. Chapter 49. Are there any of those sugar-coated pills called Pei Yuan Sen left? As Feng and his entourage emerged from the pigsty-like pit, basking in sunlight, the entire rear mountain lay in a deathly silence. Yun Piao Miao and the elders hovered in midair, as if collectively ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Thousands of disciples stood at a distance, their faces etched with an indescribable shock and confusion. Following this, a frail yet still upright figure, supported by Wang Outyin, slowly emerged. Upon seeing the man's face, Yun Piaomiao's body jolted violently. He could no longer maintain the dignity of the dean. In an instant, he appeared before the elder, collapsing to his knees with a thud. The 8th-generation disciple, Yun Piaomiao, pays homage to the returning founding ancestor. His voice trembled fiercely with overwhelming emotion, tears instantly blurring his vision. Boom. The entire Zhonghua Academy erupted into a frenzy. The founding ancestor. It is indeed the founding ancestor, Yun Songhai. Good heavens. I thought he was merely a legend. The ancestor. He is truly alive. We are saved. Zhonghua Academy is saved. A wave of ecstatic jubilation swept through everyone. All disciples, whether newcomers or veterans, spontaneously knelt, offering the most profound respects to the legendary figure. Cheers, shouts, and cries melded into a resounding chorus that soared to the heavens. In the midst of this fervent sea, Yun Piaomiao rose, turning to face all, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of ecstatic faces. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his spiritual energy and proclaimed with a voice that resonated through the heavens and earth. The crisis has been averted, the ancestor has returned. And the one who created this miracle, saving Zhonghua Academy from peril, is none other than our Academy's guardian, Feng. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Yun Songhai to the bashful youth, scratching his head. If earlier admiration stemmed from his unfathomable luck and prowess, in this moment, those gazes were filled with pure, almost worshipful fervor and reverence. He was not merely a symbol of miracles, he was the miracle itself. At the stone table in courtyard number 2, the atmosphere was solemn. Yun Songhai donned a pristine azure robe, although his aura remained frail. His eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. He sat solemnly opposite the dean, Yun Piaomiao, while Wang Aotian and the others stood anxiously to the side, scarcely daring to breathe. Only the newly emerged heart demon lord, Gu Yi, stood like the most loyal statue behind Feng, his presence meticulously subdued. Yun Piaomiao produced a purple gold token, cradling it with both hands and respectfully offering it to Feng. Feng, guardian of the array, he began, carefully choosing his words. In gratitude for your monumental contributions to the Academy's revival, I have conferred with our esteemed ancestor and resolved to bestow upon you this Jiangbo token. With this token, you may freely access all heavenly tier techniques, divine weapons, and millennium herbs within the Academy's treasury, without any restrictions. All core sanctuaries for cultivation will be open to you. Such words, if overheard by any disciple outside, would undoubtedly plunge them into a jealousy so profound it could shatter their resolve. This was the utmost expression of gratitude the Jiangbo Academy could offer. Curiously, Feng accepted the token and examined it closely. Then, as if recalling something, he rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a list, the inventory provided by the alchemy hall during a previous exchange. He pointed earnestly to an inconspicuous corner at the very bottom of the list, inquiring, "Dean, this is far too precious. I can't possibly accept it. I merely wish to ask if there are still any of those pills called Pei Yuan Sen available? I would like to request a few more bottles." Yun Piaomiao, Yun Songhai, the two highest authorities of the Jiangbo Academy exchanged glances, taken aback by the clarity and innocence reflected in Feng's eyes. A shared thought blossomed in their minds. The path is profoundly simple, returning to the essence. This young man has transcended the realms, detached from the mundane, perceiving these divine artifacts, in the eyes of the ordinary, as mere dust. What he seeks may no longer be the enhancement of power, but rather an experience of the most fundamental essence of the Tao, the Pei Yuan San. Being the most gentle and pure in nature, resonates closely with the primordial form of celestial energy. He is not merely consuming candies. He is savoring the very essence of creation itself. With this realization, Yun Songhai's gaze toward Feng transformed from gratitude to reverence for a pioneer. He was about to speak when his attention shifted to the cold, austere youth standing behind Feng. "And this esteemed friend is?" Yun Songhai's tone held a hint of caution. Gu Yi's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, even when restrained, sending a shiver of trepidation through him. Before Feng could respond, Gu Yi stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Feng. "Esteemed ancestor, revered elders," he proclaimed, "I am Gu Yi, an ancient heart demon. Thanks to your enlightenment, I have severed my past and reformed my demonic soul, leading me to this present. Henceforth, I pledge my eternal service to you." His words were neither servile nor arrogant, but they radiated an unwavering loyalty that stemmed from the depths of his soul. Yun Songhai and Yun Piao Miao were once again rendered speechless by astonishment. To enlighten a heart demon lord? What extraordinary skill is this? Gu Yi did not pause. Raising his head, his pitch-black eyes gazed into the distance. His voice tinged with disdain for his kind. Esteemed ancestor, I sense that on this star, there are multiple demonic nests. The Wan Fa Sword sect in the northern region. The 100 Insects Valley in the southern region. The Wu Ji sect in the western region. These so-called righteous sects have had their foundational veins eroded to a sieve by my kin. They are merely locations for a larger-scale invasion. What? Yun Songhai sprang to his feet, his expression transformed. He understood the dreadfulness of the outworldly heart demons. It was not merely slaughter, but a profound pollution and assimilation at its very core. This matter is of utmost severity. We must immediately alert the entire cultivation community. He turned to Feng, anxiety etched in his gaze. Young friend, this is too alarming. I fear that if we disclose it, no one will believe us. Feng, absorbed in munching on an apple, did not raise his head at the remark. Nonchalantly, he pointed with the half-eaten core towards the kneeling Gu Yi. With him around, they should believe a bit more, right? Gu Yi immediately understood, bowing respectfully to Yun Songhai. Elder, I, Gu Yi, am willing to accompany you. Should there be any doubters, I can personally demonstrate the essence of the heart demon to prove the truth of my words. Yun Songhai observed the duo, one carefree and the other steadfastly loyal, opening his mouth only to let out a long sigh. He felt as if he had wasted a millennium of his life. Wang Ao Tian, unable to contain himself any longer, discreetly tugged at Feng's sleeve, whispering in confusion. Junior brother and I, is he truly the brother I lost so many years ago? Look how much he resembles me. But why does he also call you esteemed ancestor? Feng turned to face Wang Ao Tian, his expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He reached out and patted Wang Ao Tian's head. Once your mind clears, you will understand. Deep within the academy, a core secret realm, previously inaccessible to disciples, was unlocked. Inside, the spiritual energy flowed abundantly like a rushing stream. Even a single breath felt as if it elevated one's cultivation. Luo Yun, Wang Ao Tian, Lu Fei, Zhang Lan, and Chun Mo sat cross-legged by the pool of the densest spiritual energy, their expressions brimming with excitement. Junior brother and I, why don't you come in? Wang Ao Tian called out. Feng, squatting at the entrance of the secret realm, was engrossed in fiddling with a luminescent grass. The air here is delightful. I find it quite comfortable. He casually plucked a blade of grass and tossed it toward Lu Fei. Lu brother, catch. This one sparkles. It's beautiful. The grass arced through the air and landed perfectly atop Lu Fei's head. Buzz. Lu Fei felt a surge of crisp, pure sword intent pour into him, shattering a bottleneck in his comprehension of the sword path. His cultivation instantaneously surged from late-stage chi refinement to early-stage foundation establishment, with an almost imperceptible upward trend. Feeling a stone underfoot, Feng kicked it away. It rolled a few times and struck Zhang Lan's knee. Zhang Lan let out a muffled groan as a powerful force surged into her, forcibly unblocking a long-impeded meridian. Her aura exploded forth. Wang Ao Tian and Chun Mo exchanged glances, recognizing the fervent excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they closed their eyes and began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy of the secret realm. They understood that following Junior Brother and I meant they need not go out of their way to seek opportunities. For they were living within opportunity itself. In the know. Courtyard, Yun Songhai and Gu Yi prepared to embark on their journey. Feng reclined comfortably in a rocking chair within the courtyard, leisurely swinging his legs. He gazed at the two figures transforming into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon, a smirk playing on his lips that only he could comprehend. The prologue of the grand narrative had begun, and the actors had taken their positions. He mused inwardly. However, I still prefer it this way. Step by step. Playing the role of a novice is quite enjoyable. Chapter 50, The Wan Fa Sword Sect. In the northern region, the Wan Fa Sword Sect stood like an enormous, inverted sword piercing the heavens. The figures of Yun Songhai and Gu Yi descended upon the white jade plaza before the mountain gate. Ancient Yi retracted all his aura, appearing as a taciturn and ordinary attendant. Who approaches? Two disciples of the mountain guard stepped forward, their expressions haughty, their sword intent palpable. Yun Songhai presented the visiting card from Jiangbo Academy, speaking in a deep voice. I am Yun Songhai from Jiangbo Academy, seeking an audience with the esteemed master of 10,000 laws. In the grand hall of the 10,000 laws sword sect sat Master Wan Jianyi, adorned in a golden sword robe, his presence emanating a sword intent so refined it felt tangible, a testament to his terrifying cultivation at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Yun Songhai's account, a trace of unabashed mockery surfaced on his imposing visage. Yun Songhai, I respect you as a senior, yet your words are utterly absurd, he remarked, gesturing towards ancient E behind Yun Songhai with a derisive laugh. An invasion of outer demons? Are you relying on a demon lord to deliver the news? Is there no one left in Jiangbo Academy? Or has your millennium of suppression rendered you senile? Yun Songhai's expression darkened. Master Wan, this matter concerns the very survival of the cultivation realm. It cannot be treated lightly. Wan Jianyi scoffed. Survival? The protective sword formation of my 10,000 laws sword sect, left by ancient immortals, can withstand not only mere heart demons, but even true immortals without breaking a sweat. The demon behind you, with his beguiling words and strange aura, is the greatest threat here. Ancient E stepped forward, his ebony eyes fixed on Wan Jianyi, his voice calm. I can display my demonic source to substantiate my claims. Impudent. Wan Jianyi slammed the armrest, a surge of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. You dare to reveal your demonic powers before me? Before he could finish, countless golden sword patterns suddenly illuminated the floor of the grand hall. A vast, unparalleled, and pure golden sword aura coalesced into an invisible cage, enveloping Ancient E in an instant. Ancient E let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his demonic soul's essence was being pierced by myriad sharp blades. The ancient sword immortal's power to suppress demons rendered his formidable cultivation utterly immobilized. Seize him, Wan Jianyi commanded fiercely. On either side of the hall, dozens of golden core elders unsheathed their swords simultaneously, their sword lights cascading like rain, weaving an inescapable net around Ancient E. You insolent wretch, Yun Songhai bellowed. Preparing to intervene, Wan Jianyi coldly snorted. Yun Songhai, should you dare to act, you will be opposing my 10,000 laws sword sect and the righteous path of the world. His eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Capturing a suppressed demon lord would yield boundless benefits for his ascension to the divine realm. Meanwhile, at Jiangbo Academy, in Courtyard B2, Feng lounged in a rocking chair, feeling a tinge of boredom. The autumn wind howled, causing the flowers and grass in the courtyard to wilt. He opened the system panel and discovered a newly unlocked feature. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate. System, conjure a scene of spring with blooming flowers and melodious birds. An intangible, warm aura radiated from Courtyard B2, quietly dispersing. The withered yellow vines in the corner of the courtyard sprouted tender green shoots at a visible rate. The bare branches of the peach tree burst forth with pink buds, blooming into a profusion of flowers in the blink of an eye. Several sparrows perched on the eaves, their chirps ringing clear and sweet, akin to the songs of celestial birds. The rich fragrance of flowers mingling with a refreshing spiritual energy wafted beyond the courtyard. What is that delightful scent? My heavens! Look at Courtyard B2. Passing disciples halted in their tracks, gazing in awe at the courtyard that thrived with spring's brilliance amidst the desolate autumn. One disciple could not help but inhale deeply. So comfortable. I feel as if the cultivation bottleneck that has plagued me for 3 days is loosening. I feel it too. This is not mere air, it is celestial energy. As the news spread, within half an hour, a long line spontaneously formed at the entrance of Courtyard B2. Countless disciples pressed against the outer walls, stretching their necks and inhaling the spring-like aura within, their faces alight with rapture. Luo Yun appeared beneath a nearby tree, observing the surreal scene. Her gaze fixed on the youth reclining in the rocking chair, leisurely munching on a spiritual fruit, her cold eyes shimmering with profound light. She watched as Feng finished the fruit and casually flicked the seed aside. The seed landed on the ground, sprouting into a verdant seedling within mere breaths. A butterfly alighted on Feng's fingertip, and as it departed, the patterns on its wings became even more resplendent, glimmering with an ethereal light as it danced away. Each of his actions appeared spontaneous, yet the outcomes were astonishing. Luo Yun's once absurd conjecture grew increasingly clear, drawing nearer to the truth. He was not adhering to the rules. He was defining the scenery he desired. Make way for me. Wang Ao Tian, shouldering his magnificent heavy sword, forged a path through the crowd, standing like a guardian deity at the entrance of the courtyard. Now at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, wielding an earth-grade divine weapon, his imposing presence deterred even the most daring disciples. He had become Feng's staunchest supporter. Any dissent against Feng would invite his tempestuous physical rebuttal. Not far away, Chun Imo sat on the stone steps, expressionless as he recorded notes in a small book. The hearts of the people are ignorant, unable to recognize true immortals. The journey to the northern domain will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. This is the layout of Junior Brother and I, seeking to elevate by first suppressing, awaiting the celestial opportunity. The foolishness of all beings only serves to highlight Junior Brother and I's exceptional nature. This trial is precisely to lay the groundwork for a more grand manifestation of the heavenly way. He finished writing, nodding in satisfaction as he felt his deductions had sharpened further. In the northern domain, at the 10,000 Laws Sword Sect, Yun Songhai ultimately took action, and the three of them fought desperately to break through the sword formation, leaving the sect in a disheveled escape. No sooner had they departed than Wang Jian issued a proclamation to the entire cultivation realm. Jiangbo Academy colludes with demon lords, plotting nefarious schemes. Its founder, Yun Songhai, has fallen into the demonic path. I call upon all righteous practitioners to join in the hunt. The news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in the cultivation world. The reputation of Jiangbo Academy plummeted. In the Elders' Council Hall of Jiangbo Academy, the atmosphere was as tense as millennia-old ice. Elder Lei was slammed a jade slip, containing the proclamation from the 10,000 Laws Sword Sect, heavily onto the table. Dean, look at this. This is the result you believed in. He pointed at Yun Piao Miao, his face a mask of anger and disappointment. Our Jiangbo Academy's millennia of honorable reputation has been shattered. Now the entire cultivation realm regards us as allies of the demonic path. This is all because of that iPhone. Because you let the wolf into the fold, associating with that unknown demon lord. Another elder rose, speaking with great anguish. Dean, we must not make another mistake. We must immediately revoke Feng's status as the protector and imprison him, distancing ourselves from that demon lord. Otherwise, Jiangbo Academy is doomed. Please, Dean, consider this carefully. Prioritize the greater good. The elders, aflame with fervor, pressed Yun Piao Miao for a decision. Yun Piao Miao sat at the head of the table, his expression as cold as water. He gazed at these comrades who once fought alongside him. A wave of unprecedented solitude and fatigue washing over him. Yet, he slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over each individual. I trust the judgment of our Grandmaster. His voice, though soft, emanates an unwavering resolve. I also place my faith in an iPhone. This matter shall not be broached again. Should anyone dare to undermine the morale of our troops, let them not blame me for invoking the regulations of the Academy. With that, he swept away, leaving behind a hall filled with astonished and indignant elders. In the dead of night, within the forbidden chamber of the Wanfagian sect, Wang Jian sat cross-legged, observing the swirling black, demonic energy, ensnared by the power of the sword formation before him. This was a fragment of malevolence he had forcibly extracted from Gu Yi. A fervent ambition flickered in his eyes. Once I consume you, I shall ascend to greatness. Just as he was about to commence the process of refinement, a more enigmatic and profound shadow of darkness emerged from the depths of his consciousness, silently mocking him. Wang Jian's body jolted, his eyes wide with shock. The shadow offered him no opportunity to react, instantly merging with his soul. An indescribable agony erupted within him, accompanied by a cataclysmic force that detonated throughout his being. Wang Jian emitted a stifled roar, veins bulging on his face, his expression contorted. Yet gradually, that torment transformed into an exquisite ecstasy. He sensed the barriers of his cultivation shattering, inch by inch. At the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a half-step into the transformation stage, an aura tenfold more powerful than before surged from his body, ascending skyward. Slowly, he opened his eyes, now entirely black. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he murmured to the empty chamber, "So this is true power." Rising to his feet, he issued a decree that reverberated throughout the Wanfagian sect. All disciples, heed my command. Our objective, to unify the northern region. The conquest begins. Chapter 51, Junior Brother and I. Are you testing me? Overnight, the winds of the northern region became tainted with the scent of blood. The Wanfagian sect swiftly seized control of dozens of minor sections. News spread like an avalanche, engulfing the entire cultivation world. The internal forum of Jiangbo Academy was thrown into chaos and panic. He has lost his mind. Wang Jian has truly gone mad. He intends to bathe the northern region in blood. Not merely a massacre. My uncle's sect, the Qingmu sect, was captured entirely in a single night. They say their sword techniques are incredibly sinister, capable of directly assaulting one's soul. My cousin returned from the front lines, claiming the disciples of the Wanfagian sect all have black eyes, as if possessed. Simultaneously, another piece of news quietly circulated. Have you heard? Our founding master and that demon were nearly hunted down in the 100 Beasts Valley. The valley has issued a statement declaring that we harbor a demon and wish to sever ties with us. It's over. We are now besieged on all sides. Isolated and vulnerable. Panic spread like the most virulent poison, eroding the hearts of every disciple. In the Bengzi No. 2 courtyard, spring flourished, with peach blossoms in full bloom, contrasting sharply with the tension of the outside world, as if they inhabited two entirely different realms. An iPhone knelt on the ground, intently guiding a group of ants to traverse a zigzag pattern with a small twig. Behind him, a newly sprouted spirit herb unfurled its leaves at a visible pace. The line of disciples outside, usually drawn to absorb celestial energy, had vanished, replaced by distant glances filled with fear and suspicion. Junior brother and I. Wang Outyin burst in like a furious bull, his eyes aflame and his entire presence radiating a violent energy. The rascals outside are spreading rumors. They claim that it is because of you that the academy has been isolated by the entire cultivation world. An iPhone lifted his gaze to glance at him, then returned to his task, continuing to manipulate the ants. Oh, he replied, his tone as nonchalant as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Wang Outyin stamped his feet in frustration. Junior brother and I. The vanguard of the Wanfagian sect has already reached Haishi City. That's our academy's affiliated city. If this continues, they will be at our doorstep. Finally setting down his twig, an iPhone rose and brushed the dirt from his hands. He approached the stone table and picked up an apple, wiping it clean. What shall we do? He asked, taking a bite, his words muffled. Wang Outyin, observing Ni Feng's aloof demeanor, found himself suddenly enlightened. He slapped his thigh. I understand now. Junior brother and I, you are testing me. I shall seek permission from the dean. I will defend Haishi City. I, Wang Outyin, will not bring you shame. With that, he hefted the heavy sword named Lava and rushed out fervently. An iPhone watched his retreating figure, taking another bite of his apple. Such vitality. In the Elders' Council Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt tangible. Elder Lei was slammed an urgent military report from the front lines onto the table. Haishi City is calling for aid. The Wanfagian sect has dispatched 3 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The defenders within the city are on the brink of collapse. He stood abruptly, glaring fiercely at Yun Piaomiao. Dean, this is the result of your stubbornness. What do you plan to do now? War or peace? You must provide an explanation. Yun Piaomiao sat with eyes closed, silent, though his complexion grew increasingly pale. At that moment, Wang Outyin's resounding voice rang out from outside the hall. Disciple Wang Outyin requests permission to depart. He strode into the main hall with purpose, kneeling on one knee, his voice booming. I volunteer to lead a team to support Haishi City. If the city falls, I am willing to present my head. Elder Leihua laughed in disbelief. You? A Qi refinement stage disciple, going to your death? Wang Outyin lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I am not alone. Chen Mo, Lu Fei, and Zhang Lan entered from outside, kneeling in unison behind Wang Outyin. I, disciple Chen Mo, am willing to go. I, disciple Lu Fei, am willing to go. I, disciple Zhang Lan, am willing to go. Yun Piaomiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the young and resolute faces before him. The still waters of his heart stirred with a ripple. After a moment of contemplation, he finally uttered 2 words, granted. Before the team set off, in the Bengzi No. 2 courtyard, an iPhone rummaged through his storage bag, producing an assortment of peculiar items. He handed Wang Outyin a jade pendant, its color dull and chipped, resembling something one might acquire for 10 copper coins at a market. Brother Wang, take this. Wear it to shield against the wind. Next, he presented a rusted sword hilt to Lu Fei. Brother Lu, here has something sturdy. Perhaps it can be fitted with a sword blade in the future. Following that, he offered a blank talisman paper to Chun Mo. Brother Chun. Since you enjoy writing, use this instead of your little notebook. It would be a waste otherwise. Finally, he placed a handful of colorful pebbles into Zhang Lan's hands. Sister Zhang, these shiny stones are for you to play with. The group stared at the seemingly worthless trinkets, exchanging glances yet offering no objections. They solemnly accepted these items as if receiving treasures of immeasurable value. As the team prepared to step out of the mountain gate, a graceful figure intercepted them. It was Luo Yun, accompanied by 2 other disciples from the Luo God Palace, evidently also set to support the front lines. Her gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon Ni Feng, who lingered at the rear, yawning and appearing as though still ensnared in slumber. Luo Yun regarded him with her icy eyes, a flicker of complexity flashing within. She could not believe it. She could not fathom that this boy, capable of conjuring a springtime at will and guiding a demonic lord, would remain a mere spectator to this cataclysm. He must be devising something, a grander, more unfathomable scheme. At Blackstone City, blood flowed like a river atop the walls. Kill. The disciples of the 10,000 Methods sword sect surged forth like a relentless tide upon the battlements. Their eyes were dark, their sword techniques uncanny. Each strike unleashed a black sword energy that eroded the very essence of the soul. The defending soldiers, already lacking in prowess, were overwhelmed by the black energy. Their minds shattered, eyes glazed over, like marionettes easily dispatched. Hold the line. Stand firm. Just as the defenders teetered on the brink of collapse, a thunderous roar erupted. Like thunderclaps on a still day, Wang Outyin descended from the heavens, wielding a molten heavy sword that crashed down upon the city wall. Boom. The entire fortification trembled. He stood like a lava war god before the faltering soldiers. A pack of cowardly rodents. Come forth and spar with me. On the opposing side, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Methods sword sect let out a sinister laugh. Another fool seeking death. With a flick of his long sword. Dozens of black sword energies transformed into venomous serpents, slithering towards Wang Aoyan's mind from all directions. Wang Aoyan neither flinched nor evaded, even neglecting to activate his protective spirit energy. As those black sword energies, potent enough to drive ordinary cultivators insane, approached within 3 feet of him, they dissipated silently. As if spring snow met the blazing sun. The malevolent grin on the Foundation establishment cultivator's face froze instantly. Impossible. Wang Aoyan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Too slow. His heavy sword swept forth with an unparalleled, domineering force. Thud. The Foundation establishment cultivator, along with a dozen disciples behind him, was struck as if by a battering ram, instantly reduced to a gruesome mess. Lu Fei's sword struck like lightning. Chen Mo's talisman calculated every contingency. Zhang Lan's spell was precise and lethal. The 4 of them, like a sharp blade, tore open a breach amidst the onslaught of the 10,000 Methods sword sect. Those bizarre demonic techniques held no power over them. Unbeknownst to them, their souls had been tempered to be as solid as rock, impervious to malevolence. Through the celestial aura they had absorbed day and night in the B2 courtyard. Just as the tide of battle appeared poised to turn, a terror far greater than before descended from the heavens. A youth clad in the robes of the 10,000 Methods sword sect materialized silently above the battlefield. His aura was unmistakably that of a pinnacle Foundation establishment. He merely cast a cold glance at Wang Aoyan below. Waist. Extending a finger towards Wang Aoyan, he lightly pointed. A black beam of concentrated energy shot forth, silent yet swift enough to warp the very fabric of space, instantly penetrating all of Wang Aoyan's defenses. Wang Aoyan felt a chilling breath of death envelop him. He wished to evade, but his body refused to obey. It was over. In that fleeting moment, he recalled Feng's words before parting. Without hesitation, he summoned the last vestige of his strength and hurled the tattered jade pendant from his pocket forward. Chapter 52. The Expedition Against Din Yun and Gui. The worn jade pendant traced a precarious arc through the air. Yet miraculously, it evaded all the whistling sword energy, sidestepping every ferocious force. It floated with an inexplicable precision, landing squarely upon the brow of the Pinnacle Foundation establishment youth. Crack. A faint sound, almost inconsequential. For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed the cold visage of the disciple of the 10,000 Methods sword sect. He felt no impact whatsoever. But in the next instant, his soul, infused with endless demonic intent, was seared. He emitted a muffled groan of pure agony, his body jolting in midair. The tattered jade pendant shattered in response. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-ending brilliance. Merely a flicker of weak yet pure and profoundly warm light that flashed from the fragment of the pendant. Where the light passed, the corrosive black demonic energy surrounding the disciple of the 10,000 Methods sword sect hissed and swiftly dissipated. The formidable heart demon technique he had just mastered lost control in an instant. Countless rampaging demonic energies surged through his meridians, akin to unleashed wild dogs. The disciple of the 10,000 Methods sword sect coughed forth a mouthful of black blood, his aura visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. Now, Chun Mo's roar shattered the skies. Kill. Wang Aoyan's eyes turned crimson as he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his heavy sword, imbued with the weight of a mountain. Crashed down. Lu Fei's sword light, and Zhang Lan's spell followed closely behind. Boom. The disciple of the 10,000 Methods sword sect was solidly struck by their combined assault. Letting out a defiant roar, his body flinging backwards like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the distant city wall, his fate unknown. 2 remain. The other 2 Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivators of the 10,000 Methods sword sect, witnessing this, were struck with terror and immediately flanked from either side. One drew his sword like a dragon, aiming directly at Lu Fei's heart. Lu Fei, having just regained some strength, found himself on the brink of being pierced through the heart. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the rusted sword hilt Feng had given him and instinctively raised it before his chest. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. The shimmering flying sword struck precisely at the most inconspicuous rust spot on the hilt. In the next moment, something bizarre occurred. The disciple of the 10,000 Methods sword sect felt an overwhelming counterforce surge back through his sword. The flying sword in his hand began to shatter inch by inch from the point of impact. No, he screamed in horror, pierced through by the fragments of his own flying sword. Meanwhile, Chen Mo faced another formidable foe's spell assault, reaching a dead end. With a sigh, he held the blank talisman Feng had given him before him. The The spell capable of flattening a small mountain struck the talisman solidly. There was no explosion. No sound. Only the blank talisman flickered with mysterious runes. The spell vanished. Immediately afterward, a distortion in space occurred behind the casting cultivator. His own spell emerged from the rift in the space behind him, striking him squarely in the back. "I." He managed to utter a single word before collapsing. Confusion etched upon his face. Zhang Lan, witnessing this incomprehensible scene, glanced at the handful of multicolored pebbles she held. She seized a handful and hurled them down at the remaining defiant disciples of the 10,000 Method Sword sect. Crackling sounds erupted as the stones bounced across the battlefield. Each ricochet seemingly calculated with utmost precision. A stone ricocheted, striking a disciple squarely on the bend of his knee, causing him to collapse instantly. Another stone flew through the air, precisely striking the back of a minor leader's head, making his eyes roll back as he fainted. The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence. All disciples of the Wanfagian sect gazed at the few formidable figures atop the city wall with expressions akin to witnessing apparitions. Soon, the Wanfagian sect signaled for retreat, and the remaining scattered disciples of the Wandagian sect began to withdraw. Blackstone City had been defended successfully. When news of Brother Wang Outyan's squad's triumphant return reached Jiangbo Academy, the entire institution erupted in jubilation. In the square, countless disciples spontaneously lined the sides, welcoming the heroes home. Brother Wang is valiant. Brother Chun is astute. Brother Lu's swordsmanship is unparalleled. The cheers roared like a tsunami. Standing in the center of the crowd, Wang Outyan reveled in the glory of being the center of attention. He cleared his throat and commenced his embellished speech. "Fellow disciples, you have no idea." He gestured emphatically to his chest, spittle flying. That demon was formidable. When he pointed at me, I felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. At that moment, the jade pendant gifted to me by Brother and I began to glow. Its radiance was akin to the sun in the sky, directly nullifying the demon's malevolent powers. He then gestured towards Lu Fei and Brother Lu's sword hilt. That is not merely a hilt. It is the very grip of an ancient sword deity. The demon's flying sword shattered into pieces upon contact. And Brother Chen's talisman. That is no ordinary paper. It is the decree of the heavenly path. It can rebound all attacks. And Sister Zhang Lan's stones. Each one contains the power of the stars. Wherever they strike, they hit their mark. His fervent words ignited the passion of the surrounding disciples, stirring their blood and evoking dreams of glory. They gazed toward the direction of Courtyard B, their admiration for Feng transforming into a fervent, almost religious zeal. God. This is the true God. Even the most trivial of offerings can transmute decay into miracles. What extraordinary prowess this is. I have decided. From today onward, I shall sleep at the entrance of Courtyard B to bask in the celestial aura. At that moment, Feng's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. In the dean's office, Yun Piaomiao examined a shard of the shattered jade pendant with meticulous care. After scrutinizing it multiple times, she found no remnants of spiritual energy. It was merely an ordinary stone. Yet, it was this very stone that had, at the most critical moment, saved Wang Outyan and defended Blackstone City. "Dean, what does this mean?" Wang Outyan inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Yun Piaomiao remained silent for a long while before slowly setting down the fragment. "This is not a treasure. This is power. What Feng provided was not a magical artifact for defeating enemies, but the certainty of your inevitable victory." Having said this, she merely waved her hand, dismissing Wang Outyan. Alone, she sat by the window, gazing at the distant sky, and the string of common sense within her snapped completely. The flames of war in the northern region did not relent due to the victory at Blackstone City. The offensive of the Wanfagian sect grew even more frenzied and brutal. They besieged one sect after another, no longer seeking to subdue them, but to enact bloody transformations. Countless captured disciples were forcibly infused with dark energy, their anguished cries echoing as their eyes turned pitch black, their minds lost. These disciples, their strength surging, became fearless, ravaging the land like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Meanwhile, Yun Songhai and Gu Yi faced increasingly dire circumstances. Despite their repeated warnings, they were met only with more suspicion and attempts on their lives. In a place known as the Valley of Broken Souls, they were besieged by several major sects, with Gu Yi forced to unleash his full power. The aura of the demon lord overshadowing the skies. Although they ultimately broke free from the encirclement, they had irrevocably cemented their identities as demons, becoming targets of disdain throughout the entire realm of cultivation. In Courtyard B, Feng reclined in a rocking chair, listening to the cacophony from outside. Feeling somewhat disturbed by the noise, he snapped his fingers. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate, activated. Instantly, the vibrant spring scenery of the courtyard was shrouded in a pale, oppressive gray. The air was tinged with a faint scent of gunpowder. The blooming peach blossoms had their petal edges stained with a hint of blood. Even the spiritual energy grew restless, imbued with a chill reminiscent of clashing steel. He closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the ambience of a battlefield. A graceful figure quietly appeared at the courtyard entrance. Luo Yun observed the strange scene within and then glanced at the boy, lounging as though on holiday, her doubts reaching a boiling point. She slowly approached. "You seem entirely unconcerned." Her voice was as cold as ever. Feng opened his eyes, seeing her, and immediately sat up, a hearty smile breaking across his face. "Fairy Luo, you've come. Am I not concerned? How could I not be?" He gestured towards the outside. "I heard them say the fighting out there is fierce. I'm right here cheering them on." Luo Yun scrutinized him, peering into his pure, untainted eyes. She sought to uncover a flaw, a semblance of deception. Yet, she found nothing. "You." She opened her mouth, only to realize she had no idea what to ask. At that moment, the sound of heavy, urgent bells resonated throughout Jianghua Academy. It was the highest level of alarm, only sounded when the academy faced life and death peril. A core disciple stumbled into the courtyard, his face pale, voice hoarse. And I the protector. The dean has summoned all elders and core disciples to the main peak for a council. The army of the Wanfeijian sect has assembled. They aim to attack Dean Yun and Gui. Their target is our Jianghua Academy. Chapter 53. This battle shall be led entirely by Protector Feng. In the council hall of Jianghua Academy, the heavy toll of the bells continued to echo between the pillars, striking the hearts of all present. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with the oppressive sense of an impending storm. Yun Piaomiao stood at the center of the hall, her expression darker than the skies outside. The news had been confirmed. The army of the Wanfeijian sect had gathered 100 miles away, its vanguard comprised entirely of corrupted cultivators. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the anxious, angry, or fearful faces below. The demon they spoke of was none other than the ancestral master Yun Songhai and Gui. Their target was Jianghua Academy. This battle could not be evaded. As her words fell, the hall fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uncontainable tumult. Surging like a hidden current, Elder Lei Hua suddenly rose, his crimson gaze piercing like a sword towards the incongruous youth curiously inspecting the ornate carvings on the ceiling. "Dean, at this juncture, do you still intend to protect him?" His voice was hoarse with fury. "If it weren't for your obstinacy in appointing him as some ridiculous protector, if it weren't for your indulgence towards the ancestral master and that demon, Jianghua Academy would not have fallen to such a plight. True war relies on strength, on foundation. It is not the sort of petty cleverness that is beneath notice, nor is it some ethereal coincidence. I propose that we immediately strip Feng of his position as the array protector and confine him to the cliff of reflection on the back mountain to publicly apologize to the world. I second this motion. We must provide an explanation to the world." Several elders rose in indignation. All eyes converged upon Feng, laden with the gravity of judgment. Yet Feng seemed impervious to this palpable pressure, slowly retrieving a piece of animal hide parchment from his storage bag. The parchment, more hastily drawn than the last one depicting a pig pen, was adorned with a crooked representation of what appeared to be a moldy bun, symbolizing the Jianghua Academy. Surrounding the bun was a vast area smeared with black charcoal, representing the demonic army of the Wanfeijian sect. "Dean, elders." Feng laid the map upon the ground with utmost seriousness. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I sketched this." He pointed to a spot marked by a small red cross situated between the bun and the blackened area. "I believe, given the sheer number of people in the Wanfeijian sect, the demonic energy must vary in intensity. Striking from here, it seems the demonic energy would be less concentrated, making it easier to engage." A stifled laugh erupted from one elder upon seeing the map. Elder Lei Hua trembled in rage. "Absurd. This is the height of ridiculousness. Do you take a war that determines the fate of the academy as a child's drawing game?" Just then, two figures appeared silently at the entrance of the grand hall, Yun Songhai and Gui. Both were travel-worn, still bearing the remnants of battle. Gui's gaze swept across the hastily drawn map on the floor, disregarding the crowd as he approached the map, casting a long, contemplative look at the red cross. Then, lifting his head, he addressed Elder Lei Hua, his voice steady yet resonant enough to reach every ear. "The demonic techniques of the Wanfeijian sect originate from the void demon locust lineage. This demon excels in corroding the soul, thriving on warfare. Its demonic energy may appear unified, but it is actually comprised of 3,600 demonic nests. Each nest is manned by a demon cultivator of golden core stage or above, responsible for converting and transmitting the demonic energy. These nests serve as the focal points of their formation, and they are, paradoxically, their weakest link." He pointed precisely at the red cross drawn by Feng. "This location, known as Ghost Woe Slope, is the sole triple weak point within the formation of the 3,600 nests. An immediate silence enveloped the hall. The elders, who had moments ago scoffed, now stood gaping in disbelief. They could not comprehend the concepts of demon locusts or nests, but they understood the significance of the phrase triple weak point. What sent shivers down their spines was that Feng's hastily drawn red cross aligned perfectly with the conclusion derived from Gu's expert analysis. You know nothing. A thunderous voice shattered the eerie silence. Wang Outyin stepped forward, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Elder Lei Hua and the others, unleashing a torrent of invective. A bunch of blind old fools. Let me tell you, every word and movement of Brother Ni carries profound celestial wisdom. If he says it's a good point to strike, then it assuredly is. If he claims the pigpen can uncover a route, then beneath it lies a secure passage. Only by following Brother Ni can we hope to triumph. Question him, and you will find yourselves merely polishing the shoes of those demonic wretches of the Wanfagian sect. His fervent words, delivered with unrestrained vigor, left the elders' faces alternating between shades of pale and flushed. Yun Piaomiao exhaled a heavy breath, all traces of hesitation dissipating, replaced by a resolute determination. He stood, voice booming like thunder. I declare, this battle shall be led by Array Protector Feng, with full authority. All core disciples will be unified under Feng's command to launch a surprise assault on Ghost Wo Slope. The survival of Jiangbo Academy and the lives of us all rest upon Feng's shoulders. In the corner of the Grand Hall, Luo Yun remained silent. Her icy gaze flitting between Feng's earnest face and the childish map sprawled on the floor. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Outside the walls of Jiangbo City, dark clouds loomed ominously. Demonic energy surged, obscuring the sun. Countless figures emerged like a black tide from the horizon, their eyes devoid of light, expressions numb, radiating an aura of brutality and chaos. Among them were even dozens of formidable presences at the late Foundation establishment stage and early Golden Core stage. Jiangbo Academy, in collusion with demons, must face retribution. Today, we of the Wanfagian sect act in the name of justice. A chilling proclamation echoed from the rear of the army. In this moment of despair, brilliant streaks of light pierced through the air from behind Jiangbo Academy. Qingyang sect had come to lend their support. Qinjiangzi, accompanied by Wang Defa and all disciples of the Qingyang sect, landed upon the city walls. The Losen Palace had also dispatched powerful reinforcements. Luo Yun's sect had sent formidable allies. Even the team from the Divine Sword Manor appeared in the distance, led by an elder, their expressions complex. Under the same roof, how can there be unbroken eggs? Today, our fates are intertwined with Jiangbo Academy. Upon the city walls, Feng leaned against the parapet, yawning. He gazed down at the dense, dark army below, appearing somewhat drowsy. Noticing a stone at his feet, he kicked it aside absently. The stone ricocheted off the walls, striking a large city crossbow nearby. The crossbow's aim shifted slightly. Fire! At the command of the leading elder, dozens of crossbows released their bolts simultaneously. Gigantic bolts inscribed with runes hurtled forth. Among them, the one adjusted by Feng traced an uncanny arc in the air, deftly bypassing the mass of cannon fodder ahead. It struck true, embedding itself in the chest of a golden core demon cultivator directing the forces. Boom! The golden core demon cultivator was obliterated in a cloud of blood. The formation he commanded plunged into chaos. Feng, feeling the sunlight was a bit too bright, raised his hand and casually waved in a certain direction. Charge with me. Target, 300 miles to the left front, Ghost Wo Slope. He led the charge, accompanied by dozens of core disciples, like a sharpened blade plunging forward. On the battlefield, all were engulfed in a frenzy of bloodlust. Only Feng remained at ease. He occasionally stretched or tapped his foot, each movement appearing effortlessly casual, yet perfectly timed. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, capable of making the heavens tremble, began to rise from the rear of the Wanfagian army. The figure of Wan Jiani emerged in midair. His eyes, as dark as an abyss, emanated a terrifying aura of half-step transformation. He did not regard anyone else. His gaze was fixed directly on the yawning youth atop the city walls. He sensed that there lay the source of all variables. Slowly, he raised his hand, and a massive black beam of condensed demonic energy, as thick as a mountain, formed in his palm. Die. His voice was frigid, and his arm swung down. A terrifying column of demonic energy, potent enough to level the peak of Jiangbo Academy, tore through the heavens, descending with apocalyptic might. Its target was none other than Feng. Chapter 54, Mid-Foundation Establishment. The massive black beam, as robust as a mountain, plummeted. Junior Brother Protective Array Master. On the city walls, countless disciples uttered desperate cries, helplessly witnessing the shadow of death engulf the languid figure yawning in nonchalance. Yun Piaomiao's heart sank to the depths of despair in that moment. It was over. Yet, just as the demonic column was about to strike the city walls, a resolute and ancient roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Yun Songhai's figure boldly advanced to confront the cataclysmic assault. Behind him, the stern silhouette of Gu Yi surged forth almost simultaneously, as pure mental power transformed into a pitch-black shield that stood protectively before Yun Songhai. Boom! An indescribable explosion reverberated above Jianghua City. The entire city's protective array trembled violently under this impact, its brilliance dimming. The black demonic energy and golden array patterns intertwined frantically, tearing and obliterating each other. Ultimately, that terrifying beam was forcefully halted. Yun Songhai and Gu Yi were sent flying like straw men struck by a giant hammer, spitting blood as they crashed heavily onto the walls before an iPhone. Master. Yun Piaomiao's eyes widened in horror. Yun Songhai struggled to rise, yet his injuries flared up, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. With each cough, his body trembled intensely. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of dark, ink-like blood. As it splattered onto the ground, a foul stench wafted through the air. Everyone presumed his injuries had worsened and that his life was drawing to a close, but after expelling that dark blood, an unusual flush appeared on Yun Songhai's gaunt face. The once depleted aura within him surged forth like a parched river meeting a torrential flood. A far more refined and pure essence of peak nascent soul sword intent erupted explosively from his being. This Yun Songhai himself was taken aback. Feeling an exhilarating force he had not sensed in ages, disbelief etched across his features. Could it be that the mental energy that had troubled him for a millennium, suppressed by forced sealing, had been shattered by that last strike? It seemed he had an epiphany, abruptly turning to gaze at the leisurely figure of an iPhone. Behind the faction of the 10,000 Method Sword sect, Wang Jiani observed the scene with a furious expression. His own intervention had not only failed to eliminate the target, but had inadvertently healed their hidden injuries. Such a disgrace. Regardless of what you are, today, you must perish. He could no longer contain himself, his figure blurred, transforming into an indistinguishable black shadow as he abandoned his entire army and charged directly towards the city walls where Feng stood. He intended to personally crush this unpredictable variable that unsettled him. Your opponent is me. Gu Yi, forcing his wounded body, stood in front of Feng. His pitch-black eyes locked onto the approaching Wang Jiani, devoid of fear, replaced instead by an exhilarating thrill of meeting an equal. He chose not to physically intercept. Slowly, he closed his eyes, an invisible yet far more terrifying wave emanating from him. Spiritual battlefield, come forth. Wang Jiani, rushing midway, suddenly halted. In his sea of consciousness, a demonic shadow identical to Gu Yi quietly emerged. Interesting. In the depths of Wang Jiani's consciousness, a far more massive and malevolent shadow, seemingly composed of countless vengeful souls, let out a sinister laugh. Perfect. Once I devour you, I shall achieve completeness. In the realm of reality, it was but a moment. Yet in the intangible spiritual battlefield, two horrifying entities of mental dominion had commenced the most primal and bloody clash. Demonic energy rampaged, thoughts collided, with each encounter causing the spiritual energy of the world to spiral into chaos. Gu Yi's figure quivered violently in reality. The demonic energy surrounding him began to uncontrollably dissipate, clearly indicating he was at a disadvantage within the spiritual battlefield. After all, he was a newcomer, while the entity within Wang Jiani had occupied him for many years. Deeply rooted and entrenched, Gu Yun Songhai cried out in desperation. Feng, observing Gu Yi's agonized visage and the unstoppable advance of Wang Jiani, finally revealed a hint of concern across his previously placid face. His brow furrowed, as if troubled by some matter. He scratched his head and inadvertently glanced towards the direction of Ghost Worry Slope. Ghost Worry Slope. Kenyangzi cleaved a mid-stage golden core demonic cultivator in two with a single sword strike, feeling unusually invigorated today. Ha! Delightful. The elder Wang Defa and the elder from the goddess palace beside him marveled at his seemingly unstoppable momentum, as if a war god had descended. Kenyangzi, your luck is truly extraordinary. One of the elders from the goddess palace couldn't help but exclaim. They had charged through with such ease. It was as if the enemy's every coordinated assault revealed flaws due to some fortuitous coincidence. Each spell cast would veer off course. They resembled a troupe of actors performing on stage, while the enemy played mere supporting roles. Let us keep pushing. Junior brother and I is still waiting for us to return home for a feast. Wang Aochin bellowed. He leaped high, his heavy sword aimed at the basin below. Shrouded in the densest demonic energy and flanked by 3 towering peaks, and brought it down with force. Break for me. Boom. The earth groaned in anguish. The 3 weak points identified by Gu Yi shattered in response. However, the anticipated eruption of demonic energy did not occur. Instead, the entire battlefield, from Jianghua City to 100 miles beyond, trembled violently at once. Ancient and intricate array patterns illuminated from the ground, instantly intertwining into a cohesive formation. What is that? It was the protective array of Jianghua City. Why did it suddenly activate on its own? And so grandly. The faction of the 10,000 Method Sword sect was thrown into uproar, just as Wang Jianyi was about to ascend the city walls and personally slay an Feng. The ground beneath him erupted with a resounding crack. A surge of crimson, reeking of sulfur, akin to a raging inferno capable of incinerating all, erupted from the ground like an awakened furious dragon, instantly engulfing him. Ah! A scream, chilling to the bone and unrecognizable as human, echoed through the skies. Wang Jianyi was ensnared by the infernal fire, his shield composed of mental demonic energy, pierced as if it were mere parchment. His flesh, his bones, crackled under the searing flames. His once handsome and sinister visage melted away, revealing a grotesque countenance that had been corroded by demonic energy for centuries. An elderly figure, twisted with demonic patterns, with features grotesquely contorted. No. He attempted to flee, but the infernal fire seemed to possess a will of its own, as new columns of flame erupted from below, ensnaring him relentlessly. In the battlefield of divine souls, the ancient demon, which was fiercely suppressing Gai, let out a pained roar, its form instantly becoming ethereal. Seizing the opportunity, Gai retaliated with ferocity, ensnaring it tightly. At that moment, the dark clouds tainted by demonic energy above began to churn violently. A massive rift tore through the center of the clouds. A bolt of lightning, thicker than any before and a ghastly white that sent shivers down the spine, descended without warning. It was the calamity lightning, a merciless annihilation of a certain foul entity, forged from the very laws of heaven and earth. The target of the lightning was none other than the trapped and wailing Wang Jianyi. No, Wang Jianyi emitted a roar filled with despair and resentment. In the next instant, he was utterly consumed by the ghastly white lightning. There was no sound, no explosion. Amidst that blinding radiance, his demonized form, along with the inner demons residing in his consciousness, dissipated into the boundless void. As the lightning faded, all eyes instinctively turned towards the epicenter of the divine retribution. There stood the youth on the city walls, seemingly untouched, bathing in the pure white light of the divine punishment. A hint of befuddlement graced his honest countenance. His aura surged dramatically, invigorated by the cleansing energy. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Mid-stage of foundation establishment. Under the miraculous illumination, he appeared to be enveloped in a sacred radiance. Above and below the city walls, disciples of Jiangbo Academy and allied cultivators alike gazed in awe at the spectacle. Their minds were blank. Chapter 55, The Catastrophe of the World. As the lightning dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the world. The earth-shattering flames that could incinerate mountains and the oppressive clouds vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Sunlight poured down once more, illuminating the walls of Jiangbo and the boy enveloped in the sacred afterglow. After a fleeting silence, a volcanic eruption of jubilant celebration erupted. We won. We triumphed. Wang Jianyi is dead. He was struck down by the heavenly lightning. It was Senior Brother and I. It was Senior Brother and I who summoned the divine retribution. Both the disciples of Jiangbo Academy and the allied cultivators fell into ecstatic delight. They hurled their weapons high into the air, embracing each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The demonized army of the Wan Fa Sword sect lost all semblance of control the moment their commander was reduced to ashes. Those cultivators, once ensnared by demonic energy, stood frozen like marionettes with their strings cut, the dark aura in their eyes swiftly dissipating, replaced by confusion and fear. All gazes ultimately converged upon Feng's figure. Standing amidst the sacred halo, Feng's face bore a fitting expression of bewilderment, swiftly transforming into childlike wonder. He looked down at his hands and then up at the sky, as if to say, huh? How did I suddenly become so powerful? Mid-stage of foundation establishment. By the heavens, Senior Brother and I has broken through. To break through bathed in the light of divine punishment. What a miraculous event. A miracle? This is clearly the manifestation of the heavenly will. Senior Brother and I is the embodiment of the heavenly principles. Bow before the divine. It was unclear who uttered the first cheer, but soon, the sound of fervent worship resounded like a tidal wave. Countless disciples, from the depths of their hearts, bowed deeply towards Feng, their eyes ablaze with fervor, capable of melting stone. Elder Lehua stood at the back of the crowd, his aged face as pale as parchment. He gazed at the boy who was being worshipped by the multitude. observing the genuine aura of mid-stage of foundation establishment emanating from him. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Pride? Prejudice? Having witnessed the descent of the heavenly thunder and the occurrence of the miracle, his meager stubbornness was shattered into oblivion. Beside him, the elders who had once echoed his sentiments lowered their heads, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Gai's spiritual wounds healed at an astonishing rate with the annihilation of Wang Jianyi's inner demons. He rose to his feet, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and walked directly to Feng, once again kneeling respectfully on one knee. My lord, I have not failed in my duty. He paused, lowering his voice so only Feng could hear. I glimpsed a fragment of the mother of demonic locusts while within the remnants of that demon's soul. This invasion was merely a test, a sowing of seeds. Feng responded with an acknowledging "oh," nodding as if he were listening to an inconsequential report. Yun Piaomiao approached swiftly, observing the scene before her, the vanquished Wang Jianyi and the surging aura of Feng. A glimmer of unprecedented brilliance shone in her wise eyes as she comprehended the truth. What fluctuations, what child of destiny, were merely the shallow speculations of mere mortals. The youth before her was, in essence, the very will of heaven and earth. She took a deep breath, turning to face the entire assembly of faculty and students, as well as all allies, her voice resounding with fervor. Esteemed ones, our victory in this battle, the triumph of the righteous path, is entirely due to one individual. She raised her hand dramatically, pointing at the youth who was attempting to assist Gai. In the name of the 8th president of Jiangbo Academy, I hereby declare, from this moment forth, I elevate Protector Feng to the position of Grand Protector of Jiangbo Academy. His authority transcends all elders in all academy matters. Regardless of scale, the Grand Protector possesses the highest decision-making power. His commands are as if I were present myself. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted. Following a brief moment of astonishment, fervent cheers filled the air. Grand Protector, majestic, we shall obey the orders of the President and Grand Protector. This decision met with no opposition, nor did anyone dare to contest it. In the distance, beneath a great tree, Luo Yun stood quietly, the gentle breeze caressing her white garments, resembling a snow lotus, solitary and ethereal. She gazed at the boy surrounded by throngs of admirers, observing the innocent expression of surprise on his face. In her cold, deep-set eyes, the last vestige of doubt utterly dissipated. She finally believed. In this world, all coincidences were merely threads of causality, effortlessly plucked by his supreme power. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was starkly different from before the battle. Joy and reverence filled every corner. Feng was seated in a position second only to the president, gazing at the immense military map before him, feeling somewhat drowsy. Yun Songhai's injuries began to miraculously improve after expelling the demonic blood that had festered for millennia, and he now analyzed the post-battle situation with keen focus. The primary forces of the North Domain's inner demons have been annihilated, and the Wan Fa sword sect is rendered virtually non-existent. This catastrophic defeat will surely intimidate those scheming in the shadows. I believe that the demonic locusts, which had shown signs of unrest in the South and West domains, will now fall silent. At last, we can welcome a brief respite. Upon finishing, he looked at Feng, his gaze filled with gratitude and admiration. Everyone exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. In this serene atmosphere, Feng seemed to recall something suddenly. He extended his finger, pointing at an area on the map marked as the Death Marsh, distanced from the North Domain. Old man, he inquired curiously of Yun Songhai. It seems the true big fish is still asleep. He pointed towards that area, murmuring with an uncertain tone. I sensed that whatever lay there seemed to possess a formidable power, far surpassing that of the previous one. His words, light and airy, fell upon everyone like a bucket of ice water, instantly freezing the previously jovial atmosphere. Yun Songhai's smile became rigid upon his face. Following Feng's finger, he gazed at the area, which was recorded in the annals of all sects as a desolate wasteland, devoid of spiritual energy and utterly valueless. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, at the moment Feng pointed there, an unshakable chill seeped deep into his bones. As night descended and the clamor faded, the Bingzi No. 2 courtyard resumed its unique tranquility. Feng reclined in the rocking chair within the courtyard, leisurely swinging his legs. He opened a system panel visible only to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic role-playing task, Embodiment of Heaven's Way, Divine Punishment for Salvation. Task Evaluation, SSS. Pleasure points earned, 1,000,000 points. As he beheld the long string of zeros, a knowing smile, one only he could comprehend, crept upon his lips. 1,000,000 points, quite satisfactory. The The second act of the novice village had finally concluded splendidly. He stretched languidly, his gaze drifting towards the luminous moon in the night sky. However, playing the savior grew rather tiresome. He pondered within, contemplating how to inadvertently lure out that little creature from the death swamp. Perhaps it was time for a change of script. His fingertips glided gently across the system panel, ultimately resting upon a new feature option that flickered with a dangerous red light. World Disaster Editor, Beginner. Chapter 56, The Supreme Enlightenment Platform. The celebration banquet at Jiangbo Academy lasted 3 days and 3 nights. And Feng, the undisputed protagonist, found the festivities rather dull after making only a brief appearance on the first day. He preferred the old wooden chair in Bingzi No. 2 courtyard, which, though creaking, offered a sense of languorous comfort. Yet today, as he lay upon it, tossing and turning, he felt something was amiss. It was too hard. He sat up and patted the smooth wooden armrest, furrowing his brow. Since becoming the Supreme Guardian Array Master, his posterior seemed to have grown more discerning. Rising unsteadily, he meandered towards the back mountain. In the depths of the back mountain, where human footprints were scarce, Feng walked leisurely, pausing intermittently, as if on a stroll. Eventually, he halted before a massive green stone, half buried in the earth and covered in moss. The stone appeared quite pleasing to the eye. He circled it twice, nodding in satisfaction. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a small knife meant for carving spirit fruits and began to work on the colossal green stone. Swish, swish, swish. The knife danced in his hand, as if imbued with life. Stone chips flew, but not chaotically. Instead, they transformed in the sunlight into shimmering, gentle powder, dreamlike and ethereal. He relied solely on his intuition, executing each motion as fluidly as flowing water. A perfect curve, a comfortable backrest. 2 precisely positioned armrests. The prototype of a reclining chair was rapidly taking shape on the immense green stone. Just then, an inner sect disciple responsible for patrolling the mountains happened to pass by. He saw the newly appointed Supreme Guardian Array Master. Carving stone? Rubbing his eyes, he dared not approach, opting instead to hide behind a large tree, peering out with curiosity. A gust of mountain wind swept through. The warm, azure powder danced in the air, drifting towards him. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply. An indescribable warmth surged through his nasal passages, flooding his limbs. In a sea of consciousness, the solid barrier that had plagued him for 6 long months, akin to a rock, quietly shattered like ice melting under warm water. Boom. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. Mid-foundation establishment. The disciple stood frozen in place, glancing at his newly empowered hands and then at the youth still engrossed in carving the chair, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. The news, as if sprouting wings, spread like wildfire throughout Jiangbo Academy overnight. Have you heard? The Supreme Guardian Array Master is enlightening himself on the back mountain. And the Tao rhythm emanating from his casual carvings enabled Brother Zhang to break through on the spot. Not just Brother Zhang. Later, when brothers Li and sister Wang rushed over upon hearing the news, they felt their cultivation soar merely by inhaling the air from that place. That was no ordinary stone. It was the legendary Millennium Warm Jade, imbued with the principles of heaven and earth. The following morning, the back mountain of Jiangbo Academy was in a frenzy. And Feng had long since returned to Bingzi No. 2 courtyard, carrying his newly carved, perfectly ergonomic warm jade recliner. Yet, the spot where he had carved the stone was now surrounded by layers of disciples, with hundreds seated cross-legged. Expressions reverent as they fervently absorbed the Tao rhythm lingering around the remaining carving marks on the warm jade. Even the azure stone powder scattered on the ground was being meticulously collected, treated as a treasure. Upon hearing of this, Yun Piaomiao not only refrained from stopping it, but instead took decisive action, officially naming that area the Supreme Enlightenment Platform. In an instant, the atmosphere within Jiangbo Academy transformed. Disciples no longer fixated on rigorous solitary cultivation. The most important affair of each day became signing in at the Supreme Enlightenment Platform, vying for a favorable position in hopes of absorbing a trace of the legendary Tao rhythm. Form an orderly line. Those lacking sincerity need not enter. Wang Outyin stood at the entrance of the Enlightenment Platform, bearing his heavy sword like a guardian deity, willingly taking on the role of protector. He had become Feng's most fervent disciple, and anyone daring to show disrespect to the Enlightenment Platform would incur his fierce, bell-like glare. Not far off, Chun Mo sat upon a stone, expressionless as he fervently scribbled in his notebook. Junior brother and I. No, now it is Supreme Guardian Array Master and I. Your actions may seem casual, yet they serve to spread the Tao to the world. Carving a chair takes form, while imparting the Tao is the essence. This represents the utmost simplicity of the great Tao, returning to the essence. He finished writing, pleased, blowing gently on the ink. feeling his understanding deepen once more. Luo Yun stood atop a high slope outside the Enlightenment platform, observing the fervent scene below with a complex expression in her cool gaze. She did not linger, turning instead towards Bingzi No. 2 courtyard. Within the courtyard, the spring sunlight remained warm. Feng lay comfortably on his newly crafted warm jade recliner, basking in the sun while munching on a bright red apple, leisurely like a simpleton from a wealthy family. Luo Yun slowly approached him, the clamor outside seemingly separated by an invisible wall. After a long silence, she finally spoke softly. Was this all truly a coincidence? Feng looked up, recognizing her, his face blossoming with a simple smile. He swallowed the fruit flesh in his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "What coincidence? Oh, you're referring to the happenings outside." He gestured towards the back mountain. "I merely thought the original chair was too hard and wanted something more comfortable." His gaze was clear and pure, devoid of any impurities. Luo Yun stared at him. Her eyes, which could usually see into the hearts of others, felt a sense of confusion for the first time. The Elder's council chamber. Elder Lei Hua forcefully slammed a stack of disciples' training reports onto the table, his beard quivering with indignation. "Utter nonsense. Simply outrageous." He pointed out the window, shouting at Yun Piaomiao. "Look at what the academy has become. The disciples are neglecting their studies and forsaking the cultivation of their hearts, all running off to the back mountain to worship stones. Is this cultivation? This is heresy. This is a cult. If this continues, the millennia-long foundation of Jiangbo Academy will be obliterated by these ethereal superstitions." Yun Piaomiao picked up her teacup and gently blew on it, her demeanor calm. "Elder Lei, please temper your agitation. If the disciples find it beneficial, then it must hold some merit. What we perceive may not necessarily reflect the truth." "Truth?" Elder Lei Hua was enraged to the point of laughter. "Are you suggesting that my over 1,000 years of cultivation is a mere illusion? The path of cultivation is grounded in reality, step by step. When has one ever heard of achieving breakthroughs through mere empty chatter?" Just as the two engaged in their heated debate, a core disciple burst into the hall, his face flushed with excitement, nearly incoherent with joy. "Dean, Elder Lei, wonderful news. Outer Sect disciple Sun Miao has been meditating at the Taishang Enlightenment platform for 3 days, and just now he comprehended the Fisherman Ju on his own." "What?" Elder Lei Hua sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. The Fisherman Ju was a fragmented earth-tier technique unique to his lineage, with no one else in the academy practicing it. He seized the disciple by the collar. "Where is he?" Right at the Enlightenment platform." In an instant, Elder Lei Hua transformed into a streak of flame. Disappearing from the hall, he rushed to the Enlightenment platform, parting the crowd, and immediately spotted the young disciple seated cross-legged, surrounded by wisps of pure crimson flames. The aura of that flame was all too familiar to him, yet strangely unfamiliar. He could feel the disciple's cultivation flow more smoothly and harmoniously than his own, particularly at several critical junctures that had perplexed him for over a century, which this outer sect disciple navigated with ease. Elder Lei Hua stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He felt his worldview shatter in the grip of an invisible hand, crumbling and being trampled underfoot. Standing amidst the crowd, Chen Mo quietly took out a small notebook. The Taishang speaks not, yet the way unfolds itself. The disciple may be dull, but the elder is no different. A single thought can lead to worlds apart. I shall remember this for self-reflection. In Courtyard B, Gui stood like a loyal shadow behind Feng. He could distinctly sense a subtle yet profound shift in the spiritual energy of Jiangbo Academy. "Master," he reported softly, "since your arrival, the laws of this realm have been subtly assimilated by your aura. The spiritual energy within the academy is now at least 30% more active than before." Feng let out a long yawn, seemingly uninterested in the report. He carelessly flicked the pit of a fruit he had finished eating towards the distant medicinal fields. Alas, still too slow. Stretching luxuriously, he adjusted his position on a warm jade recliner, muttering, "With such sparse spiritual energy, the fruits produced are far from sweet." The small pit traced an almost imperceptible arc through the air, landing soundlessly in the soil of the medicinal fields. A wave of imperceptible, ungraspable law ripples emanated from the pit, merging quietly into the depths of Jiangbo Academy's geomantic veins. The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the medicinal fields. "Ah, my heavens!" The elder in charge of the medicinal fields rushed out in a frenzy, pointing wildly at the garden, his demeanor frantic. "They're all gone mad. All the spiritual herbs. Their ages have skyrocketed by 100 years. At the entrance of the medicinal fields, the elder collapsed to the ground, trembling as he pointed inside, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. When Yun Piaomiao and Yun Sanhai arrived, they were met with this astonishing scene. They exchanged a glance before stepping into the garden. Even Yun Sanhai, accustomed to tumultuous events, could not help but gasp in astonishment. The originally 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng now glowed a vivid crimson, its roots entwining to resemble a dragon, the fragrance rich enough to nearly solidify. Nearby, the concentration flower shimmered with a faint precious light, each petal resembling the finest jade carving, its age now astonishingly exceeding 500 years. The entire medicinal field thrived with vitality and abundant spiritual energy, transformed beyond recognition into a premier secret realm for top-tier spiritual herbs. Elder, Grandmaster. The Dan Hall elder finally regained his voice, his tone laced with desperation. What shall we do? Yun Songhai approached the dragon blood ginseng, gently caressing its smooth surface. He remained silent for a long while before breaking into a long, resigned sigh. What to do? We'll cordon off this area and declare it a forbidden zone. Attributing the phenomenon to the revival of ancient geomantic veins in Jiangbo Academy, causing the spiritual herbs to undergo transformation. Yun Piamiao nodded, her initial shock having transitioned into a state of almost numb calm. She walked over to a rapidly aging spiritual herb, plucking a leaf. I am merely pondering how he achieved this. Yun Songhai shook his head, his bittersweet smile deepening. Do not dwell on it. If you could comprehend it, he would no longer be who he is. From this day forth, we need not speculate or seek understanding of his actions. We shall observe, accept, and then grow accustomed. Outside Courtyard B, beneath an ancient tree, Luo Yun sat cross-legged, her eyes closed. She did not venture to the Taishang Enlightenment platform, which the disciples revered as a sacred ground. The ethereal resonance emanating from there was a supreme opportunity for others, yet to her, it was merely a series of clear, comprehensible rules. What she sought to grasp was not the rules, but the essence of that young man, his mindset. One that viewed the world and all its rules as mere illusions, acting with unrestrained freedom. Her fragmented heart of cultivation was quietly being reshaped in a wholly new manner. No longer the rigid, flawless, and unblemished glass of the past, it took on the fluidity of water, soft, accommodating, yet imbued with the power to alter everything. She sat in tranquil silence, absorbing the languid atmosphere of the courtyard, attuned to the invisible presence that subtly warped the surrounding laws. An essence uniquely belonging to that young man. The courtyard door creaked open, and Feng stretched and stepped out, appearing as though he had just awoken, feeling somewhat parched. Upon seeing Luo Yun seated under the tree, he paused for a moment. He pulled a glistening peach from his storage pouch, wiped it on his clothing, and offered it to her. Fairy Luo, have a peach, it's quite sweet. Luo Yun slowly opened her eyes, her once cold gaze now resembling an unfathomable autumn pool. She looked at the ordinary spiritual peach and the boy's earnest, pure expression. She remained silent as she accepted the peach. Without a moment's hesitation, her lips slightly parted, and she gently took a bite. The sweet, succulent juice burst forth in her mouth. In the next instant, an indescribable, purest essence of power surged from that fruit's flesh, flooding into her very limbs and bones. This force was devoid of any brutality. Instead, it was as gentle as a spring breeze. It resonated perfectly with her heart of Tao, which was being reshaped like flowing water. Buzz. Luo Yun's body trembled violently. Within her, the cultivation level that had already reached its limit in the foundation establishment stage was instantly shattered by this source of power. The liquefied spiritual energy within her dantian began to spin, compress, and condense at an astonishing pace, in a mysterious manner. A crystal-clear golden core, seemingly carved from 9-colored glass, with countless profound runes swirling within, quietly took shape. The glazed golden core. It perfectly complemented her ice-heart glazed body. At the moment the golden core formed, thunder rumbled. The skies above Jiangbo Academy darkened as clouds of 9 colors converged from all directions, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy that obscured the sun. At the center of the vortex, golden chains of law, woven by the very principles of heaven and earth, slowly descended, cascading around Luo Yun's figure like a waterfall. Each chain of law radiated a terrifying pressure that even the most ancient nascent soul cultivators would find daunting. This was no ordinary phenomenon of core formation. This was a legendary sign, rarely seen in a millennium, only triggered by a prodigy who had achieved the most perfect foundation and resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, the portent of a Tao rhythm golden core. Such a magnificent sight instantly stirred the entire realm of cultivation. In the north, south, west, and east regions, countless powerful consciousnesses, either subtle or domineering, tore through the void, descending upon Jiangbo Academy, replete with unmasked curiosity and greed. It was directed towards Jiangbo Academy. Someone was forming a perfect golden core. Such terrifying affinity for the laws. Who is this person? Such a prodigy, if not harnessed for my use, must be eradicated in the cradle. A chill of murderous intent intertwined in the void. This is bad. In the conference hall, Yun Songhai and Yun Piaomiao's expressions drastically changed. Activate the protective formation. At the highest level, Yun Piaomiao bellowed. A golden light shield soared into the sky, enveloping the entire Jiangbo Academy. Gu Yi's figure had already transformed into a pitch-black shadow, blocking in front of Luo Yun. He raised his head, his dark eyes coldly scanning the void. A terrifying pressure emanating from the ancient heart demon Lord burst forth. Intruders, die! His icy voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the consciousnesses of all those who were spying, instilling fear in those petty beings. At the center of the phenomenon, Luo Yun slowly opened her eyes. She felt within her a seamless and flawless power, far exceeding that of a typical golden core by tenfold or more. Yet she felt no joy. Her gaze passed over the imposing shadow before her, landing on the innocent young man still standing beneath the tree, scratching his head in confusion about what had transpired. For the first time, her cold eyes, like a frigid pond, stirred with uncontrollable ripples. Enough noise. A voice, laced with impatience, shattered the tense atmosphere. Feng, slightly irritated by the cacophony of the colorful clouds above and the buzzing consciousnesses in the void, furrowed his brow and casually waved his hand towards the sky. The motion was light, as if he were merely shooing away a few bothersome flies. In the next moment, my consciousness. Poof. The void erupted with dozens of anguished cries. Those once mighty consciousnesses that had traversed thousands of miles shattered like mirrors struck by a colossal hammer at Feng's casual gesture. Deep within the East Sea, in a crystal palace, an ancient nascent soul cultivator, who had been in seclusion, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit severely injured. In the western region's demonic sect, a projection of a formidable demonist exploded. At that moment, the entire realm of cultivation fell into a profound silence. All probing consciousnesses, like startled rabbits, scrambled away in disarray, no longer daring to linger. The nine-colored clouds and chains of law in the sky seemed to receive some command, swiftly dissipating. The heavens and earth returned to clarity. The phenomenon surrounding Luo Yun completely receded. She had succeeded. Rising to her feet, she approached Feng, adjusted her attire, and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Senior, for your benevolence. Her voice carried a tremor she herself was unaware of. Feng, slightly flustered by her solemn demeanor, scratched his head, a signature, endearing smile gracing his face. I merely noticed you seemed hungry and gave you a peach to eat. He regarded Luo Yun's still cold, yet tumultuously beautiful face and glanced into the distance, muttering softly, such a commotion has attracted a swarm of flies. Wouldn't it be more amusing to awaken that little creature from the death marsh? Chapter 58, World Disaster Editor. Luo Yun's golden core phenomenon elevated Jianghua Academy's prestige to an unprecedented pinnacle. Visitors seeking to pay respects, curry favor, and even propose alliances nearly trampled the threshold of the Bingzi No. 2 courtyard. However, these guests could not catch even a glimpse of Luo Yun. Wang Outyin stood like an iron tower at the entrance, blocking everyone out. Luo Yun is accompanying our esteemed array protector in comprehending the Tao. No outsiders allowed. Inside the courtyard, Feng reclined on a jade-like lounge chair, listening to the uproar outside, his frown deepening. He felt that things were becoming rather tedious. Titles like Savior, embodiment of heavenly principles, and unparalleled master sounded impressive, but in practice, they were utterly lacking in interest. Each day, he was either stared at by the disciples of the academy with adoration or approached with utmost reverence. He couldn't even find a worthy opponent to spar with. He reminisced about the days when he was regarded as a waste and could fish at his leisure. This won't do. This script is too positive. I need a change of pace. Yawning, he disinterestedly opened the system panel. His gaze landed immediately on the new feature glowing red. World Disaster Editor, Beginner. A series of options were clearly laid out. Plague, earthquake, flood, locust plague, meteor shower. Feng grimaced. Lacking creativity, too cliché. His finger glided over these options without hesitation, landing on the custom mode at the bottom. A brand new editing interface popped up. Target area, Death Marsh. After contemplating, Feng opened another editor. Scene Atmosphere Editor, Intermediate. He skillfully pulled up the existing entries for the Death Marsh. Death, desolation, toxicity, resentment, withered bones. He gazed at the string of negative words, shaking his head in disdain. Too dark, unappealing. He extended his finger and gently traced it across the screen. Instantly, all negative entries were obliterated, consigned to the recycling bin. Then, he began to input new entries. Vitality, auspiciousness, radiance piercing the heavens, ancient secret realm, spiritual rainfall, harmony of the great path. Once completed, he nodded in satisfaction and pressed the confirmation key. It now appeared far more pleasing to the eye. 1 billion miles away. At the fringes of the western regions, a place regarded by all cultivators as a forbidden zone, the Death Marsh was undergoing a transformation that defied all worldly logic. The black miasma, which had perpetually shrouded the area and could corrode the protective spiritual energy of nascent soul cultivators, began to roll and thin at a visibly rapid pace. It was no longer a lethal poison but had transformed into the purest, gentlest spiritual mist, delicately enveloping the entire land like a maiden's veil. Deep within the marsh, the countless ancient bones, long immersed in toxic waters, began to dissolve. They merged into the inky mire, and in the next instant, various forms of spiritual herbs, each emanating a remarkable fragrance, burst forth from the soil. The dark mire no longer emitted deadly toxic bubbles. Instead, vibrant spiritual springs gushed forth, steaming and bubbling with an intoxicating aura of life. Above in the sky, extraordinary phenomena intensified. Streams of purple aura rolled in from the eastern horizon, spanning 30,000 miles, casting a dreamlike purple hue over the entire expanse of the Death Marsh. On the ground, as the purple aura spread, golden lotus flowers, formed from the purest spiritual energy, bloomed spontaneously, carpeting the land in splendor. In the span of merely a stick of incense, the Death Marsh transformed from a desolate wasteland devoid of life into a transcendent sanctuary that left even the most revered paradises in the shade. Boom. In the central area of the marsh, the earth began to tremble violently. An ancient teleportation array, buried beneath the mud for countless ages and inscribed with ancient and esoteric runes, slowly emerged from the ground. It radiated no sense of danger. Instead, it glowed with a soft white light, akin to a benevolent elder extending its arms, inviting all beings of the world to step inside. This astonishing phenomenon was impossible to conceal. The radiant light illuminated almost half of the western regions. The closest sect, the Woodjiman, was the first to be affected. The entire sect was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of auspiciousness, and countless disciples felt their cultivation bottlenecks begin to loosen with just a single breath of the atmosphere. In the Woodjiman's assembly hall, the sect leader Wei Tongxian, a towering figure with a resolute face and a peak nascent soul cultivator, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression grim as he gazed at the terrifying spectacle of purple aura and golden lotuses outside the window. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He abruptly waved his sleeve, his voice booming like a great bell, resonating through the hall. The Death Marsh is an ancient land of calamity, steeped in resentment for millennia. Now it has suddenly transformed into a holy realm, radiating treasure light. There must be some grand deception at play. He surveyed the group of excited elders below, asserting in a stern voice, "This is the work of demonic arts, a trap laid by otherworldly demons. Its purpose is to lure us righteous cultivators into their net, to ensnare us all at once. We, the Woodjiman, as the vanguard of righteousness in the western regions, must not fall for this trick." Silence fell in the hall as the elders exchanged glances, none daring to refute him. At that moment, a handsome young elder, appearing to be in his 30s, stepped forward. His name was Feng, the youngest elder of the Woodjiman and the most talented disciple. "Master," he bowed respectfully, yet his tone was neither obsequious nor arrogant. "I beg to differ." Wei Tongxuan's gaze sharpened as he coldly regarded him. "Oh, what insight do you possess?" Feng raised his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. "I have just utilized my spiritual sense to probe that radiant light from afar. Within that brilliance, I sensed a pure and holy aura, vast and boundless. It is warm and harmonious, not something that demonic energy could feign. I dare to speculate that this may be an ancient celestial abode, sealed for countless epochs, now re-emerging into the world." At these words, Wei Tongxuan's anger morphed into a mocking laugh. "Nonsense. You speak utter folly." He pointed at Feng, his voice harsh. "You are young and your resolve is unsteady. You must have been blinded by the light of that treasure. An ancient celestial abode? Do you think such a thing is as common as cabbage, appearing at will? Convey my orders." Wei Tongxuan's voice brooked no dissent. "From this moment forth, seal the mountain gates. No disciple of the Woodjiman may approach." He intended to say more, but was met with Wei Tongxuan's icy glare, which silenced him. With a resigned sigh, he retreated back into line. The Woodjiman chose to remain insular. Yet, the entire realm of cultivation had gone utterly mad. In the southern region, at the 100 Beasts Valley, the Valley Lord rode his majestic 9-headed lion, gazing toward the western regions with eyes ablaze. "Send the word down. Dispatch our most elite scouts, equipped with the prize-tracking butterfly from our valley, to head straight for the western regions." In the eastern sea, at the Crystal Palace, an ancient nascent soul elder, recently injured in spirit by Feng's strike, could no longer afford to recuperate and forced himself out of seclusion. "Prepare the ships. I shall personally investigate." Numerous reclusive cultivation families, having remained hidden for millennia, were similarly stirred by this phenomenon and dispatched their most formidable experts. In an instant, countless streams of light surged from every corner of the cultivation world, like rivers converging into the sea, cautiously making their way toward the newly born sacred realm. A tattered figure, a loose cultivator with mere fifth-tier chi refinement, became the first to reach the edge of the death marsh. His name was leviathans. He had initially come to the vicinity to gather a common herb, but was drawn in by this astonishing spectacle. Gazing at the ethereal scene of spiritual mist and golden lotuses before him, he swallowed hard. Fortune favors the bold. With a determined heart, he took a step into the once forbidden zone. The soil beneath his feet was soft and fragrant. After just 2 steps, he stumbled over an inconspicuous weed that had sprouted beneath him. Damn it, can't even walk properly. He cursed as he clambered to his feet, ready to crush the weed underfoot. But as he focused, he was instantly petrified. That was no ordinary weed. The plant was a vibrant green, adorned with dragon-like patterns on its leaves, and at its tip hung a droplet that was crystal clear, akin to dragon's saliva. Dragon's saliva grass. Leviathan's voice, overwhelmed with excitement, came out hoarse and distorted. This was the legendary herb that could transform mortals and refine the marrow of cultivators. He had tripped over a supreme spiritual herb. Ecstatic, he trembled with anticipation, reaching out to pluck it. But in the next instant, as if recalling something, he frantically pulled out a worn-out communication jade slip from his pocket and, with all his might, shouted at the top of his lungs, "I've struck gold. I've struck gold. The death marsh is a treasure trove. Every single blade of grass is dragon's saliva grass." His shout reverberated through hundreds of preset communication notes, instantly broadcasting across the entire Loose Cultivator Alliance channel within the realm of cultivation. Chapter 59. The actors have assembled. The heart-wrenching roar of leviathans reverberated through the rudimentary transmission jade slip, instantly igniting a fervor among the lower echelons of the cultivation world. What? Dragon's spittle grass? Every single one of them? Has leviathans lost his mind? Has he inhaled the toxic miasma of the swamp and succumbed to hallucinations? Regardless of whether it is an illusion or not, I have been stagnating at the 3rd level of chi refining for a decade. Even if it is toxic gas, I must take a breath. Brothers, let us form a team. To the western regions. We are on the brink of fortune. Countless cultivators, struggling at the bottom and desperate for a mere low-grade spirit stone, were ignited with envy in that moment. They surged forth like frenzied fish drawn by the scent of blood, recklessly converging from every desolate corner of the cultivation world toward that once forbidden zone of death. Some resource-strapped mid-tier sects, after a brief hesitation, could no longer contain themselves. Dispatch the orders. All disciples above the foundation establishment stage, follow me to the western regions. Wealth and honor are sought in peril. Whether Qingzhou sect can rise again hinges on this moment. The entire cultivation world was engulfed in a fervent wave of frenzied commerce. At the Wuji sect's council hall, Wei Tongxian listened to reports from scouts descending the mountain, his resolute visage darkening to the point it could almost drip water. A bunch of fools. A throng blinded by greed. He slammed his palm onto the jade table before him, which immediately cracked under the force. They shall pay dearly for their foolishness. Below, the young elder Lin Feng once again stepped forward. Sectmaster, with all cultivators flocking to the western regions, if our Wuji sect remains stagnant, I fear. Silence. Wei Tongxian interrupted sharply. Our Wuji sect is the foremost orthodox sect of the western regions. How can we sully ourselves by mingling with those reckless marauders? No sooner had he spoken than a disciple from the law enforcement hall rushed in, pale-faced and breathless. Reporting to the sectmaster, just now, during the head count, we discovered that over 30 outer disciples are missing and 7 inner disciples as well. What? Wei Tongxuan's eyes widened in shock. The regulations he took pride in, the judgments he held steadfastly, now appeared utterly powerless in the face of such blatant temptation. At Jiangbo Academy, in courtyard B2, Wang Aoqian paced anxiously in the courtyard. His heavy sword, lava, resting on his shoulder, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Junior brother and I. No. Grand Protector of the formation. He rushed to Ni Feng's reclined seat, his face a mask of urgency. Have you heard? The entire cultivation world is racing to the death marsh to seek treasures. We cannot afford to wait any longer. If we delay, there will be nothing left for us. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan trailed closely behind, their eyes glimmering with desire. Ni Feng was intently engaged, teasing a ladybug perched on the armrest of his recliner with a small stick. Upon hearing the news, he looked up, his expression filled with concern. However, I have heard that it is quite dangerous there. He furrowed his brows, gazing worriedly at Wang Aoqian. What if we encounter bad people? What if you cannot defend yourselves? Chun Imo stood silently beside them, swiftly jotting down notes in his small notebook. The words of Grand Protector and I are not born of cowardice, but rather a test of the Tao. He speaks of danger to gauge our resolve to pursue the path. He mentions weakness to ignite our ambition to strive. This is a profound and arcane method of affirming the Tao. After finishing, he closed his notebook and, with a serious demeanor, bowed deeply to an iPhone. Grand Protector, rest assured. His voice was steady and resolute. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavens govern 49. One must escape one of them. We are willing to venture forth for that elusive sliver of hope. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, we remain undaunted. Wang Outyin and the others, though bewildered, felt a surge of inspiration and clasped their fists in solidarity. We are willing to venture forth. Feng observed their fervent and fearless countenances, and his expression of difficulty deepened. He sighed, as though making a momentous decision. Very well, very well. Since you were so determined to go. He slowly rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a crumpled piece of animal hide parchment, handing it over. This is for you. Wang Outyin took it and saw that it was a map, drawn in a crooked and haphazard manner, resembling the trail of a worm. The area representing the marsh was shaded a lush green, and several locations were marked with childish red stars. This is... Wang Outyin looked perplexed. Feng scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he explained. I dreamed about it last night. I don't know how accurate it is, but please be very careful. At the Wuji sect's Mountain Gate Square, in a bid to validate his judgment and restore the sect's honor, Wei Tongxian indeed publicly organized a grand demon appraisal conference. He sent out heroic invitations, summoning dozens of prominent sects from the western regions to witness the event. On the high platform, Wei Tongxian spoke eloquently, his saliva flying. Fellow cultivators, the phenomenon in the Death Marsh appears auspicious, yet it conceals deadly traps. I have observed the celestial signs for 3 days and have discerned the 99 schemes of that demon. First, this is a feigned capture strategy, enticing us with minor benefits. Once we orthodox cultivators delve deeper, they shall trap us. Second, the so-called spiritual herbs are surely demonic fruits transformed from demonic energy. Consuming them will lead to a rapid increase in cultivation, but within 3 months, one will become a mindless killer. His analysis was comprehensive, garnering nods of agreement from many seasoned cultivators below. Just as he was building momentum, preparing to analyze the 33rd scheme, an elder of Wuji's sect scrambled onto the high platform, breathless and ghostly pale. Sectmaster, it's bad. Wei Tongxian interrupted mid-sentence. Wore an expression of displeasure. What is so alarming? Can't you see I am discussing profound matters with my fellow cultivators? The elder, his voice trembling, almost in tears, stammered. Our Wuji sect's rear mountain, the guardian spirit beast, the mountain turtle, it has run away. Wei Tongxian was momentarily taken aback. What? The elder nearly burst into tears, pointing toward the mountain gate with all his might, shouting, it claims the feng shui of the rear mountain has been disturbed by us. It finds us bothersome. It intends to settle in the Death Marsh. It has already reached the mountain gate. No one can stop it. The entire assembly fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned in unison toward the mountain gate. The ancient beast, which had lain at Wuji sect for 3 millennia, too lazy to even turn over, was now resolutely marching forth, its sturdy legs leaving deliberate imprints as it slowly and steadfastly made its way toward the Death Marsh. Its instinctual perception of danger was innate, and its affinity for spiritual energy was a bloodline legacy. Its departure was far more persuasive than Wei Tongxian's 99 analyses combined. Suddenly, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. Soon, whispers and muffled chuckles spread like wildfire throughout the square. Wei Tongxian, standing on the high platform, felt the world spin around him, his resolute face visibly reddening. In this moment of utmost embarrassment, 2 figures strolled casually past the Wuji sect's mountain gate. Representing Jiangbo Academy, Yun Songhai and Gu Yi have arrived for a visit. Gu Yi halted his steps, his pitch-black eyes casting a fleeting glance toward the direction of the Death Marsh, followed by a sweeping observation of the murky and oppressive atmosphere surrounding the back mountains of Wuji sect. In a tone devoid of embellishment, he remarked, the aura there is remarkably pure. He paused momentarily before adding, significantly cleaner than the hinterland of your Wuji sect. Upon hearing this, Wei Tongxian could no longer contain himself. Darkness enveloped his vision, a weight pressed against his chest, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The fervor of treasure hunting was ignited entirely following the departure of the mountain-guarding turtle. No one dared to question that it was a trap any longer. All major sects, without reservation, dispatched their most elite disciples, embarking in grand procession toward the western regions. The team from Jiangbo Academy also set forth, under the envious gazes of countless disciples. At the forefront of the group stood Luo Yun, who had just perfected her golden core. Clutching the dreamlike map revered by many as an oracle, her demeanor was icy. Yet none dared to underestimate her. Thus commenced a grand spectacle that would sweep through the entire cultivation realm. Within the confines of the Bingzi No. 2 courtyard, Feng reclined leisurely in a warm rocking chair, his legs swinging gently as he gazed at the cloudless sky. He murmured softly to himself, "All the actors have assembled. I wonder when the true protagonist will finally awaken?" Chapter 60. The Heart Demon Monarch, merely a guardian dog. Once a forsaken death marsh, it is now revered by cultivators as a sacred land for treasure hunting. Rays of brilliance from various magical artifacts occasionally shot skyward from hidden corners, followed by waves of uncontrollable exclamations of joy. Heavens! It's three-leaf golden silk grass. I found it. Look over there. What is that? A stone that gathers spiritual energy on its own. Every inch of land seemed to harbor opportunities, and every breath could draw in a wisp of pure spiritual essence. Enthusiasm, greed, and hope intertwined here, creating a chaotic yet alluring symphony. Amidst this clamor, a unified team of cultivators, exuding a fierce aura, boldly sliced through the throngs of people like a sharpened blade. The leading youth, handsome yet shrouded in an inescapable air of arrogance and malevolence, was none other than Wei Hanhai, the son of the Wuji sect's master. The dignity of his father and the prestige of his sect had been utterly tarnished the moment that wretched turtle crawled out of their gates. His mission was to unequivocally demonstrate that everything here was but a mirage, a trap. His gaze swiftly locked onto a similarly attired team, yet with a markedly different temperament, Jiangbo Academy. Wei Hanhai's eyes turned frigid. He strode purposefully towards them, positioning himself squarely before Luo Yun's team. I thought it was someone of significance. It turns out to be the esteemed comrades from Jiangbo Academy. His eyes flicked over Wang Outyin, Chen Mo, Lu Fei, and others, their late-stage foundation establishment prowess only deepening his contempt. Jiangbo Academy has truly fallen to new lows, sending mere trash like you to join the fray? He scoffed, his voice low yet resonant enough to reach every ear in the vicinity. Indeed, what true skills can be cultivated under the tutelage of a mere array master who only plays tricks at home? What did you say? Wang Outyin erupted in fury, his towering frame stepping forward, the heavy sword lava emitting a deep, resonant hum. Say that again. Facing Wang Outyin's wrath, Wei Hanhai advanced rather than retreating, his expression rife with provocation. I said, you are all worthless, relying on a fraud to scrape by. What? You don't accept that. You seek death. Wang Outyin's rage ignited fully, his heavy sword poised to strike. A delicate white hand rested gently on his wrist. Luo Yun. She did not cast a glance at Wei Hanhai. Instead, she calmly shook her head at Wang Outyin. With his chest heaving violently, Wang Outyin ultimately subdued his anger, glaring fiercely at Wei Hanhai. Only then did Luo Yun lift her gaze, her cold eyes fixed upon Wei Hanhai. She uttered not a word. Yet, the moment her eyes fell upon him, a terrifying pressure, both harmonious and overwhelming, descended upon him. Wei Hanhai felt his heart seize as if gripped by an invisible hand. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. It was an oppressive sensation emanating from the very depths of his soul, rendering his proud early-stage golden core cultivation as insignificant as dust before her. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. This pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Luo Yun had already retracted her gaze, as though nothing had transpired. She simply uttered a few words, "We leave." Turning without a glance at her surroundings, she strode purposefully toward a certain direction, a stone forest, gnarled and desolate, with sparse spiritual energy, starkly contrasting the surrounding resplendent scene. Wang Outyin and the others immediately followed suit, with Chen Mo tightening his grip on his notebook, his eyes sparkling with fervent trust. Wei Hanhai watched as they departed, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white. The momentary palpitation had left him feeling profoundly humiliated. Pretentious. He forcibly suppressed that flicker of fear, transforming it into deeper resentment. Wandering aimlessly in a decrepit stone forest, how foolish. He gestured to his disciples behind him, pointing toward a valley bursting with treasure light and celestial aura. We shall venture there. Let them witness what true opportunities are. The Wuji sect's team, fueled by lingering resentment, surged toward the valley. Within the stone forest, the light dimmed, and the atmosphere grew still. Lu Fei glanced at the stark, barren rocks around him, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. Sister Luo Yun, is Ni Shixiang's map really reliable? It seems like there's nothing here. Luo Yun did not respond. Instead, she handed the map, which depicted worms, to Chen Mo. Receiving the map, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, as if perusing an ancient tome. He stepped into the center of the stone forest, aligning the crooked numbers on the map with the corresponding stone pillars, beginning his search. This is it. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand to touch the 4 unremarkable stone pillars in succession. The moment his palm made contact with the 4th pillar, a thunderous rumble erupted from beneath their feet. The entire stone forest began to tremble violently. The ground beneath them slowly split open, revealing a staircase cloaked in a faint golden glow, leading into the profound depths below. An overwhelming aroma, rich with a myriad of medicinal fragrances, wafted from the opening. My heavens! Wang Outyan inhaled sharply, feeling every pore in his body open up. Sensing the faint stirrings of advancement in his cultivation, Wei Ve struck gold. This time, Wei Ve truly struck gold. He was the first to leap down, with the others following closely behind. The sight before them rendered everyone speechless. It was a vast underground cavern. Rows of neatly arranged jade shelves were filled with densely packed jade vials, each adorned with ancient labels. 9 transformation soul-reviving pill, purple gold barrier-breaking pill, supreme lifebone pill. Zhang Lan gazed at the labels, her voice trembling with emotion. Each elixir before her was a supreme treasure, long lost to time, recorded only in ancient tomes. On the opposite wall of the cavern hung scrolls crafted from rare beast hide, shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. This place was, astonishingly, a relic of an ancient alchemical sect. Meanwhile, in the valley aglow with the most resplendent treasures, Wei Hanhai and his disciples from the Wujimen rushed in with great excitement. Yet, upon their arrival, they were met with a stark silence. The valley was barren, devoid of any flora. The radiant light they had pursued emanated solely from a stone, no larger than a human head, which radiated a kaleidoscope of colors at the valley's center. One disciple stepped forward, cautiously prodding the stone. Young master, this stone, aside from its luminescence, appears to serve no purpose. An eerie stillness enveloped the valley. Wei Hanhai's expression darkened ominously. Inside the alchemical ruins, Wang Outyan and his companions were ecstatically collecting various elixirs and recipes into their storage bags. However, Luo Yun remained unmoved. She ventured alone to the deepest part of the cave. There stood a colossal black stone tablet, inscribed with lines of blood-red ancient characters that exuded an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. Luo Yun began to read the inscription slowly. Our sect sought the secrets of the heavens and inadvertently stumbled into the lair of demons, only to realize that this realm is naught but a pasture ruled by the demon ancestor. The heart demon sovereign is but a mere watchdog. On the day the demon ancestor's progeny awakens, this realm shall revert to chaos, and all living beings will perish. Upon reading this, a tempest surged within Luo Yun's heart. Her gaze continued downward, landing on the final line of the inscription. In the end, all shall cease, save for that one existence capable of suppressing all. The moment she encountered those 4 words, an uncontrollable figure materialized in her mind, a youth lounging in a rocking chair, munching on an apple, grinning innocently as he remarked how sweet it was. The same youth, under the gaze of the masses, bathed in the light of divine punishment, scratching his head in bewilderment. The one whose casual wave shattered countless divine thoughts. Her heart raced violently. Just then, Wang Outyan's excited voice echoed from outside. Sister Luo Yun, we filled our bags. Come quick. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun engraved the words from the stone tablet into her memory and turned to exit. The group emerged, their faces aglow with the joy of their bounty. However, as they stepped out of the cave entrance onto the stony ground, their smiles froze in an instant. Wei Hanhai and his Wujimen disciples stood blocking their path, their faces betraying unabashed greed. He fixed his gaze on the storage bags brimming with treasure, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. With a cold sneer, he uttered in a chilling tone, "Hand over your possessions, and I may spare your lives." Chapter 61, The Great Terror Awakens. Outside the stone forest, Wei Hanhai's eyes, filled with avarice, were locked onto the bulging storage bags of Wang Outyan and the others. Surrender your goods, and I may allow you to live. His voice dripped with an undeniable command. Bah! Wang Outyan spat on the ground, stepping forward to drive his colossal lava-heavy sword fiercely into the earth before him. Boom! The ground trembled beneath them. You dare to steal? Wang Outyan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile more menacing than that of a demon. First, let's see if my weapon agrees. Wei Hanhai looked at Wang Outyan, whose cultivation was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his disdain nearly overflowed. A mere brute in body refinement dares to challenge me? He could hardly be bothered to engage directly, waving his hand impatiently at the disciples behind him. Attack! Cripple them! Yes, young master. A dozen Wujimen disciples charged forward, their grins twisted, unleashing a barrage of spells and sword lights that engulfed the team from Jianghua Academy. Come at me. Wang Outyan did not retreat. Instead, he sheathed his heavy sword, welcoming the onslaught with bare fists. He activated the lava body refinement technique, and an utterly pure essence of masculine energy erupted from him with a thunderous roar. This energy, having been refined through the subtle Taoist rhythm imparted by Feng in the No. 2 courtyard, had undergone a qualitative transformation, radiating a tyrannical presence akin to celestial might. One disciple unleashed a flying sword that, before even nearing Wang Outyin, found its spiritual light extinguished under the overwhelming force of his blood energy, emitting a hissing sound as it dimmed. What? The disciple gasped in shock, but Wang Outyin was already upon him, delivering a straightforward punch. The wind from his fist howled, shattering the air. The hastily conjured protective barrier of spiritual light was obliterated as if made of paper. The disciple flew backward like a kite with its string severed, a scream escaping his lips as he spewed blood mid-air, collapsing unconscious. Wang Outyin moved through the fray like a tiger among sheep, each punch and kick powerful and unrefined. He did not employ any intricate techniques. Each attack was merely a raw expression of strength. Yet this very force instilled a sense of despair in the Wujiman disciples. Their spells struck Wang Outyin as though they were naught but whispers in the void. Their flying swords clashed against him, producing only a series of metallic clangs, leaving no mark behind. In the span of mere breaths, the advancing dozen disciples lay scattered, bruised and battered, howling in agony. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Wei Hanhai observed the scene, his face ashen. He had not anticipated that his elite disciples could not subdue even a single body refiner. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and took matters into his own hands. Clang. A clear, melodic sound of a sword rang out. A spirit sword of mid-grade earth rank, glistening with sword light and exuding an aura of lethal sharpness, appeared in his grasp. Die. In a flash, he unleashed his full cultivation at the early stage of golden core, transforming into a streak of azure light, merging with his sword to pierce directly at Wang Outyin's heart. A cruel smile adorned his face. Foundation establishment cultivators are merely living targets before me, facing this lethal strike capable of annihilating any foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Outyin did not flinch or evade. He inhaled deeply, thrusting out his chest, his bronzed muscles tensed like unyielding stone. Clang! A deafening explosion resonated through the stone forest. Wei Hanhai's indomitable earth-grade spirit sword struck true against Wang Outyin's chest. Yet, contrary to expectations, the scene of blood and flesh flying did not unfold. The sword tip seemed to have collided with an ancient divine metal. An unmatchable, terrifying recoil surged back through the sword, wreaking havoc on Wei Hanhai's arm. Pain shot through his tiger's mouth, his arm went numb, and he staggered back uncontrollably for 2 steps. He looked down in shock, his pupils contracting. His proud earth-grade spirit sword had its tip bent, as if it had been forced back. No, this is impossible. Wei Hanhai gasped in horror, staring at Wang Outyin's chest, and scathed, as his voice twisted in disbelief. How can your body be so strong? Wang Outyin grinned, a wild and domineering smile spreading across his face. In the realm of earth-tier divine weapons, I too possess one. With a swift motion, he grasped the molten heavy sword anew, and, with a fierce determination, brought it crashing down upon the dazed Wei Hanhai. This strike was as unadorned and straightforward as ever, devoid of any ostentatious swordplay. Yet, the blade emanated an overwhelming force, a terrifying might capable of rending mountains asunder. As Wei Hanhai regained his senses, he hastily raised his sword in defense. Boom! The clash of blades reverberated like thunder, and Wei Hanhai was sent hurtling backward by the sheer ferocity of the impact, crashing heavily against a distant stone wall, leaving behind a deep indentation in the shape of his body. Just as Wang Outyin prepared to capitalize on this advantage and obliterate this nuisance, an ear-piercing scream, more akin to a wail of despair than a human cry, suddenly erupted from the depths of the swamp. That sound was laden with boundless anguish and hopelessness, as though some dreadful entity were being torn asunder in the throes of agony. Immediately after, an indescribable, oppressive terror surged forth, akin to the wildest tempest of the abyss, sweeping outward from the heart of the swamp. In that instant, the once harmonious and warm atmosphere of the new sacred land was utterly shattered. Coldness, silence, chaos, and brutality enveloped the surroundings. Countless negative energies surged like a tidal wave, inundating every inch of land. The tens of thousands of cultivators scouring for treasures, regardless of their cultivation levels, all felt the heart-pounding aura at that moment. They collectively halted their actions, their expressions of ecstasy and greed instantly supplanted by suspicion and dread. All eyes turned toward the center of the swamp. Amidst the stone forest, Luo Yun abruptly lifted her gaze. Her penetrating eyes pierced through the layers of obstruction toward the source of the oppressive force. The sky above that location was rapidly shrouded in a thick, inky darkness that resembled demonic energy. This malevolent aura churned and roared, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened, intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. A genuine gravity settled in her cool gaze as she recalled the blood-red inscriptions upon the black stone tablet. She murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. The Great Terror is awakening. Wang Hanhai struggled out of the human-shaped pit, expelling a mouthful of blood as he glared at Wang Outyin with a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet in the next moment, he too was drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon in the distance. He beheld the dark, engulfing miasma, feeling a pressure far more terrifying than that of his father. His mind, clouded by greed and humiliation, made an unexpected judgment. He believed that an unparalleled treasure, even surpassing the Dan sect ruins, had emerged. It is mine, all mine. A sickly fervor ignited in his eyes as he disregarded his injuries and transformed into a streak of light, recklessly charging toward the most perilous center of the swamp. Luo Yun observed his self-destructive silhouette but made no attempt to intervene. She turned to exchange glances with Chun Mo, Wang Outyin, and the others. The gravity etched upon their faces was unmistakable. What was once thought to be a treasure hunt was quietly morphing into an unpredictable life-and-death crisis. Chapter 62. It has set its sights on Luo Yun. The terrifying pressure emanating from the swamp's core surged like invisible tidal waves, crashing one after another. The once tranquil aura that pervaded the sacred land was washed away into oblivion. What is happening? The spiritual energy, it has become so murky. A foundational cultivator, fervently digging for a spirit herb, abruptly lifted his head, his ecstatic expression swiftly replaced by disbelief. The spirit herb beneath his feet, once radiant with treasure light, was visibly wilting, transforming into a puddle of black sludge. Not far off, a spring bubbling with vibrant spiritual essence had turned foul and murky, exuding a nauseating stench. The treasure light has vanished. Why does this place feel so sinister? The closer one approached the swamp's heart, the more pronounced this eerie transformation became. Yet greed is the most potent intoxicant. What is there to fear? Surely this is a portent of the emergence of an extraordinary treasure. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. Still, a significant portion of the cultivators, blinded by their desires, did not retreat. Instead, they hastened their pace, recklessly surging toward the source of the oppressive force. A team led by mid-stage Golden Core cultivators forged ahead. They hailed from the Southern Domain's Golden Blade sect, with the elder known as Golden Blade Old Man, a master of swordplay renowned throughout the Southern Domain. They traversed a grove of withered trees, and the sight that greeted them made all halt in their tracks, their breaths quickening. A towering, pitch-black mountain, 1,000 feet high, loomed at the swamp's center. Its surface was not composed of rock, but rather an extraordinary substance, akin to black crystal. What drove them to madness was the sight of human head-sized crystals embedded within the mountainside, emanating an alluring azure aura. These crystals contained an astonishingly pure source of demonic power. Demonic core. It's a top-tier demonic core crystal, one disciple exclaimed, his voice distorted by overwhelming excitement. The elder's murky old eyes ignited with fervor as he fixated on those crystals, his throat bobbing. This is it. This time, it's truly happening. He sensed that absorbing even one could propel him past the stagnation of a century. What are we waiting for? Act. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Golden Blade Old Man summoned his massive golden-backed cleaver, transforming into a streak of light as he surged toward the Black Mountain. Seize it! The disciples of Golden Blade sect, consumed by fervor, followed suit like a pack of wolves. Golden Blade Old Man reached the mountain's face and, targeting the nearest and most enticing demonic core crystal, swung down his blade with savage intent. Come down, you. A greedy, malevolent smile adorned his face. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the crystal, a deep, resonant sound, akin to the heartbeat of a giant, echoed from within the Black Mountain. Following that, thump, 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 the heartbeat grew faster and louder. The entire Black Mountain trembled violently. What is happening? An earthquake? Golden Blade Old Man paused, his instinctive movements faltering. Crack, crack. A series of spine-chilling sounds of fracturing echoed from the mountain face before him. The crystal-like surface of the mountain split open, revealing not rock, but some form of dark red flesh covered in colossal scales. This is not a mountain. A disciple gasped in horror, his voice rife with incomprehensible fear. This is not a mountain. It is a terrifying creature, slumbering with a body as massive as a mountain. Those so-called demonic core crystals were not crystals at all. They were scales connected to its flesh. As all stood frozen in shock, grappling with this paradigm-shifting revelation, a fissure slowly opened midway up the giant mountain. A blood-red light seeped through the gap. It was an eye redder than the blood moon. In those pupils, there resided not a trace of reason or emotion, but rather the most primal, unadulterated brutality and insatiable hunger, capable of devouring all in its path. The colossal beast had awakened. It slowly unfurled its gaping maw, akin to an abyssal chasm. Then, with a sudden inhale, A terrifying and irresistible force erupted, as if it could consume the very heavens and earth. The mid-stage Golden Core Elder of the Golden Blade sect, Elder Jin Dao, barely had time to emit a scream. The terror etched upon his face froze instantaneously. He, along with the golden-bladed machete in his grasp, was contorted and twisted by that overwhelming suction, instantly transformed into a fleeting streak of light, drawn into the inky abyss. The dozens of disciples behind him suffered the same fate. Even the hundreds of cultivators from various sects who had just rushed into the vicinity were not spared. They were swept away like dust caught in a tempest, powerless to resist, screaming in despair as they were entirely consumed by that monstrous maw. There was no sound of chewing, no scene of blood and flesh scattering. All those drawn into the beast's mouth were, at the moment of entry, disassembled by an invisible force into the purest essence of life energy, becoming the first nourishment for the beast upon its awakening. What was initially anticipated as a treasure hunt had, in that instant, devolved into a one-sided, bloody slaughter. Quick, keep up. Wang Outyin, bearing a heavy sword, led the charge, sprinting through the stone forest. As they emerged from the confines of the Dan sect ruins, they felt the heart-stopping, terrifying pressure. Upon bursting forth from the stone forest, the sight that greeted them froze all in their tracks. They bore witness to the giant mountain opening its eyes. They watched in horror as it unhinged its massive jaw, swallowing hundreds of cultivators as if they were mere ants. The color drained from every face, leaving them pallid. What manner of monster is that? Wang Outyin's imposing frame couldn't help but shudder, his voice wavering. His once proud physique felt utterly insignificant before the beast. Chun Mo clutched his notebook tightly, yet his hands trembled so violently that he could not pen a single word. His mind was a blank slate. All his proud analyses and deductions crumbled before the overwhelming, incomprehensible force. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan were so terrified their legs buckled, nearly causing them to collapse. Only Luo Yun, after the initial shock, forced herself to regain her composure. The blood-red characters from the Blackstone tablet resurfaced in her mind, descendants of the demon ancestor. Yun Songhai and Gu Yi suddenly appeared beside them, with Gu Yi gazing upward at the colossal flesh mountain. For the first time, his eternally dark eyes revealed an unprecedented gravity. He observed the beast as it stretched its form, sensing the supreme and terrifying aura emanating from the depths of its bloodline. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice, capturing everyone's attention. This is no ordinary demon. Its bloodline is ancient. His gaze remained fixed on the beast, articulating each word with deliberation. It is far more noble than the heart demon sovereign I previously consumed. It is a true descendant of the demon ancestor. The colossal beast, seemingly unsatisfied with the appetizers it had just devoured, began to rise slowly from the mire of the swamp. The earth groaned under its movements, cracks spreading in all directions. It thrashed its enormous body, rampaging through the swamp. Each whip of its tail flattened small hills, and each step created immense craters in the ground. Countless cultivators on the periphery, bewildered and unaware, fled in panic, their cries and screams echoing through the air. Yet, how could their speed rival that of this world-ending ferocity? The beast's eyes sparkled with a mocking glint. It appeared to relish this game of cat and mouse, occasionally extending its tongue to snatch a handful of fleeing cultivators into its maw. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, the beast's movements suddenly came to a halt. Its immense crimson eyes, more vivid than a blood moon, slowly turned, traversing thousands of meters, cutting through the chaos of fleeing figures. Its gaze precisely locked onto a small group at the edge of the stone forest. No, more accurately, it fixated on a woman clad in white, her aura flawless and harmonious. In its perception, she resembled a delectable candy encased in the most exquisite glaze. The deadly allure emanating from her perfect golden core sent shivers through its newly awakened, ravenous spirit. It had set its sights on Luo Yun. Chapter 63. Do not touch, otherwise you will die. A roar erupted, as if it emerged from the primordial chaos, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The entire swamp trembled violently under the weight of that roar. Distant mountains were etched with terrifying fissures by the reverberations. The mountain-like beast abandoned all fleeing cultivators. Its massive form, defying the laws of physics, transformed into a shadow that blotted out the sun, hurtling towards Luo Yun's group at the edge of the stone forest. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Wang Outyin and the others felt their blood freeze in their veins, paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. Yet, within Luo Yun's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Gritting her silver teeth, a resolute expression graced her icy features. Ice Heart, she called, as a crystalline lotus, seemingly carved from eternal ice, slowly ascended above her head. The lotus, her innate magical treasure, the Ice Heart Lotus. The power of her perfect golden core flowed into it without reservation. The lotus erupted into billions of radiant, chilling beams. Invisible freezing laws coiled towards the encroaching shadow like chains. The air froze in that moment. Time itself felt suspended. The terrifying chill, capable of freezing an entire river in an instant, met the world-ending beast. However, there was no cataclysmic collision. The unyielding freezing laws shattered upon contact with the roiling demonic energy surrounding the beast, crumbling like fragile glass with a series of sharp cracks. Instantly, they fragmented. The freezing laws were crushed by the more tyrannical demonic energy. A flicker of disdain crossed the beast's scarlet eyes. Its claws, which obscured half the sky, descended with the force to rend all asunder, effortlessly piercing through the layers of cold, crashing down upon the ice-heart lotus. A resounding boom echoed as the ice-heart lotus emitted a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming instantly. Cracks appeared on the once perfect lotus surface, grotesque and jagged. Luo Yun, struck with immense force, coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering onto the ground before her. Her exquisitely beautiful face, once cold and aloof, instantly turned as pale as parchment. The damage to her innate treasure caused a violent backlash to her spirit. She staggered back 2 steps. Her eyes filled with an incomprehensible shock and unwillingness. The perfect golden core power she took pride in. Her ice-heart lotus platform that resonated with the laws of heaven and earth were rendered utterly powerless before this monstrous being. She could not even withstand it for a fleeting moment. The colossal beast halted its movements, its mountainous form casting an enormous shadow that completely enveloped Luo Yun and her companions. Instead of launching an immediate attack, it regarded the audacious morsel that dared to resist it with keen interest. A voice imbued with ancient arrogance reverberated within the minds of all present. Perfect golden core? A delectable morsel indeed. It spoke in human tongue. The tone bore a touch of mockery, an arrogant demeanor akin to surveying a banquet laid before it. I am the 13th direct descendant under the ancestor of the 10,000 realms demon path, Mo Wuxin. To become my sustenance is your honor. The name of the ancestor of the 10,000 realms demon path fell like thunderclaps, resonating through the minds of all surviving cultivators, detonating a frenzy of terror. Yun Songhai's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. Some golden core cultivators who had barely escaped from afar, upon hearing this name, felt their earlier relief evaporate into a despair deeper than death. This was no mere legend. It was an existence recorded in the most ancient and forbidden texts, representing the very source of cosmic demonic power, and the monster before them was its direct descendant. It was over. In the hearts of all, only these 2 words remained. This was not a crisis. It was a calamity, an apocalypse. Mo Wuxin reveled in the exquisite expressions of despair on their faces. Its gaze slowly drifted, finally landing on the figure standing protectively in front of Luo Yun, radiating pure, demonic energy. In its colossal eyes, there flickered an unmistakable disdain and disgust. A mere companion heart demon dares to stand before me? Its voice was chilling, laced with an innate pride rooted in its bloodline. Mongrel of mixed lineage. Ancient ES perpetually stern visage finally faltered upon hearing these words. He took a measured step forward. Boom. A terrifying demonic might, at least on par with a typical late-stage nascent soul, erupted from him without reservation, forcefully countering Mo Wuxin's suffocating pressure. He raised his head, his eyes as dark as the abyss, locking onto the beast's blood-red gaze. His voice was calm, yet carried an indomitable will. You may insult me. He paused, a flicker of icy killing intent flashing through his obsidian eyes. But you shall not look upon my grandfather's team with such scorn. With these words, the entire scene fell silent. Even Wang Outyin forgot his fear, staring in astonishment at ancient Yi's silhouette. Grandfather? Mo Wuxin's massive form momentarily froze, its crimson eyes flashing with a brief confusion, which was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy and absurdity. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laughter erupted from its chasm-like maw, shaking the very marshland with its force. Grandfather? How amusing. In this era, someone dares to call themselves grandfather? How very intriguing. A mongrel of mixed lineage. Yet it acknowledges a grandfather. I must see which fool dares to act so brazenly before my kin. Its laughter abruptly ceased. The blood-red eyes narrowed sharply, for it sensed an unnameable, primal warning emanating from the girl it regarded as a morsel, a warning that resonated deeply within its bloodline. This was not a threat of power, but an absolute suppression. It was as if an ant, oblivious to its insignificance, approached a slumbering dragon whose existence it could not begin to comprehend. It did not know what a dragon was. Yet every cell in its body screamed in frantic warning. Do not approach. Do not touch. Otherwise you shall die. Chapter 64. Step over my corpse first. The earth-shattering laughter came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to be pressed to a standstill by an invisible hand. The entire marsh fell into an eerie silence. The enormous beast, Mo Wuxin, its form eclipsing half the sky, remained frozen in midair, utterly motionless. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the edge of the stone forest, where a woman clad in white, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, stood. All surviving cultivators held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. Wang Outyin and his companions dared not even exhale, bewildered by why this world-ending beast had suddenly ceased its advance. Interesting. Mo Wuxin's ancient and arrogant voice echoed once more in their minds, but this time, it carried a hint of barely perceptible confusion. There is a strange aura about you. Its vast consciousness swept over Luo Yun's form like a tempest. Early-stage golden core. Perfect Dao foundation. Your physique appears to be a rare ice-type Dao body. Other than that, nothing unusual. The aura that had aroused its bloodline wariness was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a speck of dust in sunlight. Ha! After a brief silence, Mo Wuxin erupted into an even more arrogant laughter, infused with the irritation of being toyed with. So, it is merely a lowly ant with a somewhat acceptable physique. To think you would dare to rattle my Dao heart with such trivial tricks. Ridiculous. Pathetic. It was utterly enraged. As a proud descendant of the demon ancestor, it could not tolerate being affected by the insignificant aura of an ant. This was a profound humiliation. Trash should possess the awareness of trash. The demonic energy surged once more. Its mountainous form shook violently, unleashing an even more ferocious demonic might, targeting none other than the obstructive Ancient E. I shall begin with you, you annoying watchdog. Ancient E let out a muffled groan as the pure sovereign-level demonic energy he emanated was rendered as fragile as a flickering candle in the wake of this bloodline-derived absolute power, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint in the hardened ground. Luo Yun forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energy within her, her gaze fixed on Ancient Yi's faltering silhouette, her earlier coldness replaced by a resolute determination. The glazed golden core within her began to operate at a frenzied speed, exceeding its limits. Buzz, an even purer, more resplendent ice-blue radiance erupted from her form as she channeled her magical energy. The faint aura that Mo Wuxin had dismissed as a mere trick began to uncontrollably expand from her body. That aura was faint, so very faint, carrying the essence of early spring's warm sunlight. Mingled with the sweet freshness of recently bitten spirit peaches, the manic laughter on Mo Wuxin's face abruptly froze. The aura around him thickened, and the insidious warning deep within his bloodline became increasingly pronounced. Something was amiss, terribly amiss. As a proud descendant of the demon ancestors, he found it intolerable to be provoked by a mere ant in this mortal realm. He must eradicate the source of his unease immediately. He no longer felt any inclination for jest. A concentrated mass of black, demonic energy, embodying the very principles of annihilation, coalesced above Luo Yun's head into a menacing claw. The malevolent energy swirled upon the claw, causing the very fabric of space beneath it to groan under its oppressive weight. The claw struck down with ferocity. Luo Yun's sister, no, Wang Outyin and the others were paralyzed with horror, yearning to rush in for rescue, yet under the dreadful pressure capable of tearing apart a nascent soul. They could scarcely move an inch. At that critical moment, a roar filled with resolute madness erupted from Gu Yi. His pitch-black eyes ignited into a fiery red. He began to actively ignite his own demonic soul essence. He aimed to aid the team of the Grandmaster. A surge of pure black, demonic energy, tenfold stronger than before and imbued with a tragic aura, erupted from his being, transforming into an immensely heavy shield inscribed with ancient demonic runes, defiantly meeting the descending claw of destruction. You shall pass over my dead body. Boom. The clashing of the demonic claw and the black shield reverberated without a cataclysmic explosion. Only a jarring thud that gritted teeth. The shield, conjured from the burning essence of Gu Yi's demonic soul, was instantly riddled with a spiderweb of cracks upon contact with the claw. His entire body trembled, dark demonic blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Yet he steadfastly held his ground, refusing to retreat. A futile struggle. Mo Wuxin's cold voice dripped with disdain. With a mere thought, the power of the demonic claw surged once more. Crack. The fissures in the black shield widened instantaneously, threatening to shatter completely. Gu Yi's gaze began to dull. He understood he could not hold on much longer. Yet, there was no fear upon his face, only a trace of regret. Ultimately, he could not protect the Grandmaster's team. Just as the black shield was on the verge of complete collapse and the claw of annihilation was about to descend, the sweet and warm essence surrounding Luo Yun erupted like a lit fuse. It was no longer feeble or restrained. It transformed into an invisible aura, imperceptible to the naked eye yet undeniably present, enveloping Luo Yun's figure in an instant. And then, The claw of demonic energy, capable of rending space itself, pierced through the shattered shield, precisely touching that layer of intangible aura. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The claw, imbued with the might to obliterate worlds upon contact with that aura, was as if a searing hot iron had been plunged into a soft, formless cotton, silent and unobtrusive. No explosions, no shockwaves, not a shred of energy dissipated. The fearsome claw began to vanish, inch by inch, starting from its tip as if it had never existed at all. As though the very laws that birthed it had become a mere joke in the face of that small aura. The entire process unfolded in a haunting silence. Destruction played out in absolute stillness. Pooh! The colossal beast, Mo Wuxin, trembled as if struck by lightning. It felt as though the part of its primal demonic energy that it had unleashed was severed from its essence by an incomprehensible, irresistible force, obliterating their connection at the root, like a mortal drawing a tiger on paper, only for another to effortlessly erase it with an eraser. In the next moment, an indescribable, unfathomable tremor, emanating from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, from the very core of its soul, a terror a billion times more horrific than death, surged forth like a breaking dam from the depths of its soul. This was not a mere warning. It was the most severe, core prohibition from the very source of its bloodline. The ultimate taboo, imprinted deep within the souls of every generation of demon ancestors, warned against being touched from the moment of their inception. It had been triggered. Chapter 65, The Foolish Great Black Dog. Mo Wuxin's colossal consciousness, capable of stirring the very winds and clouds, froze in that instant. In its mind, no, in the deepest depths of its soul, a vague yet commanding voice, filled with endless terror, erupted. It is him. Flee. The voice, laced with heart-wrenching fear, nearly shattered Mo Wuxin's consciousness. No. Kneel. Beg for mercy. Two diametrically opposed commands, both stemming from its bloodline, clashed and tore at its soul. Flee. Where to? The entire universe is his playground. Beg for mercy? With what? Even the progenitor who forged the myriad realms of the demonic path was merely a tool, easily seized to accompany him in playing marbles. Boom. The bloodline of the demon ancestors within Mo Wuxin surged chaotically, spiraling out of control. Its mountain-like form began to tremble uncontrollably. Every scale quivered. Every inch of flesh wailed. The crimson in its eyes, once filled with arrogance, brutality, and mockery, vanished as swiftly as clouds blown away by a tempest, replaced by an unparalleled depth of fear and astonishment. On the edge of the stone forest, Luo Yun stood quietly, observing the world-ending beast, watching as its expression shifted in an instant, ultimately settling on one of sheer terror. She felt a twinge of confusion. She tilted her head slightly. This seemingly innocent and bewildered gesture, viewed as such by others, became the final straw that broke Mo Wuxin's back. In the eyes of all the surviving cultivators, including Gu Yi, Wang Aoyan, and others who could not comprehend, the once mighty descendant of the demon ancestors, who had just bellowed about consuming everything, saw its colossal form, which darkened the skies, rapidly shrink in an absurd manner, like a deflating balloon, 100 zhong, 10 zhong, ultimately transforming into a large black dog, half the height of a person, appearing foolish and utterly absurd. Then, with a resounding thud, the large black dog, just transformed from the world-ending beast, prostrated itself on the ground in a position of complete submission. Its massive head thudded heavily against the earth, creating a pit over half a meter deep. It let out a wailing cry, laced with sobs and endless trembling, that echoed throughout the marsh. I, the junior Mo Wuxin, do not know of the existence of that being's team, deserving of 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths indeed. Bang, bang, bang. It incessantly prostrated itself, each bow more fervent than the last, as if fearing that a lack of sound in its repentance would render it unheard. The entire deathly mire succumbed to an eerie silence, where even the distant heavy breaths of the surviving cultivators faded into oblivion. All were petrified. Wang Aoyan mouth agape, let his heavy sword clatter to the ground, oblivious to its fall. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan, their legs giving way, collapsed onto the earth, their eyes glazed over. In the distance, the fortunate survivors among the Jindan and Yuanian cultivators appeared as though ensnared by a spell of immobilization, their expressions frozen in the most ludicrous moment. Their minds had completely short-circuited, unable to process the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, the formidable scion of the demonic ancestor, intent on devouring all, now knelt before the female disciple of Jiangbo Academy, who had achieved a flawless Jindan, fervently begging for mercy. What could possibly be happening in this world? Luo Yun observed this scene that shattered her worldview. Her newly forged heart of Tao, fluid as water, trembled once more. Yet this time, it was not shattering, nor was it wavering. It was a profound, clear epiphany, and release. She finally comprehended the true significance of the 4 characters inscribed upon that black stone tablet. She understood why the ordinary peach in her hand enabled her to form a perfect Jindan. She also grasped why that young man always seemed so perfectly timed. All coincidences, all miracles, now possessed the simplest, yet most terrifying answers. Chun, senior brother Chun. Wang Outyan struggled to turn his rigid neck. Gazing at the black dog whose fervent prostrations kicked up clouds of dust, bewildered as he asked Chun Imo beside him, "Why is it kneeling before senior sister Luo Yun?" Chun Imo offered no reply. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, the small notebook in his hand slipping to the ground, its pages blank. He murmured to himself, his voice as faint as a dreamlike whisper. "The Tao, my Tao, it seems insufficient amidst this eerie silence." Gu Yi stirred. He disregarded the petrified gazes surrounding him, as well as the terrifying aura emanating from the black dog, which was still 100-fold more potent than his own. He slowly approached the prostrating Mo Wuxin and then crouched down. Stretching out a finger, he poked the furry head that was still intimately acquainted with the ground. In a tone as casual as inquiring about the weather, he asked, "What is going on?" Mo Wuxin, startled by the poke, nearly lost its soul on the spot. Abruptly raising its head, its eyes brimming with tears and boundless supplication, it gazed at Gu Yi's stern face. Noting the mixed aura of demonic energy that carried a hint of the presence, it understood. This was a servant, the personal attendant of that existence. Thump, thump, thump. It bowed even more fervently, its head nearly sparking from the contact, mumbling incoherently in a voice laced with tears and a near-expiring tone. The ancestor has left instructions. Upon encountering that existence, no? Even upon encountering that existence as servant, pet, or even toy, one must roll as far away as possible. No, one must immediately, right now, kneel and plead for mercy. As it continued to bow, tears streaming down its face, its voice was filled with the terror imposed by its ancestors. Please report back to that existence. I beseech you, do not remember me. Do not take me away to play marbles again. Play marbles? The mere mention of those 3 words struck like divine thunder upon the foreheads of every thinker among them. Wang Outyan's brain, which had just regained a modicum of function, buzzed and short-circuited once more. So this world-ending beast, this scion of the demonic ancestor, feared playing marbles? The entire cultivation world witnessed this mind-bending spectacle through various scrying mirrors and celestial sight spells. From the awakening of the demonic ancestor's scion, to its swallowing of hundreds of cultivators, then being repelled by Luo Yun in a single move, and finally transforming into a black dog, frantically bowing and mumbling about marbles. The entire sequence was fraught with twists and turns, each more astonishing than the last. All cultivators before their screens fell into a prolonged, deathly silence. The Yuaniing elder of the Eastern Sea Crystal Palace observed the bowing black dog in the scrying mirror, quietly returning the treasures he had prepared for seizing upon his emergence from seclusion back into the deepest recesses of his storage ring. In the western regions, the leader of the Wujimen, Wei Tongxian, stared blankly at the scene within the sect's magical mirror, his face turning from a deep crimson to a ghostly pallor. He suddenly felt that his guardian beast's decision to run away from home might have been the wisest choice it had made in 3,000 years. Countless speculations began to circulate wildly among the upper echelons of the cultivation world. Zhanghua Academy's Luo Yun was thrust into the spotlight. Some claimed she was the reincarnation of an ancient celestial being. Others suggested she had obtained the ultimate legacy of a lost civilization. Yet, regardless of the theory, a consensus emerged. The female disciple named Luo Yun of Zhanghua Academy was absolutely, unequivocally not to be trifled with. In the mire, Mo Wuxin continued its fervent prostrations. Gu Yi regarded the internal injuries he had sustained from the shock, and then glanced at the utterly terrified black dog, his brows furrowing slightly. "Rise," he said coolly. Yes. Mo Wuxin felt as though it had received a great reprieve, instantly ceasing its bows, but remaining prostrate, too terrified to lift its head. Gu Yi pointed to his chest, which still throbbed with pain. "You have injured me." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuxin's canine face turned ashen, overwhelming fear causing it to tremble anew. "Senior, spare my life. Senior, please spare my life." It opened its mouth wide, a pure, shimmering aura of bluish demonic energy wafting gently from its maw. This essence of demonic energy bore no trace of brutality. Rather, it was as gentle as the most nourishing elixir. Cautiously, it pushed the essence of demonic energy toward Gu Yi, its voice filled with flattery and supplication. "Senior, this is but a token of my sincerity. No, this is my apology. Might it heal your wounds?" Gu Yi cast a glance at the essence of demonic energy and silently absorbed it. His injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, even fortifying his demonic soul essence slightly. Mo Wuxin, witnessing this, exhaled a long breath, feeling it had temporarily secured its life. It cautiously raised its glistening eyes to Luo Yun, then glanced at Gu Yi, its tail starting to wag tentatively. It dared not flee. It didn't even entertain the thought of running. Its sole intention now was to stay close to this group, to do everything possible to curry favor with them, and then pray that when it returned to face that existence, it could retain its life. Luo Yun retracted the Ice Heart Lotus platform and approached Wang Outyin and the others, her voice regaining its cold clarity. Let us continue. She gestured towards the map from her dream, indicating another direction in the mire. Senior and I remarked that there seems to be something valuable over there. Wang Outyin and the others responded with mechanical nods. The group set forth once more, but this time, a large black dog, appearing rather foolish as it wagged its tail, trailed behind them. Chapter 66. Number 2, after all, is just number 2. The team from Zhonghua Academy embarked on their journey anew, presenting an odd spectacle. Luo Yun, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, led the way, clutching the beast skin map drawn by an iPhone. Wang Outyin, wielding his heavy sword, followed closely behind, his gaze somewhat vacant, as though still reeling from the previous shock. Chun Mo held a small notebook, occasionally glancing down at the blank pages, then up at the heavens, murmuring incantations as if lost in some profound epiphany. Lu Fei and Zhang Lan trailed closely in the midst, casting nervous glances around, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. Gu Yi and Yun Songhai walked at the rear flanks, safeguarding the talented individuals from Zhonghua Academy, or rather, that one who had fancifully been dubbed the illegitimate child of the Tao. Beside Gu Yi, a black dog, towering over a human, panted with its tongue lolling out, its tail wagging exuberantly. This scene was captured by well-meaning onlookers through countless water mirror techniques, vividly displayed in every corner of the cultivation world. Was that dog truly a descendant of a demon ancestor? It was wagging its tail. It was actually wagging its tail. My heart quakes in disbelief. Countless cultivators stared blankly at this peculiar entourage, their worldviews being ground into the earth repeatedly. At that moment, on the opposite side of the swamp, a group of 7 or 8 rogue cultivators exchanged furtive glances. At the forefront was a bald, burly man, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he surveyed Luo Yun's team. "Boss, are we really going to strike?" inquired a skinny, monkey-like cultivator, swallowing nervously. The bald man snorted disdainfully and lowered his voice. What is there to fear? That magical beast must have been frightened off by that girl's disposable forbidden treasure. Just look at their pale faces. They are surely at their wits' end. He licked his lips, fixating on the storage bags at Wang Outyin and the others' waists. The treasures of the ancient Pill Sect's ruins are all on them. If we pull this off, we won't have to worry for centuries. Boss is right. Fortune favors the bold. The timid will starve. Greed ultimately triumphed over fear. 7 or 8 figures sprang forth from their concealed marsh, brandishing their respective treasures as they ferociously charged toward the team from Zhonghua Academy. "Hand over your treasures. Spare you from death," the bald man bellowed, believing himself to be quite imposing. Wang Outyin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they prepared for combat. However, at the tail end of the group, the tail-wagging black dog moved faster than anyone. It abruptly turned around, its foolish visage morphing into one of ferocity and impatience. Without even turning fully, it simply opened its mouth toward the advancing rogues. Woof! A deep, resonant bark erupted. The sound was not loud, yet it struck like an invisible hammer deep within the souls of those rogue cultivators, imbued with an overwhelming pressure stemming from the bloodline of the demon ancestor. The bald man, leading the charge, found his menacing grin frozen in place. An inescapable terror surged through him, exploding in his mind, leaving him in a daze. Thud! His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His companions fared even worse, exhibiting various grotesque reactions. Clangs echoed as treasures clattered to the ground. Someone felt a warmth in their trousers, having been scared to the point of losing control. Another rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, fainting on the spot. The few who remained conscious scrambled away, crawling and weeping, desperately retreating as if wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. The entire spectacle unfolded too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. By the time Wang Outyin had lifted his sword halfway, the battle had already concluded. The large black dog instantly suppressed its ferocity, its face once again adorned with a sycophantic grin. It trotted over to Gu Yi's side, tail wagging even more energetically, sending a mental message with utmost care. "Brother Gu, how was my strength? I didn't embarrass our team, did I?" Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at it, emitting a cold snort from his nose. Upon hearing that sound, Mo Wuxin nearly leaped with joy. Elation surged within, and its canine face beamed with glee. It was settled. Its position as the second-in-command was officially solidified. However, something stirred within it. Stealing a glance at Gu Yi's stern profile reignited a fierce resolve. Number 2 was, after all, merely number 2. I, Mo Wuxin, a proud descendant of the demon ancestor, will be the foremost lackey, even if I must play the role of a subordinate. It must outshine him. It pondered, once more using its mental prowess to cautiously inquire. Brother Gu, having followed that esteemed presence for quite some time, you must possess great wisdom regarding their preferences or particularities to be mindful of. As a newcomer, I fear I might inadvertently offend them, and that would be truly unjust. Gu Yi halted, turning his head to fix his cold, dark gaze upon it. Mo Wuxin felt an unsettling chill at his scrutiny, its tail freezing in place. Don't ask too much, Gu Yi curtly replied, resuming his forward pace. Mentally reminding himself, Mo Wuxin possesses rebellious tendencies. I must firmly maintain my authority. Mo Wuxin's head drooped in dejection, yet the awe within it only intensified. No questions allowed. Not even a single inquiry. The majesty of that esteemed being is terrifying beyond measure. Countless scenarios flooded its mind. Could it be that this being despises conversation? Or perhaps their preferences are an intrinsic mystery of the Tao, subject to unspoken rules? The more it thought, the more fear gripped it. It clamped its tail tightly and dared not entertain a single errant thought, obediently following behind Gu Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, the group traversed a significant portion of the swamp. Ultimately, they arrived at the site marked by the second childish star on the map. It was a desolate volcanic ruin, charred and barren, devoid of life. The blackened earth lay cracked, and the air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur. The spiritual energy here was so sparse it was nearly imperceptible, bearing no semblance to fortune. Is this truly the next location? Lu Fei gazed at the desolate landscape before him, his face rife with skepticism. Zhang Lan murmured softly, what treasures could possibly exist here? Even Wang Outyin could not help but scratch his bald head, remarking, it doesn't seem likely. Luo Yun remained silent, her gaze directed toward Chen Mo. She and Shun Mo were the only two in the group who maintained unwavering faith in that dreamlike map. Taking a deep breath, Shun Mo accepted the map, his eyes exhibiting an unprecedented focus. He glanced up at the position of the stars in the sky, then down at the scorched earth beneath his feet. The wandering star guidance technique within him surged into action. Invisible spiritual veins, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, gradually became clear to him. He discovered that beneath this seemingly chaotic scorched earth, the flow of spiritual veins aligned perfectly with the celestial trajectories of the stars in the Northern Dipper constellation. So that was it. A spark of enlightenment ignited in Chun Mo's eyes. No longer hesitating, he began to trace the contorted lines on the map, resembling wriggling earthworms, as he searched for the corresponding locations on the ground. Approaching a nondescript, half-buried blackened stone, he gently nudged it with his foot. He then found another stone, lifting it with both hands and relocating it to another spot. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he meticulously rearranged 7 charred stones. As he placed the final stone precisely at the center of the small star marked on the map, a resounding rumble erupted. The very core of the volcanic relic suddenly split open with a tremendous fissure. A surge of intensely blazing, supremely pure energy, akin to golden lava, shot skyward. This essence bore no hint of chaos or destruction. Rather, it radiated a profound, majestic vitality. Faintly, amidst the soaring golden column of energy, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Wang Outyin, standing amongst the crowd, felt as if struck by lightning upon sensing that essence. His bronze skin flushed crimson in an instant, steam rising from his entire being. The blood within him boiled with fervor at that moment. The technique he practiced, the lava body refinement, completely slipped from his control, operating at an unprecedented speed of its own accord. Chapter 67. The Unparalleled Foundation of Enlightenment. A roar, stifled but powerful, erupted from Wang Outyin's throat. The golden lava-like energy surging from the chasm was not a lethal poison to him, but rather the sweetest temptation. Brother Wang. No. Zhang Lan cried out in terror, rushing towards him. Come back. Yun Songhai's expression shifted slightly as he blocked Zhang Lan's path. Wang Outyin's eyes burned crimson. Entirely disregarding the crowd's alarm, his towering figure leapt without hesitation into the unfathomable chasm, swirling with golden lava. With a dull thud, his form was instantly engulfed by the viscous golden magma, not even a single bubble surfacing. It's over, Lu Fei muttered, his legs going weak, pale as a ghost. That was molten lava from the Earth's core. Not even flesh and blood could withstand it. Even a terrestrial-grade artifact would likely be reduced to a puddle of molten metal in an instant. Luo Yun's pupils constricted sharply, She instinctively tightened her grip on the map. Even Gu Yi, whose expression rarely changed, showed a flicker of unease. He sensed that the fiery poison and destructive force within the lava vein posed a lethal threat to an essence infusion practitioner. Only the large black dog, Mo Wuxin, after an initial shock, widened its eyes in astonishment, fixating on the roiling magma, drool dripping from its gaping mouth. It felt no sense of death. Instead, it perceived an intoxicating, pure life force so compelling that it made even the dogs salivate. Just when everyone thought Wang Outyin had turned to ash, the atmosphere heavy with tension, the viscous golden magma began to churn violently, as if something were about to emerge from below. With a splash, a figure burst forth from the magma, sending golden liquid flying everywhere. It was Wang Outyin. He had not perished. Instead, he floated above the magma, bare-chested, an expression of tranquility on his face. His bronze skin was peeling away in large flakes, resembling scorched bark. Beneath the shedding skin, new flesh glimmering with a fiery golden sheen emerged, flawless and radiant. He spread his arms wide, greedily inhaling the toxic fire energy, capable of melting gold and iron, drawing it into his body in great gulps. Those fiery toxins did not destroy his meridians. Rather, they transformed into the purest fuel, causing his vitality to surge at an unprecedented rate. Ecstasy. Pure ecstasy. Wang Outyin let out a long, resonant howl, his voice akin to a dragon's roar, causing the entire volcanic relic to tremble. This is impossible. Mo Wuxin could no longer contain itself, its eyes bulging like copper bells. A scream of disbelief erupting from its mouth. Earth core dragon flame. It cannot be mistaken. This is the true fire formed from the fusion of dragon soul and dragon blood with the lava veins over countless millennia, the earth core dragon flame. Its massive head shook violently, as if witnessing something that shattered all understanding. How could a mere mortal, a body-refining cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, how could he possibly withstand the burning of dragon flames? How could he consume the fiery poison as if it were sustenance? Mo Wuxin circled around Gu Yi, frantic, muttering incessantly, "This is irrational. This defies science. This defies cultivation. Even my true form would shed its skin if I jumped in. How can he be so comfortable as if in a hot spring?" Gu Yi paid no mind to its frantic exclamations. He merely gazed at Wang Outyin, reveling in the lava, a flicker of understanding flashing in his dark eyes. Sensing Wang Outyin's aura, and recalling the existence in the B2 courtyard, a smile curled at the corners of Gu Yi's mouth. At that moment, Wang Outyin's aura underwent a sudden transformation. His originally formidable lava body refinement seemed to break free from an invisible shackle under the extreme stimulation of the earth core dragon flame. The technique's pathway began to self-evolve, reorganize, and transform within him. A completely new aura, tenfold heavier, older, and more dominant than before, erupted from him. Lava body refinement had, at that moment, undergone a complete metamorphosis. It evolved into a superior, unparalleled method that seemed destined to belong to him, dragon flame, true form. His physical strength surged dramatically, bones cracking audibly, every muscle brimming with explosive power, as a golden elixir, ablaze with flames, began to coalesce within him. Amidst this astonishing transformation, Chun Mo appeared out of place. He did not look at Wang Outyin. All his focus was drawn to the towering golden energy column, captivated by the clearly visible laws of heaven and earth it invoked around him. So it is, he thought, sitting cross-legged, his eyes shimmering like stars. He utilized his own being as a conduit, fervently operating the universal star guiding technique, drawing all the intertwined causes and laws of this realm into his calculations. His mind became the most intricate of instruments. However, peering into the heavenly secrets would inevitably invite retribution, just as he was about to touch upon a critical juncture. A small patch of ominous dark clouds gathered in the sky above him, seemingly out of nowhere. Within the dark clouds, thunder rumbled and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Formless heart demons began to take shape, stirring the deepest fears within the hearts of those present. Not good. It's the heart demon tribulation. Yun Songhai's expression shifted. Chun Mo's deductions had exceeded the limits of his own realm, provoking the warning of the heavenly laws. Just as the heart demons were about to descend, a cold huff of impatience escaped from Gu Yi's nostrils. He raised his head, regarding the small patch of ominous clouds with undisguised disdain in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide, gazing at the heavens, and took a deep breath. The ominous heart-devouring clouds, which had only just begun to form, could not even muster a struggle before they were transformed into a wisp of black smoke and inhaled into his being. Savoring the aftertaste, he smacked his lips. The flavor was rather bland. His calm voice, akin to an ultimate decree, plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence once more. Unshackled from any lingering fears, Chun Mo's calculations instantaneously shattered the final barrier. His eyes snapped open. No longer ordinary pupils. They had metamorphosed into two unfathomably deep, slowly swirling vortexes of stars. In his sight, all existence unraveled into countless intertwining threads, symbolizing cause and effect. He observed a fiery golden thread closely tethered to Wang Outyin, linked to the core dragon flames. He beheld a chilling azure thread on Luo Yun, perfectly harmonizing with the ice heart lotus platform. His gaze instinctively fell upon the large black dog, still wagging its tail. He perceived a thick, dread-laden black thread of causality. He noticed the thread on Gui, gradually shifting from black to white. He examined his own being, where starlight coalesced into a dazzling thread of causality. He strained to gaze towards the ends of these threads. All the threads of causality traversed insurmountable barriers, firmly and irrevocably tied to an iPhone, who languidly munched on an apple in the recliner at Jiangbo Academy. Block B, Area 2. Boom. Chun Mo's consciousness was struck as if by a billion lightning bolts, instantly stirring a colossal tempest. He understood. He finally comprehended. Trembling, he lifted the crude map adorned with childish drawings, glancing at the transforming Wang Outyin and the expressions of the crowd, which were a tapestry of complexity. His voice quivered incessantly, imbued with a fervent clarity akin to one who has glimpsed the path to enlightenment. The map is flawed. We were all mistaken. What is marked here is not a treasure. He raised his head, his starry eyes sweeping over each individual. It is fate. It is the unique foundation for our enlightenment, tailored for each of us by the Grand Protector. The moment his words fell, roar. A dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the earth. Wang Outyin, bathed in a dark golden radiance, leapt from the molten lava, landing heavily on the ground. The aura emanating from him had long surpassed the constraints of foundational cultivation, firmly stepping into the realm of golden elixir. Moreover, it was a perfect golden elixir, a dragon flame golden elixir. Furthermore, it continued to surge uncontrollably. He felt the explosive power within him and instinctively threw a punch towards the empty space ahead. There was no surge of spiritual energy, no terrifying momentum. Yet, before his fist, a golden flame materialized from thin air, its searing heat warping the very fabric of space. Just as Wang Outyin reveled in his burgeoning strength, Chun Mo's figure suddenly swayed. Two streams of blood tears cascaded from his starry vortex-like eyes. Overextending his deductions, his psyche suffered a tremendous backlash. His body slumped backward. Just before losing consciousness entirely, he summoned the last vestige of his strength to look towards the somewhat bewildered young swordsman in the group, uttering a shocking proclamation that stunned all. Quick, hurry to the next location. Lu Fei, his sword, is about to awaken. Chapter 68. All things can be a sword. Even without a sword, one is still a sword. Let us go. Luo Yun did not hesitate, stowing away the map, her cold voice shattering the tumultuous thoughts of the crowd. Chun Mo was supported by Yun Songhai. Though unconscious, a peculiar tranquility graced his features. Wang Outyin gazed down at his fists, shimmering with a dark golden sheen, feeling the unceasing flow of dragon flame power within him, still struggling to adapt. The group dared not linger any longer, swiftly heading towards the third marked point on the map. Brother Gu, wait for me. The large black dog trotted eagerly alongside Gu Yi, bombarding him with an insatiable curiosity through its spiritual thoughts. Gu Yi remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering, his steps unbroken. Yet, Mo Wuxin was undeterred, continuing to bombard him with inquiries. Brother Gu, you have accompanied the Grandmaster for a long time. Your experience must surpass mine. Could you share what the Grandmaster enjoys eating? Does he prefer crispy bones or gnawing on large marrow bones? Gu Yi's pace abruptly halted. He turned his head, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Mo Wuxin with a chilling glare. The latter felt a shiver run down its spine, its tail instantly tucking between its legs, ceasing its wagging. The Grandmaster does not eat bones. Gu Yi's voice was devoid of warmth. Huh. Then, what is the Grandmaster? He prefers to dismantle noisy bones. Gu Yi replied, and continued forward. Mo Wuxin froze in place, its canine visage paling, an icy dread surging from its tail to the crown of its head. Dismantle? Dismantle? The tragic image of the ancestor being captured to play marbles flashed through its mind. It understood. Brother Gu was imparting wisdom. The Grandmaster favors tranquility. Absolute tranquility. It abruptly shut its mouth, daring not to emit a single thought, carefully trailing behind Gu Yi with its tail tucked away. Half an hour later, the pace of the group slowed. They arrived before a canyon. The canyon's entrance stretched 1,000 feet wide, resembling a gaping, jagged wound in the earth. An ineffable, pure essence of slaughter emanated from within, as if it sought to pierce the very souls of those who approached. As they gazed into the canyon, the ground was littered with countless broken ancient swords. None of these swords remained intact. Some were severed in half, others cracked and splintered, while some were reduced to mere remnants of their hilts. Yet, each of these shattered swords was ensnared with a formidable, earth-shattering intent of slaughter. Thousands of sword intents converged above the canyon, forming a visible, slowly swirling vortex of sword energy. What is this place? Lu Fei gripped his long sword tightly. His voice dry. A dead zone. Mo Wuxin instinctively retreated a couple of steps. A deadly sword formation. Not to mention a golden elixir cultivator. Even an ancient calamity survivor would be turned into a puddle of flesh within 3 breaths. Just as they neared the canyon's threshold, a sharp hum resonated. The nearest broken sword emitted a high-pitched screech, like a signal. In the next instant, buzzing. Within the canyon, a chorus of swords erupted in unison. An endless surge of slaughterous sword intent seemed to find an outlet, transforming into invisible blades that relentlessly locked onto each individual. Especially targeting the most powerful presence in the group, Mo Wuxin. With a yelp, Mo Wuxin's fur stood on end, a thick layer of primordial demonic energy enveloping its body. Yet it was still pricked by the sword intent, sizzling ominously. Gu Yi let out a muffled groan, his expression growing grave. Just as this tidal wave of sword intent was on the brink of exploding, Lu Fei, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly changed countenance. A warm flow within him erupted explosively. It is the medicinal power of the sword understanding grass that he has refined, which has long remained dormant within his dantian. This surge of medicinal energy seems to have been summoned by some force, completely ignited by the surging sword intent that permeates this place. Lu Fei emitted a suppressed groan, his gaze instantaneously becoming bewildered and hollow. Then, amid the astonished stares of all present, he relinquished his grasp on the long sword. He resembled a somnambulist, taking deliberate steps toward the deadly sword formation before him. Lu Fei, come back, Luo Yun exclaimed urgently, her expression changing. Yet, Lu Fei appeared oblivious. He stepped into the canyon. A bizarre scene unfolded. The once ferocious, all-consuming sword intent, which aimed to tear everything apart, transformed in an instant upon Lu Fei's entry into the canyon, as if it were the soldiers of a king encountering their sovereign, immediately becoming docile and submissive. Wherever he walked, the sword intent actively retreated, parting to create an utterly safe path before him. Within the canyon, the cacophony of the myriad residual swords altered as well. No longer filled with violence and fury, it resonated with a low, excited hum of submission. Lu Fei advanced uncontrollably, his mind flooded with vivid imagery that emerged unbidden. In the second courtyard of the Bing character, upon that gentle recliner, a young boy yawned lazily, casually tossing the sword understanding grass, regarded as a treasure by all sword cultivators, toward him. Here, I see you are diligent in your sword practice. Take this. The languid gaze. The nonchalant gesture. At this moment, in Lu Fei's consciousness, thoroughly penetrated by the sword intent, everything slowed down and deconstructed infinitely. What he witnessed was no mere casual toss. The trajectory of that careless throw contained the most profound and perfect principles of the sword way in the universe. What the boy cast aside was not mere grass. It was the Tao. It was the supreme sword path wherein all things could serve as swords. And even the absence of a sword constituted the essence of the sword itself. I comprehend, Lu Fei murmured to himself. He halted at the very center of the canyon, slowly raising his hand and positioning his index and middle fingers to form a sword gesture. The jubilant cries of the myriad residual swords reached a crescendo. They were anticipating, yearning, welcoming their new sovereign. Lu Fei pointed skyward and, with a gentle flick of his finger, moved it forward. There were no fluctuations of magical power, no surges of sword energy, not even the faintest whisper of sound. Yet, with this delicate gesture, the nearest residual sword silently disintegrated into the finest ash. Following suit were the second, the third. Countless ancient swords, brimming with murderous intent, simultaneously relinquished their obsessions and pride, willingly returning to the cosmos, reduced to dust. The sword intent that had rampaged for countless ages was instantaneously pacified. It transformed into the most pure, primal insights of the sword path. Surging into Lu Fei's consciousness like a torrential flood, the entire canyon fell silent. The terrifying aura of slaughter that had weighed upon everyone vanished without a trace. Mo Wuxin was utterly dumbfounded, its mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg, remaining unclosed for an eternity. The sword god's tomb. It emitted a shrill, dog-like cry, filled with a profound sense of disbelief. Here lay the legendary resting place of the ancient sword god, where a single thought could annihilate myriad laws. How could he, a mere foundation cultivator, no, a mere mortal, inherit the sword god's legacy merely through a humble grass? This is no longer about cultivation. Mo Wuxin circled around Gu Yi, frantically pacing as it felt its mind spiraling. At that moment, the once tense Zhonglan suddenly uttered an exclamation of surprise. Look! What is that? As the myriad residual swords turned to ash, the center of the canyon revealed a shattered formation plate, over 3 meters in diameter. Inscribed with countless arcane runes, the plate emanated an ancient, weathered aura. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation. Zhonglan's voice trembled with extreme excitement. This was the formation plate of the ancient 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation. Heavens! I can actually witness it with my own eyes. She dashed forward, crouching before the formation plate, reaching out to caress each intricate line, becoming completely absorbed. The realm of cultivation fell into silence once more. All cultivators who beheld this miraculous scene through the water mirror technique, especially those sword cultivators, stood frozen in awe. Within a millennium-old sect founded on the sword, a Yuaning elder, revered as a sword fanatic, stared blankly at the water mirror, captivated by the silhouette of the youth who extinguished myriad swords with a mere gesture. Crack! The treasured flying sword he held dearer than life itself fell uncontrollably to the ground. Meanwhile, some exceptionally gifted young sword cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, erupted with unprecedented brilliance in their eyes, as if grasping an epiphany, immediately sitting cross-legged to delve into profound understanding. In the marsh, Lu Fei gradually opened his eyes. His appearance remained unchanged, his cultivation still at the foundation level. Yet, his entire demeanor underwent a transformative metamorphosis. He stood there, embodying a sword that retracted all its brilliance, yet was capable of overshadowing the heavens with its unparalleled essence. Luo Yun gazed at the transformed Wang Outyin, at Zhonglan lost in enlightenment, at Lu Fei who had become one with the sword, and then glanced at Chen Mo, who lay unconscious, yet whose essence grew ever more profound. She withdrew her gaze, slowly unfurling the animal skin map adorned with childish drawings in her hands. On it remained only a single, the largest star, marked in red ink. Her eyes turned toward that distant direction, her voice cool, yet tinged with an imperceptible anticipation. It is our turn.